My name is Chao Bin Childhood Name a Man. I was a struggling online writer. While scanning other novels for inspiration, I cursed the author must be brain dead. How can such an idiot be the protagonist? If not for plot armor, he'd have died 100 times. Then ding, congratulations, honey-tongued one. You have activated the you can do it system, and you have been transmigrated into the book as the most unlucky love-struck villain. You can gain luck rewards and increase survival chances by experiencing classic plotlines and uniting all characters who can be won over to counter the protagonist. Host luck points can be used for lucky draws in the system mall. Each draw costs 3 luck points. Since your current misfortune value exceeds 50, you are plagued by bad luck. The luck mall is temporarily unavailable. Keep trying to open it soon. Warning. All characters in the current book world are real living beings. This is a completely parallel world independent of the original book. Final survival reward: you can choose to stay in this world and live happily, or you can take all the wealth and loved ones you've accumulated back to the real world. Failure penalty: all wealth cleared, elimination, and death in the real world as well. And so he was trapped in this book called I Am the World's Greatest Dragon King's Son-in-Law. His father Chao Song was the richest man in Jiangbei, his mother Ding Yuechuan was the legitimate daughter of the Ding family of the Jingdu aristocratic circle, and his maternal grandfather Ding Yuanshan was a battle-hardened retired general with illustrious military achievements. His elder brother Chao Run, who was only a few years older, was also a shining rising star in Jiangbei's political scene. Spanning the realms of politics, business, and military, the Chao family wielded immense power. However, in the original book, as the most favored super aristocratic brat, Chao Bin fell in love with the female lead Tang Yingxue. He was slapped in the face, had his testicles crushed by the Dragon King's son-in-law protagonist. Yi Fan became a eunuch and finally had his limbs mutilated and was killed. 5 years later, the Dragon King returns. The protagonist, bearing his blood feud over a woman, strikes the Chao family and the Ding family, ensuring Chao Bin doesn't survive past 50 chapters. 200 chapters later, both the Chao and Ding families are destroyed and completely wiped out. 2 powerful clans and alliance through marriage, 3 generations of foundation, all destroyed by a vagrant who had been wandering for 5 years, the Dragon King's son-in-law. In the end, the vagrant slaps faces, pushes forward, and marries a dozen beautiful wives, reaching the pinnacle of life. Really, only someone with a decade of brain thrombosis could design such a plot. Ding hosts current misfortune value 99. If it exceeds 100, you will be directly erased from the world. Reading is risky, be careful with your sharp tongue. You can do it, wishes you success in surviving to the end and winning the return prize. Where's the newbie gift pack? Sorry, you can do it has cancelled the newbie gift pack for hosts with misfortune values over 70. Perhaps from another perspective, you can consider your current powerful status as your newbie gift pack. Suppressing the protagonist will yield more rewards later. F your mother. Xiao Jelaris roar. Chao Bin slammed the book and cursed. This was blatant retaliation. Chao Bin, get out of here, the professor snapped. It was a business management elite training class taught by a nationally renowned business professor with tuition fees of hundreds of thousands per lesson. Many socialites and wealthy young men attended, all second-generation rich from Jiangsu. What's Chao Bin up to now? Not sure, probably just angry because Tang Yingxue rejected him again. If you ask me, he's a total waste. If it weren't for his family, Tang Yingxue, the first beauty of Jiangsu, wouldn't even glance at him, let alone agree to an engagement. Don't you know? For a year, Chao Bin has been at her beck and call, spending nearly 200 million. He even fell out with his family to get engaged to Tang Yingxue. But she still hasn't given him a second look. Even now that they're engaged, she won't let him touch her. I heard he's never even held her hand. No way. I heard Tang Yingxue even lives at his house. How can he not have held her hand? Separate rooms. Chao Bin can't even get into her room at night. My maid heard it from his servant. Absolutely true. That's just stupid. You can't be a sucker like that. Tisk tisk, being a simp to this extent is truly amazing. What a waste of such a good family background. Indeed, Chao Bin also thought the original owner was a pure fool. I told you, if you don't want to come, don't force yourself. I don't need you to accompany me. But since you came, you can't even listen properly. Must you waste everyone's precious time? His words drew everyone's attention. Tang Yingxue wore white clothes, her face pure and beautiful. First beauty of Jiangsu might be an exaggeration, but the female lead indeed had a face that made men willing to abandon everything. Her clear eyes were like a spring pool, her skin smooth, pure, and alluring. What do you mean? That's right, as a rich second generation, you don't care about the tuition fees, so naturally, you don't respect the teacher or the students. I'm begging you, Chao Bin, stop being so arrogant in the future, okay? Did you just hear what others said about me? You don't feel embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for you. Why should you feel embarrassed? You know the reason in your heart. You? Tang Yingxue's eyes widened. He was questioning me. You what? Do you really think you're a goddess? When I liked you, whatever you said was law. But if I don't like you anymore, what are you? And you still have the nerve to be embarrassed for me. I don't know where you get the face. Tang Yingxue thought she was hallucinating. The former Chao Bin, though annoying, was gentle, considerate, and obedient, treating her words as imperial edicts. He never retorted, nor dared to speak loudly. Now his tone and eyes Seemed like a different person, terrifyingly unfamiliar. Has he grown tired of me? He really doesn't like me anymore. Extremely complex emotions flooded her mind. Tang Yingxue felt as if her heart was pricked by a needle. Why am I panicking? Ding reminder: the Dragon King will return tonight. Please prepare to experience the classic plot and counter the protagonist. As expected. Only when you're about to lose something do you appreciate the simp's goodness. What's the use? Simps must die. Do you think I don't exist? The professor couldn't take it anymore. Both of you get out. If you want to flirt, go somewhere else. Don't defile my classroom. Professor Chen, calm down. A woman stood up from the back row. She wore a black suit with a white shirt inside paired with simple straight-leg pencil pants. Her short hair was at ear level, one hand in her pocket, walking with a swagger. Her heels clicked loudly, and her snow-white ankles occasionally appeared with the sway of her trouser cuffs. This short-haired woman, exuding charm, walked the sound of her heels into the hearts of all the men in the classroom who liked mature women. If Tang Yingxue was pure and alluring, then she was hardcore and cold, very cool. Who is this? Her beauty is not inferior to Tang Yingxue, and her aura completely surpasses her. Shu Xian, the secretary assigned by Chao Bin's mother Ding Yuechun. Secretary? He's a lazy bum with no job. Why would he need a secretary? A warm bed type. Doesn't seem like it. Her aura could intimidate even big shots, let alone the useless Chao Bin. I think she's more like a bodyguard. Everyone from the Ding family is formidable. I must remind you, Professor Chun, that the largest shareholder of the Imperial Business School where you teach is my young master's maternal uncle. Maternal uncle? Then old Ding is his maternal grandfather. Shu Xian nodded. So I sincerely suggest you reconsider your words otherwise. Professor Chen didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chao Bin's hand. Chao Bin, I'm really sorry. I admit my voice might have been a bit loud just now, scaring you. I apologize. I hope you don't take it to heart. Professor, I still prefer how you were just now, with a sharp eye and a hatred for evil. How about you go back to that? Professor Chen's face flushed with shame, and he was speechless for a long time. Chao Bin shook his head in disappointment. Sister Shu Xian, let's go. And you come home with me. Why should I? If you want to go, go. I still want to continue the class. After treating me like that, he still wants to order me. That guy is definitely crazy today. Who does he think he is? Suit yourself. Chao Bin didn't look back. Tang Yingxue's heart skipped a beat. He really just walked away. Is this the same Chao Bin who was so obedient to me? Shu Xian looked at her young master's resolute back, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. She walked over to Tang Yingxue. Miss Tang, if I were you, I would seriously weigh the pros and cons. Think carefully. If you don't go back now, will you ever be able to return? And if you can't, will you regret your decision today? Tang Yingxue bit her lip. In the end, she followed. Half an hour later, Chao family in Jiangbei. A luxurious mansion with ancient charm pavilions, green corners, lush bamboo, winding water. The understated opulence of the ancient-style manor was worth hundreds of millions. Chao Bin burst into Tang Yingxue's room. Who told you to come in? Get out. And you're sitting on my bed. Get up. Chao Bin pushed Tang Yingxue away. He stood over her, looking down. Clothes, take them off yourself. What did you say? Defy. I said take them off yourself. Since holding you in my palm only made you play hard to get, I'll trample you into hell so you can see reality. Take them off yourself. Tang Yingxue braced herself against the bed, her face etched with terror. Chao Bin had frightened her. Why was this happening? He had never yelled at her before, let alone raised a hand. And now his gaze was like that of a predator sizing up its prey, intrusive and unsettling. You're insane. Who do you think you are? Do you expect me to do whatever you say? Hiding her inner panic behind a cold mask, Tang Yingxue clutched her chest and lowered her head, heading for the door without daring to meet Chao Bin's eyes. The door is over there. The contract is on the table. What do you mean? Nothing much. The 200 million injection contract from the Tang family is right there on the table, still unsigned. It was meant to be signed after the engagement tomorrow, but it could also be left unsigned. Are you threatening me? No. I Chao Amon never threaten women. I'm giving you a chance to choose for yourself. Tang Yingxue's face turned ghastly pale. But as for Chao Bin, since he was already here with such a powerful background, why would he still act like a doormat? Impossible. After all, the original story's plot didn't start until tonight. Let the check-in and plundering of destiny be set aside for now. He must first collect some interest for being transmigrated. From his knowledge of the book, he knew that Tang Yingxue had agreed to the engagement solely for money. To be precise, for her family. The Tang family, which had built its fortune on traditional handwoven silk, was once a wealthy clan in Jiangbei. But as times changed, the labor-intensive, high-cost, low-volume, pure silk textile industry gradually declined, and the Tang family's business was on the verge of collapse. Without new capital, they would soon go bankrupt. Tang Yingxue couldn't bear to see her late father's and grandfather's hard work go to waste, so she agreed to the simp Chao Bin's engagement proposal in exchange for a 200 million investment. In the original story, it was at tomorrow's engagement banquet that the protagonist Dragon King Yi Fan would arrive with a marriage contract to slap everyone's face. Yi Fan, on the condition of marrying into the Tang family and helping them through the crisis, takes Tang Yingxue away, causing the Chao family to lose face. The idiot original host Chao Bin then turns dark and walks the path of self-destruction, not surviving more than 50 chapters. Chao Bin also knows that in the original story the female lead actually had a faint fondness for him. After all, no one is made of stone. The doormat's persistent day-in-day-out devotion had not been entirely useless. But for the sake of the marriage contract set by the elders, and fearing that if she truly stayed with Chao Bin the Tang family would be swallowed by the Chao family, Tang Yingxue ultimately compromised her feelings and chose the protagonist, Yi Fan, who had married into the family. Even in the original story, when Chao Bin was about to be killed by Yi Fan, Tang Yingxue sincerely begged for mercy. But the narrow-minded Yi Fan struck even harder and showed no mercy. Since the female lead could compromise with the protagonist, why couldn't she compromise with me, the villain? Since he had burned his boats, he had nothing to fear. Life and death hung in the balance. He was already here, and he didn't want to die after just 50 chapters. Does it have to be this way, Chao Bin? Tang Yingxue's gaze became very complicated. What way? You used to respect me, never forced me to do anything I didn't want to, and never treated me roughly. And that earned me your contempt and disdain. So in your eyes, I'm a fly you can summon or dismiss at will. A backup. Or a ATM, a clown, a fool. Do you really think the Chao family's money grows on trees? Your Tang family's several generations of hard work amount to no more than this number. Walk out that door, strip naked, chain yourself like a dog to someone else. Do you think anyone would give you 200 million again? I didn't. It's not what you think. Why do you have to put it so harshly? Tang Yingxue's eyes reddened. That's because when I used to talk to you nicely, you never bothered to respond. Chao Bin said coldly. I admit that sometimes I did find you annoying, but I never treated you like a fly or a backup, let alone an ATM. Tang Yingxue choked up. So you still like me? I. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned away. No. Chao Bin smiled. So, what's your choice now? Stay or leave? A long silence. Tang Yingxue's voice was bitter. Chao Bin, can you wait? Wait until we get married, when you take me as your wife on our wedding night. Do you think I'm still the same, idiot fool? Don't sell me a dream. If you choose to stay, take it off now. Does it have to be this way? You can leave. The door is behind you. Even if you force me to stay now, you'll get my body, but not my heart. I don't care. I'm not that fond of you either. Tang Yingxue felt as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. If you don't like me, why do you want me? Don't you think you're being absurd, Chao Bin? We're both adults. Don't say such childish things. Did you come to me because you liked me? Another stab. Who said I didn't have feelings for you? So all the tenderness and care you showed me before were fake. You bastard. I was actually starting to fall for you. Why are you ruining the mood with such awful behavior? Can't you just be patient and wait? I will hate you for the rest of my life. That's your business. What do I care? Chao Bin patted his own thigh. Get on. What's there to be upset about? It's not like I bullied you. You didn't. I gave you a chance. If you had any real pride, you would have walked away earlier. You made your own choice, and now you're playing the victim. Don't you think that's a bit much? Chao Bin, you bastard. Scalding tears rolled down Tang Yingxue's cheeks. Chao Bin, you're shameless. You're nothing but a scoundrel. I never want to see you again. Get out. A pillow flew towards him, but Chao Bin dodged it easily. Get lost. Young master. Seeing Chao Bin descend the stairs, Shu Xian, who had been sitting alone in the living room, immediately rose to her feet. Are you signing the Tang family contract now? Who told you I was going to sign? Damn. Sister Shu Xian, with looks like yours, why do you engage in such sneaky business? Eavesdropping is a sure way to get boils in your ears. I wasn't trying to listen, Shu Xian said with a playful smile. Throughout the entire Chao household, aside from Chao Song and Ding Yuechuan, only Shu Xian dared to speak to Chao Bin in such a manner. She was the nanny and bodyguard arranged by Ding Yuechun for her son. Though she was called a bodyguard, her dynamic with Chao Bin was more like that of an older sister and younger brother. The original novel never detailed Shu Xin's background. It only mentioned that she was calm, intelligent, exceptionally skilled in combat, and resolute, second only to a grandmaster. Most importantly, she was utterly loyal to the Chao family, especially to Chao Bin and Ding Yuechun. In the original novel's 50th chapter, she was killed by the protagonist Yi Fan while saving Chao Bin, a truly regrettable loss. This time Chao Bin was determined not to let her come to harm. Young master, didn't you know the guest rooms aren't soundproof? Only the rooms for family members in our estate have special soundproofing layers. You should have taken her to your own bedroom. Shu Xian explained. I didn't know that. Why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder he hadn't seen a single servant in the living room. Given Shu Xin's cautious nature, she must have dispatched them elsewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been her eavesdropping, but the entire household's dozens of servants. Young master's performance today was quite unexpected. By the time I figured it out, it was already too late. Surely you didn't want me to barge in and interrupt. Faced with her teasing, Chao Bin fell silent, embarrassed. At least only Sister Shu Xian had heard it. Even if others had. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. He wasn't the old Chao Bin anymore. He was the #1 playboy in Jiangbei. Social death. Not a chance. Young master, are you really not going to sign the Tang family contract? Sign my foot. Except for Tang Yingxue, who genuinely cares about the family business, the rest of the Tang family are all useless parasites. A bunch of rice bags and rats in the granary regardless of age. Facing life or death stakes, they refuse to improve themselves. They only engage in internal strife, constantly scheming to line their own pockets from the company's accounts. To them, Tang Yingxue is just a tool for attracting investment. They push her out to secure funds and sell her to the highest bidder. Investing our 200 million in the Tang family would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, no return. I'd rather toss the money into a river, at least I'd hear a splash. In fact, that was exactly the plot of the original novel. After taking the Chao family's 200 million, Tang Yingxue was immediately ousted, and the protagonist, Yi Fan, swooped in to reap the benefits. Chao Bin lost both his money and his life. Xu Xian was somewhat surprised her young master was actually thinking maturely and considering the bigger picture. But young master, didn't you just promise her? Sister Xu Xian, always remember, never trust a single word a man says in bed. Besides, I didn't promise her anything. Whatever she imagined is her own business. Not my problem. Xu Xian thought to herself, is this still the lovesick young master I knew who couldn't move when he saw Tang Yingxue? However, I do plan to buy out the entire Tang family business. Buy it out? Yes. Although most of the Tang family members are trash, the Tang family business itself is quite good. Their hand-spun silk is a traditional luxury in our country. Just because this generation of Tangs is incompetent doesn't mean the industry is worthless. When they're on the verge of complete bankruptcy, we can acquire it at rock-bottom prices. It won't cost the full 200 million. Half that should be enough. Then we kick out all the Tang family members and run it ourselves. Young master, you intend to hand over a clean, untainted Tang family business to Tang Yingxue, don't you? Xu Xian, being incredibly perceptive, saw through to the heart of the matter instantly. Chao Bin smiled without denying it. Consider it a small form of compensation for her. After all, haha. In the original novel, the protagonist, Yi Fan, with hundreds of billions of dollars in his Swiss bank account, looked down on the Tang family's meager assets and had no interest in promoting China's traditional intangible cultural heritage. In his arrogance, he helped Tang Yingxue by directly destroying the Tang family that had treated her poorly, using entrapment and killing them all. The situation was eerily similar to the hypocrite Song Jiang in the classic novel Water Margin, who sent men to kill Hu Sanyang's entire family and then shamelessly claimed her as his adopted sister. Yi Fan was even worse. At least Song Jiang genuinely acknowledged her as a sister. Yi Fan, however, took things further, not stopping even at the girl's own mother. Think about it. A protagonist like that only survived to the end because of the plot armor granted by an idiotic author. I always thought you were a bit dense, young master. I didn't realize you actually know how to win a girl's heart. Is Sister Xu Xian jealous? Jealous? Xu Xian raised an elegant eyebrow. In all my years, I've never experienced that feeling. How about you try your best, young master, and let me experience it? Fine, let's go to my room, and it'll give you a proper experience. Alright, just like Miss Tang. Xu Xian casually slipped off her coat and turned to head towards the master bedroom upstairs. I've been training in martial arts since I was a child. I've never feared anyone in life or death fights on the big arena, let alone a small arena like a bed. The only question is, young master, are you still up for it? Watching that coldly beautiful figure on the escalator, Chao Bin felt his masculine pride severely challenged. He had to say something to reclaim his dignity. If you ignore me today, tomorrow. The mood was off. Xu Xian, don't look down on me. 30 years east, 30 years west, never bully the young. Sis, don't be like this, I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Eventually Chao Bin scurried over, grabbed Xu Xian, and acted cute. Her wrist was soft and warm. Xu Xian was truly something. But to try anything, he wouldn't dare. Xu Xian wasn't Tang Yingxue. She was a half-step grandmaster in the original story, and her mother Ding Yuden's most cherished goddaughter. If danger arose, she'd protect you without blinking. Flirting verbally was one thing, but if you tried to take advantage, she'd throw you over her shoulder without a second thought. Don't reach out, or you'll get struck down. The idiotic Chao Bin from the original book had been beaten countless times and had nowhere to complain. Pick the softest persimmon. This one wasn't ripe yet, so had tactically let it be for now. Little brat, that's more like it. A rare smile appeared on Xu Xin's cold, beautiful face. We can play and joke around, but don't make jokes like that about your sister, or you'll face the consequences. Got it? Got it. Xu Xian, you're beautiful as you are, but even more so when you smile. You should smile more often. My. Xu Xian glared. Wrong, Chao Bin feigned fear. Xu Xian pressed her lips together, a slight moist curve like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, breathtakingly beautiful. Sis, can you go upstairs and deliver this to Tang Yingxue for me? Qianxiang Yulu. Isn't this the special supply from Beijing Tang that godmother gave you last year? It's priceless and hard to come by. Why give it to her? For her to use as lip balm for both lips, to promote blood circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Xu Xian understood instantly. I didn't see that coming, young master. You're quite something. Keep it low-key. She rolled her eyes and went upstairs without looking back. Meanwhile, in the room, Tang Yingxue was hunched over, slowly inching her way to the edge of the bed. The delayed pain hit her twice as hard. That bastard Chao Bin, couldn't he have been gentler? It was her first time after all. I hate him so much. After struggling to reach the bedside, she tried to hold onto the headboard to stand up. Knock knock knock, Miss Tang, may I come in? Up. The knock startled Tang Yingxue, causing her to fall back onto the floor, tears streaming from the pain. Hearing the commotion, Shu Xian pushed the door open directly and saw Tang Yingxue sitting by the bed, hugging her knees with her head down, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Are you alright, Miss Tang? I'm fine. Do you need something? Clenching her teeth was her last act of defiance. The young master sent me to bring you something. This is Tianxiang Yilu. He said to use it as lip balm. It reduces swelling, relieves pain, and promotes blood circulation. I've put it on the bedside table. Remember to use it, Miss Tang. Shu Xian left after speaking. Only when she heard the door close did Tang Yingxue look up, her face streaked with tears. Chao Bin. You filthy bastard. You're not human. 20 minutes later. Shu Xian was driving with Chao Bin in the back seat. Shu Xian, did you really hear her cursing me when you came downstairs? Yes, to be precise, she said, Chao Bin, you filthy bastard, you're not human. That's strange. He understood. She must have used the lip balm and felt better so. Women were indeed saying one thing while meaning another. Heh. What's wrong, young master? Nothing. Shu Xian glanced back and asked. Young master, our Chao family has never touched dirty money like that from usurious loans. Why did you take over this debt relationship with this Chun Jichin today? The principal and interest combined are only about 500,000. That amount shouldn't be enough to make you rush over without even having lunch, right? 500,000 isn't the issue, but the person who borrowed the money is. The records show he passed away a few days ago. His wife is still alive. So you. Chao Bin smiled without saying a word. This widow was Su Wan, the adoptive mother of the original novel's protagonist Yi Fan. She was also the first acquaintance he'd meet in Jiangbei tonight, when the Dragon King returned. According to the original plot, Su Wan, now a widow after her husband's death, would be drugged by her lecherous landlord tonight. At the critical moment, Yi Fan, the Dragon King, returns heroically, saves his mother, kills the lustful landlord, and helps Su Wan detoxify. This was the content of the first chapter of the original book. One of Yi Fan's skills was being a master of traditional Chinese medicine, but he chose the most primitive and despicable method to cure Su Wan. This bastard had ulterior motives from a young age, often stealing Su Wan's stockings. The trope of doing despicable things in the name of saving someone while trying to have it both ways is common in many son-in-law novels. But this Yi Fan was even more disgusting. In the book, although Su Wan was poisoned, she retained a sliver of clarity and strongly resisted her adopted son's violation. But Yi Fan, this Dragon King, used acupressure massage to make her completely unconscious. Afterwards, he hypocritically knelt before Su Wan and confessed, claiming he had no choice but to save her. Chao Bin had come specifically to follow the plot and counter the protagonist to prevent this from happening. It wasn't that he was noble, but Chao Bin clearly knew that Su Wan's true identity in the original book was incredibly powerful. That one outrageous act made Su Wan accept her fate and submit to her adopted son, and the background behind her identity almost became Yi Fan's greatest asset in dominating the capital in the later part of the story. To survive, Chao Bin had to unite with this person. We've arrived, young master. At No. 57, Old Street Resettlement Area, Jiangbei New City. Chao Bin soon saw the person he wanted to meet. The sky was gloomy, no sun in sight. Su Wan was in front of her house, sweeping up the leftover firecracker ashes from the funeral. Her legs were straight, and fair long hair draped over her shoulders, revealing a side profile. Even seeing just a silhouette from afar, she exuded charm, making it easy to imagine her mature and graceful features. She wore a black morning dress, a knee-length pencil skirt, black stockings, and flat shoes, holding a broom, and occasionally wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. At this moment, on the second floor of the resettlement area, a greasy, overweight man with a fat head and big ears was staring fixedly at her without blinking. He was the lecherous landlord. The feeling was like a classic instructional movie where a sleazy man in a suit suddenly embraces a widow and says, "Madam, you wouldn't want this to get out." Or like that classic line from the Three Kingdoms, "Madam, would you care to share my bed tonight?" No wonder the original protagonist, Yi Fan, had been obsessed with her since childhood. Even Shu Xian as a woman was somewhat amazed by Su Wan's allure. However, she clearly misunderstood Chao Bin's purpose for coming. Young master, this is a widow, and she already has a child. Aren't those all plus points? Su Wan. As they were speaking, Su Wan, who was sweeping the entrance, suddenly crouched down, clutching her lower abdomen, her face pale, as if in great pain. Chao Bin stepped forward. "Madam, are you all right?" I'm fine." Indeed, her beauty was that of a peony, the nation's true allure, with a graceful figure and a willowy waist that seemed to sway in the breeze. Upon seeing her face, clearly Su Wan's beauty was in no way inferior to that of Yingxue or Shu Xian. Seeing two strangers, Su Wan instinctively grew wary and struggled to rise and head back inside. Hiss. Oh. The moment she took a step, a sharp pain in her lower abdomen made her vision blur, and she seemed about to collapse. "Madam, be careful." Chao Bin quickly reached out to steady her, and the dizzy Su Wan fell into his arms. Damn, what a golden opportunity. Why couldn't I have such luck instead of that pretty boy? The fat landlord upstairs watched, his eyes burning with envy. The scent of her hair was intoxicating. Unlike Tang Yingxue's pure allure or Sister Shu Xin's cold elegance, Su Wan was the embodiment of seduction. Her soft, warm presence filled his arms. The charm of a mature woman was not to be underestimated. Qiao Bin's actions remained gentlemanly, without any hint of impropriety. "Are you all right, madam?" I'm sorry." Su Wan broke free, realizing her lapse in composure, and quickly added her thanks. "Thank you. You're welcome. Madam, this seems to be a chronic issue, doesn't it? You should rest, especially during your menstrual period, avoid overexertion, and steer clear of cold, spicy foods for these few days, or your condition will worsen." Qiao Bin suddenly recalled that in the original story, Su Wan was drugged by the landlord tonight, but she was clearly on her period. This meant that Yi Fan, that bastard from the original book, had disregarded Su Wan's well-being and forced himself on her despite her condition. He was truly despicable. "You?" Su Wan was astonished. It wasn't surprising that he could tell she was menstruating at a glance, as anyone with a basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine could discern it from her complexion. But how could a stranger know about her chronic ailment? And he was so young. "Don't be surprised, madam. I diagnosed it from your complexion. My family's medical knowledge happens to cover such issues. Perhaps I could take a look for you." "Please don't misunderstand. I just mean I could take your pulse and provide targeted treatment." "No need, thank you for your kindness." Being overly solicitous makes anyone wary. Su Wan coldly refused and turned to leave, but the pain struck even more violently this time, causing her to collapse against Qiao Bin once more. Sweat beads the size of beans rolled down her cheeks. Her face grew even paler, and her body began to tremble. Her condition was worse than before. "Young master, she seems to be in a bad way. Should we call an ambulance?" "There's no time. At this rate she'll pass out from the pain." "Don't touch me. Let go. Madam, I mean no harm. Forgive my impertinence." Acting swiftly, Qiao Bin made his move. In an instant the agonizing pain vanished. Her body quickly relaxed, and her furrowed brow gradually smoothed. Su Wan's reaction left Shu Xian dumbfounded. Was it really that miraculous? She had always thought the young master was just trying to take advantage of the widow. Never did she imagine. Sister Shu Xian was filled with doubt. Could the Qiao family truly possess such remarkable gynecological expertise? She had to ask her godmother about it when she returned. Such a wonderful skill needed to be promoted widely, not kept just for outsiders. She deserved to enjoy it herself during her own difficult days. Feeling better. The gynecological ailment that had plagued Su Wan for over a decade was resolved after 5 minutes of treatment. She was moved and grateful. Su Wan's cheeks were slightly flushed, embarrassed by her earlier attitude. "Emma, much better. Thank you so much." "You're too kind, madam. Please don't call me madam. It sounds odd. Seeing as you're about the same age as my daughter, you can call me Annie." "Oh, I thought you weren't much older than us at all." Qiao Bin feigned surprise. "Nonsense. My daughter is already 18 and studying at Jiangbei Institute of Technology." "Really? I would never have guessed." "Sister, how do you maintain your looks?" "I just can't bring myself to call you Auntie. Sister suits you much better." Su Wan was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. After what had just happened, and with another girl present, she let her guard down slightly towards Qiao Bin. "Sister, do you happen to know a woman named Su Wan? We heard she lives nearby. We're here to see her." "Looking for Su Wan? Why do you know her? Could you take us to her?" Su Wan thought to herself, "I'm standing right in front of you. What do you want with her?" "Well, I work for the Qiao Group. Xiangxin Group owes our company a debt they can't pay, so they're settling it by transferring some loan contracts they hold. Among them is the loan contract belonging to Su Wan's husband Qin Jiqin. So we're here today to collect the debt from her." Su Wan's smile gradually faded. After carefully scrutinizing Qiao Bin, she said calmly, "I am Su Wan. Li Jiqin was my late husband. I am aware of the debt. Please come inside and have some water." "You're Sister Wan." Qiao Bin feigned shock. Shu Xian immediately frowned. The debtor's wife, Su Wan, female, 32 years old, a stepdaughter, Chen Zijin, 18, a freshman at Jiangbei Institute of Technology, and a former adopted son, named Yi Fan, aged 20, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. The photos in the file had been clear enough before they came. She didn't understand what the young master was planning. Su Wan turned and walked into the house, her widow's back exuding a mature, graceful charm. Who could have imagined that this woman, over 30 and a mother of 2, was still a virgin in the original story's setting? Yes, you heard that right. She was still untouched. Having wandered through life, she returned still a virgin. It wasn't Qiao Bin's fault, that's just how the original text was written, a prime example of a decade's worth of brain-clogging plot. Of course, the original story did provide an explanation. 10 years ago, Qin Jiqin was injured and became impotent. His ex-wife abandoned him and their daughter. Later, he inadvertently saved Su Wan and Yi Fan, who were being hunted. To repay him, Su Wan married him and formed a new family. Unable to consummate his marriage with his beautiful wife, Qin Jiqin's mentality soured, leading him to gambling and heavy drinking. Over the years, he accumulated numerous debts, leading to their current predicament. In the original story, Yi Fan deeply hated his stepfather, Qin Jiqin. Not only had Qin beaten him while drunk during his childhood, but Yi Fan also resented him for being married to his foster mother. Therefore, Qin Jiqin's death was not an accident. Yi Fan had sent someone back ahead of his own Dragon King return to stage the fatal mishap. With the landlord's unwitting assistance, Su Wan had ultimately fallen into Yi Fan's hands. But this time, better an open villain than a hypocrite. Xiao Bin would never let the protagonist's vile scheme succeed. Chen Jiqin was destitute, his rented room sparsely furnished. The most valuable item, a 21-inch vintage television, was connected to an old antenna and could barely tune in a few channels. The place is small, please make yourselves at home, Su Wan said as she poured tea for Xiao Bin and Shu Xian. Simple disposable paper cups and common supermarket tea leaves, yet when she served them, they seemed to carry a different fragrance. Mr. Xiao, you're saying I should work off the debt. Thank you, Sister Wan, no need to be so formal. You can call me Amon. Shu Xian was astonished. It wasn't common for anyone to be allowed to call the young master Amon. Was this widow Su Wan truly held in such high regard? Yes, working off the debt is the way. Debts don't vanish with death these days. Besides, we've already abolished the high interest rates of the former Qianxin group. We only want the principal back. Mr. Xiao, you misunderstand. A debt must be repaid, that's only natural. The money was borrowed by my husband, who, although he's gone, I never said I wouldn't repay it. I'm just curious, why are you helping me? Perhaps because Xiao Bin was there to collect the debt. Su Wan was much more distant, her defensiveness and resistance palpable. Sister Wan, why do you say that? I just read the contract. A 3-year term as Vice President of Finance, a monthly salary of 10K on top of clearing the debt, and new accommodation provided. You don't seem like a debt collector, it's more like a gift from heaven offering me a job. Is that a bad thing? It's not bad, it's too good. So good that it makes me a widow uneasy and undeserving. Su Wan's mind was clear. Even though Xiao Bin had just helped alleviate her physical pain, she even suspected that everything from her stepping forward to this moment was part of his design. She didn't know the purpose, but it must be ulterior. Sister Wan, do you think I have ulterior motives? Su Wan took a sip of tea from the paper cup and remained silent, which was as good as an admission. Then let me ask you, Sister Su, what could you possibly have that I would want to scheme for? Money. Xiao Bin looked around and smiled, shaking his head. Or do you think I covet your beauty? I admit you are indeed charming, beautiful, and elegant, the type that captivates any man. But please look at the lady behind me. Do you think she is any less than you? Shu Xian, suddenly put on the spot, looked displeased, but didn't interrupt. So what are you worried about? Su Wan remained silent, but inwardly she agreed with Xiao Bin. Could she be overthinking it? But why? A creditor had no reason to help her. Honestly, I do have an intention regarding you. You? Su Wan's face turned cold instantly, but before she could get angry, Xiao Bin continued, Sister Wan, hear me out. My intention is neither your money nor your beauty, but your talent. Before coming to collect the debt, I reviewed your resume from the past 10 years. You've been an English teacher, a fitness coach, but what you did best was financial accounting. You've worked for 3 companies, and every financial manager spoke highly of your professional skills. A 10K monthly salary isn't much. Oh, I also know you once earned a 30K monthly salary. You also helped upgrade their financial system at the time. It was upgraded 5 years ago, and is still in use today. That alone proves your capability, Sister Wan. Su Wan's expression softened a bit. It wasn't surprising that a debt collector would investigate her. Luckily, they only had 10 years of information. Xiao Bin naturally knew what Su Wan was worried about. If they had investigated 10 years back, her and Yi Fan's backgrounds would have been exposed. The people from back then would surely come looking for them, putting her adopted son Yi Fan in danger. Even though her son had disappeared for 5 years, as long as there was no news of him, Su Wan wouldn't dare take any risks. That was also why she never stayed long at any one job. After all, a woman like her, no matter how she disguised herself, would inevitably draw attention if she stayed too long. Besides, Sister Wan, don't you have a daughter? What do you intend to do? The debt has nothing to do with her. In warning you, don't you dare try anything. Su Wan suddenly became like a protective mother leopard, her face frosty and her phoenix eyes filled with hostility. Although her 10-year marriage with Chen Jiqin was in name only, she had never forgotten his life-saving grace from back then. Moreover, she had always harbored guilt for agreeing to marry him when he was impotent, which felt like exploitation. So despite having no blood relation to Chen Jiqin, she regarded her as her own flesh and blood. Anyone who dared to harm her would face Su Wan's full fury. Sister Wan, you misunderstand. Xiao Bin was caught between laughter and tears. I have no intention of harming your daughter. I mean, she's just started her freshman year. After 4 years of college, she might even pursue further studies. All those tuition and living expenses need to be covered. If you reject this, where else can you find a better job? Su Wan's expression eased slightly, but she remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. How about this, Sister Wan? Apart from the 10K monthly salary, room and board, I'll add one more clause to the contract. Within 3 days, you'll find a suitable burial plot for your husband's ashes so he can rest in peace. I won't rush you. Whether you go or not, it's your decision. I'll wait for your answer. Hearing this, Su Wan's head shot up, her gaze at Xiao Bin softening instantly. He was actually this considerate. Seeing the details, the Chun family was poor. In their current state, how could they possibly afford a burial plot? That's why Xiao Bin had noticed the urn on the altar when he entered. When it came to being attentive, he truly was. A true friend to women, he had hit Su Wan's soft spots one after another, starting with her daughter, each blow striking home. Even Shu Xian was impressed. Was this the rise of a simp? Young master, if you had these skills before, wouldn't Tang Yingxue have been devoted to you long ago? After a long moment, he'll go. As long as you can arrange a burial plot for my late husband, I don't mind taking a pay cut. The salary won't be cut, but I have conditions. Sister 1, you must move out of here today and into the single apartment provided by the company. I want you to start work immediately. This environment isn't suitable. Additionally, you'll sign a 1-month confidentiality agreement. Your phone and communication devices will be temporarily held by the company. During this month, you can't contact anyone except your daughter. This? No way. While Su-won was still considering, a fat man suddenly burst in yelling, "Want to move out?" Not a chance. He had a huge head, a face full of flabby flesh, cloudy eyes, and not a single hair on his bald head. Uffed. He spat a thick wad of phlegm, narrowly missing Chow Bin's shoes. It was the landlord who had been peeping from the second floor earlier. This bastard had planned to drug Su-won tonight, so there was no way he'd just watch her move out. I paid for her husband's funeral. The stupid woman refused my red envelope, so I ended up out of pocket 18000. Plus she owes a month's rent 1200. Add it all up, round it off, and it comes to exactly 20000. She's not leaving today unless she settles the bill. The landlord glared fiercely at Chow Bin, his eyes occasionally darting towards the cold and beautiful Shu Exin. Damn, this woman is as alluring as Su-won and younger too. This bastard is truly greedy. Coming to my house to pick up women. Bullshit. He claims a 10K monthly salary. I bet he can't even produce 1,000. Acting like a big shot with no money, only a stupid woman like Su-won would believe his lies. He's just a pretty boy. That bitch ignores me and acts all high and mighty, but she likes young meat, huh? Slut. What are you looking at? Don't think just because you're pretty I won't hit you. Ilfua. A pig-slaughtering scream echoed through the room. The landlord, courting death, pointed at Shu Exin and lunged forward to take advantage of her. Sister Shu Exin raised her hand and snapped 2 of his fingers. Your mouth is filthy and you're an eyesore. Get lost. Whack. Shu's in slap sent the fat landlord flying, leaving Su-won dumbfounded. Mr. Chow, Miss Shu, this. Will this be a problem? Seeing the landlord writhing in pain on the floor, Su-won grew worried. Don't worry, Miss Su. At Chow Bin's signal, Shu Exin tossed 300 in cash onto the fat man. Have you made your decision, Sister Won? Chow Bin asked with a smile. Aye, he'll go with you. Su-won finally nodded and gave Chow Bin a solemn bow. Thank you, Amon. Sister Won, you're too kind. We'll be working together from now on, no need for such formality. Chow Bin helped her up, and Su-won's face flushed instantly. His hand seemed to have some magic that made her heart race involuntarily. Fortunately, Chow Bin was very polite. The contact was brief. Sister Won, pack up your things. We'll leave right away. As he spoke, Chow Bin turned and carefully took her late husband's urn from the altar, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it gently into a brocade box. Whoa! Shu Exin cursed under her breath. The young master has such a gentle side. Su-won's eyes were already welling up. A man who notices such details and lowers himself like that can't be a bad person, right? Did he do this for me? For some reason, Su-won suddenly felt like crying. It had been so long since anyone had treated her with such tenderness. Thinking back to how Chow Bin had treated her at the door earlier, her cheeks burned again. Could he be? No way. Su-won, you think you're a naive young girl again. You're over 30, almost old enough to be his mother. How could he have those feelings for you? Stop being so narcissistic. He simply values your abilities. Young master, word just came in. HR has already made contact with Miss Su. 20 minutes later, Shu Xin returned to the car, bringing news that Su-won had been properly settled. Also, the cemetery for Miss Su's late husband has been arranged. Chow Bin nodded. Understood. Removing Su-won from the rental was to thwart the scheme concocted by the protagonist Yi Fan and the landlord tonight. In the novel, the hack author, to facilitate the protagonist's future flexing, never had him contact home while he was away. Nor would he notify anyone before the Dragon King's return, which gave Chow Bin his opening. By having Su-won sign a 1-month confidentiality agreement, he ensured Yi Fan couldn't reach her by phone when he came back. 30 days can change a lot. Of course, stealing fortune was far from enough. Chow Bin had more tricks up his sleeve. So this is what you meant by a plus, young master? Shu Xin suddenly asked. What? You said before that having a child is a plus. Married with kids is a plus in the workplace now, isn't it? Oh, that. Yes, exactly what I meant. Chow Bin thought to himself, sister, you've already made the excuse for me. How could I not admit it? Then a widow in mourning garb doubles the joy. What about that? Well, when a woman loses her husband, all those tedious family troubles are spared. She can focus more on working for us. Isn't that doubled joy? That's it. Shu Xin was skeptical. Yeah, what else did you think? Shu Xin turned her head away to hide a faint blush on her face. Nothing, I think the same as you, young master. Chow Bin secretly chuckled. Shu Xin was surprisingly easy to fool. Sister, do me another favor. Tell me. Seeing Chow Bin's sudden seriousness, Shu Xin turned grave too. Find some clean-handed men, break the landlord's leg, and take back the 30,000 we tossed. And then say this. Chow Bin leaned close to Shu Xin's ear and whispered. Inside the room, the fat landlord lay on the floor for nearly an hour before he could catch his breath. Damn it, bastard. Think you're hot shit with money. Money can do anything, huh? Cursing under his breath, his hands honestly stuffed the 3 stacks of cash into his pocket. The funeral had only cost 2,000. This fatso had made a killing. Don't let me see you again, or it'll take a detour every time. Judging by Xu Xin's skills and methods, the fat man guessed Xiao Bin was some rich or official second gen. He couldn't afford to provoke them, let alone seek revenge. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was a flaw etched into his very bones. Too bad I can't get to Suwon. But hey, 30 grand. Tonight at Platinum Bay, I'm getting a few pretty girls to keep me company. The fat man was still daydreaming. Bang! The door was smashed open by a motorcycle. 7 or 8 bikers in helmets wielding baseball bats stormed in and started swinging at the fat man without a word. Help! The landlord scrambled and fled in every direction. Bosses, have you got the wrong guy? I've never offended you. Never offended us. No, Yi Fan. Yi Fan. That little brat who used to peek at Suwon bathing when he was a kid. Wasn't he Suwon's adopted son and missing for years? He's back. Mistake. I'm old friends with brother Yi Fan were tight. You've got the wrong idea. Wrong idea, my ass. You fat pig dare to mess with our boss mother. Beat him. The bat swung hard. The crack of bone was sickening. The fat man's left leg was shattered and he nearly lost his life on the spot. The 30,000 in his pocket fell out and one biker picked it up. No, boss, that's my life-saving money. Screw you. The fat man was kicked a meter away, nearly passing out from the pain. Listen up, you fat pig. Consider this 30 grand a gift to boss Yi. But this isn't over. If you want to live, have another 100 grand ready. Our boss will come collect it at 8 tonight. Consider yourself warned, fatso. Don't try anything funny or our boss will make sure you die ugly. The landlord watched them ride off, fury blazing in his eyes. My money for a night at Platinum Bay. Yi Fan, you little punk. You dog. You dare mess with me. Think I porcupine have no brothers on the street. Just wait. See how I finish you tonight. On a nondescript Santana parked nearby, Xu Xian hung up the phone. Young master, it's done. Shall we go? Not yet. In the passenger seat, Xiao Bin tilted his seat back to 45 degrees, hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed. So far the system had given no prompt. The fortune theft wasn't complete yet, meaning he hadn't done enough. He needed to stoke the fire. Why did you have me swap the Maybach for a Santana? Sister, don't you think a Maybach would stand out too much around here? Then sister, wait. Wait for dark, wait to watch the show. Xu Xian had no idea what Xiao Bin was up to. She just felt the young master was different today, as if had changed overnight. Starting from how he handled Tang Yingxue. His actions were growing more mature, his words sharper, and his thoughts more inscrutable. Watching Xiao Bin rest with his eyes closed, Xu Xian felt a quiet warmth on. He's really grown up. More manly than when he was a kid. I always thought you were slow on the uptake, young master, but turns out you know how to charm girls. Is sister Xu Xian jealous? Jealous? I've never known what that feels like. Want to try, young master? Make me feel it. Come on to my room. Sure. Is it like how Miss Tang experienced it? I'm game, just not sure if you're up to it, young master. A memory surfaced and a flush crept across Xu Xin's cold, beautiful face. Half shy, half sweet. She averted her gaze, pretending to admire the scenery outside to hide the skipped beat in her heart. Stop it, Xu Xian. He's your brother. He can only ever be your brother. Time passed, and 8 o'clock arrived. Under the night sky, a flashy Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in the old district of Xinxiang. Xiao Bin's eyes snapped open. They're here. What's here? Who? Xu Xian instinctively looked out the window. Don't look. Sister, stay in the same state, don't move. Xiao Bin's face was stern, so Xu Xian obeyed. She slowly closed her eyes, maintaining her previous posture of resting. In the original novel, Yi Fan was practically the ceiling of combat power, already a genuine grandmaster. And the guy had protagonist's plot armor. The slightest disturbance could trigger his suspicion. Xiao Bin had to be extremely careful. Meanwhile, in the Rolls-Royce. Dragon Lord, are you sure you don't want me by your side? No need. This time, I'm traveling incognito to China. Having you around would just get in the way of my business and my flexing. Yi Fan sat in the back. A plain-looking man, the kind you'd never glance at twice in a crowd. He was the Emperor of the North with 300,000 iron-blooded warriors loyal to him. He had bled for his country with distinguished service, and his 12 generals and 4 holy kings were legendary. Now his 5-year term complete, he had shed all glory and retired to China. Not only to avenge his family and yearn for his mother, but also to repay a debt of gratitude. Back when he was starving and about to die, a girl named Tang Yingxue had given him a hamburger. A single meal's kindness unforgettable unto death. He would protect her with his life, and no one would ever bully her one bit. Blah. This was the hack author's description of Yi Fan in the original novel. Reading it with a learning mindset, Xiao Bin nearly threw up last night's dinner. Bled for his country. For America, or Wooklan. The Emperor of the North's principles are worth just one hamburger. Gratitude is fine, but you vow to protect Tang Yingxue with your life, and end up marrying over 10 wives, not even sparing her mother. What a joke. Well, the Chen Jiqin matter is handled cleanly. No one will trace it to you. Also, Dragon Lord, that landlord near your mother. He got that drug a couple days ago. Reliable intel says he plans to defile the Holy Mother tonight. Are you sure we shouldn't eliminate him? No need. Since I'm back tonight, no one can touch my mother. Leave that trash to the Chinese police. No need to raise suspicion. Very well, I'll take my leave then. Dragon Lord, contact me anytime. Remember, 300,000 iron-blooded warriors are always your strongest backing. The Rolls-Royce drove away. Yifan stood at the door gazing at the home, where Head lived for 5 years, deeply moved. Finally back. Qin, you beast. Never thought this day would come when you beat me, did you? Yifan sneered. From tonight on, no one gets to take Weiner from me. Suddenly, Yifan seemed to sense something. He casually glanced back at the Santana parked by the roadside. Someone, during his years of fighting and wandering abroad, an inexplicable sixth sense had always saved him at the most dangerous moments, and it was that feeling that had carried him to where he was today. Just now, for a split second, that feeling had flickered, then vanished. Coming for me. I snuck him by water. No one outside the North's high command knows I'm back today. But that sudden unease must have been my imagination. Yifan turned and went inside. In the Santana, Chow Bin let out a breath. That glance had felt like being stared down by a beast, suffocating. Young master, you were right to warn me. That man is a master, likely a genuine grandmaster. Very strong. Just as I thought. Even Sister Shu Xin says so. That guy's definitely the standard protagonist template with all the buffs stacked. Too bad. And the man with the script, and him way sneakier than you. Sister, give me the satellite phone. Chow Bin directly dialed the local police station. ID like to report a crime. At the old district of Xinxing Jiangbei, a man named Yifan is extorting the landlord of No. 57 and is about to commit a home invasion. Yifan sensed there were many people in the room, but he didn't pay it much mind. For one, his innate sixth sense didn't warn him of danger, and besides, it was normal for some people to pay their respects since Chun Jichin, that degenerate gambler, had just died. With this many people, could it be that the fat landlord hasn't had the chance to drug Weiner tonight? Waste. I give you a chance and you can't even use it. What's the point of keeping you? Yifan cursed darkly, then put on a surprised look of a long-lost reunion and knocked on the door. Mom, are you there? It's me, Yifan, I'm back. A creaking sound came from the door. Boom. The entire door fell backward and crashed to the ground. It had been broken by those motorcycle thugs earlier and never had the chance to be fixed. Not good. Could that fat bastard have already succeeded and called a bunch of people over for a gang? Yifan's face changed drastically, and in an instant he was consumed by a blaze of fury as he charged inside. You bastard. Touch Weiner, and it'll make your ancestors regret for 18 generations. Before he could finish his words, all the lights in the room blazed on. Over 20 thugs with dyed hair wielding machetes instantly surrounded Yifan. Yifan, it really is you, you little bastard. The landlord, leaning on a cane, staggered out from behind the crowd. 5 years gone, and you haven't grown an inch, but your nerve sure has. Trying to extort me now. You scum, what did you do to my mom? Yifan's heart sank to the depths. Could this bastard have your mom? Huh. That bitch of a mother of yours. I've already worn her out. You little brat, always peeping at her in the bath since you were a kid. Did you have your eye on her all along? Why didn't you say so, boy? If you'd said it earlier, your grandpa here might have shown some mercy and let you have a taste too. What a... The woman he had coveted for over a decade defiled by a pig. In that instant, Yifan's killing intent surged to the heavens. The thugs in the room suddenly felt a chill creep up from the soles of their feet, involuntarily shivering. All of you will die. Stop your damn posturing. Brothers, cripple him. Tonight's drinks and entertainment at Buckingham Palace are on me. Just as both sides were at each other's throats about to draw blood, freeze. Put your hands up. A squad of SWAT officers burst through the windows, their dark gun muzzles pressed against the thugs' foreheads. Inside the Santana. Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully clocked in at the plot checkpoint, suppressed the protagonist, and plundered 18 points of Yifan's luck value. Yifan's current luck value is 82. Host's current luck value is 21. Keep up the good work. The first clash with Yifan. Victory in the opening round. 18 points of luck. 6 times what Tang Yingxue had given. Su Wan was indeed crucial. Yifan's obsession with his adoptive mother ran deep. Wait. The numbers are off system. I already took 3 points of Yifan's luck before, and now I've taken 20 more. He should only have 77 left. How does he still have 80? Oh, I forgot to tell you. As long as the original protagonist, Yifan, has less than 20 points of luck plundered from him, it will automatically restore to full after 8 p.m. that night, returning him to the ranks of the Chosen One. So this is the protagonist's halo? And what about me? Apologies, host. You do not possess the auto-restoration function. You can only increase your luck value through plundering. Me? This was too unfair. Starting the game on hell difficulty was bad enough, and now you're pulling stunts like this. His luck restores automatically, but mine doesn't. Wait. Chow Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. I can treat Yifan as my XP farm. I've got the script in my hands. What do I have to fear? A teachable student. Shut up. You've given me 0 actual benefits, and you're the best at spouting sarcastic remarks. If you're so good you do it, why don't you? Can I use luck value to exchange for reducing my misfortune value? Yes, host. The exchange ratio is also 1:10. Would you like to exchange? You mentioned earlier that if my misfortune drops below 50, I can unlock the luck mall. 3 luck points per draw. Can I get anything good from this so-called luck mall? Of course. Take a gamble, and a bicycle can become a Lamborghini. There's nothing you can dream of that I can't provide. Fine, you'd better not be lying to me. Exchange, exchange, exchange. Get my misfortune down to 50 and unlock the luck mall. One moment. Ding, exchange successful. Host's current misfortune value is 50. Luck mall successfully unlocked. Would the host like to draw? A spinning lottery interface appeared before Chow Bin, visible only to him. Draw. Draw. Ding, apologies, host. Your current luck value is too insufficient for the 3-point luck draw. Please continue your efforts and plunder more luck. Damn it. Chow Bin cursed inwardly. After all that trouble, tonight was a bust, and had been mocked by the system to boot. Ding, congratulations, host. The delayed newcomer gift pack has arrived. You have obtained the achievement skills Martial Arts Master and Medical Prodigy. Whoosh. In an instant, Chow Bin felt a surge of heat flowing through his body. His bones creaked and cracked as if being reforged, burning with discomfort, while a flood of medical knowledge poured into his mind, etched in like inscriptions. The whole process lasted about 20 seconds, after which he was drenched in sweat, as if soaked in water, yet felt an incredible lightness and comfort throughout his body. I can take on 10 guys. Chow Bin relished this feeling of growing stronger. System, you've got a heart after all. Love you, moi. This is the result of your own efforts. Please refrain from being so disgusting in the future. Host misfortune 1. Current misfortune value 49. Saying it's disgusting, but secretly reducing my misfortune. The system must be female. Why didn't you add to my luck instead? That would have been just enough for a draw. I like it this way. What are you going to do, bite me? Damn, what a troll. What's wrong, young master? Your face keeps changing colors. Are you feeling unwell? Snapping back to reality, Chow Bin saw Shuxin's concerned expression and felt considerably warmer inside. Sister Shushin is the one who truly cares for me. I'm fine. The show's over. Let's head home, Sister Shushin. Across the street, he could clearly see Yi Fan and the others being escorted into police vehicles. Officers, this is a misunderstanding. Yi Fan protested vehemently before getting into the car. I didn't rob anyone. It's those bastards hiding in my house with bad intentions. Bullshit. Is that your house? It's in my house. You stole my money, and now you're playing the victim crying thief. With broken fingers and a broken leg, the landlord was even more aggrieved, wailing through tears. Officers, don't let him off easy. This bastard is pure evil. He used to peep at his own mother in the shower as a kid. A complete degenerate. Yi Fan, you shut your... All of you shut up. Behave yourselves. You can talk it out at the station. Yi Fan wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold as ice. He suppressed the murderous rage within him, thinking that if this weren't China, none of these government lackeys would live to see tomorrow. As for the landlord, that fat pig, he was already a dead man in Yi Fan's eyes. The Santana drove away. Chow Bin watched the scene recede in the rearview mirror, his chiseled, handsome features flickering in the neon lights, looking particularly profound. 20 points of luck wouldn't faze Yi Fan, and the police station certainly wouldn't hold him for long. But it didn't matter. He had already turned danger into safety, surviving the first life-or-death hurdle of being transported into this world. As for the rest, there was plenty of time, and they'd play it slow. The Chow estate. The manor was resplendent under the evening lights. From a distance, dozens of servants could be seen bustling about inside. Up close, the private entrance door, and inside the pristine white feather-patterned backlit wall, greeted the eye. In the 7-meter-high reception hall, marble floor tiles worth over 10,000 yuan each gleamed brightly under a classical crystal chandelier valued at over $1 million. Luxurious, yet understated, with warm, soothing tones. Cool in summer, warm in winter. In the living room, an elegant, graceful woman half reclined on the sofa, flipping through the latest fashion magazine. A soft blanket was draped over her, and her fair feet, with red Polish toenails, were exposed, occasionally reaching for a cherry tomato to pop into her mouth, with a light chew, languid and content. She was Chow Bin's mother, Ding Yue-chun, a beauty in full bloom with a hint of masculine sharpness, a striking resemblance to Bridget Lin's allure. Chow Bin's handsomeness was 70% inherited from her. A Sichuan native and a descendant of a military family, Ding Yue-chun carried a boldness and fierceness beneath her genteel exterior, especially when it came to her husband. Madam, dinner is ready. Should I give the young master another call? A servant stepped forward respectfully. No need. The eldest has business tonight, and won't be back for dinner. Amon and Xiaoshu just called. They're at the gate. Go prepare. Yes. Wait, has Miss Tang eaten? Probably not. She hasn't come out of her room since the second young master went in after lunch. I see. Then go call her down to join us for dinner later. Very well, madam. Ding Yuchun's voice was warm and mellow. Some good time to eat. And bring one of those imperial green jade bangles from our nightstand. All right, coming right up. Chow Bin's father Chow Song replied from the master bedroom downstairs. 2 minutes passed. Are you coming or not, dear? Ding Yuchun's voice was growing impatient. Almost there, Yuechun. Give me another minute. The kids aren't home, yet anyway you can start without me. Another minute went by. Dear. Ding Yue-chun was getting irate. 30 seconds. Don't rush me, honey. We're pushing the high ground. This match is almost over. 30 seconds passed. Ding Yue-chun's brows furrowed, fists clenched as she inhaled sharply. Chow Song, if you're not out here in 1 minute, you're not sleeping in this bed tonight. Coming. I'm warning you. I'm coming. A handsome middle-aged man scurried out like a scolded husky, tail between his legs and panting. Don't be mad, honey. The kid's not even home yet. Ding Yue-chun shot her husband a withering glare. I never should have let Amon teach you to play games. Now you're blaming me. Who is it that told me to try liking the things our sons like, to bond with them and close the distance? Father Chow muttered under his breath. Chow Song, what did you say? Speak up. I can't hear you. Ding Yue-chun planted her hands on her hips. A beautiful woman, as fierce as a tigress. Chow Song, the richest man in Jiangbei, who commanded reverence from the outside world, was now shrinking his neck in fear of his own wife. Nothing. I was just saying you look gorgeous, honey. Give us a kiss, moi. Get lost. At your age, have you no shame? She scolded him verbally, but a smile crept onto her face. The henpecked Chow Song seized the opportunity to change the subject. Mrs. Lu, give that brat Chow Bin a call, and ask why he's not home yet. His old man is starving to death here. Yes, sir. The servants around them exchanged knowing smiles. They were long accustomed to the couple's affectionate antics. At the doorway, Chow Bin happened to witness this scene. Tears welled up in his eyes. In the real world, he had been an orphan. A loving father, a devoted mother, a harmonious family. Setting aside the wealth and status, this warm, peaceful, happy atmosphere before him was the very family he had dreamed of as a child. But in the original story, it was because the sycophantic Chow Bin, in a moment of foolishness, was manipulated into drugging Tang Yingxue, leading to his death at Yi Fan's hands, and throwing the entire Chow family into chaos. The doting parents Chow Song and Ding Yue-chun became enemies of Yi Fan, ultimately bringing ruin and death upon their entire clan. Hunted to extinction, a warm and happy family destroyed in a single day. Chow Bin clenched his fists. This time there was absolutely no way he would let the idiotic plot of the original story repeat itself. Villain. Who defined him as a villain? This was a living, breathing, brand new world. I, Chow Bin, am the protagonist of my own life. My family. This life, I will protect them with all I have. Ding, congratulations, host. You have comprehended the true essence of the if you're so good you do it life system. Releasing the remaining rewards from the newcomer gift pack, $10 billion US, approximately 68.8 billion renminbi. The funds are clean and legal, impervious to any scrutiny in this world. Chow Bin was stunned. What if I can't comprehend it? In that case, the system will reluctantly take it away. System. You're such a dog. Dad, I heard you calling me from afar. What's got you so happy? Which eye of yours, you little brat, sees me happy? Get over here and eat. Chow Song put on a stern face, trying to reclaim the dignity he had lost in front of his wife. Ding Yue-chun glared at him. Aren't you happy that I'm beautiful? Old Chow instantly wilted. Happy. Of course I'm happy. Don't mind your father. Amon Xiao should go wash your hands and come eat. Okay, Mom. A warm tranquility, a simple happiness. This subtle, nurturing family atmosphere filled Chow Bin's heart with warmth and further solidified his resolve. The Chow family must never come to harm. After washing his hands, Chow Bin was surprised to find Tang Yingxue also at the table, seated right next to his mother Ding Yue-chun. He remembered that in the original book, Ding Yue-chun had never liked Tang Yingxue. During her stay at the Chow residence, she had never given her a kind look. Tang Yingxue was also quite afraid of her future mother-in-law and usually avoided her. Could this be a deviation from the original story? I asked Miss Tang to come down, Ding Yue-chun said, as if reading her son's mind. Calling you Miss Tang is too formal. I think we should change that. He'll call you Yingxue if you don't mind. Not at all. Whatever you prefer, Auntie. Tang Yingxue was just as puzzled as Chow Bin. She had been here for half a month, and usually this woman never let her sit at the dining table. Yet today she had taken the initiative to have a servant call her down for a meal. Ding Yue-chun even ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, which made Tang Yingxue feel even more overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. Thank you, Auntie. I can manage on my own. It's nothing, Yingxue. By the way, is the heavenly fragrance jade dew that Amon gave you working well? Tang Yingxue's face instantly turned as red as the boiled shrimp on the table. She shot Chow Bin a mortified, accusing glare, as if to say, Chow Bin, are you an idiot? You told your mother about this too. Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me. The guest room walls are thin anyway, and besides, have you any idea how loud you were? Yingxue felt her scalp go numb. That meant everyone here, including all the servants in the Chow Manor, dozens of people, had heard it. Damn it. Her cheeks burned, and her toes curled in embarrassment. In all her life, nothing had ever been more mortifying than this moment. She wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl right into it. She now understood why Mother Chow's attitude towards her had changed so drastically. But it was humiliating and unbearable. I don't want to live anymore. However, what's wrong, Yingxue? Why are you crying? Is the heavenly fragrance jade dew not working? Ding Yue-chun asked with a look of concern. It's okay. I have plenty of military-grade medicine for promoting blood circulation and reducing swelling here. It's very effective. Wait here, I'll go get it for you, she said, getting up to go to the bedroom to fetch the medicine, while also scolding her son. Amon, you're really something. It's a girl's first time, and you don't know how to be gentle. All brawn and no brains, just like your father back in the day. Public execution. //. No need, auntie. Tang Yingxue was crying. Tears filled her eyes, but she had to force a smile onto her face. The heavenly fragrance jade dew works wonderfully. I'm already feeling much better. Really? Really, auntie? That's good. Ding Yuechuan opened the brocade box on the table and took out the imperial green jade bangle she had asked her husband to fetch earlier. Yingxue, I prepared this for my future daughter-in-law. Today I'll give one to you. Here, let me put it on for you. Auntie, this is too precious. I can't. Put it on. Ding Yuechuan spoke softly with a smile, yet everyone in the room felt their breath catch. Authority wasn't in volume, but in presence. Tang Yingxue stood there in a daze, letting Ding Yuechuan slip the jade bangle onto her wrist. Moved. Absolutely terrified to move. After a long while, thank you, auntie. I'm full. Uncle Auntie, please take your time. She downed the chicken soup that Mother Chow had personally ladled for her, and then, like a frightened fawn, Tang Yingxue fled the scene. So terrifying. Is this what high society is like? Throughout the whole ordeal, the innocent Chow father never lifted his head, just focused on shoveling food into his mouth. Chaobin was in awe. Had heard of winning without a fight, but this was the first time had seen it live. OSSS. A sharp cry of pain. In her haste, Yingxue nearly tripped on the stairs as she was going up. Amon, you silly boy, what are you standing there for? Go give your wife a hand. Soon only Shuxin, Mother Chow, and Father Chow remained in the dining room. Godmother, we didn't have to do that. She's not a bad person, just a bit too proud. She's had a pretty rough time in the Tang family. I know. If her character were flawed, I wouldn't have let her into the Chow family, no matter how much Amon pleaded. But since she's in this house, she must abide by its rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Shuxin pursed her lips. Actually, you're worried that she'll dominate Amon for the rest of his life, so you're giving her a taste of who's in charge from the start, right? Ding Yuechuan smiled. Little Shu, you always understand me. You're not jealous, are you, dear? I gave her one of the bangles I got for you too. Why would I be? I'm your daughter godmother. What do I have to be jealous about? Sister Shuxin's smile was sincere, but a faint, unnatural twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed the complexity of her true feelings. Of course Ding Yuechuan didn't notice. She took Shuxin's hand. Child, actually I wish you'd drop the god part. If you're willing, I can have. Mom. Shuxin blurted out, her eyes glistening. In my heart you are my mother. If you like, from now on I'll only call you Mom. As for the rest, I know what you're going to say. In this life, just being able to watch over Amon from afar is enough for me. Amon has grown up, and he doesn't like to be restrained or forced. Our Chow family doesn't need him to engage in political marriages for its benefit. So as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. You know I can't bear to see Amon suffer. Tears streamed down Shuxin's cheeks. Ding Yuechuan's heart ached, and she quickly reached out to wipe them away. You silly girl, you're breaking my heart. That wretched boy of mine just doesn't have the fortune. If only you had fallen for the eldest son. Mom. Alright, I won't say any more, you stubborn girl. Once Shuxin had also left, and only the couple remained in the dining room, Ding Yuechuan suddenly stared intently at her husband. Old Chow felt a shiver run down his spine. Ahem, dear, I'm done eating. You take your... Stop right there. What's the matter, dear? Honey, radiant as a peony in full bloom, Ding Yuechuan suddenly wrapped her arms around Chow Song's neck. She looked alluring, but old Chow felt a chill on the back of his neck. Let's have another baby, shall we? I really can't bear the thought of a wonderful girl like little Shu ending up with someone else's family. We'll have another one for little Shu to help raise. Who knows, maybe it'll turn out just like Amon did when he was little. No way. Ding Yuechuan, have you lost your mind? You're pushing 50. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chow Song, are you saying I'm old? No. How could I think you're old? I mean, then let's do it, honey. Yuechuan, let's talk this through. No touching. Wife. Before marriage, the period was a roadblock. After marriage, it became a saving grace. Chow Song was on the verge of tears. The pain of a grown man. Who can understand? Tears blurred her vision, and Yingxue saw Chow Bin as a double image in the warm lamplight. She spoke with a forked tongue, venting the panic after their intimacy, the shame of realizing she had fallen for him, and the anxiety of being alone in the room all afternoon as a torrent of complaints. She had no idea where she was headed from here. With the 200 million from the Chow family, the Tang family could survive, but how could she face Chow Bin now? How could she confront these belated feelings? What right did she have to say she loved him? Everyone thought she was after the Chow family's money. Could she possibly tell them now that she had always loved Chow Bin, especially after sleeping with him? It would be like a whore trying to build a shrine, utterly shameless. No wonder her mother looked down on her. Now, even she despised herself. Chow Bin's temper flared, and he said coldly, since you're already this repulsed by me, let me give you one more thing to loathe. I'm canceling the 200 million contract with the Tang family. Well, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. The Chow family has money, but we don't throw it into the water. The Tang family's business is rotten to the core, not worth the investment. A thunderclap exploded in Yingxue's mind. Even this sliver of hope had dissolved into nothing. Love was gone. The Tang family was gone too. She was utterly despondent with no will to live. You deliberately deceived me. You took my innocence, and then went back on your word. You're taking revenge on me. Xiaobin, you are so cruel. I hate you. I never want to see you again. She staggered to her feet dazed and began to gather her clothes. What are you doing, Tang Yingxue? Going home. Her voice was cold and resolute. Do you think you can just walk away, eh? Crash. She hurled her suitcase aside and screamed in despair, what more do you want? If you're trying to get revenge, congratulations, you've already succeeded. I beg you, just let me go, Master Chow. I'm exhausted. I just want to go home. Who's taking revenge on you? I just want to know one thing. Do you love me or not? I hate you. Tang Yingxue declared without hesitation, yet she dared not meet Xiaobin's eyes. Ding, female-led affection 5. A mouth is for speaking the truth, not for telling lies. Being so stubbornly dishonest, do you think you look cool? I'm asking you one last time, do you love me? Think carefully before you answer. Lovers should never speak in sarcasm and anger or in silence. Somehow, perhaps influenced by the original Xiaobin's soul, his feelings for Tang Yingxue had always been peculiar. This strange sensation had only deepened after he had taken her. Even though he could see her affection level, the more he cared for someone, the more he yearned to hear her admit it with her own lips. Because truly loving someone can make a man feel a deep sense of humility. Fine. I love you. Xiaobin, you idiot, you fool, you scoundrel. Tang Yingxue finally erupted again, screaming with a broken heart. I love you. If I didn't, why would I have ever agreed to move into your house? Do you think I'm that kind of loose woman? If I didn't love you, do you think I would have given in just because of a contract threat? The Tang family is truly important to me, but my honor is the most precious thing I have. I know you're just taking revenge. You're using my love for you to humiliate me on purpose. You're such a bastard. You were the one who came after me first. You stole my heart, and now you're cruelly crushing it under your foot. I hate you, Xiaobin. As much as I loved you before, that's how much I hate you now. Xiaobin chuckled softly. If you can't bully the one you love, then what's the point of love? I've never thought about revenge. I just want to tell you that love needs to be reciprocated. Sleep now, you fool. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll give you back a clear and spotless Tang family. The next morning, dawn broke with a faint glimmer of light. Yingxue lay in his arms, her breathing soft, and even as she slept soundly, Xiaobin leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then tiptoed off to wash up and head downstairs to fetch breakfast. Daddy. The father and son had an awkward encounter in the dining room. The son was glowing with vitality while the father had deep sunken eyes, as if a female ghost had drained him of all his yang energy during the night. You look terrible. Didn't you sleep well last night? You have the nerve to ask. It's all your fault, you little brat. What did I do? How is this my fault? Xiaobin was utterly baffled. I'm begging you, son. I understand young people like to spice things up, but please never let your mother see that stuff again. She's genuinely enthusiastic, and your old man here is pushing 50 and can't handle this kind of strain anymore. Remember this. In the future, you young folks, keep your antics behind closed doors. Don't ever, honey, I'm hungry. Coming right away, dear. With that, Xiao Song, holding his lower back with one hand and carrying a bowl of bird's nest porridge for his wife with the other, hobbled toward the master bedroom. His pitiful hunched back was enough to make Xiaobin's heart ache. TSK. No wonder they say women in their 30s are like wolves, in their 40s like tigers, and in their 50s can absorb the earth itself. Mom is fierce. Back in the room, Yingxue was already awake. She sat half upright at the head of the bed, hugging her knees and gazing out the window. Sunlight slanted across her soft hair partially veiling her cheek. Her barefaced profile was pure and flawless, though her gaze seemed a bit vacant. She looked like a prized, exquisite ragdoll cat, languid and dazed. Awake. Despite their tender intimacy the night before, Yingxue's cheeks still flushed when their eyes met, and she instinctively averted her gaze. Oddly enough, though last night was their first time sharing a bed, she had slept more peacefully in the Chow household than she ever had before. Get up and wash up. I brought the breakfast up so it wouldn't get cold. By the way, does it still hurt down there? The Tianxiang Jade do. Do you need me to apply some more for you? Seeing Yingxue silent and glaring at him with indignation, Xiaobin chuckled. All right, we're an old married couple now. I've seen everything there is to see. It's not like I'm going to laugh at you. Who's an old married couple with you? It's only been twice. Oh, so twice doesn't count as an old married couple. Then he'll work hard to get us there sooner. Miss Tang Yingxue, please do your best to cooperate. Who said I'd cooperate with you? Shameless. Yingxue spat out with utter disdain, though her heart was clearly filled with sweetness. In just one night, everything seemed to have changed. She found herself actually enjoying this playful, slightly risque banter with Xiaobin. She knew full well that this was a sign she had truly accepted him in her heart. She was secretly delighted, even a little grateful for his roughness the previous day, which had helped her see her own heart clearly. If not for his boldness, given her proud and reserved nature, who knew how much longer it would have taken for things to naturally progress to this point. Watching his busy figure bringing her breakfast, Yingxue suddenly felt a profound sense of peace. Yes, that gentle and considerate man was back. I should be kinder to him from now on. Let me tell you something funny. I ran into my dad downstairs in the dining room. Xiaobin recounted the incident with a laugh, and Yingxue was astonished, peppering him with questions like a curious child. Really? Is that true? Why would I lie to you? So you see, there's no shame in my parents knowing about us. Now that you know their embarrassing secret, you can use that as ammo next time my mom teases you. I wouldn't dare, Yingxue mumbled timidly while brushing her teeth, her voice muffled. I'm afraid Annie might just tear me apart on the spot. The memory of Ding Yuchun's intimidating warning to her husband last night still made her tremble. But looking at the jade bracelet on her wrist, she found that the memory of the scene in the dining room last night no longer felt so mortifying. Right, as long as he cares about me, what others think doesn't seem so important. Besides, Annie seems to have really accepted me. But the Tang family. Don't worry. Xiaobin suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, whispering earnestly into her ear, I, Xiaobin, always keep my word. Today I'll give you back a peaceful and clean Tang family. Yingxue trembled slightly. Her heart was overflowing with sweetness. Xiaobin, if you truly keep your word, I, Tang Yingxue, will never betray you in this lifetime. Protagonist, Yi Fan's remaining luck value 75. Host's current luck value 12. Would you like to enter the luck mall to draw? Draw. Alright, the host has 12 luck value points remaining. Would you like to do a one-time 4x draw? What's the difference between a multi-draw and a single draw? The odds of winning are higher with a multi-draw. Well said. Don't say it again. Xiaobin was speechless. Of course he knew that drawing 4 times in a row statistically had a higher chance than 4 single draws. This system was up to no good, its words full of traps. Forget it. Let's do the 4x draw. If I don't get anything good, I'll have a word with you. Okay. Ding, a cheap-looking prize, well similar to those in department stores, materialized in Xiaobin's mind. As the system's electronic chime rang like wind chimes, it began to spin rapidly. Ding, the wheel stopped. Congratulations. You've won a lost ancient medical pill rejuvenating purple elixir, and congratulations on winning a Qilin kidney voucher. That's it. The intermediate prize pool in the low-level luck mall has a 10 chance. Getting 2 out of 4 is already quite rare. Moreover, the rejuvenating purple elixir is a sacred medicine from ancient medical texts, highly effective for severe internal injuries. In ancient times it was worth at least 1,000 taels of gold, and even today it's priceless. It has miraculous effects on treating rejection reactions in organ transplant patients, allowing them to recover completely. Calling it a lifesaver wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hold on. Let's set the rejuvenating purple elixir aside for now. System, you tell me, what the hell is this voucher? Would I win a prize and still have to spend more money? Is this the same trick as those mall jewelry stores where I'm supposed to be grateful for spending my cash? Host, please don't get agitated. It's not about spending money, it's about exchanging luck value. The Qilin kidney is the second most precious item in this system, valued at a minimum of 500 luck value points. It wouldn't be proportionate to get it directly from the low-level luck mall, which costs 3 points to draw. So a voucher is issued instead. Rest assured, the voucher is quite a good deal. It's 50 off. As long as you gather 250 luck value points within 3 months, you can directly exchange for it. Screw you. 50 off. I want to break your bones. This kind of shady no-good trick. Is your boss last name Ma by any chance? Host, be careful with your words, lest misfortune befall you. Damn it, you piece of. Give me back my 12 luck value points. Ding, returning 6 luck value points to the host. Current luck value 6, that's all. Host, don't be too greedy. I've already returned the points for the draws you lost. I really can't give any more. And Shang will go bankrupt. Xiaobin felt a bit better after that. Hey, you say your name is Shang. The Shang as in you go up. No, host. It's the Shang from Noble. Noble my ass, you heartless capitalist. What's your surname? Shang is just Shang. I don't know my surname. Alright, from today you take my surname. Chao Shang, am your father. Okay, host daddy. Hey, now you're learning to be obedient. Tell me, what exactly does the Qilin kidney do? It's worth 500 luck value, even at half price, it's 250. Wait a minute. Chao Shang, are you cursing your daddy? Host daddy, how would Shang dare? It's just how the settings are. As for the Qilin kidney's function, it's very powerful. Having it grants you an unyielding. A no, it means ascending to the rank of martial arts grandmaster in one step. Oh. So with the Qilin kidney, I can become as strong as Yi Fan. And even surpass his looks. Interesting. Strictly speaking, in a head-to-head life-or-death fight, it's a 5,050 chance. But when it comes to bedroom prowess, Yi Fan wouldn't even be fit to carry the shoes of a host with the Qilin kidney. Excellent. 2 hours later. At the Tang family's ancestral mansion. What's that bastard Tang Yingxue up to? It's this late, and she still hasn't brought the man back. Exactly. This is an outrage. Making us her elders wait for a junior like her. She has no respect for her betters. Inside the grand hall, 3 generations of the Tang clan were seated together. At the head sat old Madame Tang Lu, the second wife of the late old Master Tang. Since his death, she had been the family's matriarch. It was her indulgence that allowed her 2 biological sons, Tang Guoquan and Tang Guodong, to bully and suppress the family of her stepson Tang Guohua, the eldest brother. This internal decay had corrupted the Tang family business from within, leading it to the brink of bankruptcy. Even now the old woman felt no remorse, blaming all of this on her stepson's family. Guohua Guokuan, no need to say more. I know what I'm doing. Once that little bastard brings back the second young master of the Chao family, and the 200 million is in hand, we'll kick her out. We'll also reclaim all of Tang Guohua's shares, and drive them out of the Tang family for good. Mother is wise. Grandmother, isn't this too much? Uncle is seriously ill and struggling to get by, and cousin Yingxue is out there fighting for the family's future, even willing to sacrifice her own dignity. And here we are plotting to burn the bridge after crossing it. Isn't this going too far? The speaker was Tang Si, daughter of Tang Guodong, the third brother. She was one of the few in this den of wolves with a conscience. She wore a light blue long t-shirt and had winered hair cut at her neck. Her skin was fair, her figure slim and well-proportioned, and she sported black-rimmed glasses. She exuded a youthful, scholarly air, likely a recent university graduate in her early 20s. Though slightly less stunning than Yingxue, she was undoubtedly a great beauty in her own right. See, shut up. How dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Tang Guodong scolded his daughter. We sent you abroad to broaden your horizons, not to come back and defy your elders. Besides, isn't everyone in Tang Guohua's family a bastard? There's no burning the bridge here. We've fed and clothed them for decades, we've done our duty. It's only right they contribute to the family. Dad, watch your language. What do you mean, bastard? Isn't Uncle's family grandfather's own flesh and blood? Tang Si, so you're saying I'm the one at fault here? Louis demanded coldly. Yes, I am. You were jealous of the favoritism grandfather showed Uncle, and you were jealous of the first madam. That's why you've schemed against Uncle's family all these years. In my opinion, you're just too narrow-minded and can't stand anyone else. How dare you? Tang Guodong. This is the fine daughter you've raised. Mother, please calm down. Slap. Tang Guodong lashed out, striking his daughter across the face. Ungrateful child. Get to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions. You're not to come out until you've had a thorough think about your mistakes. Fine. He'll go. I've done nothing wrong. I'd rather starve in that hall than associate with you narrow-minded people. You. With her dignity intact, Tang Si held her cheek and stormed off. What a family disgrace. A complete disgrace. The old woman Lu pounded her cane on the floor, trembling with rage. Grandma, don't be upset. You still have me, don't you? Getting angry over that little wench isn't worth ruining your health. This was Tang Si, daughter of the second brother Tang Guokuan. She was passably pretty, but her youth was marred by her overly revealing and frivolous attire, compounded by a cheap, heavily applied smoky eye makeup that gave her a world-weary, jaded look, greatly diminishing her appeal. Having been raised by the old woman since childhood, Tang Si naturally sang from the same hymn sheet as Lu Yi. You're a good girl, Si. Exactly, Grandma. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is incredibly powerful too. His family has billions in assets. Don't you worry, when he proposes, I'll make sure he offers $1 billion for my hand. I definitely won't be worse than that bastard Tang Yingxue. He'll make you proud. Ha ha ha, alright. They'll be waiting for my Si to bring honor to the family. The second brother Tang Guokuan beamed with pride at these words, while the third brother Tang Guodong was visibly livid. Tang Yingxue hadn't even arrived, yet the brothers were already at each other's throats. Today was supposed to be about the engagement, but all they cared about was when Chao Bin's 200 million would hit their accounts. They couldn't care less about Tang Yingxue's well-being. Unfortunately, bro, Aja, at the Tang family's doorstep, Chao Bin, arriving with Tang Yingxue, ran into an acquaintance. It was Sun Jia. In the original story, he was Chao Bin's sworn brother. His father had once been the driver for Chao Song. Now worth over $1 billion, the Sun family was a force to be reckoned with in Jiangbei. In the original tale, Sun Jia, much like Chao Bin, was a complete simp, completely wrapped around Tang Si's finger. But he was fiercely loyal to his brothers. In the original story, Sun Jia was killed by Yi Fan while trying to help Chao Bin meeting a grim end. What are you doing here? Simin asked me to come. She said we can't let let your wife Tobe steal all the spotlight today. So she wanted me here to back her up. Bro, you know I'd never dare to steal your thunder. Seeing Tang Yingxue clinging sweetly to Chao Bin's side, Aja was stunned. Had the boss already won her over? Truly a legend. Bro, you gotta help me out. Simin told me to get her a gift that's both practical and subtly impressive. No shoes or bags. I can't afford a fancy car right now since my family froze my cards. Binge, what do you think I should get her? Isn't it obvious? Just get her some Parisian designer underwear. It's classy, luxurious, low-key, and definitely makes a statement. Huh. The novice Sun Jia was slow on the uptake. Tang Yingxue, who had just been on the receiving end of a man's tender ministrations, was blushing furiously. She pinched a small piece of flesh on Chao Bin's waist and twisted it hard. Pervert. Binge. Brilliant. Hearing the word pervert finally made it click for Sun Jia. I'm going to order it right now. Watching Sun Jia scurry away, a look of pity crossed Tang Yingxue's pure face. He's not actually going to do it, is he? Is he an idiot? Chao Bin, you're such a bad influence. Knowing Tang Si as I do, Sun Jia is in for a rough time. Those two might just break up over this. Isn't that a good thing? Aside from your mother, you and your cousin Tang Si, is there any woman in your family who isn't a gold-digging fairweather friend? Tang Ximin isn't good enough for Aja. The sooner they split the better. How do you know my cousin Tang Xi? Yingxue's eyes widened in surprise. It's all because of you. To win you over I need to know everything about the people around you. It's about knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. Haven't you read The Art of War? Ha, as if I detail you am a man who's already read the script. What win you over? Such vulgar talk. You dirty pervert'll pinch you to death. They continued to bicker and playfully tussle, their bond growing stronger. Not far away, a man with an ordinary face, unkempt stubble, and dressed like a construction worker, Yi Fan watched with a cold, sinister glare. He had just been bailed out of the police station. His men had informed him of Tang Yingxue's impending engagement, so he rushed over to win her back only to witness this scene. A middle-aged man in a suit beside him pointed at Tang Yingxue and said respectfully, "Dragon Lord, that is the young lady Tang you've been looking for. The man next to her is Chao Bin, son of Chao Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. They are to be engaged today due to mutual business interests." Engaged? Humph. I don't care who he is. Yingxue is the one I've sworn to protect. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on her will die. Aren't we going in yet? Not yet, let's wait for a few more people. Holding hands with Chao Bin, Yingxue felt happy, but still a bit out of place outside. She tried several times to pull her hand away, but the guy held on too tightly, leaving her with no choice but to give up. Yingxue thought, if only you could hold my hand like this for a lifetime, without letting go, but will you? Who are we waiting for? You'll know once they arrive. As soon as she finished speaking, a Hongqi L5 came to a stop in front of the two. Mom. Yingxue looked at the woman in the passenger seat with surprise, unable to believe her eyes. Young master, everything is taken care of. Thank you, Sister Shu Xian. The moment Shu Xian stepped out of the car, Tang Yingxue instantly understood everything. It was Chao Bin. Chao Bin had brought her mother here. Madame Tang Lu, he had explicitly forbidden her parents from appearing at the old residence, so today they hadn't originally planned to invite them. But as a daughter, how could she not want her parents to attend her engagement banquet? He understands me. Yingxue's eyes turned red, and she felt deeply moved. Silly child, why are you crying? You should be happy today, you're the main character. Gu Shuyue Tang, Yingxue's mother. In her 40s, she was slightly younger than her mother Ding Yuchun, but the subtle wrinkles at the corners of her eyes made her appear more haggard. With faintly defined features and a gentle demeanor, her remaining charm still radiated beauty. But the hardships of life had deepened her wrinkles. Back in the day, Tang Guohua had clashed with his family to marry her, and although he had made significant contributions to the Tang family over the years after being cast out, he had received little in return. Living on an ordinary employee's salary, they had a very modest life. Even such a pitiful mother after Tang Guohua's death was not spared by that damned protagonist Yi Fan, who actually took the lonely Gu Shuyu into his harem one fateful night. If the original books Yi Fan were not the protagonist, he might have long been struck by lightning. Anyway, such things Chao Bin would never do. Of course Yi Fan's mother Suwan could. And at this moment Suwan was in the car. Your aunt is right, why are you crying, silly? Your makeup is ruined. Isn't it all your fault? Bad guy, why didn't you tell me earlier? With her head buried in Chao Bin's chest, Yingxue playfully punched him gently. Sister Shu Xian pursed her lips and stepped aside to avoid interrupting them. Where's the surprise in telling you? Bad guy, I dislike you. Wiping her tears, Yingxue stopped caring about her ruined makeup, or after all he had already seen her at her worst, and now happiness was all over her face. Mom, where's Dad? Why didn't he come with you? Your dad. Is it because his rejection symptoms have worsened again? Don't worry, silly. Once everything is settled, I'll take you home to see Uncle. Also, my mom has already contacted the most authoritative kidney transplant expert in Yanjing. He will fly over by tomorrow morning. At the latest, Uncle will definitely be fine. You. Yingxue's eyes blurred again, or it turned out he had silently done so much for her. His tenderness and thoughtfulness had never left. The previous roughness must have been because she had been too proud and cold towards him, pushing him to the brink. Thinking about her past coldness, Yingxue slapped herself hard and cried out, I really should die. I'm sorry, Chao Bin, I'm sorry. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Hitting yourself so hard? Do you want to make me and your aunt worried? After some comforting, she finally managed to stop crying. Gu Shuyu looked on quietly. Looking at Chao Bin's profile, she seemed to see the shadow of her husband from years ago. So considerate and caring. She felt quite gratified, secretly murmuring, Guohua, we can finally rest assured in marrying our daughter off. Coming Shui, let me introduce you. This is Sister Su Wan, the helper I found for you. She will manage the Tang family, and you can consult her on financial matters. Hello, Sister Su. Wiping her tears, Tang Yingxue politely extended her hand towards Su Wan in the back seat. Hello, Miss Tang. If you don't mind, I'll call you Yingxue from now on. Please take care of me in the future, boss lady. Too kind, Sister Su. I'm not the boss lady. Oh, I should be the one learning from you. Yingxue felt shy, and the two exchanged polite pleasantries. Chao Bin then timely spoke up, Sister Shu Xian, you taking Shui and Anne inside first. I need to have a private chat with Sister Su. Okay. Soon Chao Bin got into the car beside Su Wan, leaving only the two of them inside. Your girlfriend is very beautiful and her personality is great. You two are a good match. Sister Wan, why do I smell a hint of sourness? Really? Su Wan's face flushed slightly, her heart skipped a beat. I can't be that obvious, can I? It was strange, ever since Chao Bin treated her yesterday his face kept appearing in her mind. Knowing it was impossible, she still couldn't help but think about him. Especially when she just saw him being affectionate with Tang Yingxue, it didn't feel good at all. It was a feeling she couldn't quite describe, but it was definitely uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Why is Sister One blushing? No way. You little brat just know how to tease me. Now what else do you need? Sister One, you're really perceptive. Here are all the accounts of the Tang Corporation. They are almost audited, just waiting for final touches. I need to know the exact profit and loss totals in half an hour. Can you manage that? Sister One didn't respond immediately as she took the documents from Chao Bin and flipped through them briefly before smiling. Is this a test? I suppose. No problem. Aw man, this is an easy task. 15 minutes is more than enough. Sister One is impressive. Does it still hurt? Huh. The topic changed too suddenly, and Su Wan didn't react at once. Your health, Sister One, is it okay? Does it still hurt? The sudden concern made Su Wan's heart race, and her face turned crimson. Last night it still hurt a bit, but it's much better than it was at noon. Thank you for helping me with the treatment yesterday. That's how it is. When a problem has persisted for a long time, it can't be cured in just one go. There is still time. Should I help you sort it out again? Today Su Wan wore a simple black long dress, the hem just covering her knees. Her flat shoes revealed her delicate shining feet, and she wasn't wearing stockings. Her calves were as smooth as jade. Chao Bin did not hesitate. It was just treatment. Chao Bin deliberately positioned himself so that Su Wan's half-profile could catch the light through the slightly open window, allowing a view from outside. Not far away, in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Fan seemed to sense something and looked towards the rear window of the Hongqi L5 at the entrance of the Tang family. At the sight of that hauntingly familiar half-profile, Yi Fan's face drastically changed. Mom, Wainer. Just as he was about to peer closer to get a better look, the window of the Hongqi L5 rolled up silently. What's wrong, Dragon Lord? The middle-aged man beside him followed Yi Fan's gaze, but found nothing. That car belongs to Chao Song. He's the richest man in Jiangbei, and his eldest son is a high-ranking official in the city government. He's a top figure here, so it's not unusual for him to drive a car like that. It's nothing. Yi Fan's face darkened, his mind consumed by the image of Su Wan closing her eyes in bliss just moments ago. It's impossible. That couldn't be Wainer. The Chao family and Wainer had no possible connection. She would never stoop to being with the Chao family. She's mine and no one can take her away. That must be some woman who merely resembles her from that angle. Yeah, that must be it. What progress on the investigation into my mother? Reporting to the Dragon Lord, we're still looking into it. The surveillance in the resettlement area is sparse, and that landlord Hao Zhu couldn't give a clear description. All we know is that the people who took the Holy Mother are a young man and a young woman. We're still following other leads. They'll give you one more day. If you still can't find where they've hidden my mother, you'd better bring me your head. Understood. Inside the Hongqi L5, Su Wan sat in the back seat. As her chronic ailment eased, the pent-up pressure within her released, and with the affliction gone, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Heh, this kid's got some game. The suit-clad man inside the Rolls-Royce sneered. But he clearly misunderstood the situation, mocking. Dragon Lord, it's a good thing you returned. Otherwise a fine lady like Miss Tang would have been ruined by that good-for-nothing rich brat. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Just an ant not worth mentioning. Once the Tang family matter is settled, well, find an excuse to dispose of him. He thought to himself, you dare to keep a woman resembling Wainer. And you covet my Miss Tang. You're already a dead man. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was staged by Chao Bin for him to see. The best was yet to come. Inside the Hongqi. Wanjia. Wake up, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, a man. I've made a fool of myself. Su Wan woke up as if from a dream. She had actually dozed off so easily just now. How embarrassing. It's all right, Wanjia. Sweating and detoxifying are normal reactions. You don't need to feel shy. Chao Bin's gentle voice warmed Su Wan's heart and eased her embarrassment, but she looked at Chao Bin hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Don't worry, Wanjia, I've prepared everything for you. Chao Bin thoughtfully took out an exquisite handbag from the trunk, which contained a dress identical to the one Su Wan was wearing. Change into this to avoid catching a cold. Since it's exactly the same, no one will notice anything awkward. As for the car, it's really fine. They'll have someone clean it up later. Don't worry, I usually use this car myself, and I don't mind at all, Wanjia. You? This guy is way too thoughtful. Having drifted outside for over a decade, Su Wan was being cared for so gently by a man for the very first time. Although Chen Jichin had treated her well when he was alive, he was ultimately a rough and burly man, nowhere near as considerate as Chao Bin. She knew it wasn't right, but a spring of emotion quietly began to stir within her heart. Taking the clothes, Su Wan lowered her head and remained silent. Was that I don't mind just now a confession? A single woman in her 30s, her heart easily flutters into confusion. Even knowing it was wrong, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. This chronic ailment of many years, 2 treatments are still a bit insufficient. I estimate it will take 1 or 2 more sessions. How about this one, Jia? I'll go back today and prepare a prescription of traditional Chinese medicine for you. Combined with the manual therapy, you should be fully recovered in, at most, 2 more sessions. 2 more sessions. Su Wan looked up, her eyes gentle but clearly showing disappointment. Chaobin knew how to play the push-pull game, quickly adding, "Is it too many? Does one Jia find this treatment method too intrusive? It's fine, I can prescribe more medicine instead. The effect will be the same, just a longer course of treatment." No, don't misunderstand a man. That's not what Wan Jia meant. Su Wan quickly waved her hands. "I'm extremely grateful that a man can treat me. How could I find it intrusive?" Feeling her words might be ambiguous, she quickly clarified, "I mean, I really trust a man. After all, the treatment results have been very good. All right, then let's find time to continue with the manual therapy." Chaobin didn't act rashly, he knew when to stop. The half-open window earlier was a calculated move, and the sincere concern now was also part of the game. But honestly, setting aside his plan against Yi Fan, he did find himself somewhat fond of this older woman who blushed so easily. Inside the Tang family's private residence, Tang Yingxue and her mother Gu Shuiwei were being confronted by their own clan members. "Who allowed you in here? This is my home, why can't I come in?" "Your home? You little slut, do you even deserve it?" Tang Guodong, his face dark, vented all the anger from his daughter's earlier humiliation onto the mother and daughter. "We can overlook the younger one given the special circumstances, but Gu Shuiwei, you low-born woman, how dare you set foot in the Tang family's ancestral home? The old master specifically instructed before he died that you are not qualified to enter the ancestral hall after death, nor are you allowed to step 1 foot into the Tang residence while alive. Guards, throw her out. Who dares?" Chaobin, having finished his business, walked in through the front door. He hadn't expected that even with Shu Xian protecting them, these Tang family members would still dare to humiliate Gu Shuiwei so openly. It was clear from this how much Yingxue's family was bullied within these walls. "Young Master Chaobin, Master Chao, you finally arrived. We thought you weren't coming today." The two Tang brothers, including the old matriarch Lu Yi, immediately greeted him with flattering smiles. Chaobin didn't return the courtesy, saying coldly, "If I hadn't come, my mother-in-law and wife would have been thrown out by you all." The Tang family members were stunned. Chaobin actually called Gu Shuiwei his mother-in-law. Could the Chao family actually accept such a lowly woman? Previously, everyone in the Tang family thought Chaobin was just playing around, but they hadn't expected this. "Master Chao, you misunderstand. We didn't mean it that way. It was just a joke." Someone quickly bring seats for Yingxue and Shuiwei. "From now on, let's not make such inappropriate jokes among family." The old matriarch Lu Yi tried to smooth things over, performing a masterclass in changing faces. "Huh, what a fine inappropriate joke." Chaobin sneered, "No need to sit. I'm here today to inform you all. Pack your things and move out of this residence." The Tang family members looked at each other in shock. "Master Chao, what is the meaning of this? This old woman doesn't understand. It means I'm no longer investing, and the Tang family, including this ancestral home, has already been bought by me." The old matriarch was stunned for 3 seconds before the realization finally sank in. "Heh, a pipe dream. You think you'll sell just because you say so? So this is where these two little sluts get their confidence. So Master Chao is backing them up. I know the Chao family is too big and powerful for us Tangs to offend, but if we mind our own business, what can you do to us? Tang family internal affairs are none of your business, an outsider who hasn't even married in." Seeing her interest threaten, the old matriarch changed her tune again. "Tang Yingxue, Gu Shuiwei, you two sluts, listen to me. Don't think he's protecting you now. There will come a day when he tires of you, and then we'll see if you're dead or alive. Get out, all of you. The Tang family doesn't welcome you." Tang Wukuan started to usher them out. He stepped forward to shove them, but was kicked over by Shu Xian. You. This is Tang family territory. If you continue to be this unreasonable and violent, I'll call the police and have you arrested, even if you are young Master Chao." "Arrest me? Third Master Tang, wouldn't you like to say something?" Chaobin looked at Tang Guodong with a mocking smile. The latter's face was extremely grim. "Third brother, what have you promised him?" The old matriarch sensed something was wrong. "He didn't promise me anything. He just sold me all the Tang family's ancestral property." "Nonsense. I didn't sell it to the Chao family, I sold it to Clearly." As soon as Tang Guodong opened his mouth, the faces of everyone in the Tang family changed. So it was true. The man himself also realized he had let the cat out of the bag and fell to his knees before Lu Yi. "Mother, I had no choice. Junxing Tang Ci's brother owed tens of millions in gambling debts. The debt collectors came and threatened to kill him if he didn't pay. I was forced to mortgage the shares and the ancestral home. But I swear it wasn't to the Chao family. Unfilial son. Unfilial son." The old matriarch was so furious she fainted on the spot. Chaobin had orchestrated this from behind the scenes, easily buying them out at a low price. The naive and foolish Tang Guodong was still fantasizing about redeeming the shares and the ancestral home once that 200 million from Chao bin that fool arrived. Just as the Tang family was in complete disarray. "I can save the Tang family." The classic scene from the book. The Dragon Lord had arrived. That ordinary-looking man with an arrogant and overbearing demeanor swaggered in. Dressed like a vagrant, he stood there scanning the entire room. "As long as Yingxue is willing to marry me, I can guarantee the Tang family's rise. Forget 200 million, 2 billion, even 20 billion is nothing. Who is this guy? No idea, must have escaped from a mental hospital." With his beggar getup, he claims to have 20 billion. He probably can't even produce 200 yuan. Just as everyone was mocking him like he was a fool, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the Tang family's main gate. Thump thump thump. Dozens of black-suited bodyguards wearing sunglasses filed in and lined up on both sides, presenting an imposing and majestic sight. Following them, a middle-aged man in a suit strode over quickly. That's Jiang Tianhu. It's him. The second richest man in Jiangbei, worth tens of billions, no less than the Chao family. And he's the king of Jiangbei's underworld, known behind his back as Jiang Yingxue. When he speaks, no one dares to disobey. What's he doing here? When did our Tang family offend Jiang Yingxue? No idea. The Tang family trembled in fear. However, Jiang Tianhu didn't even glance at anyone else. He walked straight up to Yi Fan. Thud. He knelt down. Before everyone's eyes, Jiang Tianhu kowtowed respectfully to the vagrant. Your subordinate Jiang Tianhu pays respects to the Dragon Lord. The Tang family's inner courtyard fell into dead silence, everyone shocked by the sight. Yi Fan felt triumphant. All of you are conquered by me now, right? These so-called rich second generations are all trash before me, the Dragon Lord. Chao Bin suppressed his nausea, too disgusted to even speak. So this is the Dragon Lord. What an idiot trying to pull this cringe act on me. For the first time in his life, he experienced the demeanor of the Dragon King from the books he had read. It was indeed ostentatious. But for Chao Bin it was too cringeworthy. Yingxue and her mother also frowned, thinking this sudden interloper was unhinged. However, the rest of the Tang family was deeply shaken. It's truly Jiang Tianhu, Master Jiang. It's Master Jiang, the second richest man in Jiangbei and the king of the underworld. He's kneeling to this young man. Who on earth is he? I don't know, but I just heard Master Jiang call him Dragon King. He must be incredibly powerful. Lu Yi and her two sons were already straining eagerly to come forward and grovel. Rise, Tianhu. It's been years since we last met. There's no need for such formality. Thank you, Dragon King. This is only right. Had you not given me a meal back then, I would still be begging on the streets today. You flatter me. If you lacked the ability, you wouldn't have reached your current position. It's rare that you haven't forgotten your roots. You speak truly, Dragon Lord. I am willing to be a dog by your side for the rest of my life with no regrets, even in death. Their exchange echoed through the hall, and the Tang family members' eyes gleamed with avarice. Young man, did you just say you'd give our Tang family 2 billion if my granddaughter Yingxue agreed to marry you? Indeed, even 20 billion is not out of the question. That's wonderful. From this moment on, you are my grandson-in-law. Yingxue, go and greet your husband. If it were possible, the old woman would have wanted to marry him herself. 20 billion was at least 5 times the Tang family's entire assets. With Jiang Tianhis kneeling, she had no doubt about the young man's power. The entire Jiangbei knew Jiang Yingxue was ruthless and merciless. Anyone he willingly knelt to must be a truly great benefactor. Since they had already burned bridges with the Chao family, it was wise to cling to another powerful patron. Yingxue laughed. Her originally gentle and pure face was now covered in frost. When you need me, I'm your granddaughter. When you don't, I'm a cheap wretch or a bastard. Lu Yi, you truly are a wonderful grandmother. Insolent. You. Tang Yingxue, how dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Why wouldn't I dare? Facing Tang Goken's reprimand, Yingxue did not back down this time. She said coldly, Chao Bin was right. Every single one of you in the second branch, the entire Tang family from top to bottom, is rotten to the core. Hopeless. From this moment on, I will no longer be manipulated by you, nor will I allow you to use the Tang family to morally blackmail me. Marry. The only man for me, Tang Yingxue, from now on is Chao Bin. As for the rest of you, if you're so keen on it, grandmother, perhaps you should marry him yourself. You unfilial wretch. How dare you? He'll beat you to death. Oh. With a single glance from Chao Bin, Lu Yi, who was about to lunge forward, was kicked to the ground by Shu Xian. Chao Bin, if you dare harm my mother, ill. Shut up. A bunch of trash. I've given you all the face you deserve. Since you refuse to take it, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chao Bin held Yingxue's hand, feeling a hint of emotion. In the original story, she had hesitated here. Because she hadn't recognized her feelings for Chao Bin, because she was morally blackmailed by the Tang family, and because a mere wastrel from the Jiangsu region dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. Boy, I don't think you know how to spell death. Facing Yi Fan's mockery, Chao Bin dismissed him with disdain. Who forgot to pull up their pants and let you out? Who are you? What are you even worth? How dare you? Chao Bin. You. Shut your trap, you waste. Chao Bin cursed at Jiang Tianhu. In this Jiangbei territory, you're nothing but the eternal second fiddle. What living Yama? Have you forgotten the days when my father had you begging on the streets? For a moment, an extremely dense, murderous aura emanated from the master and servant pair. Chao Bin was not afraid in the slightest. A man who had transmigrated into a book was no longer the original Chao Bin. Today, if he succeeded, he would soar to the heavens. Although patience would have been the wiser course in this current standoff confronting his opponent, Heaton displayed true masculine valor. Moreover, everything was going according to Chao Bin's plan. He could never be as pathetic as the original Chao Bin. Very well. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as bold as you. The protagonist Yi Fan laughed in anger. Chao Bin, is it? I've noted your name. One day, Chao Bin retorted directly. Worry about surviving today, first. Hey, you're young, but your words are big. Fine, just you wait. Yi Fan's brow twitched violently, but he ultimately suppressed his urge to strike. Within the borders of China, killing Chao Bin here would likely result in a nationwide manhunt. Weighing the pros and cons, he knew better. Chao Bin had also calculated that he wouldn't dare make a move and thus felt emboldened. Yingxue, I hope you will marry me. Are you insane? Who are you? If you're sick, go to a hospital. Please don't come here and make me laugh. Tang Yingxue was speechless. Yi Fan would not let it go. You must marry me. We have a betrothal agreement one made between your grandfather and my family back then. Then why don't you marry my grandfather? I love you. Do you remember? I'm the homeless man you once gave a hamburger to. You're the reason I had the drive to get where I am today. I'm alive because of you. So you are very important to me. And am willing to marry into the Tang family. Oh, I can also cure your father's illness. I know he's gravely ill. If you agree to let me marry into the Tang family, it'll not only give you 20 billion, but it'll also cure your father. Yingxue finally reached her limit. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you crazy? Listen to yourself. Aren't you embarrassed? Offering money and to marry in, and even curing my father's illness. You've come precisely to exploit my weaknesses, haven't you? It seems like you're doing this for my good, but in reality, it's all threats. You say you like me, but sorry, I can't bear this kind of obsessive affection. Even if I were to believe you truly like me, does that mean if someone else threatened you someday, you'd just hand me over to them as well? Nothing in this world comes for free. Someone has already taught me that lesson through their actions. Anything that's easily obtained has a price tag hidden on it. So regardless of your purpose in coming to the Tang family today, I'm telling you, you won't succeed. He'll say it again, the only man for me, Tang Yingxue, is Chao Bin. In life, him his, in death, him his ghost. In the original novel, Yingxue had compromised for the sake of her family, allowing Yi Fan to marry in, and Chao Bin was slapped in the face. But now she stood firmly by Chao Bin's side. His efforts had paid off. The fortune of that pathetic, groveling cannon fodder from the original book was quietly beginning to shift. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. The Tang family members all thought Tang Yingxue had a screw loose. Only Gu Shuiyue and Shu Xian looked at Yingxue with great relief. Especially sister Shu Xian. She had harbored some resentment before, but now it seemed she had come to accept that Tang Yingxue was worthy of a man. Tang Yingxue, what madness are you speaking? If you don't let this young man marry into the family today, we will expel you from the clan registry, leaving you as a wandering ghost after you die. Suit yourselves. Yingxue said calmly without even blinking. I, Tang Yingxue, am already married to Chao. That makes me a Chao. What do I care if I'm no longer a Tang? Seeing her resolve, the emotional severance was not a day's work. Over the past 20 years, when had the Tang clan ever treated them father and daughter as family? They were merely tools to be exploited. Chao Bin was right. Clean house and start anew. From now on, the Tang family would be Tang Yingxue's Tang. Yi Fan's face turned completely black. He hadn't expected that such generous terms wouldn't sway Tang Yingxue. All these years his arrogance had won him everything, yet here in this small Tang household, he was constantly thwarted. Chao Bin. Could this aunt be my nemesis? Impossible. A Mang. Just then Su Wan entered from outside holding the Tang family's accounting and liquidation data. It's clear. The Tang family has long been insolvent, just an empty shell. If you want to take it over, 3 million is more than enough. Mom. Yi Fan was stunned, both shocked and overjoyed. Mom, what are you doing here? Feiner. Su Wan was also momentarily dazed. But upon this reunion after a long separation, her face showed no joy, only relief. Feiner, I'm so glad you're alright. At least I haven't failed the trust of your biological mother. Mom, why are you here? A thought crossed Yi Fan's mind, and his eyes turned gloomy as the scene from inside the Hongxi L5 flashed in his mind. His body began to tremble, and he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Was that really you in that car outside, just now? Su Wan frowned. Yes, it was me. Is there a problem with a Mang treating my illness? It really was you. Wainer, how could you be so close to that little bastard? Slap. Su Wan raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Yi Fan's face. How dare you? Is that any way for a son to address his mother's given name? What happened to the rules of propriety and respect I taught you? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Su Wan to slap him. Chao Bin quickly stepped in to mediate. Sister Wan, there's no need. He's still a child. Out of the mouths of babes. These words only added fuel to the fire. Yi Fan roared, you bah. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. You ill-mannered thing. Don't you dare speak to your Uncle Chao like that. Su Wan's face was covered in frost. This time she was truly angry. Chao Bin chuckled, everything falling perfectly into place. Meeting Yi Fan's murderous gaze, he curled his lips and mouthed, see that, you little brat. I'm your daddy. You son of a bitch, will kill you right now. Killing intent erupted. The chilling aura from the Grandmaster-level expert made everyone present shiver. Shu Xian reacted instantly, stepping, without hesitation, in front of Chao Bin, poised for battle. Don't you dare move. At that tense moment, heavy footsteps sounded again from outside the Tang family gates. Yi Fan, put your hands up. Dozens of fully armed police officers stormed in guns trained on Yi Fan. A deliberate homicide occurred last night in the new city resettlement area. You are a prime suspect. Come with us for questioning. Are you people out of your damn minds? Yi Fan cursed. I was locked up in your detention center all day yesterday. How could I have committed a crime? Watch your language. We don't make accusations without evidence. If you continue with your insults, we will consider it resistance and use force. Yi Fan's face darkened. He had been so careful. How did the police connect him to this? A traitor? Impossible. The square-jawed detective captain turned his cold gaze to Chao Bin Shu Xin and Su Wan. Chao Bin Shu Xin Su Wan. Yes, officer. What's the matter? Shun Yihao, the owner of Unit 57 in the new city resettlement area, was murdered in his home last night. Did you three meet with him yesterday afternoon? Shun Yihao. He's my landlord. He was killed. Su Wan was shocked. That's correct. Would like you three to come to the station to give a statement. And you are? My name is Gong. I'm the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit at the Jiangbei City Bureau. Officer Gong would be happy to cooperate, Chao Bin said with a smile. But today is my engagement ceremony. Could you perhaps be lenient and take our statements here? We'll leave our contact information and will be available for any follow-up questions. Gong Jiantao glanced at the three of them, pondering for a moment. All right, but keep your phones on. Understood. The captain seemed tough, but surprisingly reasonable. Soon after giving their statements, Yi Fan was handcuffed and led to the police car. No matter the Dragon King, no matter the 300,000 loyal followers on Chinese soil, you had to stand up straight, even when being hit. Had he dared to resist or harm anyone today, he would never be able to show his face on this land again. Chao Bin had counted on this before he tore off all pretenses. Jiang Tianhu, who had been swaggering moments before, tried to argue with Captain Gong, but was immediately shut down with a single line, "Remember my badge number. If you have a complaint, file it at the bureau." Underground king or second richest man in Jiangbei these days, anyone in shady business had to keep their head down. Despite his influence, Jiang Tianhu knew of Gong Jiantao's reputation as the iron-fisted enforcer of Jiangbei. Impartial and ruthless against crime, he showed no favoritism. He could only watch helplessly as his master was taken away. Fortunately, Yi Fan gave a reassuring look before leaving. Jiang Tianhu knew that a mere city police station couldn't hold the Dragon Lord. Thank you for your cooperation. You're too kind, Officer Gong. Cooperating with the law is the duty of every law-abiding citizen. If only everyone were like you. Gong Jiantao, known for his sternness, cracked a rare joke. He knew Chao Bin's background. His father was the richest man in Jiangbei, his mother from a distinguished family, and his older brother was the top official in the Jiangbei political and legal system, effectively overseeing the entire police force. This playboy was more humble and agreeable than a drifter, which made Gong Jiantao see him in a new light. He had initially assumed all rich second-generation kids were arrogant good-for-nothings. After Gong Jiantao left, Chao Bin gave Shu Xian a thumbs-up, signaling a job well done. Indeed, everything had been orchestrated by Chao Bin. Armed with his knowledge of the story, he knew the petty Yi Fan would definitely take action against the landlord. So he had Shu Xian station people in the resettlement area to lie in wait. The moment the killer finished the job, they were to capture him. Then, after extracting a confession through interrogation, they were to deliver him to the city bureau at the precise moment. Why not save the landlord? Chao Bin wasn't a saint. Using a scumbag's life to snatch the protagonist's fortune while ensuring justice was served was a win-win. Ding. Yi Fan enters prison for the second time. Congratulations, host, on seizing 50 points of his luck. Yi Fan's current luck, 25. Host's current luck, 56. The system's feedback confirmed everything. Chao Bin, you're finished. Jiang Tian, his face was livid. Don't think your father being the richest man in Jiangbei and your brother being a high-ranking official will protect you. This tiny Jiangbei is nothing but a speck of dust. You ants have no idea what the Dragon Lord represents. By offending him today, you've sown the seeds of your own family's destruction. Frog at the bottom of a well. When the Dragon Lord emerges, you'll see how foolish your actions today were. You don't actually think the police can do anything to Mr. Yi, do you? Who the hell do you think you are? Chao Bin sneered. Your master is being hauled away in a prison van, and you're still licking his boots. You're a pretty loyal dog, huh? You should ditch the name Jiang Yinluo and just call yourself Teddy. Suits you better. You? Get lost. Chao Bin barked. Next time, tell your master to put you on a leash so you don't bite people. What a piece of trash. Still not leaving? Sister Shu Xian, throw them out. Yes, sir. Shu Xian might not have been entirely confident against Yi Fan, but Jiang Tianhu and his lackeys were a trivial matter. Before they could even figure out what was happening, they were lying outside the door, bruised and battered, Jiang Tianhu included. Seeing this, the Tang family members instinctively backed away. They had thought Yi Fan was their savior, but he was humiliated and hauled off by the police. Now, thinking of the Tang family's likely fate, they shuddered. Master Chao, we're so sorry. We were rude and disrespectful before. Please, we beg you, don't take away the Tang family business. You're married to Yingxue and now we're all family. Please spare us. Did you ever spare Yingxue? Chao Bin didn't even bother looking at these parasites. Don't beg me. Ask Yingxue if she'll forgive you. Yingxue. The Tang family members turned their pleading eyes to Yingxue. Now you're scared. Where were you all this time? Yingxue's face was as cold as frost. You want my forgiveness. Dream on. From today onwards, all of you will move out of the ancestral home and never set foot here again. You? Tang Yingxue. Do you want the entire Tang family to hate you? Hate me all you want. I won't forgive a single one of you. True loyalty was reserved for loved ones. Against ungrateful wolves, your weakness and concessions only invited more contempt and betrayal. Yingxue was kind, but she knew she had to show some teeth. Xiaobin could protect her for now, but she couldn't be a burden forever. You hurt her. Get the hell out. Despite their resentment, the Tang family, including Lu Yi, had no choice but to slink away. Tang Yingxue, just you wait, well eventually. Xiaobin kicked Tang Guoquan, who was still trying to threaten, sending him flying. Come on, if you're really a man, say your threats to my face. Say it. Huh. No one from the Tang family dared to make another sound. Simin. I'm here. What's going on here? Sunja arrived breathless, clutching a huge bouquet of roses and an elegant gift box. Wah. You damn bastard, you finally showed up. Tang Simin burst into tears at the sight of her boyfriend. I told you to come support me. Where the hell were you? I was getting your gift ready. Sunja winked at his big bro Chao Bin, as if to say, boss, that was awesome. He had done exactly as Chao Bin instructed, preparing a surprise for her. Really? What is it? Can it turn things around for the Tang family? Turn things around? Didn't you say you wanted something practical to show off? Yeah. Come on, let me see the gift you got me. A box that big. Could it be a house deed? A luxury car? Or maybe a bank deposit? Preferably a few $100 million. The Sun family's wealth might just be able to pull that off. Tang Simin thought to herself that while Sunja might be a bit of a fool, he was certainly obedient. Hee grandma. We don't have to leave. The gift my boyfriend got me will definitely let us stay. Tang Simin was ecstatic. The dejected Tang family members suddenly perked up. Well, what are you waiting for, dear? Open it. Yingxue tugged at Chao Bin's sleeve, disgusted. No way. He didn't actually listen to you and bring that thing out in public, did he? Who knows? Chao Bin replied with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Tang Simin was eagerly tearing open the box. But when she excitedly pulled out the gift ready to show it off, she found it was a pair of underwear. Sunja. What the hell? Balenciaga, the latest lingerie style. Yeah, it's the one you picked, my idol and goddess. Asia said with utmost sincerity. The Tang family's faces were ashen, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into on the spot. Tang Simin, is this the gift you said would turn things around? You've disgraced the family, you've thrown away the last shred of the Tang name. Mother, what's wrong? Mother, quick, the old lady has fainted, get her to the hospital. In a flurry of panic, the Tang family fled in disgrace. Sunja, look at what you've done. We're finished. I never want to see you again. Get lost. Tang Simin berated Sunja as if he had killed her parents, then slunk away in shame. Asia looked utterly dejected. Boss, what do I do? Simin doesn't like it. Uft. Yingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Sister-in-law. Sunja stomped his feet like a drama queen. Uft. Ha ha ha. Don't look at me, I'm not mocking you, I just find this genuinely hilarious. Chao Bin, you're too wicked. Seeing Sunja like this, Yingxue completely lost it, clutching her stomach and laughing until she couldn't breathe. Asia felt deeply wronged. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not shared. Don't worry, she'll definitely come back for you. Really? Are you sure, boss? Have I ever told a lie? The Tang family has nothing now. A devoted catch like you, Sunju, is harder to find than a lantern in daylight. Tang Simin is just caught up in her feelings right now, but once she comes to her senses, she'll rush back to you. When that happens, do whatever you want, don't hold back. It's best to reclaim everything you've invested with interest. And then oi, Chao Bin said teasingly. Then you'll realize Tang Simin is just average. The next one will be better, more obedient, more docile. Chao Bin. Yingxue's smile vanished, her brows furrowing. Explain to me what you mean by the next one will be better, more obedient, more docile, eh? So you'd do the same to me, wouldn't you? How could that be? Why compare you to Tang Simin? Can she even hold a candle to you? There's no need to jump to conclusions. Besides, if I had such intentions, why would I have helped you deal with the Tang family today? I've already gotten what I wanted. Why bother with all this extra effort? You? Alright, your husband will love you forever and never abandon you. Moi. Chao Bin never lies. Love is eternal. Abandonment is impossible. But that doesn't stop him from liking others. Chao Bin had one good quality: he liked new things, but never grew tired of old ones. A true gentleman of the century. A scumbag. Not quite. It's just that his original self had been hurt, his heart shattered into pieces. He survived by chance, and each fragment gained the ability to love. As a villain, he wasn't a womanizer. He just wanted to give beautiful, kind, gentle, and virtuous girls a warm home. What's wrong, Sister Wan? It's nothing. With the Tang family matter settled, Su Wan seemed a bit melancholic in the corner. Chao Bin knew what was troubling her. Don't worry, Sister Wan. The police won't wrong an innocent person. If your son Yifan is truly innocent, he'll be fine. He's not my son. Well, to be precise, he's not my biological son. Chao Bin realized that Su Wan's melancholy wasn't about Yifan's safety, but about how to explain her relationship with him. She hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to reveal part of the truth. Adopted son, I see. So what about your daughter? She's my late husband's. Actually, he was already injured before we got married, so we never had a real marriage. I see. Xiaobin knew all this already, but for Su Wan to admit it willingly meant she was opening up to him. A true friend to women, he could see the whole picture from a single detail. Hey man, could I ask you a favor? Go ahead, Sister Wan. I need to send some daily necessities to my daughter. Could you take them to her? I don't trust anyone else. Also, I'd like to take half a day off. Going to the police station. Su Wan nodded. Yi Fan grew up under my watch, and I promised his mother on her deathbed to look after him until he came of age. Even though I know he's someone important now, I still want to go see him and check on his situation. No problem. Since they'd already met, the confidentiality agreement was meaningless now. Moreover, Su Wan's heart was leaning toward him, and they were at the police station. Surely that Dragon King wouldn't dare try anything. Xiaobin, why did you change the car? I remember it was a Hongqi before. I accidentally spilled water on the cushion, so I had someone drive it to the 4S shop for cleaning. Wouldn't a wipe suffice? Why go all the way to the 4S shop? I take meticulous care of my cars. It's about performance and future riding comfort. Can't afford to be careless. Xiaobin said earnestly. By the way, Yingxue, stop calling me Xiaobin. It sounds too distant. Then what should I call you? What else? Husband. Pervert. Dream on. Yingxue's face flushed as she spat with her mother and Shu Xian present. Shu Xian and Gu Shuiwei exchanged a knowing smile, both pretending not to hear. Unbeknownst to them, this was Xiao Bin's clever tactic to change the subject. Half an hour later. Dad, Yingxue, you're back. You've lost weight, girl. Have you been suffering over there? In the simple two-bedroom apartment, Tang Guohua lay on the bed in the master bedroom, his complexion dull and his temples gray. At under 50, he appeared as old as a man in his 60s. No doubt I've been dieting recently. I'm doing well over there. The Chow family treats me well, really. Don't lie to me, girl. Those grand families are never easy to deal with. If you're feeling wrong, just come home. Your father may be in this state, but I can still provide for you and your mother. Uncle, you worry too much. The Chow family won't mistreat Yingxue. Only then did Tang Guohua notice Xiao Bin standing behind them. It was almost laughable. Had already slept with the man's daughter, yet this was their first meeting, much like modern college couples. It's my fault, Uncle Tang. I should have visited you and Annie Gu long ago. This morning before I left, my mother reminded me to arrange a proper meeting between our families. Uncle, whenever you have time, just say the word, and he'll make the arrangements. Tang Guohua was taken aback. He had imagined Xiao Bin to be an idle, good-for-nothing playboy, but the reality was the complete opposite. He was courteous, handsome, and his kind tone didn't seem like mere pretense. His respect for Tang Guohua wasn't superficial. Having worried that his daughter might suffer in the Chow family, Tang Guohua now felt reassured, and his complexion improved considerably. Young master, the physician that the madam invited from Yanjing has arrived. Quick, show them in. Gu Shuiwei and Tang Guohua were even more astonished. Xiao Bin, what is this? Don't be nervous, Uncle Tang. This esteemed elder is a renowned physician my mother specially invited from Yanjing for you. He's quite accomplished in treating kidney ailments. He might be able to help alleviate your condition. Young Master Chow flatters me. I'm but a wandering healer. The title of miracle doctor is undeserved. Shueli, with a snow-white beard, he was a venerable master of traditional medicine. In the capital, he exclusively tended to the health of the high-ranking officials within the Red Wall. If not for Ding Yuchun's father's connections, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to even get an audience with him. Upon hearing their daughter's explanation, the couple was even more shaken. Who would have thought that the prestigious Chow family would care so much about their humble in-laws? They found Xiao Bin more and more agreeable. Elder Shui, how is he? His kidney meridian is damaged, and he's overexerted his mind and body. It's not a promising outlook. Elder Shui, what can be done? My father. Shueli waved his hand. Miss Tang, don't worry too much. He'll prescribe some restorative medicine. As long as your father rests peacefully, he can enjoy family life for at least 3 more years. But if he continues to burn the candle at both ends as before, I can't guarantee anything. 3 years. The old man's words were tactful, but clear. 10 years after a kidney transplant was already considered long-lived, and 3 years with rejection symptoms was a blessing. But, is there any other way? From a Western medicine perspective, a kidney transplant is possible, but given your father's current condition, his body might not withstand the surgery. As for traditional Chinese medicine, I could prescribe a few more remedies, but they'd only be a drop in the bucket, extending his life by a few months at most. Is there truly no other way? Difficult. Shueli stroked his beard. Unless what? Unless we can find the formula for the revitalizing spirit purple pill and refine it. Where is it? He'll go find it right now. Yingxue was frantic with worry. The old man merely smiled bitterly. I don't know where it is either. The ancient alchemical formulas have long been lost. I only came across a brief mention in ancient texts. This, silly girl, 3 years is enough. You know, yesterday your mother and I went to the hospital, and they told me to start preparing for the worst. Dad, don't say that. Yingxue held her father's hand, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Revitalizing spirit purple pill. Xiao Bin frowned. System, are you messing with me? Xiao Bin was annoyed. He wasn't a hypocrite like Yi Fan. Even as a villain, a true scoundrel has his principles. He immediately took out the revitalizing spirit purple pill he had drawn from the fortune mall. Elder Xue, take a look. Is this the pill? This? The old man took the pill and examined it closely, then wafted the scent toward his nose with a wave of his hand. After a long moment, this is indeed the pill. When I was a child learning to identify herbs under my master, I was fortunate enough to see the purple rejuvenation pill he had treasured. That pill was bought by a patient for the astronomical price of 30 million. He was also a kidney transplant recipient suffering from rejection. After taking the pill, the rejection vanished completely, and he lived as a normal person. Only last year did I hear of his passing. He died of old age at the age of 82. There's no mistake. This color, this fragrance, it's definitely a purple rejuvenation pill. Such a rare and peerless treasure. Where did you come by it, second young master? Xueli, who had remained as calm as a still lake since entering, was now visibly agitated. He wasn't the only one. Yingxue's family of 3 were also overjoyed. But soon the brightness on Tang Guohua and Gu Shuyu's faces began to fade. 30 million from decades ago adjusted for inflation would be at least 10 times that today. 300 million. The entire Tang family wasn't worth that much. Why would anyone use something so precious to save a life they had no connection to? I came by it by chance. It seems fate has brought it here. Since it's confirmed to be a purple rejuvenation pill, please give it to Uncle Tang to take. Xueli was astonished. He knew the Chow family was wealthy, but such a priceless item wasn't something money could simply buy. That patient from years ago had only obtained the pill through a stroke of serendipity, which saved his life. Yet now this second young master Chow was giving it away to the man before him without a second thought, not even mentioning any form of compensation. Chaobin, you absolutely cannot do this. Tang Guohua waved his hand. This pill is far too precious. Our family cannot afford such an exorbitant medical fee. He knew full well that the matter with his daughter could still be resolved, but if he took this life-saving pill, he would be forever indebted to the Chow family, essentially handing his daughter over to them. Uncle Tang, you worry too much. If I brought this pill but didn't give it to you, how would Yingxue see me? If I withheld it because of its value, how would Yingxue see me then? I understand your concerns. Rest assured, since Yingxue has entered our Chow family, you are like a father to me. Is there any logic in a son charging his father for treatment? Chaobin smiled, continuing to reassure him. So uncle and auntie, take it without worry. As long as you're healthy, if Yingxue ever thinks of leaving me in the future, she'll be too embarrassed to do so, remembering this day. Of course, I'm not saying this as a threat. And our family has never treated her poorly. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. Hey Tang Yingxue, tell Dad here. Have I ever bullied you at our house? Wah. Hey, don't cry, Tang Yingxue. I'm asking you a question. Why are you crying? If you keep this up, uncle and auntie will really think I've been mistreating you at home. You did bully me. You did. Yingxue threw herself into Chaobin's arms, wailing loudly. Between sobs, she pounded his chest with her fists. You jerk, you only know how to bully me, how to make me cry. Mom, Dad, don't believe him. He's a complete scoundrel. He's been bullying me the whole time at his house. Wah. You're the worst. You're the absolute worst. I hate you so much. Even as the tears flowed endlessly, her heart was sweeter than honey. At first, Gu Shuyue and Tang Guohua were frightened, truly believing their daughter had suffered some injustice. But the longer they watched, the more something seemed off. This was clearly the playful spat of a young couple in love. Were they being fed dog food by their daughter and son-in-law right in front of them? Old Xueli curled his lip in disdain. Childish antics of the young. But then again, back in the capital, he often heard old Ding mention how his useless grandson was good for nothing, pining after a woman with no spine, disgracing the Ding family name. Yet looking at him now, he seemed to be a man of loyalty and righteousness after all. After the young couple had their fill of being lovey-dovey, the parents and old Xue had also been fed their fill of dog food. Tang Guohua took the pill, and his complexion improved almost immediately. All were overjoyed. Seeing this, Yingxue, with tears still on her face, threw her arms around Chaobin's neck and gave him a fierce kiss. Honey, I love you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I will repay you for the rest of my life. Repay me, huh? Chaobin's gaze turned suggestive. Ouch. Oh. Tang Yingxue, why did you pinch me? That hurts. Oomph. This pervert daring to talk nonsense in front of my parents. So bad. Hey. Can you youngsters show some respect for us older folks? That's enough. Old Xue's face was full of disdain. Mr. Xue, thank you very much for today, Tang Guohua said sincerely. No need for thanks. I didn't do much today. Since Mr. Tang is safe, will take my leave. Shuyue, quickly prepare a red envelope for the old master. No need. Xueli refused outright and turned to Chaobin with a smile. Mr. Tang, there's no need. I'm sure your son-in-law, second young master Chow, won't shortchange me. Second young master, might I presume to ask if you have the recipe for the purple rejuvenation pill? If you do, would you be willing to let this old man have a look? Grandpa Xue, you jest. It was pure luck that I came across the pill. How could I possibly have the recipe? What a pity. If you had the recipe, its value would be incalculable. It would be a boon for all of humanity, and our traditional Chinese medicine would surely flourish. Grandpa Xue, truly, I don't have it. Chaobin smiled wryly. It came from a system lottery draw. If he really had the recipe with such miraculous effects, he could mass-produce them and sell each for 100 million. The Forbes list would be a joke. They'd be dethroned in an instant. Just as Chao Bin finished speaking. Ding host, your character is noble and pure, knowing what to do and what not to do, a true gentleman. Current misfortune value has been successfully cleared, and you have plundered 50 points of world's fortune. Current fortune value 106. Reward medical Tao Supreme System. Granting the lost recipe for the purple rejuvenation pill. In that instant, not just the recipe but countless medical texts flooded into Chao Bin's mind. His mental capacity expanded, and the knowledge poured in like a torrent into the sea, encompassing both Eastern and Western medicine, unmatched across the ages. The sensation of swimming through the vast ocean of medical knowledge left Chao Bin's head throbbing. Fortunately, the feeling soon subsided, returning to normal. This actually works. Chao Shangshang, you're up to your tricks again. Host Daddy, it's not Shangshang causing trouble. This is the inevitable result of your choices. Different choices lead to different paths, which Shangshang cannot control. What if I hadn't produced the pill? Then it would depend on whether you made any improper advances towards Gu Shuiyue after Tang Yingxue's death. If you did, you might be instantly annihilated, or you might be blessed with great fortune and rise meteorically. Why? In the original book, Yi Fan was never in danger of being erased. Because he is the protagonist, and you, Daddy, are the villain. Damn it, do I look like a villain? Why do I feel like he's more of a villain now? There's no helping it. That's how the original author, who was a fool, wrote it. Who can compete with the protagonist's plot armor? Why didn't Yi Fan's luck value decrease this time, when we plundered it? With the misfortune dispelled, you are no longer just a simple villain. Besides suppressing the protagonist and plundering his luck, you can now also seize the fortune of this world. The 50 points of luck you just gained were the bonus from saving Tang Yingxue. In other words, it was Tang Yingxue and Gu Shuiyue who brought you this fortune. Chao Bin took a deep breath. So you're saying I need to be a good person? What defines a good person? Host Daddy, you must remember the world isn't simply black and white. No one truly has the right to define good or evil. More often than not, it's about perspectives and positions. This is a brand new world where every person is an independent living individual. From their own viewpoint, they are the protagonist of their own life. So Daddy, just stay true to yourself. You don't need to please everyone only to have a clear conscience. Remember, everything you have now is something you can take back to the real world. If you lose it, it's gone forever. Please cherish it, and keep up the good work, moi. Get lost. Alrighty. He's right, I was overthinking it. How could that kid possibly have the recipe for the rejuvenating purple spirit pill? Shueli let out a self-deprecating laugh, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He was a devotee of medicine, having spent his life exploring the marvels of ancient Chinese healing arts. The initial elation had given way to a sense of loss. I should have studied that pill a bit longer. Oh, never mind, it's all fate. Well then, young man of the Chao family, my task here is done. Give my regards to your mother. I'm heading back to Yinjing now. Please don't leave, Elder Shuai. My mother said. No need to persuade me. I am a free spirit, and shall go as I please. If you truly wish to thank me, just tell her to bring me some Mingxian tea leaves next time she visits her family. Watching Shui Li's retreating figure, a flash of inspiration struck Chao Bin. To contend with Yi Fan, who was blessed with overwhelming plot armor, the mere title of richest man in Jiangbei was clearly insufficient. The Chao family's development had hit a bottleneck, and they desperately needed a breakthrough. The recipe for the rejuvenating purple spirit pill was that breakthrough, and Shui Li, the nation-renowned elder of traditional medicine, was the crucial key. A plan to elevate his family swiftly took shape in Chao Bin's mind. That afternoon, Jiangbei University. Using the information provided by Su Wan, Chao Bin found the classroom where her stepdaughter attended. Class was still over 10 minutes away, and only a few students were scattered in the back rows. According to Su Wan, her daughter Chen Zijin preferred sitting front and center. Given her aloof nature and the prime location, no classmates usually dared to sit beside her. Generally speaking, a college student's grades were inversely proportional to their distance from the lectern. The closer you sat, the better your grades, the further away, the more you flirted with the passing line. It wasn't an absolute rule, but it was a common trend, barring those who cheated. This girl must be a good student. Chao Bin smiled, and took a seat in the front row slightly to the right of center. As class time approached, more and more students filed in. The vast majority headed for the back seats, preferring to squeeze together rather than sit face-to-face with the professor. Many students glanced at Chao Bin as they entered. Hey, that guy looks unfamiliar. What class is he from? Pretty bold, sitting next to Campus Bell Chun. Isn't he afraid of getting the cold shoulder? He doesn't even have a book. Clearly he's not from our liberal arts college. Probably some guy from another department trying to court Chen Zijin. Gotta hand it to him, he's cute. His skin looks softer than those pretty boys on TV. I love it. You airhead. Still not over that cheesy romance drama you binged all night. You can't control yourself around any decent-looking guy. Can't you see he's here for Chen Zijin? Has Campus Bell Chen ever responded to any guy? He's just asking for humiliation. He'll wait until he gets rejected, then he'll go comfort his wounded heart. And then, hey, class is about to start. Where are you going? Back to the dorm to get my ID card. I'm planning to secure the deal right after. Don't wait up for me tonight, roomie. I've already thought of a name for the kid. That girl is pretty confident. A chill ran down the spines of many male students. Society is going downhill, the tables have turned. A guy has to protect himself out there nowadays. There are too many female wolves. Give it a rest. A girl in the back row patted the shoulder of a boy in front of her, consoling him. Only the handsome ones get that treatment. Don't worry, you guys are safe. Look, Chen Zijin is here. All eyes in the classroom turned to the door. Xiaobin also looked over instinctively. A girl walked in against the light. She had an oval face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, and a clean, neat ponytail. Her features were delicate, her skin fair as snow, and her peach blossom eyes were as gentle as water. As she entered the classroom, the afternoon sunlight fell on her back, making her look pure and holy. Her beauty was the kind one could admire for a lifetime without ever growing tired of it. Here she comes. Do you think she'll kick him out? Probably not. It's happened before. She didn't say a word, and eventually the guy got so embarrassed by the awkward silence that he left on his own. Tisk tisk, looks like the same scene is about to unfold again. Chen Zijin was startled to see Xiaobin sitting next to her seat. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her little finger and gave a serene, faint smile. Xiaobin. The crescent curve at the corner of her mouth was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, stunning everyone in the classroom. They were all amazed. Apart from her roommates, they had never seen Chen Zijin smile at a boy before. Oh my god. Chen Zijin actually smiled. What's going on? It seems they know each other. Sister Wan sent me your photo. I thought you'd be later. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me in the classroom. Sister Wan. Yes, we call each other sisters at home. Didn't Sister Wan tell you? Chen Zijin naturally sat down beside Xiaobin, that subtle moist curve of a smile still on her lips. She really didn't. Oh, by the way, this is something your Sister Wan asked me to bring for you. Xiaobin handed her the bag. Thank you. You're welcome. Sister Wan has been a huge help to me lately. It's the least I could do. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Zijin's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. What? Did I say something wrong? No. Chen Zijin suddenly stood up and bowed sincerely to Xiaobin. What are you doing? You're making me feel awkward. Thank you. I heard everything about my family from Sister Wan. Thank you for helping us, for helping my dad, for helping me find a burial site. Oh, that. Don't worry about it. It was part of Sister Wan's employment terms. It's only right. You might think it's nothing, that's your kindness, but we can't take it for granted. Don't worry, if I ever get the chance, I will definitely repay you. Her peach blossom eyes were full of sincerity. Her voice was soft, but the determination she conveyed was palpable. Seeing her slightly reddened eyes, Xiaobin pulled her to sit down. All right, if I ever need your help in the future, I won't hesitate to ask. Good. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Let's seal it with a high five. Chen Zijin extended her hand palm, facing Xiaobin. Her skin was fair, her fingers long, and the lines on her palm were beautiful. Slap. Their palms touched briefly, separating in an instant, and in that moment, he clearly saw a look of relief wash over Chen Zijin. The hardest thing to repay in this world is a favor. When you ask something of someone, the person indebted to you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This girl's purity was heartbreaking. Holy crap. Does that count as holding hands? Of course it does. When have you ever seen Chen Zijin have such close contact with a guy? And didn't you just see? That guy even touched her arm. The most shocking part is that Chen Zijin didn't resist or pull away. No way. Does this mean the beauty is already taken? Actually, we met a long time ago. After a brief silence, Chen Zijin's words surprised Xiaobin. Huh. When? In high school. Well, to be precise, it was when you were in high school. But you probably don't remember me, oh man, go. What? Looking at Chen Zijin's sudden mischievous expression, Xiaobin was utterly bewildered. The original book never mentioned that Chen Zijin knew him. Wait, there was a brief mention. Before Xiaobin died in the book, it was written, a trace of inexplicable sorrow flickered across Chen Zijin's face. This was originally a plot hole left by the careless author, but could it have been filled in this world? The class bell rang, cutting off any chance for Chen Zijin to explain. A man of about 30 stepped onto the podium. Dressed in a formal suit, he was tall and handsome. He wore his slicked-back, middle-parted hair with practiced ease, and his gold-rimmed glasses lent him an air of scholarly refinement reminiscent of the Republican-era literary icon, Suzhima. This man was Zhou Wenxuan, 29 years old, and the youngest associate professor at Jiangbei University. With a profound literary foundation, especially skilled in three-line love poems, and blessed with a handsome appearance, he was immensely popular among female students and teachers alike. He was a legendary romantic figure on campus, earning the nickname Xiang Shui, the Fragrant Commander. This student doesn't seem to be from our class, does he? Are you talking to me? Xiaobin pointed at himself. Of course. I recognize every student in this room except you. His words were sharp, his tone condescending and arrogant. Xiaobin was bewildered. What had he done to offend this man? The answer soon came in hushed whispers from the students behind him. I forgot, this is Xiang Shui's foreign literature class. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Everyone knows Xiang Shui has been on his best behavior for months to pursue Chen Zijin. He must have seen this guy chatting and laughing with her just now. Isn't there a rumor that Chen Zijin always sits in the front just to be closer to Xiang Shui? Nonsense. She sits in that spot every class. She's just diligent, it has nothing to do with the teacher. Everyone knows Yingxue is the one deluding himself. Keep your voice down. Do you want to fail foreign literature? Xiaobin forced a bitter smile. This was truly an undeserved calamity. I admit I'm not a student in your class. In fact, I'm not even a student at Jiangda. However, I entered the campus through proper procedures and haven't disrupted your class. As far as I know, as long as one doesn't cause a disturbance, anyone who has entered through proper channels is allowed to audit classes at Jiangda. You're right. Jiangda does allow auditing, but only with the instructor's permission. My classroom is not open to irrelevant auditors. So I must ask you to leave immediately. And what if I refuse? Refuse. Zhou Wenxuan sneered. As long as you're in this room, I will not begin this lesson. Every minute you delay costs each student a minute. That's a whole hour wasted. You'll be responsible for holding everyone back and jeopardizing their final grades. What a venomous teacher. With a single sentence he had turned the entire class against Xiaobin. What do ordinary college students care about most? Isn't it just passing their final exams? Zhou Wenxuan was pleased with his tactic. Seize their weakness and use the crowd's pressure. Kid, look at yourself. Did you really think you could compete with me for Zijin? She was the belle of Jiangbei, the campus #1 beauty. From the very first day of the semester, Zhou Wenxuan had been captivated by this beautiful girl who preferred to sit closest to him. She was beautiful, innocent, and kind with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, but she was icy cold towards the opposite sex. Zhou Wenxuan knew that to win over a girl like this, he couldn't rush things or be too forward. He had to take his time, slowly breaking down her defenses. So he put extra effort into his foreign literature classes, passionately imparting his knowledge, always holding back nothing. In his most impassioned moments, he would lock eyes with Chun Zijin in the front row. Though he never saw her smile, he would occasionally catch a glimmer of inspiration in her eyes. He took this as a sign of their silent connection. As time passed, he began to see it as a secret intimacy between them, believing it was her subtle way of responding to his affections. That was until just now. Upon entering the classroom, he saw Chun Zijin laughing and chatting with a guy who was no less handsome than himself. He was furious and nearly lost his temper on the spot. But mindful of his status and self-cultivation, he managed to hold his anger until class began, leading to the confrontation at hand. As the youngest associate professor in Jiangbei, his future was bright. With family assets exceeding 100 million, Zhou Wenxuan was confident. As for Xiaobin, who looked much younger, he was probably a student from another school, unimportant and unworthy of competing with him. Feeling a great advantage in both momentum and mentality, Zhou Wenxuan said, "A minute has already passed. Will you continue to waste everyone's precious time? Hey man, whatever it is, can't you talk about it after class? Just step out for now. Yeah, don't hold up our class." "Exactly. Please leave." As complaints erupted from the students, Zhou Wenxuan's face beamed with satisfaction at his successful ploy. "Still not leaving? Let's go." "Huh?" Xiaobin looked at Chun Zijin in surprise as she suddenly spoke. "You said, us?" "Yes, I'll go with you. Let's talk outside and not disrupt the class." A girl can be reserved and delicate or hide behind a man's back for protection. But when she can stand shoulder to shoulder with him without compromising her dignity, it is all the more endearing. Just like at this moment. Xiaobin had never expected Chun Zijin to stand up for him, but she did so willingly. There was no hesitation, no reluctance. Her expression even seemed to comfort him, as if apologizing for causing him trouble. A wave of warmth washed over Xiaobin. "All right, stop." Zhou Wenxuan's smile froze on his face. "Chun Zijin, he's the one who should leave. Who allowed you to go? If you dare to walk out today, they'll mark you absent." Facing his furious threat, Zijin remained unmoved. "Professor Zhou, I remember you said that only 3 absences result in a failing participation grade. I've never missed a class before, so please count this as my first one. I'm sorry." With that, the girl took the initiative to grab Xiaobin's hand, her expression turning into one of delightful surprise. "Aw man, Gidge brother, man, let's go." "What the hell? Am I seeing this? Campus beauty Chun is eloping with some guy." Watching the two retreating figures, the classroom erupted instantly. "Eloping? Don't make it sound so bad. She's clearly just helping that guy out. That guy must mean a lot to Zijin. Otherwise she wouldn't risk losing her national scholarship and getting marked for truancy just to protect him. But that guy is pretty handsome and he looks good with Zijin." "That's true. But doesn't that mean Yingxue is heartbroken now?" "Bullshit. Heartbroken. It was just unrequited love. When has our Zijin ever given him a second glance? That jerk was just flattering himself." "Exactly." The speakers were Zikin's 3 roommates. The students buzzed with discussion. "Awesome. Awesome. This is way more exciting than class. Some slaps don't land on the face, yet they wound far deeper than any physical blow." At that moment, a mischievous student couldn't resist twisting the knife. "Teacher, Zhou, since they're gone, why don't you start the lesson? There are so many students here. If each of us wastes a minute, that's an hour lost. Can you afford to waste our time?" "Yeah, get on with class." Zhou Wenxuan felt worse than if he had eaten shit. Stop. Chun Zijin, why are you running? No one's chasing you." Outside the teaching building, Zijin stood by the flower bed, one hand on her hip, catching her breath. Suddenly she let out a chuckle. "What's so funny now?" Nothing. I just find it amusing." "Amusing it? Yeah, all my life I've been well-behaved the good twushus in the eyes of teachers and parents. This is the first time I've done something so rebellious. It's novel, thrilling, and even a bit exhilarating. My heart is still pounding so fast. How should I put it? It's like... She tilted her head, thinking her youthful face beaming with a smile. Sunlight gently fell upon her shoulders, bathing her in pure radiance. Anyway, I'm really happy looking forward to the next time. Don't. Once is enough. Otherwise your sister one will think I've led you astray. How could she? Their eyes met, and Ziqin quickly looked away. Her heartbeat quickened another notch, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. Whether it was from the run or the shyness of that fleeting glance, she couldn't tell. You said we've met before. Where? I have no memory of it at all. Jiangbei, no. One high school. So we're alumni. Xiaobin exclaimed in surprise. But I was probably a sophomore when you were a freshman, right? Ziqin smiled shyly. Yeah, you were in your second year of high school when I started my first year of middle school. Our girls' dormitory was right across from your boys' dormitory. You probably didn't know, but my room faced yours. Is that so? I don't recall ever seeing you. You were a big shot at our school back then, good-looking, smart, and great at basketball. It's normal you wouldn't notice a nobody like me. But I remember clearly someone in your dorm used to look over at our building with a telescope at night. He got it confiscated by the dorm supervisor and was publicly criticized by the whole school. Really? Seems like something like that did happen. There was no such detail in the original book, yet Xiao Bin's mind suddenly filled with memories from the original Xiao Bin. Childhood, high school, studying abroad. People and events bit by bit. Everyone was so vivid, so clear. It turned out this was indeed a living, breathing, real world. Everyone had flesh and blood, each the protagonist of their own story. Initially, he had been reluctant, treating it all as a game. But now recalling these memories, he felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. Actually, we girls had telescopes too. Would occasionally take them out to peek at you guys across the way. The dorm teacher would just scold us a bit, but they never confiscated them, and we were never disciplined. TSK, TSK, TSK. Compared to that, those poor sods in my high school dorm were pretty unlucky. But they really were. Ziqin couldn't help but laugh. By the sports field next to the teaching building they found a seat and sat side by side. Like old friends reuniting after a long time, the atmosphere was harmonious. Ziqin, usually quiet and reserved, was unusually talkative today, chatting about the past, reminiscing about the bits and pieces she'd heard about Xiao Bin back in their school days. Brother Amon, you actually helped me back then. Once our class had PE at the same time as yours. Some thuggish guys from another class cornered me and a few girls at the campus store and said some really nasty things. You stepped in and helped us. Do you remember? Did that happen? I honestly don't remember. By the way, Ziqin, how did you know my nickname is Amon? Once after school I stayed late for duty. I saw your brother pick you up at the gate in a car and heard him call you Amon. When I got home, I even used Sister Wan's phone to look up the car's logo. The price shocked me, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I'd never even heard of that much money. Ziqin teased with a smile. Everyone knows you're smart and handsome, but I bet very few know your family is this rich, right? If Teacher Zhou just now knew your father is the richest man in Jiangbei, what do you think he'd think? A teacher should uphold integrity, unbending before force, unswayed by wealth or temptation. That's the basic standard, right? Xiao Bin quipped. Ziqin pursed her lips and smiled without a word. After a long pause, Brother Amon, are you still in touch with senior sister Yujia? Xiao Bin was stunned, a dull ache stirring somewhere in his heart. A face surfaced from the merged memories. Li Yujia, Xiao Bin's high school girlfriend. Once a sweet campus couple, on the night after the college entrance exam, she ended up in the bed of a guy with bleached hair, driving a BMW Z4, all for the sake of the latest model phone. The next day, many students saw them coming out of the hotel together. Xiao Bin became the laughingstock of the school. After that, his parents sent him abroad to study, and he only returned after graduating last year. No. Xiao Bin said, his tone light and indifferent. Do you think if she knew your family is, she'd regret her decision back then? I don't care if she regrets it. I don't regret leaving her. The pain in his heart came from empathy, not from lingering feelings. Xiao Bin didn't want to judge whether a relationship based on materialism was right or wrong. It held no meaning. He had no attachment to her whatsoever. Actually, the difference between a simp and a player is simple. A player is a person, a simp is a dog. The player eats the chicken and throws the bones to the simp. The simp doesn't mind and even thinks the bones smell good. But the chicken feels degraded by the dog and is disgusted. In the chicken's logic, you can lick, but you must never eat. So what would you choose, to be the person or the dog? Brother Amon, will you ever wait for someone for a long time again? No. Why? Why should I? Ziqin's eyes lit up. That's cool. Looks like Brother Amon has completely let go. She gave Xiao Bin a thumbs up, genuinely happy for him. Xiao. A passing voice interrupted their conversation. A man in his 50s wearing an administrative jacket approached with delight. It really is you, Xiao. I thought I was seeing things. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'd have picked you up. Dean. Shun Ziqin's mouth fell slightly open. It was the Dean of the College of Liberal Arts. What a coincidence, Dean's son. No need to be so polite. I'm just here for some personal matters, and to see a friend. I wouldn't dare trouble you. Don't be so distant, Xiao. The new library and the new cafeteria of our College of Liberal Arts were built thanks to your father's generous donations. And that annual history scholarship is provided unconditionally by your Chow group. In other words, your family is a benefactor to every teacher and student in our college. Isn't it only right that I welcome you? Dean's son chatted warmly and pulled Chow Bin towards the administration building. Come. Let's go to my office and have a good chat. No thanks, Dean's son. I have some things to do later. Let's do it another day. Just then the bell for the next class rang. Students streamed out of the teaching building. Hey, isn't that the guy who stood up to Tang Yingxue earlier? How come in the span of one class period he's already tangling with our dean? Awesome. This guy's a real beast. Zhou Wenxuan, seeing this from the side, almost jumped for joy. His chance for redemption had come. Kid, you had Chun Ziqin to protect you in front of me, but let's see who can protect you in front of the dean. Daring to cause trouble at Jian University. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror first. He pushed through the crowd and rushed forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, security. Where is security? Arrest this bastard who disrupted the class and disrespected the dean. Associate Professor Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Dean's son frowned. This is Chow Bin, the second son of Mr. Chow Song. Our university's library, new cafeteria, annual student motivational scholarships, and year-end allowances for professors above the associate level are all funded by their family. Sun Xuanfang was unaware of the earlier incident in the classroom and assumed Zhou Wenxuan was merely trying to ingratiate himself. Thus he reminded him not to be overly dramatic. The second son of Chow Song. The Chow Song who is the richest man in Jiangbei. Is there a second Chow Song among our city's notable entrepreneurs? Zhou Wenxuan's face turned pale instantly. Chow Song was the wealthiest man in Jiangbei, worth tens of billions. This pretty-faced young man was actually his son. Earlier, Zhou Wenxuan had been confident, believing that his own promotion to associate professor at 29 and his parents' assets exceeding 100 million would be enough to overshadow the young man. Now it seemed, a wise man knows when to retreat. Chow, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Wenxuan from the School of Liberal Arts. He's highly competent, the youngest associate professor in our college. Zhou was usually quite sharp, and Sun Xuanfang, who was adept at social graces, was happy to make the introduction. Zhou Wenxuan quickly stepped forward, forcing a friendly smile. Mr. Chow, the matter in class earlier was purely a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart. His hand hung in the air, but Chow Bin only glanced at it without any intention of shaking it. Instead, he turned to Sun Xuanfang and said, Dean's son, if a sycophant like this can earn an associate professorship, I have serious doubts about the moral standards of some of your faculty. You? Zhou Wenxuan's smile froze on his face. Sun Xuanfang was also embarrassed. Chow, is there some misunderstanding? I don't see any misunderstanding. This teacher just taught foreign literature. Ask any honest student what happened before class, and you'll understand why I feel this way. Although the library cafeteria scholarships and allowances here are funded by my father and have nothing to do with me, I will relay what I witnessed today in full detail to him. Whether he will continue to provide these benefits to your university after hearing about it is uncertain. This, Chow Bin. Respect begets respect. A gentleman doesn't strike someone in the face. I've already called it a misunderstanding and given you ample face. Don't push it. I, Zhou Wenxuan, am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Who do you think you are? Chow Bin's gaze turned icy. If I'm given face, must I accept it? Today I'll squeeze you anyway. So what? When you lord over others and attack their hearts, have you ever considered that even death should have dignity? When you weaponize public opinion to fire at innocents, why don't you think about not striking someone in the face? You abuse your power, use your meager learning to pursue students through your position. You're worse than Professor Chun, who told Chow Bin to get out of class earlier. At least he knows shame and what it means to be a teacher. You, on the other hand, are a teacher in name, only a disgrace to the title. You try to make me the enemy of all students. Now I'll make you the enemy of the entire school. You think you're so bold. If you have the guts, have your father fund scholarships for the professors and students here. I'm a rich brat, so why should I pretend to be virtuous and humble with you? Even if I'm not in the right, so what if I am? The advantage is mine, the tables have turned. Chow, calm down. I'll investigate this thoroughly. If Teacher Zhou has truly failed in his duties, we'll handle it impartially. If not, we can't unjustly accuse a good teacher. Don't you agree? I believe Mr. Chow and you are reasonable people. As expected of a dean, he spoke with tact, balancing both sides without leaving room for accusations of favoritism or sycophancy. I don't care. I've said what I needed to say. How you handle it is Jiang University's internal affair. I'm not interested, nor do I have the right to interfere. I have things to do, so I'll be going now, Dean's son. This? Amon Gij, Shun Zijin called out from behind. Chow Bin waved his hand without turning back. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. When is sometime? Next time. When is next time? Another day. And when is another day? Using her hands as a megaphone, Zijin shouted at Chow Bin's retreating figure, ignoring her usual reserve. Then next weekend, Saturday afternoon. Okay. I'll wait for you, Amon Gij, don't lie to me. Having gotten her answer, Chen Zijin smiled with delight. A crescent moon curved at the corners of her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky. A gentle breeze stirred and she swayed like a lily in the wind, elegant, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Wenxuan gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked while Sun Chuanfang's expression turned even darker. The allowances, scholarships, and potential academic sponsorships might all vanish because of today's events. If this wasn't handled well, not only would Zhou Wenxuan's associate professorship be at risk, but even the dean himself might face accountability. Teacher Zhou, come to my office. With that he walked away without looking back. Meanwhile Zijin was already surrounded by her roommates. Zijin, who was that handsome guy just now? Is he our brother-in-law? You're so secretive. No wonder you never showed interest in mixers. So you've been hiding a gem all along, huh? No, it's not what you think. It's not. Wow, the son of the richest man. Not bad, Zijin. When you hit the big time, don't forget your sisters in the trenches. Tang Yingxue, Zhou Shuyi, and Wu Yu, Zijin's 3 roommates, were ablaze with gossip-fueled curiosity, pressing her with relentless questions. Yimo, don't talk nonsense. It's really not what you think. I liked him before I even knew his family was wealthy. Oh. Tang Yimo, lively and cheerful, drew out the syllable with a suggestive smile. You liked him back then. So childhood sweethearts. Unrequited love. A secret crush. I knew it. I could tell your relationship was special during class. The roommates dug in with fervor. Ding dong. Zijin's WeChat notification chimed. It was Chao Bin who had accepted her friend request. Whoa. Zijin, you hadn't even added each other on WeChat. So this is a reunion after a long separation. Something like that. Zijin nodded, then tapped on Chao Bin's profile picture. What nickname are you going to give him? All 3 roommates craned their necks to see. Zijin's cheeks flushed, but she didn't hide it. She changed Chao Bin's nickname from "Too Beautiful for Me" to "You Are the Joy of My Youth." Wow. You are the joy of my youth. The sisters erupted. A second later they chimed in unison with teasing delight. The one you love in youth is you. Meanwhile Chao Bin had just gotten into his car when he received a call from Sister Shuxin. Young master, come back quickly. Something's happened at home. The moment Chao Bin entered, he sensed the tense atmosphere. His parents Chao Song and Ding Yuechuan were both on the phone pacing the living room with grim expressions. What's going on, Sister Shuxin? The company's stock plummeted the moment the market opened this afternoon. Our market value has already shrunk by a third. The banks suddenly cut off our loans, and the suppliers who were once so eager to cooperate have all come knocking on our door demanding payment, as if they had planned it together. Furthermore, our Chao family's department stores in Jiangbei are suddenly under siege. All the other malls seem to have conspired to slash their prices, willing to take a loss just to snatch away our customers. In less than 2 hours our foot traffic has dropped to less than a tenth of what it was. That's why your parents' phones are blowing up. It's the franchise partners demanding an explanation. He's made his move. Chao Bin squinted. In the original story this was exactly how the Chao family was brought down. But because of his intervention this plot point seemed to have arrived ahead of schedule. It was a bit unexpected but not enough to throw Chao Bin into a panic. Who? Shuxin asked. Did that guy Yifan get out of the detention center? No, the young master said that although there's no direct evidence, yet he'll be held for at least 72 hours until things are clarified. He probably hasn't been released. Then he's orchestrating this from inside, using Jiang Tianhu as his pawn. Jiang Tianhu. Exactly. It's Jiang Tianhu. Mother Ding Yuechun hung up the phone and walked over. Dressed in a blue cheongsam, she exuded an air of serene composure, a testament to her heritage as a scion of the Bashu military aristocracy. Just got the news. The mastermind behind all this is Jiang Tianhis Tianlong Group. That bastard has already started a massive buyout while our stock price is in freefall. What a wolfish ambition. Bad news, Yuechun. At that moment Father Chao Song also hung up, his face as bleak as a frostbitten eggplant. What is it, dear? Is there something even worse than our current predicament? Weigua has been taken in for disciplinary review by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Chao Weigua, the eldest son of Ding Yuechun, and Chao Song, and Chao Bin's older brother. What? What's wrong with our eldest? Why is he under review? Someone has filed a real name report accusing Weigua of embezzlement and bribery to the tune of tens of millions. Preposterous. Our Chao family has tens of billions in assets. What would we need with a few tens of millions? This is utter nonsense. It's slander. Clearly that Jiang fellow is declaring an all-out war on our family. Can we get in touch with our eldest? No. I pulled some strings to ask, and they said no one can see Weigua until the investigation is complete. Bastard. Ding Yuechun was getting hot under the collar. I refuse to believe this. I'm calling the capital right now to ask your grandfather for help. Mom, calm down. Chao Bin held his mother back. Except for him, everyone in the room had a dark cloud over their heads, the atmosphere bleak and oppressive. You brat. How can you be so heartless at a time like this? Hasn't your big brother spoiled you enough all these years? Mother Ding Yuchun's eyes were slightly reddening. It's not that I'm heartless, but we can't panic. Gently comforting his mother with an arm around her shoulder, Chao Bin continued. If the Discipline Inspection Commission is involved, calling Grandpa now would only add one more worried person to the mix. We all know Big Brother couldn't have committed corruption. He stands upright, and he doesn't fear a crooked shadow. If they want to investigate, let them. The truth will come out eventually. If we really get Grandpa to pull strings now, we might just give them the leverage they need, and then we won't be able to clear our name. Chao Song looked at his youngest son with surprise. He had only known him as a prodigal since his return from abroad, chasing after girls, loafing around, and doing nothing productive. The accomplished eldest son had never held much hope for his career. But now in this critical moment, he was surprisingly clear-headed. So we're just supposed to sit here and wait. What if your brother is suffering in there? He won't be. The only way we can help him right now is to stabilize our own situation first. Easy for you to say, you little brat. We're surrounded by enemies on all sides, and we can't even ask your grandfather for help. How do you propose we stabilize things? It's simple. Chaobin smiled. If they want to buy our stock, let them. We can use the cash to ease our credit crunch. Are you insane? Selling now would not only mean huge losses, but we might also lose control of the company entirely. If I remember correctly, our pillar industry is real estate, right? It's a sunset industry. You both know better than I do how much of a bubble is in there, right? The stock price was inflated anyway. You didn't actually think your net worth was really that number, did you? So when it's time to cut losses, you cut them decisively. This predicament might look like a crisis, but it's actually a golden opportunity for us to completely exit the real estate business. Ding Yuechun and Chao Song were both stunned. That's right. Sometimes you have to risk everything to survive. Real estate was in the doldrums anyway, so why not just get out and start something new? Even if we solve that, it only temporarily fixes the credit crisis. What about the department stores? We fight back, of course. Since they're willing to cut into their own profits, we can afford to bleed a little too. But we have to ensure our profit margins can sustain normal operations. We can't go slashing prices like they are losing 1,000 to hurt ourselves by 1,200. You think it's that simple, boy? Chao Song shook his head. They're clearly willing to bleed to starve us out. We don't have the spare cash to get into a price war with them right now. 3 months. Zhang Tian's resources can last at most 3 months, but our funding gap can only hold for a week. I have money, Mom and Dad. How much do you need? Upon hearing this, Chao Song and Ding Yuechun both rolled their eyes. We thought you might have some brilliant insight. Forget it, go cool off somewhere. That little bit of money you have came from us anyway. It's a drop in the bucket. Who says so? Is 60 billion enough? Chaobin had, after all, a legitimate $10 billion provided by the system. Enough for what? Not even enough to buy incense paper for your grandfather's grave on the holidays. Listen to your mother and go cool off. Don't cause trouble. Chaobin was speechless. So I'm talking to you about RMB, and you're talking to me about spirit money. I really do have the money. Check for yourselves if you don't believe me. Chaobin immediately blurted out an account number. This is what I earned in 4 years abroad. You didn't know, but I have another name. In the Wolf of Wall Street. But you little liar, you couldn't possibly. What? Mother Ding Yuchun's words trailed off as her eyes landed on the computer screen, and her mouth formed a perfect O. 1, 2, 3. 10 zeros. There really is 60 billion. Honey, come look at this. It's real. The couple was dumbfounded, looking at Chaobin as if they'd seen a ghost. They both thought to themselves, is this really the prodigal son we raised? After verifying the source of the funds, Ding Yuechun and Chao Song needed half an hour to fully accept the reality. Good heavens, the fortune that 3 generations of the Chao family had painstakingly built over their lifetimes was less than the profits their son had earned from 4 years of studying abroad. Mwah! Ding Yuechun hugged her son and gave him a big kiss. She never imagined that the one who would save the Chao family in their hour of crisis was this youngest son, the most favored, yet seemingly the most clueless. My son has truly grown up earning money abroad and spending it back home. You are just like your maternal grandfather's grandson. Your defining trait is patriotism. Hey, dear, that's a biased statement. The Chao family has red genes too. Our bloodline is pure. Only pets and livestock talk about bloodlines. We Chinese talk about heritage. Give your mother another kiss, you're my precious boy. Covered in lipstick marks from his mother's kisses, Chaobin looked utterly resigned. Mom, are you missing a screw? Didn't you just insult yourself too? Sister Shuxin, am planning a trip to Jiangnan. It'll be a few days at the shortest, a week at the longest. Please take care of Mom and Dad for me during this time. Going to Jiangnan. Shuxin frowned from the courtyard. No, it's too dangerous without me by your side, especially during these critical times. I don't agree. Sister, I'm not asking for your permission, I'm informing you. And keep this from Mom and Dad. Just tell them I'm staying with Yingxue for a couple of days. Young master, you've gotten bold, haven't you? How dare you? Whoosh. Without any warning, Chaobin suddenly threw a punch at Shuxin. It was powerful, the force of the wind hitting her face. Shuxin crossed her arms instinctively to block. The force was immense, and she was pushed back 2 steps. Her expression changed drastically as she stared at Chaobin in disbelief. You little rascal, you've been hiding this well. When did you learn martial arts? Shuxin was already a half-step grandmaster. Even a casual, non-lethal block from her wasn't something just anyone could force back. In other words, Chaobin was now at least a true master, capable of handling several ordinary men with ease. Don't worry about it. The point is, I'm now capable of defending myself. If I go elsewhere they might not be watching me, but here in Jiangbei, they'll definitely be waiting for a chance to strike at my parents. You're the only one I can absolutely trust. Sister, please help me protect them. Looking at Qiao Bin, whose gaze was resolute, and whose tone left no room for negotiation, Shuxin felt a sudden sense of daze. Just a day ago he was the little kid who was utterly dependent on her. How had he become so mature and decisive all of a sudden? Even his fighting skills no longer seemed to require her. Was it possible that in a few more days he wouldn't need her at all? A sudden wave of loss washed over Shuxin, her heart aching with a dull throb. Feeling a little lost. Because I don't depend on you like I used to. You? Shuxin wanted to say, are you a worm in my belly? But instead the words that came out were, young master, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be lost? I'd be thrilled if you didn't need me anymore. That way I could enjoy my alone time in peace without running around for you all day. You have no idea how happy that would make me. Is that so? Qiao Bin gave a knowing, ambiguous smile. He slowly closed the distance between them until only a few fists' width remained. Black trousers, a silver jacket. Neatly cropped hair that just grazed his ears, features as sharp and defined as if carved by a blade. As he moved, the red earring swayed gently. With phoenix eyes and sharp sword-like brows, she possessed a striking, handsome beauty that was both masculine and feminine, yet it did nothing to diminish her unique softness. Her thin lips, painted with a coral red-orange lipstick, gently pressed together, a tempting sight. Why are you standing so close? Back off. The faint, pleasant scent that washed over her added a flush to Shuxin's cheeks. It was a familiar smell. Who said only women have a natural fragrance? Men do too. He had this same scent as a child. There was a time she needed to inhale it to fall asleep peacefully. She never thought it would be the same even after he grew up, and it smelled even better now. Shuxin deliberately put on a stern face, but her heart pounded even faster under Qiao Bin's intense gaze. Keep staring, and ill. Before her fist could even rise, Qiao Bin caught her off guard and kissed her. Shuxin's mind went completely blank. Her body was tense with anxiety, yet she made no move to resist. She stood rigid as a wooden plank, her head spinning, feeling as if she might suffocate at any moment. Finally, Qiao Bin smacked his lips. All that tough talk, but your lips are soft when kissed. He waved his hand, satisfied. Sister, I'm entrusting Mom and Dad to you. Don't be disheartened or disappointed. I might not need your protection anymore, but Amon will always need Sister Shuxin. Heart you. It took Shuxin a moment to snap back to reality. Her face was as hot as burning coal. You little bastard, how dare he? She covered her face in panic, looked around, feeling like a thief. Though she appeared furious, the crescent moon curve at the corner of her mouth had already betrayed her true feelings. That little rascal has really grown up. Seems the old tricks won't work on him anymore. Upstairs on the balcony, attic, Qiao Song and Ding Yuechun were craning their necks, thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Dear, we're in trouble. That little brat is causing trouble. You gave the jade bracelet meant for our daughter-in-law to that girl surnamed Tang. Won't little Shu be jealous? Who said there was only one bracelet? A mother-in-law must treat all her daughters-in-law equally. That imperial green glass jade I got from our trip to Yunnan last time. I didn't sell a single bit of it. I had over a dozen bracelets made from it, and they're all in the bedside drawer ready for my second son's wife. How did you not see them when you were looking yesterday? Ding Yuechun said smugly, and I've already given Shu hers a long time ago. Old Qiao was so shocked his mouth could fit 2 eggs. He muttered under his breath, how come I never met a mother as good as you back in my day? Qiao Song, what did you say? Nothing, dear. I was just saying you're the best wife in the world. Do you think I'm deaf? Ding Yuechun snapped. You can't even handle me, and you want more. Got too much energy, have you, Qiao Song? Come on, let's go make a third child. Dear, I was wrong. Have mercy. Poor old Qiao was dragged into the room by his wife's grip on his collar, his face a picture of utter despair. You little bastard, in the end it's your old man who bears the brunt of it all for you. Night fell. Jiangmen's night scenery was even more dazzling than Jiangbai's. Neon lights blazed brilliant in every direction. In the Magic Cube building, the iconic landmark of Jiangnan, on the 28th floor inside the chairman's office of the Magic Cube Group, a woman turned off all the bright lights in the room, leaving only a warm-toned nightlight on. She opened the walk-in closet door. Gently pulling the straps, her long dress slid down her body like silk and pooled softly on the floor. Whoosh. In front of the full-length mirror, the woman stood completely naked. Fiery red lips, an angelic face, and a devilish figure. A perfect, meticulously crafted work of art presented in its most exquisite form. The woman admired herself in solitude. Everywhere her eyes fell was a scene of allure exuding boundless charm. If any man could witness such a passionate sight, he would gladly die on the spot. Ring, ring, ring. The office phone outside the walk-in closet rang. The woman frowned slightly, but didn't rush. She carefully selected a lace lingerie, pulled on sheer stockings over her long straight legs, the red nail polish faintly visible through the delicate fabric. She chose a purple qipao and changed into it elegantly, a pair of red high heels accentuating her devilish figure to the fullest. Once everything was in perfect order, she walked over to the desk with a seductive sway and pressed the answer button. Even her voice was devastatingly captivating. Give me one reason not to fire you. I'm sorry, Chairman Song, but there's a Mr. Chaobin downstairs to see you. He claims to be the son of Chao Song from Jiangbei and says he's here to discuss a business partnership with you. Report to HR tomorrow to collect your final wages. You're fired. Please, Sister Song. The woman couldn't be bothered to listen to explanations. Just as she was about to hang up, a young voice came through the receiver. Tell your Chairman Song that if she's not interested in business, perhaps she'd be interested in the cause of her brother's death. Wait. Song Qingqing's pupils constricted, her enchanting eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Have him wait downstairs. He'll be right down. Yes, Sister Song. Downstairs at the front desk. See, I told you Chairman Song would see me. Didn't I say so? Wah. Don't cry, little beauty. Chairman Song won't fire you. Liar. I told you not to call at this hour. I only helped you because you spun such a tragic story about your family. Now look what's happened. I'm going to lose my job. Don't worry. If you do get fired, he'll take care of you. The beauty, who claimed to be 20 but looked like a soft and adorable little girl, stared at Chaobin in astonishment. She wore a denim overall dress, a pink blouse, vibrant purple accents on her white sneakers, and pink and white striped knee-high socks. Her legs were long and straight, and she was as fresh as a daisy. A red butterfly hairband held back her twin braids. Her oval face was rosy, and her big, sparkling eyes shimmered with tears. Hearing Chaobin say he'd take care of her, her delicate cheeks flushed bright red. Who needs you to take care of me? I mean, if Chairman Song lets you go, I can offer you a job. I promise it'll be better than your current one. Really? I don't believe you. The little girl pouted. Jobs are so hard to find these days. Dad says I'm just a regular 985 graduate with no master's degree, a total rookie, who can't even take care of herself. He says even a factory assembly line wouldn't want me. And I don't want to work on an assembly line. It would ruin my beautiful nail art. Where on earth did this innocent little bunny come from? Pure as a blank sheet of paper, easy to fool and easy to coax. How could someone like this be an assistant to a woman like Song Qingqing? Song Qingqing, the queen of Jiangnan. Originally from a branch family of the prestigious Song clan in Hong Kong, she was exiled to the mainland region of Jiangnan. With a startup fund of 30 million, she single-handedly built the Magic Cube Group into a company valued at nearly 100 billion, within 5 years establishing herself as a titan at the pinnacle of Jiangnan society. She lived up to her name. A beauty capable of toppling cities with wisdom as profound as a demon's. Even Yi Fan, with his overpowered protagonist Halo, couldn't conquer her, and had to settle for being her business partner. In the original story, Song Qingqing played a crucial role in Yi Fan's final confrontation with the Yi clan of the capital. This proved she carried immense fortune. To change the doomed fate of the Chao family in the original tale, Chaobin knew he had to win her over first. If not for possessing the script of the story, Chaobin wouldn't have stood a chance. Why aren't you saying anything? See, I knew you were lying. Jobs aren't that easy to find. The little girl looked pitiful, tears welling in her long lashes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Don't cry, don't cry. They are easy to find, I promise I'm not lying. If Magic Cube doesn't want you, we'll find you a job. I won't work on an assembly line. The little girl pouted, speaking softly. Don't worry, I won't make you work on an assembly line. I promise. Then, pinky promise. No lie. The little girl actually believed him, extending her delicate pinky towards Chaobin. Pinky promise sealed for 100 years. Whoever breaks it is a pig. Having received the promise, the little girl let out a long sigh of relief. Chaobin looked at her and couldn't bear to deceive her further. Someone this naive must have been extremely well protected before, or she wouldn't have survived this long. What's your name? My name is Su Su. You shouldn't be called Su Su. Su Yurong suits you better. Brother, how did you know my nickname is Yurong? Su Su looked at Chaobin with surprise and delight. Chaobin glanced at Su Su's chest and found himself at a loss for words. I don't know anything. I just knew you were as well endowed as the music game girl, but I never thought your name actually meant having room. To be fair, the name fits perfectly. I guessed. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You can even guess that. Oh right, what's your name, brother? I didn't call out. Su Su said, I'm asking what your name is. Chaobin. Brother Chaobin, let's add each other on WeChat. He'll come find you tomorrow. What for? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Brother Chaobin, do you want to be a pig? The little girl wore that pitiful expression again, making one's heart melt. Fine, let's add each other. Are you so sure you'll be fired? Definitely. Sister Qingqing never goes back on her word. Having added Chaobin on WeChat, Su Su felt much more at ease. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Then came the rhythmic clicking of high heels on the floor. Chaobin and Su Su turned to look. With fiery red lips, bright eyes, and pearly teeth, Song Qingqing approached gracefully in a cheongsam. One glance was enough to send any man's hormones soaring. This woman was truly a temptress. You're Mr. Chao's son. Yes, that's me. I was afraid I wouldn't get to see you tonight, Chairman Song. Song Qingqing smiled faintly and extended her hand proactively. Hello, young Master Chao. I'm Song Qingqing. A pleasure. No need to be so formal, Chairman Song. Just call me Chaobin. Her hand was soft as silk. They shook briefly and both parted with perfect grace. Song Qingcheng was secretly surprised. It was rare to find a young man who could remain so composed in her presence. This one had clearly come prepared. Qiao Bin in turn was sizing her up. A mature woman and a little girl, Song Qingcheng and Su Su were both absolute top tier in their respective styles. Like a peony and a yet unopened pink peach blossom, one radiant and gorgeous, the other soft and adorable. They vied for attention, a visual feast for anyone who saw them together. Su Su fell slightly short as Song Qingcheng's fiery regal queen's aura was something her naive innocence couldn't match. Young Master Qiao, are you free later? The most important thing on my agenda tonight was meeting you, Chairman Song. Perfect then. Song Qingcheng didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed her car keys to Qiao Bin. I have a very important dinner party later. Would you mind lowering yourself to be Qingcheng's chauffeur for the evening? It would be my pleasure. Then let's go. Song Qingcheng turned around elegantly, her silhouette graceful and poised. Both of them were cunning foxes, and neither mentioned Song Qingcheng's brother. They both knew that whoever spoke first would lose the upper hand. Hey brother Qiao Bin's sister Qingcheng. They both turned around, only then remembering the little pitiful thing behind them. With her hands clasped in front of her, Su Su looked at them with a pitiful, bewildered expression. Come ride with us. Thank you, sister Qingcheng. Having received permission, Su Su beamed with joy and trotted towards them, only to stumble and nearly fall. Looking down, she saw her shoelace was untied. Brother Qiao Bin. Su Su looked at Qiao Bin for help. Don't tell me you don't even know how to tie your shoelaces. Su Su blushed and looked down, poking her index fingers together as she whispered, at home my parents, grandparents, and my aunt always tied them for me. Now that I live in the dorms. Actually, my shoelace has been untied for a few days now, but I don't know how to tie it, so I just tuck it inside my shoe. It's uncomfortable and inconvenient. Brother Qiao Bin, can you help me? They'll wait for you in the car. Song Qingcheng turned and left. Are you really 20? Yep. If you don't believe me, Brother Qiao Bin, I can show you my ID. I was born in 2003. Su Su took out her ID card from her little pink bag and showed it to Qiao Bin. She was indeed born after 2003. 20 on her ID, looks 13, and has the self-care skills of a 3-year-old. Unbelievable. Whose little treasure got let out to experience the real world. You're 20 and can't tie your shoelaces. You seem pretty proud of that, huh? I'm sorry, Brother Qiao Bin. I want to ask you to help me then. The tears came on cue. Su Su cried as she tried to stuff the shoelace back into her shoe. Don't move. While Brother Qiao Bin, don't yell at me. I'm scared. Shut up. Cry one more time, and he'll throw you out to feed the big bad wolf. Got it? Su Su was terrified. She clamped her mouth shut and dared not make another sound, but the tears still streamed down her face like broken beads. Qiao Bin felt helpless. He had no choice but to squat down and tie her shoelaces for her. Strangely enough, Su Su immediately stopped crying. She quietly watched Qiao Bin tie her shoelaces, her clear, bright eyes shimmering, lost in thought. Done. Let's go. Okay. It was a delicate butterfly bow, prettier than any her parents, grandparents, or aunt had ever tied. Brother Qiao Bin, you're so kind. Her innocent face instantly cleared up. She grabbed the hem of his shirt and whispered, can you be my boyfriend? You don't want a boyfriend. You want a daddy to clean up after you and take care of you. Qiao Bin said, exasperated. Daddy? Su Su looked up confused. No, I want you to be my boyfriend. But if you like, I can call you daddy. Why so slow? Song Qingcheng asked with mild displeasure. You have no idea how troublesome Director Song's own assistant can be, do you? Qiao Bin in the driver's seat snapped back. One curt daddy, and you expect me to become your lifelong meal ticket and wash your every indignity. It was not worth it. Moreover, the original story never mentioned Su Su. Introducing an unfamiliar character would invite too many uncertainties. The priority was to break through Song Qingcheng. From now on, she is no longer my assistant. Just then Su Su climbed into the car, and Song Qingcheng said plainly, Su Su, you're fired. Move out of the staff dormitory tomorrow. Su Su only uttered a small non-committal "oh" and curled up in the corner of the back seat sulking. Song Qingcheng was surprised. She hadn't cried. Had the girl changed? Director Song, shouldn't you give your driver some direction? Go to the Digua Hotel. They rode in silence. 20 minutes later, the fired Panamera rolled to a stop on the forecourt of a sumptuous Jiangnan hotel. This matter is very important to me. It may take 3 hours, or it may last until midnight. Young Master Qiao, if you do not wish to wait, hand the keys to the bellboy and leave. Qiao Bin smiled without committing, and Song Qingcheng did not press further. She took her bag and went to the banquet. Neither spoke first. A quiet mind game lingered between them. Director Song, the materials you requested have been sent to your email. Please check them. I know, thank you. In the hotel lobby, Song Qingcheng hung up and immediately opened her inbox. Files detailing Qiao Bin's life from infancy through university filled the screen. He truly was Qiao Song's youngest son, a dissipated scion without discipline. Our lives have never intersected. How did he obtain information about my brother? Song Qingcheng's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Boy, you had better not lie to me, or... Brother Qiao, I'm hungry. It's still early for Director Song. I'll take you home first. I'm not going home, I'm hungry. A little lowly, you're really clinging to me, aren't you? Qiao Bin turned and glared at Su Su. This time she was unafraid and retorted, cheeks puffed, "Who's little? I'm not little. I'm 20 this year, not a little girl. Brother Chow, you can't call me little. Tell me where to go, and I'll take you." Chow Bin, impatient, wanted to finish the errand quickly. "I'm hungry. Brother Chow, take me to eat." Su Su insisted stubbornly. "No. Liar. Brother Chow is a liar. You just want to get rid of me quickly. You never intended to find me work. You think I'm troublesome. Brother Chow, you're Zhu Beiji." Tears poured down as she began to cry. She had been holding back since Chow Bin had refused to be her boyfriend. Now her eyes begged, silently, unstoppable. The sight of that fragile, pleading face, a human blossom trembling with sorrow, broke the heart. Guilt washed over Chow Bin like a cold blade. He felt he deserved it. It was only a meal, why not indulge her? Ahem, well, you don't talk to me. I don't want to speak to Zhu Beiji. Fine. If you won't eat, then I will enjoy the feast alone. Chow Bin hurried out of the car. He slowed his pace deliberately. As expected, Su Su peered out and followed like a little scavenging mouse. Plaintive, "Brother Chow, wait for me. I can't keep up." "Cute. I can still manage you." "Brother Chow, I want tiramisu black pepper steak." "And stop. Get in the car and sleep. Whatever you dream of will be there." "You're so picky. No steak or tiramisu, but there will be plenty of spicy beef." They entered the nearest skewer hot pot restaurant. "Brother Chow, my parents never let me eat hot pot. They say it's filthy, all gutter oil." "Eat or don't. I'll eat anyway. I'll take you back later to find your parents and make them cook you a steak." Su Su immediately nodded like a rattle doll. "I'll eat, I'll eat." "Brother Chow, what is this?" "Spicy pepper beef. Try it, it's delicious. But there's a whole small chili on top, but won't it be very spicy?" "What do you know? Spice is the thrill." "Really? Taste it, and you'll see." "How is it?" "Delicious, right?" So good, ugh. "Oh, it's so spicy." Su Su opened her mouth and fanned her mouth non-stop, her little pink tongue hesitating. At first the flavor was exquisite, but when the pickled chili's heat spread through her mouth, she was stunned. "Ha. Waiter, a bottle of ice-cold cola." "Brother, a man, Mom says carbonated drinks are." Chow Bin shot a sharp look. "It's so spicy, please hurry with the iced cola, I'm dying." After the searing heat, Su Su found herself exhilarated. She was beginning to like the sensation. The time, the place, the people, and the unfolding moment felt intoxicatingly new. At home, her parents forbade hot pot carbonated drinks and speaking with strangers. Today she did all of those things. There were no dire consequences. Instead, she felt uncommonly happy. "Brother Chow, can you bring me again next time?" Su Su's lips were naturally flushed, brighter than any lipstick. "The spicy beef is delicious, the iced cola is great, and Brother Chow, you're all wonderful." Chow Bin did not answer immediately. He only asked, "Why don't you want to go home?" "I don't know. I just don't want to go." "Then I'll take you back to the dormitory." "No, I won't go back to the dorm. It's so cold there by myself, and I'm moving out tomorrow." "Then to a friend's house." "Do you have any close girlfriends?" "I'll drop you off." Su Su shook her head, eyes distant. Su Su has never had friends, not a single one. "How could that be? How did you get through all these years then?" "Father, mother, maternal, grandfather, maternal, grandmother." Su Su really wanted friends, but nobody liked Su Su. They all hated her. "That can't be. It's true, Brother Chow." Su Su sat on the planter's edge outside the restaurant, hugging her knees and resting her chin on them, her spirits low. "In middle school, there was a girl who was once my best friend. Her school bag was always torn, so I gave her a brand new one I'd never used. She told me to my face she was happy and liked it, but behind my back she told classmates she hated me. Later her mother fell ill and had to drop out. I hurried home to ask my father for help. My father brought her mother to our hospital for free treatment and donated a great deal of money to her family. When the school learned of it, they held a full school praise assembly for me. She even read a thank you letter to my father and me in front of everyone. Oh, I was moved and thought we would reconcile. But the moment she stepped down from the podium, she looked at me in a way that terrified me and said she hated me and never wanted to see me again. In high school, I skipped grades into university and later worked at Sister Ching Ching's company. People treated me like a child. Even when I bought them milk, tea, and snacks every day, no one considered me a friend. I often overheard them speaking ill of me. I don't understand why I only know everyone hates me." Su Su's voice choked, her eyes were red as she looked up and asked, "Brother Chow, do you hate me too?" Looking at Su Su's tearful eyes, Chow Bin felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Although he was also born with a silver spoon, he had enjoyed a normal childhood. His parents' upbringing had been well-balanced, never spoiling him to the point of depriving him of common sense and human connection. Even through college, few of his classmates knew that his family was immensely wealthy and influential. Su Su was different. It was evident she had been overly sheltered by her parents. When malice becomes the norm, the purest heart appears strikingly out of place. "Of course I don't dislike you, why would you think that?" Chow Bin sat down beside Su Su, gently patting her head to soothe her. "Then why won't you be my boyfriend?" "Because a romantic relationship is an extremely intimate bond. We just met today and don't know each other well enough yet. Rushing into it wouldn't be right. Then what counts as knowing each other well enough? Tell me, Brother Chow Bin, I can do it." Chow Bin was momentarily speechless. If any other woman had asked him that, he would have seized the opportunity without hesitation, but using those sweet-talking deceptions on Su Su would feel like a crime. "See, so you do dislike me, you just don't want to say it," Su Su said, lowering her head in disappointment. Mommy said that as long as you like someone you can be together and nothing else matters. I really like Brother Chaobin, it's just that you don't like me. Susu, I don't dislike you, and I certainly don't hate you. It's just that my feelings haven't grown to the point where I must be with you. Besides, I already have a girlfriend, so we wouldn't be right for each other. How can that be? Susu blinked. I don't mind. Huh, you don't mind? Nope. Susu nodded firmly. Mommy said that as long as a man doesn't abandon his wife for another woman, as long as he remembers the way home after being busy liking the new without discarding the old, can be forgiven. Chaobin was stunned. A mother-in-law with such a twisted way of thinking. I'd take a dozen of them no problem. Too bad. As long as she likes him. It probably wouldn't just be Susu who needed to like him, her entire family would have to approve. Chaobin had a feeling that would be an impossible feat. Your mother was joking with you, Susu. That's not called not minding, that's called compromise. You don't understand now, but one day you will, and you'll realize just how tragic those words from your mother really are. Oh, Susu nodded vaguely, letting out a soft sound, without saying more, though her delicate face showed she wasn't feeling too cheerful. Chaobin didn't press further and closed his eyes to rest. Susu's innocence was genuine, but Song Qingcheng's deliberate arrangement for them to be alone definitely had ulterior motives. That was another reason he remained wary and refused. In front of the opulent Imperial Hotel, wave after wave of impeccably dressed figures came and went. Finally, in the dead of night, he saw Song Qingcheng staggering out. She was accompanied by a group of men and women. Qingcheng, it's already 1 in the morning. It's not safe to get a designated driver now. Why not let me take you home? No need, President Shun. Someone's picking me up. Someone's picking you up. Qingcheng, didn't you say your driver took the day off? Is this person reliable? Perhaps I should take you instead. With a face as fair as jade and dressed in a sharp suit, he was clearly the center of the group. Shun Junzuo tried to step forward to support her, but Song Qingcheng gently pushed him away, declining his offer. My boyfriend, absolutely safe. Thank you for your concern, President Shun. Boyfriend? Shin Junzuo's expression shifted slightly. Song Qingcheng smiled, her look making it clear that her personal affairs were none of his business. Everyone, we've had a great time drinking tonight. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the future. With your and President Shun's reputation, the Queen and King joining forces, cooperation is sure to be smooth sailing. The others chimed in, clearly trying to play matchmaker, but Song Qingcheng didn't take the bait. After waving goodbye, Chaobin, who had already received her signal, arrived by her side. Song Qingcheng didn't stand on ceremony. She turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning against him, nearly half hanging off his body. Chaobin, of course, didn't shy away from the offered affection. He wrapped an arm around her waist and said as they walked, "Not very considerate of me, President Song. What does young Master Chow mean? Isn't it said that women change their minds faster than you can flip a book? When you need a boyfriend, young Master Chow? Any one of those people back there is a big shot at my father's level. The core one is your suitor, President Song. Calling me your boyfriend right in front of him. Are you trying to make sure I don't leave Jiangnan alive?" Song Qingcheng, 7 parts drunk, had a rosy flush on her cheeks and a look of surprise in her eyes. That kid was clearly standing far away during the conversation. How did he hear it? I can read lips, Chaobin said with a teasing grin. On the other side, Junzuo, where did this kid suddenly come from? How come we've never heard of Song Qingcheng having a boyfriend like this? This is the first I've heard of it, just like you. His gaze deep. Shin Junzuo stared at the retreating figures of the two and suddenly smiled. Looks like a shield Qingcheng found. He's probably not a nobody. Lao Sun, look into him for me. Find out who this kid really is. If he's truly a nobody. And then, chop him up and bring him to me. Especially that hand. I want to feed it to the fish. The murderous intent that flashed in that instant sent a chill down everyone's spine. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. Shun Junzuo, Song Qingcheng's #1 suitor, was known as the Emperor of Jiangnan. In the original story, like Jiang Tianhu, he made a grand entrance, but eventually became a lackey at Yifan's feet. Eliminating him should allow me to seize a significant amount of fortune. Red Mansion, a top-tier apartment complex in Jiangnan. Song Qingcheng, who could barely walk earlier, was now lying unconscious on Chaobin's back. This woman was quite generous. Earlier she had blurted out her home address, door lock, password, and unit number all at once, so Chaobin was in no hurry now. Stay put in the car and don't wander off. Wait for me to come down. Don't worry, brother Chaobin. Inside the car, Susu watched their receding figures through the glass until they completely disappeared. She gently breathed on the window and drew a frowning face on the glass. Soon after, feeling it wasn't right, she wiped it away, breathed on the glass again, and drew a round, smiling face instead. Satisfied, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing in the direction Chaobin had gone, quietly hoping he would appear again and walk towards her. The late-night neon lights cast a glow on Susu's cheeks. Her beauty was like a blooming hibiscus in the evening breeze, a lotus in the night wind. In the hazy, misty light, her exquisite face seemed frozen in time, utterly fresh, pure, and moving. The Red Mansion was in a prime location, but Song Qingcheng's apartment was far from luxurious. The decor was in an IKEA style, fresh and understated, simple, refined, and spotlessly clean. If not for the correct password, Chao Bin would have suspected this woman worth tens of billions was messing with him by giving a wrong address. Her boat is as soft as cotton, but she's surprisingly heavy. After laying Song Qingsheng on the bed, beads of sweat had formed on Chao Bin's forehead. He helped her off with her high heels revealing long legs and black stockings. Her unconscious murmurs and curling of her feet were enough to make one's face flush. Furthermore, the alluring view from the slit of her Chong Sam only quickened one's pulse. To make one drowsy is allure, to make one fall in love is charm. The difference lies in a single word, yet the core essence is invariably the same as sleep. The distinction is whether it's for a night or two or for a lifetime. This woman seemed to possess both contradictory qualities. Song Qingsheng was not the skeletal thin type, her allure far surpassed that of a mere femme fatale. She wasn't slim, but not a trace of flab was visible. Every ounce of her soft, supple flesh was perfectly placed. It could be said that any man who laid eyes on her would find it difficult to harbor no ulterior thoughts. But at this moment, I don't believe you'd be this generous. Chao Bin sneered, draping a blanket over her as his final act of gentleness. As the door clicked shut, Song Qingsheng, who seemed to have drifted into a deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were like moonlight, clear as snow. She was surprised by Chao Bin's gentlemanly departure. A woman 7 parts drunk can act her way to your tears. Perhaps tired of the pretense, she soon fell into a genuine slumber. Chao Bin, however, had not left. Leaving quietly after a deed was the way of a self-sacrificing simp. A smart man always leaves his mark when doing a good deed. Not necessarily to make you deeply moved, but at least to make you too embarrassed to forget the debt of gratitude. To prevent this woman from denying it come morning, Chao Bin decided to rough it out on the living room sofa for the night. Before sleeping, he even improvised using her purple clay pot to simmer a pot of congee. At 4 in the morning, Song Qingsheng sobered up, went out for a drink of water, and saw Chao Bin fast asleep on the sofa. He actually stayed. In that moment, Song Qingsheng couldn't explain why, but she felt a strange warmth in her heart. Remembering his earlier gesture of covering her with a blanket, she turned back to fetch a blanket for him. Sober now, CEO Song. You? Sorry for disturbing your rest. Song Qingsheng's voice held a hint of warmth, no longer as cold and businesslike as before. Chao Bin rubbed his eyes. You're too polite, CEO Song. It's your home, what's there to apologize for? Why didn't you leave last night? To see a thing through to the end. You were so drunk I was afraid you'd wake up and choke on your vomit, so I decided to stay the night. I hope you don't mind me occupying your sofa, CEO Song. Chao Bin yawned, making up the excuse without missing a beat. As expected, Song Qingsheng's gaze softened upon hearing this. Thank you. I'm fine now. Why don't you go lie down in the bedroom for a bit? So generous, CEO Song. Letting a man you've known for less than a day into your bedroom. It's hardly a bedroom. I haven't been to this place in a year. The cleaning lady comes every 3 days to tidy up. So for me it's no different from a budget hotel. As expected, a wily rabbit has 3 burrows. A woman like Song Qingsheng wouldn't bring a stranger home when drunk. Then I dare not enter even more. Chao Bin chuckled. A woman who hides a knife under her pillow is someone I can't afford to mess with. I'm afraid you'll sneak in while I'm sleeping and give me a snip. Song Qingsheng's eyes narrowed, then she relaxed. No wonder you were so well-behaved last night. So you saw it. The earlier gentleness vanished, her phoenix eyes turning sharp. Rest assured, Master Chao, I wouldn't go as far as to snip you. At most I'd give you a stab in the heart. They'll leave you with a whole corpse. Tisk tisk tsk. Truly vicious. Indeed, the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. What can I do? In this dog-eat-dog world, a woman who isn't ruthless would be devoured, bones and all. That's true. When she looked up again, Song Qingsheng was holding a pistol in her hand. The muzzle pressed against Chao Bin's forehead. Since we're on the subject, why don't you tell me, Master Chao, exactly how much you know about my brother's situation? Tisk tisk tsk. A woman's heart is indeed as deep as the ocean, and her face changes faster than the weather. Speak. Song Qingsheng's voice was a cold, sharp rebuke. Chao Bin stood up. And what if I refuse? Don't believe I'll blow your brains out right now. Go ahead. Shoot right here. He took her hand and moved the muzzle from his forehead to the center of his chest where his heart was. Can't do it. He'll count to 3. If you don't have the guts, then put this cold piece of metal away. 1, 2, 3. In a flash, Chao Bin twisted his wrist, disarming her with lightning speed, catching her completely off guard. You? I gave you a chance, but you couldn't take it. Chao Bin aimed the gun at Song Qingsheng and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Click. A blue flame shot from the muzzle, but no bullet flew out. It was a lighter after all. Song Qingsheng's face paled, the atmosphere awkward. This bastard actually dared to pull the trigger. If it had been real. Looking at Chao Bin, he was all smiles, his face full of amusement. A beautiful woman playing with a gun is quite cool. But what's the fun in a lighter? A gun. I have one too. How about a taste of mine, CEO Song? Get out of here right now. Can't handle a little joke. Scram. Song Qingsheng was genuinely angry. Courtesy demands reciprocity. I'm not one to take advantage, but I certainly won't be taken advantage of either. Smack. Chao Bin delivered a firm slap to Song Qingsheng's backside clad in her qipao. Consider this the interest for using me as a shield last night. Think it over, CEO Song. My number is on the table. If you've decided, remember to treat me to breakfast tomorrow, you. Xiaobin made a quick escape. Song Qingsheng gritted her teeth, the strange sensation on her rear, feeling like ants crawling. Miss, a figure slipped in from the balcony window like a ghost. She was a woman with a voluptuous chest and an icy, expressionless face. That brat disrespected you. Let me go find out what he knows and make him disappear. No need. Song Qingsheng stopped her. Why? No man has ever dared to treat you like that. He's really Chao Song's son. If he dies in Jiangnan, it'll be in endless trouble. But miss that brat just. Song Qingsheng waved her hand. He's just a hot-headed young man, and his blood is running high. I can understand that. But my tofu isn't so easy to eat. You go inform Su Pengsheng that the cube temple is too small to house his precious daughter. Tell him his daughter is about to be swept off her feet by a brat named Chao Bin, and he should handle it himself. Remember, don't mention Chao Bin is Chao Song's son. Just say his background is unknown. Understood. The cold-faced woman instantly caught on and vanished into the darkness. Let Su Pengsheng test your depth. If you want to do business with me, you'll have to prove you're qualified. Song Qingsheng's eyes flickered, her face still bearing traces of anger. She picked up the note with the phone number, crumpled it, and was about to toss it into the trash when she looked up and saw the purple clay pot on the kitchen stove. She walked over and lifted the lid, a wave of warmth hitting her face along with the rich, fragrant aroma of 8 treasure kanji. Beside it, a small dish of sugar was thoughtfully prepared. Waking up in the middle of the night with an empty stomach, Song Qingsheng subconsciously swallowed, her appetite whetted. There was no food in the house. Did he go to the supermarket downstairs in the middle of the night? A nameless warmth flickered in her heart. Just what kind of person is this bastard? After hesitating for a long time, she finally took out her phone and dialed the number. Missy, come back first. Put the Su Pengsheng matter on hold for now. Yes. Downstairs, Chao Bin was in a great mood. He didn't believe that Song Qingsheng would have the heart to eat that pot of 8 treasure kanji all by herself come morning. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Chao Bin scratched his head. What is it? Oh no. He suddenly realized with a start. Damn it. Bai Xiaochun and Su Su are still in Song Qingsheng's car. Su Su. Rushing all the way to the parking lot, the car was completely empty. Where is she? She didn't get out to look for me and get kidnapped, did she? Chao Bin's heart skipped a beat. That naive sweetheart might actually do something like that. How could I have forgotten such a big living person? He should have brought her upstairs last night. A wave of intense guilt washed over him. Chao Bin shouted, Su Su. Su, you're on. Chao Bin giggled. Before his voice even faded, there was movement. Su Su came rushing out from the other side of the car. Her small face was purple from the cold, her white shoes were dirty, and her knees had streaks of scrapes with faint traces of blood. She looked as pitiful as a little beggar abandoned by the whole world. The moment she saw Chao Bin, light returned to her despairing eyes. Chao Bin giggled, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Stumbling, she threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly. She opened her mouth to cry, sobbing so hard she couldn't make a sound for a while. Only one thought crossed Chao Bin's mind. I'm such a jerk. After a long while. I'm sorry, Chao Bin giggled. I wanted to find you, but I was afraid you'd come back and not see me. When I tried to get back in the car, I found the door was locked. Cursed the Porsche's stupid autolock feature. Why didn't you call? Didn't we just add each other on WeChat today? I'm sorry, Su Su hung her head in shame. I was bored without you and watching Peppa Pig. When I wanted to text you, I realized my phone. It was dead. Then what about your knees and shoes, hey? When I heard your voice, I was so happy. I fell when I got up. I'm sorry, Chao Bin giggled. It's all my fault. I'm so clumsy and can't do anything right. I'm sorry, silly. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should apologize. It's my fault for leaving you alone in the car. I'm sorry. No, it's Su Su's fault, not Chao Bin giggles. All right. Chao Bin patted her head. Can you walk? Forget it, I'll carry you. Okay. Su Su was delighted. As Chao Bin crouched down, she obediently climbed onto his back. Hiss, what's wrong, Chao Bin giggled. Am I too heavy? No, too light. Chao Bin was stunned. It wasn't too heavy nor too light, but too big. That feeling was definitely bigger than Song Qingsheng's. Chao Bin giggled, Su Su is so sleepy. If I fall asleep, you won't leave me behind, right? Of course not. Chao Bin giggled is the best, Su Su. She was already asleep. Carrying her, Chao Bin went to a 24-hour pharmacy to buy iodine and band-aids. He briefly treated the wound on her knee, then returned to the car and reclined the passenger seat so she could rest. Chao Bin giggled. The moment he put her down, Su Su immediately woke up with a start. It's okay, silly. I'm here. You sleep, will stay right here with you. Her drowsy, panicked face only relaxed when she saw Chao Bin's. She grabbed one of his fingers and drifted back to sleep. Chao Bin watched her quietly. Her eyes were red and swollen, as she must have cried for a long time before. He could imagine how helpless she must have felt being alone here. It wasn't her fault, yet she was so cautious and kept apologizing. It was strange. Why did Su Su trust him so much when they'd only met a day ago? And he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache for her, even an urge to protect her. At 7 in the morning, Chao Bin and Su Su were awakened by the ringing of a phone. Hello? Have you left? If not, come upstairs and have some porridge, otherwise I'll have to throw the rest away. Song Qingqing's icy voice came through the phone, and she hung up immediately without giving him a chance to speak. This woman is really proud. What's wrong, Chow Bin Gij? Su in the passenger seat rubbed her eyes. Her morning face was still sleepy, but couldn't hide her natural pure beauty. Come on, get up. Let's go get some free breakfast. 20 minutes later. I never thought the pampered young Master Chow would make his own breakfast. Watching Chow Bin busy at her stove, Song Qingqing felt it was surreal. The fried dough sticks on the table were still steaming. The porridge was made last night, and the egg he was frying now were all his doing. Song Qingqing, who had never had a man in her house, had a complex look in her eyes. Was this guy really Chow Song's son? Aren't these rich brats supposed to be waited on hand and foot, even having women do all the work in bed? Chow Bin turned around and handed the fried egg to Song Qingqing, smiling. There are many things Miss Song doesn't know about me. I even wipe my own ass, didn't you know? The golden fragrant fried egg should have been appetizing, but Song Qingqing suddenly felt nauseous. How disgusting. You can't expect a dog's mouth to produce ivory. So, does that make Miss Song someone who looks down on others? Seems we're quite a match then. Actually, I didn't know Miss Song liked playing with guns. How about this? If you ever need one, you can come to me. I guarantee it'll be at your service anytime. Chow Bin smiled mischievously. You? Song Qingqing gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to suppress the urge to tear this rascal apart. Strangely enough, she had long cultivated a heart as calm as a monk's. In the past, she had weathered countless business battles, remaining unfazed even if the sky fell. It was rare for her to be rattled by verbal sparring. But this kid time and again could break through her composure with a single sentence. It was truly eerie. It seemed he knew me quite well, knew my weaknesses. Su, are you done washing up? Breakfast is ready. Oh, Chow Bin Gij, I'm almost done. You guys start eating. At the dining table, Song Qingqing deliberately avoided the fried egg. Despite it looking delicious, she only took small sips of the porridge. My cooking isn't bad, is it? It's okay. Glancing at Su, who was still washing her face, Song Qingqing said nonchalantly, HR will notify her father about her dismissal later. Her family should find her by the latest this afternoon. What does that have to do with me? Many people with ulterior motives have tried to get close to her before, but none ever got a second meeting. You seem a bit different, as if Su is the one actively approaching you. However, the outcome shouldn't be any different. So cherish the remaining time you have. No wonder she told me she didn't have many friends. It turns out it's not that she can't make them, but someone looking down from above doesn't want her to have any. Chow Bin remarked, it's truly sad to have parents like that. Kidnapping her with the name of love, forcing her to do what they think is right. It looks like protection, but it's actually destruction. I can't imagine how someone as innocent as her will face the world. Song Qingqing smiled faintly, her expression holding a mix of mockery, sadness, and agreement, but no verbal response. So tell me, what do you want? Taking the initiative, she finally got to the point. Cooperation. Howie. The Song family of Xiangdao made their fortune in medicine. I have good medicine, you have vast connections and distribution channels. Together we both benefit. Just empty words. We're supposed to cooperate based on that. Of course not. Chow Bin pushed a small box across to Song Qingqing. This contains the fulling purple pill. The fulling purple pill. Song Qingqing frowned in disbelief. Impossible. The fulling purple pill is a gem of traditional Chinese medicine. Despite its miraculous effects, the formula was lost centuries ago. If it existed, someone would have brought it out and become incredibly wealthy. The Song family had made their fortune selling medicine covering both Chinese and Western remedies. Although they were mostly merchants rather than doctors, they were familiar with various drugs, so it wasn't surprising she knew about the fulling purple pill's effects. I see Miss Song knows its effects, so I won't waste words. This pill isn't as potent as the true ancient medicine, but its efficacy is still remarkable. Consider it a gift. You can have someone test it. Once its effectiveness is confirmed, we can talk about cooperation. Of course, Chow Bin wouldn't hand over the real fulling purple pill. The pill he presented was a simplified version made from the original formula with only about 1/10 of the true pill's potency. But for patients in need, it was already a miracle cure. Song Qingqing was silent for a long moment. Do you have the formula? Of course. Song Qingqing's pupils constricted sharply, a fiery light blazing in her phoenix-like eyes. If this guy was telling the truth, then half a month. Verifying the effects will take at least half a month. They'll give you my answer in half a month. They'll give you a month, Miss Song. But remember, this offer expires after that. Chow Bin said this with a forceful tone. His stance was clear, calm, yet brooking no argument. The confidence in his voice shocked Song Qingqing. From their meeting last night to this verbal sparring match, she felt like she'd been led around by the nose the entire time. Even his frivolousness seemed meticulously crafted. Was he strategizing every step just to lure me into his trap? Song Qingqing looked at Chow Bin's harmless, boyish face, feeling a bit dazed. It was as if she wasn't facing a wet-behind Thier's kid, but a wily old fox who had navigated the business world for decades. Does your mom and dad know you're this capable? Song Qingqing asked. Chow Bin replied they will. Su was a bit afraid of Song Qingqing. Perhaps wanting to leave quickly, she wolfed down her breakfast in 2 minutes. With her cheeks puffed out, she mumbled indistinctly, "Chow bin gijim done. Let's go, okay. Goodbye, Miss Song. Goodbye, Qingsheng Jijia. Goodbye." As he was leaving, Chow bin turned back and suddenly added, "There's still quite a bit of porridge left in the pot. Why doesn't Miss Song invite that lady on the balcony in for some? She's been out in the cold wind all night. It's rather pitiful." Missed the fact that he could detect my presence means he must have martial arts training. He's definitely not the useless playboy the files say he is. You must be careful next time you meet him. It was Song Qingcheng's bodyguard Xiaoying. The moment Chow bin left, she appeared. On standby 247, she was Song Qingcheng's most trusted confidant. "I know. He left this morning without returning my car keys. I thought he forgot, but now I see it was intentional. It means even if I hadn't called, we would have met anyway. Either he came up or I went down. He's already planned out every move I make. This guy is like a tapeworm living inside me. It's truly terrifying. Miss, that guy really did drive your car away." Xiaoying shouted from the balcony. Song Qingcheng sneered, "Fine. That just helps me keep tabs on his whereabouts." She added, "Xiaoying, have someone send the pill to Shangdao for an immune rejection test immediately. Tell them I need the results within 3 days. Brother Chow bin, where are we going?" "To the mall." "The mall, eh?" Su's eyes lit up. "Does that mean this is a date?" "If you say so, then it is." Chow bin gently ruffled Su's hair, his gaze tender. Meeting was fate, but the ending was already written. Since parting was inevitable, they might as well say goodbye properly. Her white sneakers were stained, her stockings and pinafore dress bore smudges, and even her twin tails were hastily tied in her rush to leave. Even so, Su's natural beauty made her the most dazzling sight in the entire mall. She happily clung to Chow bin's arm, practically hanging off him like a joyful little burr. "Brother Chow bin, this is so pretty. I want this one. And this, I want this too." From claw machines to trinket shops, her laughter echoed at every storefront, her carefree voice drawing glances from passers-by. Bare-faced, baby-faced, with a ponytail, a true Lolita, a gem. Under the envious stares of onlookers, Chow bin became the object of every man's jealousy. "Want some milk tea, Brother Chow bin?" "They'll go buy it. No rush, let's first get you out of those dirty clothes." Chow bin led Su into the nearest Balenciaga boutique. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" "Shoes and socks, something suitable for her." "Oh, what a lovely young lady. Right this way, please." With his handsome looks and head Toto custom designer, where the sharpied saleswoman was exceptionally courteous. "This pair is our latest arrival. A pristine white style with a hint of anime charm, perfect for this young miss. And these lace trimmed with butterfly bows, sheer black and white Jake-style over-knee socks. Paired with these shoes, they'll look absolutely stunning." "All right, let's try them on Su. Brother Chow bin." Su had no intention of trying them on. Instead, she tugged Chow bin toward the exit. "What's wrong? Don't you like them? Let's go somewhere else to buy them. This place is too expensive. My month's salary probably wouldn't even cover these socks." "Silly girl, who said you have to pay? After making you fall and hurt yourself last night, let me buy them for you as a gift." "No way. Mom said I can't accept gifts from just anyone, especially from boys." "Am I just anyone to you?" Su shook her head frantically like a rattle drum. No. Brother Chow bin isn't just anyone. But I want to stand on my own. That's why I came out to find a job." "Silly girl. We're buying them right here." Chow bin was adamant. He gently pressed Su into a seat and knelt to remove her shoes and socks himself. His fingers brushed her cool, delicate skin. Her feet were fair, her ankles slender, her toenails a soft pink, perfectly formed. Su's face flushed with shy delight as she lowered her head, her little heart pounding. Though embarrassed, she made no move to resist. Though his heart stirred, Chow bin remained a gentleman. He carefully helped her into the over-knee socks and the new shoes. "Stunning. Sir, they truly suit your girlfriend perfectly." Tisk tsk. She was indeed a tempting sight. "Chow bin. It really is you. Long time no see." Following the voice, they saw a man and a woman enter the store. The man had bleached blonde hair and a thuggish air, while the woman, though far less pretty than Su, could still be considered attractive. They seemed about Chow bin's age, but with a weathered look about them. "What are you doing here?" Chow bin frowned. It was Li Yujia, the first love of Chow bin's original self from high school. The woman who had betrayed him for an iPhone. With the memories now merged, Chow bin felt no fondness for her. Though he didn't exactly hate her either. Quite a coincidence. He offered a cold, perfunctory greeting and then ignored her. "How much?" "Sir, we also have some lovely clothes and handbags that would suit your girlfriend perfectly. Would you like to take a look?" "No need. Your clothes are too ugly and the bags are even worse. The shoes and socks are enough." The saleswoman's smile twitched. "How rude. All right, sir. That will be 28,800. That's too expensive, Brother Chow bin. That's like 2 months' salary for me. Maybe we should just forget it." Su tugged at his sleeve and whispered. "The socks are already on, you can't back out now," mocked the blonde man beside Li Yujia. "And besides, a pretty little thing like you shouldn't go to waste. If he can't afford it, big brother here will buy them for you. Just come home with me." The blonde man's lecherous eyes had been glued to Su's private parts since he walked in, utterly disgusting. And this bastard was the same blonde guy who had driven off with Li Yujia in his BMW Z4 back then. Loyal? No. Some people's loyalty isn't about devotion. It's just that they can't find anyone better. Li Hongwei, what the hell are you saying? Why would she go home with you? What? Can't take a little jab at your old flame. I don't know how you ever fell for this loser. No money, just a pretty face. Can he pay the bills with that face? He can't even afford a pair of shoes and socks. Little girl, wise up. Not everyone is as generous as me. Don't let some broke loser fool you. That's enough, shut up. Indeed, the moment they spoke, it was like an old married couple. No love, only resignation. Xiaobin couldn't be bothered to respond, and Su paid them no mind either. Her heart was entirely with Xiaobin. Please wrap these up for me. Thank you. Certainly, sir. Right this way. The saleswoman shot a glance at the blonde man, silently calling him a fool. She thought to herself, you dare call that gentleman a loser. He just can't be bothered with the likes of you. Everything you own head to toe isn't worth a tenth of the watch on his wrist. Brother Xiaobin, what is it? At the cash register, Su took off the jade guanyin pendant she wore around her neck and placed it around Xiaobin's. What's this? It was my grandmother's left for me before she passed. Now I'm giving it to you, Brother Xiaobin. No, I can't. If it was your grandmother's gift to you, you must take it. Su puffed out her cheeks, hands on her hips. If you don't, then I won't accept the shoes or the socks you gave me either. Xiaobin had no choice but to accept it. Whoa. The saleswoman and the cashier's eyes went wide instantly. Imperial green jadeite, top-tier clarity, exquisite craftsmanship from a world-renowned designer. This was worth at least 300,000. The union of a wealthy heir and an heiress. Truly a match made in heaven, the envy of all. And then there were those two over there. A bitch and her dog, perfect together. Your girlfriend, Li Yujia, had appeared behind Xiaobin again. She doesn't look old enough to be legal, does she? Yeah. Is that any of your business? No, it's not. But Xiaobin, you haven't changed a bit. Still trying to put on a brave face, just like with that knockoff iPhone you gave me back then. You know what women hate most. It's okay to have nothing, but not to lie. Are you trying to teach me a lesson? You haven't changed either, Li Yujia. Still as self-righteous as ever, and still eating shit like you did back then. Xiaobin's words carried a pointed meaning as he glanced at the blonde man smoking outside the store. You? Li Yujia flushed with anger. Xiaobin, the more you lash out, the more it proves my choice back then was right. Someone like you will never amount to anything in this life. Xiaobin. True friends are a rarity in this world. Encountering even one or two in a lifetime is a blessing from the heavens. Most people fear their brother's suffering, yet they also dread their brothers driving a luxury vehicle. Women like Li Yujia would rather endure the pain of a scoundrel than face hardship, bartering their dignity for wealth, choosing their own positions, while offering their favors. Seeing that Xiaobin was not doing well filled her with a sense of triumph, grateful that she had made the right choice back then. However, spotting a beauty like Su by his side made her uneasy. Why should he attract someone younger and more beautiful than her after leaving her? Especially since Xiaobin mocked her, striking a nerve that filled her with rage. Your choice was indeed not wrong. A whore deserves a dog, a relationship that lasts forever. I should thank you, Li Yujia, for your merciful act of kicking me aside all those years ago. You. And by the way, I'm not the one in a frenzy. It's you who is frantic. As for ambition, Xiaobin jeered, I really don't need any ambition. I still have nearly 10 billion in my account. Even if I squander it all, I can go home and inherit a fortune of 100 billion. Unlike you, who has no survival skills besides pleasing men and compromising your dignity, relying on belittling others to gain that pathetic sense of superiority. You're talking nonsense. Li Yujia shouted angrily. You. With 100 billion in your account. If that were true, you wouldn't have been unable to afford an iPhone back then. During high school, you were so broke that you'd have to split a piece of candy in half, and now you act like your surname Xiao makes you the richest in Jiangbei. Though I rely on men, I do so through my own abilities. Now I've married into a wealthy family. What about you? Still here relying on a toy boy to deceive young girls. Wealthy family. Xiaobin chuckled. Even if the Chao family dominates Jiangbei, they would never consider themselves a wealthy family. Can someone like Li Hongwei dare to call himself one? It makes sense. So a person who can't even have 3 dishes in a lifetime and would kick away a boyfriend for an iPhone can't have high aspirations. There's no point in wasting time with her. You have such a low opinion of others. Whose fault is it that you can't recognize a gem in the sea? I was blind back then. How could I have thought highly of you? What nonsense. I was the one who was blind, believing your boastful lies. Right. You're a worthless man. How dare you insult me? Su, who had been happily admiring the gifts from her brother Chao, been immediately frowned upon hearing Li Yujia's insults directed at him. Mom says those who insult others lack quality. You are the rubbish. Your whole family is rubbish. Rebound. Zizizi all rebounds. Assuming a pose like Digga, Su was serious, making Xiaobin unable to contain his laughter. Alright Su, let's go. Ignore the lunatic. Okay Xiaobin, you stay right there. You. What? You flirt in front of me, and now want to chase after your ex-lover for a fling. The yellow-haired boy interjected. Li Hongwei, what nonsense are you spouting? Slap. The yellow-haired boy slapped Li Yujia across the face. What level are you at? I'm the notorious young master of the village. Is Li Hongwei a name you dare to utter? If it weren't for the sake of the child, I would have kicked you aside long ago. Don't test my patience. Can't you tell the difference between a big and small king? Li Yujie covered half of her face, the other half alternating between red and blue under the watchful eyes of the surrounding employees. But in the end, I'm sorry, dear husband, I was wrong. Didn't we agree to spare some face for me outside? Tonight I'll serve you well, okay? You shameless woman. The yellow-haired boy scoffed. Find a way to get the contact information of that little girl from earlier, or else you won't see a penny of your allowance from now on. Alright, don't be angry, dear husband, it's all my fault. Ooh, I'll find a way to help you get her here. Li Yujie was almost on her knees. The sales associate at Balenciaga was nearly shocked to drop her jaw. Was this the same arrogant and domineering woman from earlier? Chaobin missed a good show, but he felt no regret. With Su Su by his side, her laughter could temporarily make people forget their troubles, and everyone was happy. Especially Su Su. Brother Chaobin, today is the happiest day of my life. So when her parents appeared before her, both were caught off guard. Euro, darling. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, why are all of you here? We came to find you, darling. Come over here. We've been worried sick since you left the cube without telling us. Your grandparents and I were almost dead with worry. Lin Shireen waved from several meters away. She was a mature version of Su Su with a black trench coat and an impressive presence resembling her daughter, closely, unmistakably related. In a suit, Su Pengqing stood beside her, roughly the same age as Chao Bin's father Chao Song, also a charming and dignified handsome uncle. Su Su felt no joy upon seeing her relatives, instead her smile faded. She instinctively looked at Chao Bin beside her brother Chao Bin. Her grip tightened. Silly girl, those are your relatives, go on. Chao Bin gently patted her head to comfort her. The Lin couple across the way frowned at the scene. Who is that young man? Why is our daughter seeking his approval? Does she subconsciously think he is more important than us? Su Pengqing's gaze turned sharp. Alright then, Su Su had no choice but to walk over to her family. Darling, what happened to your socks and shoes? And how did you get hurt? The elderly couple gasped in shock. How could you get hurt? Who dared to let our precious granddaughter get hurt? Is it that one over there? No, Grandma. I accidentally fell, and Brother Chao Bin helped bandage my wound. My previous shoes and socks got dirty. Oh, all of these were bought for me by Brother Chao Bin. Oh dear. That's unacceptable. It breaks my heart. I've told you not to let our precious granddaughter attend any classes or go to others' companies. What if she gets bullied? Our family has enough money for her to live for 10 lifetimes. Does it hurt, Rong? It doesn't hurt, Grandma. Brother Chao Bin was so gentle last night. He bandaged me really well. It didn't hurt at all. Su Su still glanced back at Chao Bin, not far away, her smile sweet. What? The four family members' expressions changed drastically, and Lin Shireen exclaimed, Rong, did you spend the night together? Shouldn't be considered so, Brother Chao Bin. Su Su in her innocence vaguely recounted what had happened last night. Most of the time, she praised how wonderful Brother Chao Bin was while she clumsily caused him a lot of trouble, but he didn't mind at all. She really liked Brother Chao Bin. The two elders fell silent, their faces noticeably grim. They were very aware of what kind of girl their granddaughter was. Pampered and spoiled, a pearl in their palm. Under normal circumstances, even a small scrape would make her cry for a long time, but today she surprisingly said it didn't hurt at all, and didn't care at all. Moreover, she couldn't stop talking about Chao Bin, each word praising him, her attachment, even surpassing that of her parents. Su Pengqing and Lin Shireen exchanged glances, seeing the shock and unease in each other's eyes. What's wrong, Grandpa, Grandma, why aren't you talking? I still want to play with Brother Chao Bin a little longer, can I? No, darling. You haven't returned home for a whole night, and your grandparents are very worried about you, so you must come home with us immediately. Oh, I see. Su Su pouted then. Can I invite Brother Chao Bin to my birthday party next month? No. Lin Shireen was about to say no, but was stopped by her husband. Su Pengqing gently patted his daughter's head. Of course you can, darling. You can invite whoever you want to your birthday party, as long as you're happy. Really? Absolutely, Rong. When has Daddy ever lied to you? That's great, thank you, Dad. I'm going to invite him right now. Su Su's pure face was filled with joy as she hurriedly ran to Chao Bin excitedly, saying, Brother Chao Bin, can you come to my birthday party on the 1st of next month? Brother Chao Bin, don't you want to come? TT, do your family members agree for me to go? Of course, Dad has already agreed. He said I can invite whoever I want. Please come, Brother Chao Bin. Please, Chao Bin glanced at the Su family not far away. Alright, I'll go. Oh, just remember to send me the address when the time comes. Yay, Su jumped with joy. Darling, we should go home now, Brother Chao Bin. I have to go home. You have to miss me. Su turned back 3 times reluctantly, but eventually left. Just as Chao Bin was about to leave, he noticed Su Pengqing and Lin Shireen returning. Chao Bin, right. Here, this is for you. Lin Shireen handed over a check for 500,000. Annie, what does this mean? Thank you for taking care of our daughter last night. This is our heartfelt gesture. Also, I hope you don't show up at Su Su's birthday party. I believe you are a smart person. Su Pengqing coldly interjected, a smart person should know how to maintain dignity. Oh, of course, if you're not smart, I will ensure your dignity is upheld. So am the faithless scoundrel, and you too get to play the doting parents. Yes, this feels right. Only such parents could have shaped Su Su into who she is today. Chao Bin tucked the check into his pocket. Why refuse money that's handed to you? So you agree. Lin Shireen breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of gratification. That's right, I agree. Don't worry, he'll definitely attend Su Su's birthday banquet. Then wait. What did you say? You'll definitely attend. The couple's eyes widened in unison. I promised Su, so of course I have to go. I'm a man of my word, always have been. Then how dare you take our check? Lin Shireen glared. Are you blaming me, Auntie? Didn't you say it was just a token of appreciation for looking after your daughter last night? When an elder gives, one must accept. What's wrong with taking the money? But I also said I hoped you wouldn't attend Rongrong's birthday banquet. True, but you said hope, and you never said I couldn't take the money if that hope wasn't fulfilled. Besides, I already promised Rongrong, so I naturally can't promise you. You're toying with me. Su Pengqing's gaze was sharp as a hawk's looking down his nose at him. Boy, you're not worthy of my daughter. If you're smart, you'll get lost while you still can. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Ask Su. Su Pengqing was furious. I tried being nice to you, but you won't listen. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Chao Bin sneered. You think you're worthy of that line? A social climber who rode a woman's coattails to fortune, and now that you've got your own umbrella, you're hell-bent on tearing down everyone else's shelter. I had no designs on your daughter before, but now I think I might give it a try. You? Su Pengqing's eyes bulged with rage, nearly losing his composure. He was indeed the textbook definition of a social climber. In his early years, he married into the Lin family, owing everything he had to his wife. It was only after his in-laws had grown old and frail that he finally managed to secure the family name and financial control to legitimize himself, becoming a man of considerable stature in Jiangnan with a net worth of 10 billion. The thing about people who claw their way up from the bottom is that they hate having their past dug up, especially someone like Su Pengqing. Accusations of being a fortune hunter were his absolute trigger. Don't look at me like that, President Su. I know you've dealt with plenty of people who had improper designs on your daughter, but I'm not like them. Trying to brush me off with a mere 500,000. Who exactly are you insulting? How much do you want? Su Pengqing ground his teeth. How much can you offer? 1 billion? 10 billion? Oh wait, I forgot the entire Lin Corporation is only worth about 10 billion. That's a bit paltry. How about this, President Su? You name a price. How much would it take to buy your daughter? They'll help you inflate your worth a little. Boy, you will pay for every word you've said today. Is that so? I rather think you'll be the one paying for your ignorance in the days to come, President Song. Not everyone is coveting the family fortune you scraped together by leeching off your in-laws. Chao Bin's tone was mocking and playful. 100 billion. Is that supposed to be a lot? The meeting ended in discord. Su Pengqing was so enraged, he was practically fuming from every orifice. This is an outrage. That bastard. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. Chao Bin, is it? Investigate. I want to know everything about that kid, 3 generations of his family. Pengqing calmed down first. It was rude, but we can't ignore what he said. I can tell he truly means something to Rongrong. I know that. Lin Xian's attempts to soothe him did little to ease Su Pengqing's fury, instead it fueled his anger at the thought of his prized cabbage being rooted by a pig. Notify Fan Shi immediately. Tell him to step up his game with our daughter. If necessary, he can go ahead and seal the deal. Have you lost your mind, Pengqing? She's our daughter. What do you know? If we don't get fresh capital flowing into the company, soon our cash flow will dry up. The Ji family elders are dead, leaving only Ji Fanshi, who's young and easy to control. He's our best bet for a marriage alliance, and the most suitable husband for Rongrong. But there are no buts. Do you want the Lin Corporation to go bankrupt? It was a pity Chao Bin couldn't hear this conversation, or he would have spat in their faces. At Chao Bin, I thought you had some spine. All that high and mighty talk, and here you are still chasing after that family like a desperate son-in-law. Too bad they don't even want you. Li Yujie, are you a fly, or what? I can't seem to shake you no matter where I go. Chao Bin was exasperated. How did he run into her even when just picking up his car? It turned out the woman had been keeping tabs on him the whole time, witnessing his entire confrontation with the Su family. Stop putting on airs. You took their money, and then went back on your word. You're shameless. Li Yujie sneered, though inwardly she was seething with envy. 500,000. Her own monthly allowance was only 40 or 50,000, and this guy had just pocketed 500,000 out of thin air. Chao Bin, finders keepers. Split it with me, and I want go spreading the word about your little exploits in our high school alumni group. Huh. Chao Bin was genuinely amused, almost laughing despite his anger. Who was the shameless one here? She had mastered the art of double standards. Suit yourself. Just because you're a piece of crap you think the whole world is a toilet. What a joke. Beep. Beep. Chao Bin pulled out his car key and pressed the unlock button. A fiery red Porsche a short distance away flashed its lights in response. Li Yujie was dumbstruck. No way. That car is his. She had just been envying whoever owned such a magnificent vehicle, several times more expensive than her husband Li Hongwei's car, and it turned out to be impossible. A loser who can't even afford a genuine Apple product, how could he possibly? Chao Bin was already in the car by then. Right before her envious eyes, he drove off in that stunning Porsche, leaving her in the dust. Staring at the direction where the Porsche had vanished, Li Yujie's gaze was vacant. During high school, there had been a rumor that Chao Bin was the son of Chao Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. But back then Chao Bin lived frugally, and was close to classmates without any background, so the rumor was always dismissed as a joke. Could it be? He really was a wealthy young master experiencing life. If Chao Bin was indeed Chao Song's son, then his earlier claims about having billions lying in his account and being able to go home and inherit a fortune of 100 billion might be true. Li Yujia's face turned pale, her emotions in utter turmoil. If all of it was true, then hadn't she missed her chance to ascend into the true upper echelons of society back then? The Chao family was 1,000 times 10,000 times beyond what Li Hongwei's family could ever compare to. An asset of barely 100 million versus a net worth of 100 billion was not even on the same scale. She couldn't accept this crushing comparison. Beep, beep, beep. You stupid woman. I've honked the horn until it's flat. What are you spacing out for? Having a wet dream. Get in the car now. Li Hongwei's curses yanked her back to reality. After getting in the car, she whispered reluctantly, "Honey, I just saw Chao been driving a red Porsche. You slut. Can't stand seeing your old flame in a Porsche, wishing he'd give you a ride." "No, honey, I just think that a piece of trash like Chao Bin who isn't fit to tie your shoes, how could he possibly afford a Porsche? Do you think he might?" "Think my ass. You stupid pig." Li Hongwei, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, grumbled while turning the steering wheel. "What's there to ask? He rented it. If I wanted to rent one, forget a Porsche, I could get a top-tier Maybach, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, or a Hennessy Viper in minutes. But what's the point? After showing off, you still have to return it. It's not mine anyway. Use your pig brain to think. If that bastard was really successful, how could he have accepted that girl's father's check? Would a rich man swallow that kind of humiliation? If it were me, I would have torn it up and thrown it in his face. A nobody with no money trying to show off, worse than dog shit. Only a slut like you would still be thinking about him." "Honey, I'm not." Li Yujia pretended to be aggrieved, but her gloom had vanished, and she was secretly overjoyed. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Back then Chao Bin always liked to pretend to be rich. That car must have been rented. Whether you did or not, I'm pissed off right now. I've hated that bastard since back then. This time you spread the word in your high school alumni group about him being a kept man. Also, aren't you guys having a reunion next weekend? Have someone invite him. It's even better if we can humiliate him face to face." "Okay, honey," Li Yujia stammered. Meanwhile, as Chao Bin drove, that increasingly sweet electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. By exchanging gentleness for sincerity, you have seized 50 points of world's fortune. Current fortune value 156. Ding, congratulations, host. By exchanging wisdom for trust, you have seized another 50 points of world's fortune. Current fortune value 206. What the hell?" Chao Bin was surprised. "Host daddy, riding the waves is your own path to a future. You treat the world with gentleness, and the world will treat you gently in return. This is not a surprise, it is the inevitable result of every step you take. I understand the gentleness for sincerity part, that's the fortune Su brought me. But what about the trust?" "Take a guess," Shang said playfully. "Guess my ass." Just as he finished speaking, Chao Bin's phone rang. "Hello? Are you still in Jiangnan, Chao Bin? I'm in my office waiting for you. Come over now. Let's talk about the cooperation on the purple spirit rejuvenation pill." It was Song Xingqing. "So soon? Didn't we agree on a month, CEO Song? It's only been half a day. It's 12 now. If you're not here by 1, the offer expires." Beep. The line went dead. That woman is as decisive as ever. It seems she's already quickly verified the efficacy through her special channels. The fortune I just gained was definitely from her too. "Host daddy, you can spend 200 fortune points to unlock the intermediate fortune mall. The prizes in the intermediate fortune mall are even richer than the low-level fortune mall. Would you like to?" "Scram. Shang, don't mention the lottery to me until I successfully exchange for the Qilin kidney. Oh, this damn system is trying to trick me again. It wasn't easy saving up those 200 points. With a major enemy looming, Yi Fan might be out of the detention center in a day. The tactics of beating the grass to startle the snake and attacking from the flanks probably won't work well anymore. When I face the protagonist Yi Fan Heeden in the future, I need to at least be able to protect myself. That's why the martial arts grandmaster skill is so important to Chao Bin. I still need 44 more fortune points to exchange for it." Half an hour later, at the Magic Cube CEO's office. "CEO Song, you're certainly decisive. You really put me through the ringer. If you had called any later, I'd probably already be back in Jiangbei." "Is that so? So my car almost went home with young Master Chao as well." Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Song Qingcheng had her arms crossed, looking at the entering Chao Bin with an amused smile. Black stockings, a pencil skirt, high heels, a white inner shirt under a small blazer, slightly tousled burgundy hair, and a captivating red lipstick. She was a vision that could topple nations. Unlike her coquettish state last night or her relaxed state this morning, she now appeared professionally refined, her demeanor as full and imposing as her chest, her gaze intensely aggressive. "Haha, it's just a car worth a few million. Surely with your wealth, CEO Song, you wouldn't be so petty. Does young Master Chao not have a car of his own?" "I do, but I like driving yours." Song Qingcheng's lips twitched. This guy never misses a chance to get a verbal advantage. If his pretty boy face weren't so handsome, she would have punched him. "I've drafted the contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, have your father or mother come by to sign it." "Who told you my parents are doing business with you?" "You're signing with me. What else?" Chaobin chuckled. Do you look down on me, CEO Song? Song Qingsheng frowned. No, if you can make the decisions, it's the same whoever signs. But can you? Chaobin smiled. He took the contract from the table and reviewed it seriously. His demeanor shifted instantly. His gaze turned clear and sharp, his expression rigorous. The transformation from cynical to meticulous was almost instantaneous. Watching him, Song Qingsheng was secretly alarmed. His nonchalant attitude was indeed a facade. Anyone fooled by his appearance into underestimating him would ultimately pay a heavy price. It seems CEO Song has full confidence in the efficacy of the rejuvenating purple elixir. The contract is fine, but I believe the equity split needs further discussion. Young Master Chow, you only provided the formula. The channels and capital are mine. A 60-40 split in your favor is the fairest division. A 60-40 split won't do. 80-20 is more like it. 7,030. Song Qingsheng was momentarily stunned. Fine, I didn't expect young Master Chow to be so gallant. Gallant? CEO Song, are you misunderstanding something? My formidable combat skills have never known gallantry. I meant 30 for you, 70 for me. Song Qingsheng's phoenix eyes widened in disbelief, her expression seemingly asking, are you kidding me? No need to look at me like that, CEO Song. I know the situation at Cube. Raising $5 billion in cash at once won't be easy, and even with loans you'll face significant hurdles. So I'll provide the $5 billion. You handle the channels and overall management. Rest assured, even if I hold a controlling stake, I won't interfere in areas outside my expertise. You'll have full authority over the new company's affairs. No way. Then what's the difference between me and a professional manager, working tirelessly only to end up with a 20 stake? Song Qingsheng refused on the spot. What's wrong with 20? Cube started with 30 million and is now worth nearly 100 billion. It looks impressive, but how much do you truly control? From what I know, your actual stake in Cube is less than 5. You work yourself to the bone, and some people don't even appreciate it. Not only are they ungrateful, but they're also malicious, fearing that your younger brother might take over the 100 billion cake. So, what do you mean by that? Song Qingsheng's delicate frame trembled violently. Tell me clearly, how much do you know about my brother's affairs? I know what you know. What you don't know I'll tell you slowly when the time is right. For now, just answer me. 8,020. Do you agree or not? Impossible. Song Qingsheng gritted her teeth. She was a fiercely proud woman who never yielded to coercion. Chaobin stood up. It seems our cooperation is off the table. What a pity, CEO Song. This might be your only chance to turn the tables and avenge your brother. You've missed it. Her phoenix eyes burned with murderous intent. Finally she spoke. 60-40. That's my absolute limit. Chaobin placed the car keys on the table and turned to leave, his gaze resolute without a hint of hesitation. The world is vast. Once I walk out this door, we likely won't meet again. Thank you for last night's hospitality and this morning's breakfast. Take care. Chaobin. I know the Chow family is besieged on all sides in Jiangbei right now. Where will you find 5 billion? I can get the money, and it'll pave the channels. Cooperating with me won't disappoint you. 6,040. 60 for you, 40 for me. This is truly my bottom line. Men and women are different. When a man speaks tough, he's often insecure inside. But when he acts nonchalant, it shows he's truly confident. Women are the opposite. When her tone softens, it means you can push her bottom line a little further. So Chaobin didn't hesitate and directly pulled open the office door. Watching his retreating back, Song Qingsheng clenched her fists. This bastard. Even knowing he was playing psychological games, she couldn't help but lose her composure. Her brother's matter was too important to her, making it hard to maintain her usual calm demeanor. Just as Chaobin said, this might be the only chance to uncover the truth and avenge her brother. Even though she still didn't understand why Chaobin had sought her out. What should she do? The door slammed shut. Chaobin was gone. At that moment, Song Qingsheng's mind was in turmoil. Finally. Stop. Come back. Fine, 8,020. I agree. Now why didn't you say so earlier, CEO Song? If you'd been this decisive, I wouldn't have had to put on an act. It's exhausting. As the door was pushed open, Chaobin scurried back and gleefully, shamelessly pocketing the Porsche keys from the table. CEO Song, this is the formula for the rejuvenating purple elixir. Please keep it safe according to the confidentiality agreement. You're just giving it to me like this. Song Qingsheng was inwardly shocked and a little excited. Aren't you afraid I might? Afraid of what? I've only given you the first-generation formula. If the effects are layered progressively, the formulas I hold can be iterated at least 10 more times. In other words, if you run off with this formula, I can immediately produce a rejuvenating purple elixir with 10 times the potency. CEO Song, you know the difference between a sesame seed and a watermelon, right? Even Song Qingsheng was shaken. Then the pill you gave me this morning. It's from this formula. Just a first-generation product. Song Qingsheng gasped. The miraculous medicine that had renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from Xiang Island so excited they wanted to fly over immediately was merely a first-generation product. And there were 9 more generations. Having just reluctantly accepted the threat, Song Qingsheng now felt a hint of relief. Even with just a 20 stake, the potential profits were immeasurable. Why? Why me? Song Qingsheng asked the question burning in her mind directly. Even if the Chow family is besieged on all sides, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if I have the channels, your family could surely find a way to pull strings. Why go to all this trouble to come to me? What if I said it's because I like you, CEO Song, and am pursuing you? Would you believe me? Song Yingxue rolled her eyes. You're annoying, but your depth of thought is no less than those old foxes in business. I'm not a naive little girl. Do you think I believe that? Believing or not doesn't really matter. Chow Bin waved his hand. Those who believe call it fate, those who don't call it chance. Mutual benefit is a win-win, why not? As for me liking you, since we'll be working together, we'll have plenty of time. CEO Song can take her time getting to know me. Maybe you'll fall for me too. Fall for you? Song Yingxue smirked. So fall is the operative word. Chow Bin was stunned. That line was supposed to be mine, wasn't it? Her stunningly beautiful face was right there, and with those alluring phoenix eyes fixed on him, he suddenly felt his face grow warm and his ears reddened involuntarily. Noticing this detail, Song Yingxue's smile deepened, and she suddenly regained her commanding presence. She had thought he was an old sparrow, but it turned out he was just a blushing kid. Interesting. Turning her back, her own face flushed slightly. They'll have legal prepare the contract. There are two people I'd like to introduce to you. For our cooperation, we'll need their medical resources here in Jiangnan. Coincidentally, they owe me a favor, so it's a good chance to get acquainted. Who? You actually have some connection to them. Su's parents, the heads of the Lin Group, Su Pingqing and Lin Shiring. As he spoke, Song Yingxue's secretary led the two in. Their eyes met, and Su Pingqing's face, which had been plastered with a fawning smile, instantly turned cold. Chow Bin, what are you doing here? Chow Bin. What a small world. Su Pingqing's harsh mockery from not long ago still echoed in his ears. In this situation, it was hard to say if it was a narrow escape or an inevitable confrontation. It seems you two have already met. Song Yingxue's brow twitched slightly, a look of understanding dawning in her eyes. No wonder Su wasn't by Chow Bin's side. Su Pingqing certainly moved quickly to protect his precious daughter, though it appeared their exchange hadn't been entirely cordial. Since Chairman Song has guests at the moment, my wife and I will schedule another time to meet with you. Goodbye. Mr. Su, please hold on. The matter you came to discuss with me today is inextricably linked to Chow Bin. Stay and listen before making your decision. Su Pingqing's gaze swept over Chow Bin, his eyes dripping with contempt and arrogance. Chairman Song must be joking. What can he possibly do? A worthless man with no sense of propriety or decency, skilled only in swindling naive young girls. Besides that passably handsome face, he's utterly useless. Don't let his smooth talk deceive you. It seems Mr. Su is unaware of young Master Chow's true identity. What identity could he possibly have? Su Pingqing scoffed disdainfully. He's dressed in fancy high-end custom attire, and his watch is decent too. But a gigolo like him would surely go to great lengths to put up a front. Most likely it's all rented. Otherwise, how could he have the nerve to accept my check? So you truly don't know? Song Yingxue smiled. He is the second son of Mr. Chow Song. Chow Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. Su Pingqing asked in astonishment. Precisely. He's actually Chow Song's son. The couple's faces drastically changed. The Chow family of Jiangbei. They ranked in the top 5 on the comprehensive wealth list for the North and South. Although Su Pingqing had assets of 10 billion backed by the Lin family, he was still far from matching the Chow family stature. No wonder this kid had the audacity to say is 100 billion, even that much. Recalling the humiliation he had heaped upon him earlier, Su Pingqing felt a searing sting of shame on his face. What does it mean to bring humiliation upon oneself? This was precisely it. Lin Xian's thoughts also began to churn. She suddenly found Chow Bin much more agreeable to look at. If he were truly Chow Song's son and Rong was so dependent on him, perhaps a well-matched union wouldn't be out of the question. However, if that were the case, the Chow family wouldn't be like the Ji family. Both Chow Song and Ding Yuechun were iron-fisted figures. Su Pingqing's ambitions for control would certainly come to nothing. Young Master Chow has come to Jiangnan this time to collaborate with me on developing a medical project. Mr. Su, you have significant influence over medical resources in Jiangnan. Of course, whether we utilize your resources depends entirely on whether young Master Chow is amenable. A joint North-South medical development initiative. Su Pingqing's expression fluctuated unpredictably. Was the Chow family planning a hostile takeover? And it seemed this brat Chow Bin had already tentatively accepted the family fortune. If that were truly the case, offending him now would be a decidedly unwise move. Su Pingqing extended his hand, ingratiatingly forcing a smile. Listen, young Chow, there's been a misunderstanding between us. But I bear you no ill will whatsoever. It was purely out of a father's protective instinct for his daughter. I hope you won't take it to heart. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I haven't taken it to heart at all. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. So shall we. Su Pingqing beamed with joy, thinking this foolish lad was quite easy to talk to and would likely be easy to control. Little did he expect. Because you're not worthy. The couple's smiles instantly froze on their faces. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike someone who is smiling. In the world of men, a physical blow creates enmity, but striking someone in the face creates a mortal enemy. This kid was aiming straight for the heart with his words. Su Pengqing's face alternated between shades of pale and red. Xiao Bin, I may be considered an elder to you, and I've shown you all the respect due. But you, an elder like you, I truly couldn't aspire to such a connection. My respect is never given by others, it's earned by myself. If you're trying to curry favor with me, you'd better first see if I'm willing to accept it. Xiao Bin, are you really going to take this to the extreme? One should always leave a margin for future encounters. Remember, this is Jiangnan, not Jiangbei. Su Pengqing clenched his fists. Precisely, Mr. Su is right. One should always leave a margin for future encounters. Have you done that? Xiao Bin said expressionlessly. When you were slandering, insulting, and belittling me in the business world, did you ever think we'd meet again so soon? Xiao Bin turned his head. President Song, I don't care what Mr. Su is asking of you, but regarding our collaboration, I don't want any part of it to be touched by the Su or Lin families. Have your legal team write that into the contract. What I value is your channel Song Qingqing. Everything else is mediocre and of no concern to me. Are you sure? Song Qingqing frowned slightly. Her original intention was to do Xiao Bin a favor, but she hadn't expected his aversion to the Su family to run so deep. Of course, I believe Mr. Su is a smart man, and a smart man should know how to maintain his dignity. Of course, if he chooses not to be smart, then I'll help him maintain it. Su Pengqing. Su Pengqing's gaze turned ferocious. Those words sounded familiar. Right, it was the exact warning he had given Xiao Bin, now returned to him verbatim. Times had changed. Some slaps didn't need to land on the face to wound the heart more deeply. Xiao Bin, by going this far, have you even considered Su? Lin Shireen interjected, her face flushed with anger as she defended her husband. She likes you so much she even wanted to invite you to her birthday party. Do you know how heartbroken she'll be if she finds out what you've done? How can you face her? Emotional blackmail. Xiao Bin sneered. Sorry, but I don't have a conscience. Don't try to use the same tactics you used to manipulate your daughter on me. It won't work. If it weren't for Su, I might have thought you two were somewhat resilient. But as it stands, you're both cut from the same cloth. Utter garbage. Fine. Excellent. Since we've said all there is to say, let me tell you this, Xiao Bin. We will never agree to you being with Su. Even if you force your way to be with Rong, you won't find happiness without the blessings of her parents. Don't flatter yourselves. I don't know if he'll be happy, but I do know that Su's greatest misfortune in life is having parents like you. You? Get lost. You get the face you deserve. Xiao Bin gave them no quarter, and with nothing left to stay for the couple slunk away in disgrace. The Su family's network isn't a big issue, but Su is Su, and Su Pengqing is Su Pengqing. But they are father and daughter. What's that got to do with me? I'm selfish, self-serving, and free-spirited. Can't I get revenge when someone makes my life difficult? I don't care whose father he is. He tried to manipulate me. I don't coddle anyone who acts inhumanely. Things can't always go as one wishes. I only seek my own satisfaction. I'm supposed to be a formidable scion of a prestigious family, a wealthy young master, heaven's chosen villain. Why should I endure such humiliation? Of course, Su Pengqing is Su Pengqing, and Su is Su. Others see them as father and daughter, but in Xiao Bin's eyes they cannot be conflated. Song Qingqing chuckled softly, shaking her head. As long as you're happy. Sometimes she felt Xiao Bin's sophistication was too shrewd and mature for his youthful appearance, yet at other times, he could be so willful and childlike. He even blushed when faced with her deliberate teasing. Just how many facets does this guy have? The contract has been sent over. If there are no issues, let's sign it. I'm also eager to see just how miraculous this first-generation rejuvenating purple spirit pill really is. Just as they were signing the contract. Ding, congratulations, host. You have seized 50 points of world's fortune. Current fortune value, 256. The Qilin kidney exchange value is 250 fortune points. Your current fortune is sufficient. Would host father like to exchange? Exchange. Xiao Bin didn't hesitate. As the villain, he finally had the power to go head-to-head with the protagonist. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Congratulations to the host, the Qilin kidney has been successfully exchanged. Countdown to installation 9, 8, 7. Xiao Bin felt a surge of warmth in his dantian, which spread to the kidney points on both sides of his spine in a flash. Moments later, the warmth filled his 8 extraordinary meridians. In a blink, his conception and governing vessels opened on their own. After a few more breaths, a cozy warmth spread throughout his body, and an unprecedented power coalesced within him, becoming his instinct. A wealth of ancient martial arts knowledge flooded his mind. His brain briefly went blank, but then his entire demeanor shifted. In that instant, it was as if a peerless sword dormant for a century had been suddenly unsheathed. Song Qingqing, standing nearby, was startled by his transformation. His aura was so imposing that she dared not approach or look directly at him. She thought it was an illusion, but when she looked closer, Xiao Bin seemed no different than before, save for a faint, enigmatic smile. It must have been my imagination. That kind of aura was something I only sensed a hint of when Xiaoying was fighting for her life. How could Xiao Bin possibly possess it? To celebrate our cooperation, how about dinner tonight? Song Qingqing took the initiative to invite him. How about another day? Xiao Bin knew she had misunderstood and quickly explained, Director Song, you've got the wrong idea. I didn't mean it like that. I have to get back to Jiangbei tonight. They'll treat you another time. So you're saying your past invitations weren't sincere? It was rare to see Chao Bin at a loss for words, and Song Qingsheng's mood instantly brightened. Alright, next time it's on you. Since we're partners now, there's no need for such formalities. I'm 2 years older than you, so you can just call me Sister Qingsheng. Sure, Qingsheng. Whether it's a man or a woman in the outside world, you must protect yourself, or you'll find yourself someone's big treasure before you know it. Before leaving, Chao Bin handed Song Qingsheng a letter containing everything he knew about her brother. In the original story, this was how Yi Fan gained Song Qingsheng's friendship. In this world, Chao Bin had beaten him to it. Missed that guy drove off in your car again. It looks like he has no intention of returning it, Xiaoying complained, appearing by her side. Just then the finance officer knocked and reported, Chairman President Chao's 5 billion has been transferred to your account. Song Qingsheng, who was opening the letter, smiled calmly. See, Xiaoying, 5 billion is here, so what's a car? Let's just indulge this Mr. Chao's little peculiarity. But the next second the contents of the letter made her face instantly freeze. At that moment the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. What's wrong, miss? It was them. Song Qingsheng gritted her teeth. The Song family killed Qing Yun. Miss, can we trust this? Could he be? I'll verify it myself. If it's true that the Song family killed Qing Yun for the inheritance, I will make them pay with blood. Having lost her parents at a young age, life had been hard. But she had finally made it, only to have her only brother, her sole companion, killed in a family power struggle. If this was proven true, Song Qingsheng would not let it go. On his way home, Chao Bin's WeChat wouldn't stop buzzing. Mom, son, thanks to your 60 billion Jiang Tian, his Tianlong group has lost more than they've gained in just 2 days. I've got inside info that there's already a lot of dissent within Tianlong. It won't be a month before they reap what they've sown. Mom, your brother also has news from the disciplinary committee. There's some evidence suggesting he was framed, but it might take another 5 or 6 days of investigation to fully clear his name. Mamo, son, since Xiaoshu isn't with you, be extra careful out there. Give me a call when you see this. Tang Yingxue, auntie, said you went to Jiangnan. Why? You've been gone for 2 days, and you reply to messages so slowly. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Tang Chao Bin, when are you coming back? My dad is getting better thanks to you. My mom wants to invite both our families to dinner to thank you in person. Tang Aojiao, reply now. I'm telling you, if you don't, you're dead. Chao Bin's thumb scrolled down the messages, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. As a former failed writer, it felt good to be missed by someone. Ding dong. A new WeChat message. Chun Zijin, brother, I'm on. Tomorrow is the weekend. You haven't forgotten our plan, have you? It was hard to type while driving, so Chao Bin replied with a voice message, of course. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? They'll treat you to lunch. Yes, Chun Zijin replied instantly, also with a voice message as crisp and pleasant as a lark. He could tell she was a bit excited, her voice trembling slightly. Great, I'll pick you up at Jiangda tomorrow. Brother Amon, could I make a small request? This time it was a text, probably too shy to say it aloud. Go ahead. My 3 roommates want to come along, and I couldn't say no. So can they? Don't worry, brother Amon, I just got my scholarship for this semester. They'll treat you tomorrow so you don't have to spend a cent. Silly girl, it's just 3 extra pairs of chopsticks. Why would you pay? Let them come. They'll just deduct it from your sister Wan's salary. Chao Bin replied with a laugh. Zijin, being clever, knew he was joking to protect her pride. She replied with a voice message, her joy unmistakable. Thank you, brother Amon. See you tomorrow. Chao Bin smiled. See you tomorrow. He then called his mother to let her know he was safe, and sent a quick voice message to Tang Aojiao. Since when did you get so clingy, Tang Debao? The chat box immediately showed typing. But after a long wait, the indicator disappeared without any message arriving. Chao Bin understood immediately. Tang Aojiao was sulking and deliberately ignoring him to play hard to get. He sent another voice message, missing me. Typing. Still no message. Ahem, I was planning to come back tonight, but it seems someone doesn't miss me at all. So I think I'll stay here for a few more days. How dare you? Tang Yingxue replied instantly with a voice message roaring like a lioness. Chao Bin, you just try it. If you don't come back tonight, you'll never be allowed in my room again. Humph. The next second, Tang Aojiao, realizing her aloof act was a failure, immediately sent a WeChat video request. Seeing the vibrating flashing screen, Chao Bin grinned. Think you can still play me? I'm not the groveling simp I used to be. They'll have you eating out of my hand in no time. The video connected. On the other end, Shui was sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes wide with indignation. The surroundings were clearly Chao Bin's bedroom. It seemed she had returned from her parents' house. You scoundrel, don't you dare joke with me. Taking this long to reply to my message, are you trying to rebel? You're yelling at me. Tang Yingxue, you just yelled at me. You don't love me anymore, Chao Bin feigned grievance. Tang Yingxue gritted her teeth. Chao Bin. Inwardly she roared, that's my line, you jerk. Ha ha ha. Chao Bin laughed heartily. Just kidding, Tang Debao. You're back. Hair still wet from a shower. What are you laughing at? And who are you calling Tang Debao? You. You're my darling. 1 darling, 2 darlings, and maybe more little cuties in the future. It's easy for you to say. People see their darling every day, but I haven't seen you in 2 days. You left without saying a word and didn't reply to my messages. You don't love me anymore. Dressed in pajamas, she sat on the edge of the bed hugging her knees in a cozy, languid pose. Her resentful gaze was like that of a newlywed wife waiting for her husband to come home. Oh, since when did you get so clingy? I remember a certain someone used to ignore me completely. Who? That certain someone is definitely not surnamed Tang. Tang Yingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. She was stubborn on the outside but soft on the inside and felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, she used to be indifferent to Xiaobin. Love at first sight is just for looks, but enduring companionship is true love. She had been slowly melted by his gentleness and thoughtfulness, but what truly made her fall head over heels was his assertiveness. Especially that roguish charm. Without that assertive moment, Tang Yingxue's feelings for Xiaobin might have stayed at mere fondness. But now it was genuine love. Especially the tenderness after the assertiveness and his care for her parents, because he loved her. The old Xiaobin only touched her heart. The current Xiaobin made her utterly captivated. Because she cared, she missed him. That's why tonight she swallowed her pride and returned from her parents' house without him picking her up. And she didn't stay in the guest room, but chose to wait for him in his bedroom. After a long wait, her longing turned into resentment. All she wanted was for the one she loved to comfort her. Hesitation was defeat, pride was absurd in the face of love. Yingxue's eyes reddened slightly. When exactly are you coming back? Tang Debao, are you silly? A grown woman crying, aren't you ashamed? I miss you. Xiaobin felt a warmth in his heart, like a clear spring flowing through. He could feel Yingxue's deep affection for him. She was the heroine and he was the villain. A ridiculous beginning, a blissful journey, and he still prayed for a perfect ending. It was at this moment that a villain who refused to be defined resolved once again to protect everything he cherished. Stand in my way, and you die? I'm already on the highway. You'll be home in at most 2 hours. Be good, dry your hair, and get a good night's sleep. Maybe you'll see me in your dreams first. Xiaobin's tenderness made Yingxue feel cherished, her love not misplaced. Drive safe then. They'll be waiting for you at home. Be good, Tang Debao, your husband is coming back to pamper you. Tang Yingxue blushed even deeper. Uffed. Shameless. Beep. The video call ended. Hey Xiao, I heard you're back in the country, is that true? That's not cool, Bingo. Coming back without telling us. It's been almost 5 years since we brothers last met, right? Exactly. You're coming to the high school reunion tomorrow, right? The moment the video call ended, a long silent group chat of 4 suddenly exploded. No need to ask, we definitely need to have a proper get-together with Lao Chao after so long. Hao Zi, Lao Hu, and Wen Xian were all Xiaobin's closest friends from high school. 2 of them were brothers who had been through thick and thin. I just got back and haven't had a chance to tell anyone yet. How did you guys find out? Hao Zi, you don't know Bingo. Lao Hu, no way. Lao Chao, aren't you in the class QQ group? I haven't logged into QQ in ages. I use Facebook and WeChat more when I'm abroad. Wen Xian, no wonder. Wait, Lao Chao will send you the chat history. Ding dong. The next second, his good brother Wu Wenshuan sent over a screen recording of the high school QQ group chat. How's he honestly been good? You really misjudged her back then. That bitch Li Yujia is such trash. She's been slandering your name in the class group all day. It turned out that Li Yujia had posted about the encounter in Jiangnan today, embellishing it from her subjective perspective in the class group. She portrayed Xiaobin as a shameless gold digger who lived off rich women through deception. She even narrated the details of him getting 5,000 yuan so vividly that many people believed her. Only his brothers Lao Hu, Hao Zi, and Wen Xian couldn't stand it and fought back with her. How's he been go? Honestly, maybe it's better if you don't come. Since you're back, we brothers can meet up in Jiangbei anytime. Li Yujia has bad intentions. The reunion was originally scheduled for the first weekend of next month, but she changed it last minute, saying her husband would cover all costs. I think she just wants to show off her man's dirty money. Wen Xian, exactly. Lao Chao, when are you free? How about tomorrow? Let's find another place to hang out. Screw that reunion. If there's no one worth seeing, there's no point in going. I can't do tomorrow. I have other plans and promised someone. Let's do it another day. Lao Hu, so you're really not coming to the reunion, Lao Chao? I'm not. Like Hao Zi and Wen Xian said, I can meet the brothers I want to see anytime. No point in going if there's no one worth seeing. Lao Hu, alright, we 3 will wait for your word. Deal. The class reunion. To show off. Although wealth unreturned is like walking in fine clothes at night, it really wasn't interesting and was in poor taste. Wouldn't it be nicer to have dinner with beautiful women? At 11 p.m., Xiaobin arrived home. The moment he stepped in, his master-level senses detected a pair of sharp eyes watching him. He looked up and met the gaze of Sister Shu Xin on the stairs on the 2nd floor. You're back, thanks for all your hard work these days, sis. We're family, no need for that. It's late, go get some sleep, man. She turned and walked into her room, her black pajamas and long hair flowing over her shoulders, her elegant silhouette looking even more capable and graceful in the dim light. Sister Shu Xin, truly beautiful. Xiaobin smiled and went upstairs to his room. The soft bedside lamp glowed like a crescent moon. Yingxue was lying on the bed, her beautiful face peaceful and breathing soft. Xiaobin leaned over and gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Despite his gentle movements, he still woke the lightly sleeping Yingxue. She rubbed her eyes sleepily. Honey, what did you call me? Honey, that's what I always call you. Wait, is this not a dream? Xiaobin smiled. So she's been calling me honey in her dreams. Well, Tang Debao, what do you think? Is this a dream? Realizing what was happening, Tang Yingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Why aren't you saying anything? Shoo, don't talk, honey. Kiss me. Are you free tomorrow, Yingxue? I have a ton of work at the company. My dad is at the hospital for a full checkup and recovery, and my mom has been looking after him for 2 nights. I promise to take over tomorrow night so she can rest. Why? Yingxue lay languidly on Xiao Bin's chest like a sleepy kitten. With her starry eyes shut, her voice was soft and warm, as if she were mumbling in a dream. She was indeed exhausted. Xiao Bin gently stroked her hair. Nothing major. Last time I helped Sister Wan deliver something to her daughter at Jiang University, it turned out the girl was my senior from high school. I promised to take her out for a meal tomorrow. I was thinking of bringing my +1. Can you push back some of your work? Not really. Sister Wan has been helping me deal with the Tang family's mess these past 2 days. I promised her we'd tackle it together tomorrow. I can't go back on my word. You go ahead. Since she's Sister Wan's daughter, don't shortchange her. Take her somewhere nice. All right then. Xiao Bin wore a look of feigned regret. He had already known the situation perfectly well through Su Wan, so he knew Yingxue wouldn't go. The way of the playboy lies in being open and above board. The more you try to hide, the more suspicious people become. So you have to learn to show your cards skillfully, letting the other person think they've got you figured out all, while you're hiding one or even several trump cards up your sleeve. Honey, I've noticed Sister Wan is really incredibly capable, especially with finances. Many accounts that I can't make heads or tails of after pondering for ages, she can see right through with a single glance. Where on earth did you find such a talented person? Also, the air of nobility Sister Wan sometimes inadvertently exudes in her gestures is not something a small family could possess. That feeling. I've only ever seen it in Annie Xiao Bin's mother. Do you think Sister Wan might be a hidden heiress of some wealthy clan? I don't know either. We just met by chance. Since you're so curious, why not ask her yourself? I did. Sister Wan said she's from an ordinary family and told me not to overthink it. Since she said that, let's not pry. Everyone has their own little secrets. If she doesn't want us to know, she must have her reasons. Honey, do you have your own little secrets? Me? His voice trailed off, and just as he was about to answer, he realized she had already fallen asleep. He pursed his lips into a smile, thinking to himself, of course I do. And quite a few at that. If you wanted to hear them all, it would probably take a lifetime. Buzz buzz. The phone on the bedside table vibrated, the screen flashing with a WeChat message. It had buzzed a few times earlier during their intimate moment. 1235 Bingqing Li Xiao Bin. 1240 Bingqing Li, you're coming to the class reunion tomorrow, right? 1327 Bingqing Li. Xiao Bin was puzzled. Who is this? A high school classmate. The profile picture was a generic fairy holding flowers image, and there was no note saved. Too lazy to check their moments, he replied directly. Who is this? The other party replied with an ellipsis instantly. Meanwhile, in Mang village on the outskirts of Jiangbei, inside the master bedroom of a small farmhouse villa, Li Yujia was under the covers looking at her phone. Yes, she was that Bingqing Li. Bingqing Yujia, pure, as ice, chaste as jade, lol. She replied, didn't expect you to be so funny, Xiao Bin. It's me, Li Yujia. She thought to herself, Xiao Bin, stop pretending. I'm your first love. Even if we haven't been in contact for 4 years, you can't possibly not know who I am. The reason she reached out was still that 500 yuan check Xiao Bin had received. She was weighing her options, trying to figure out a way to get her hands on it. That simp from back then must still have lingering feelings for me. All I have to do is crook my finger, and he'll take the bait. If the kid is smart and offers the money to me, I'll go easy on him at the reunion tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll make sure he's utterly humiliated in front of our entire high school circle. What a pain in the ass. Xiao Bin was speechless when he saw the message. Reply. He simply turned off his phone and went to sleep. Wasting even a single keystroke on her was an insult to life itself. Li Yujia waited for a long time without seeing a reply and started getting impatient. She typed out a snarky message. What's wrong? Too excited to reply after getting a message from your first love? Sent a glaring red exclamation mark appeared, stinging her eyes. Just because you're so beautiful had enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Please send a friend request first. Send friend request. What the F? Li Yujia's face turned ashen in an instant, her heart churning with a bitterness worse than bile. This pathetic sycophant had actually deleted her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, and sleep became impossible. How dare he delete me? What right does he have to delete me? Beside her, the bleached-haired man who had tormented her half the night slept like a log, his thunderous snores filling the room. Li Yujia's fury boiled over, and she lashed out, slapping Li Hongwei across the face. All you're good for is covering me in spit, and you still have the nerve to sleep. Startled awake, Li Hongwei swung back and slapped her in return. You've got some nerve thinking you're the boss here, huh? But it wasn't enough to quell his rage. Hitting me. Up. Smack. He'll teach you to hit me. You're asking for it. Smack. 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 Li Hongwei's blows rained down relentlessly. Hubby, I'm sorry, I just had a nightmare. I didn't mean it, please forgive me. Wah. A nightmare, huh? Let me show you what a real nightmare is, you bitch. Li Yujia's face was covered in blood, screaming and wailing like a pig being slaughtered. Even as she begged for mercy, she cursed inwardly, that bastard Xiao Bin got me into this mess. Just wait until tomorrow, I'll make you pay. The next morning. Bro, I'm on. At the entrance of Jiang University, Chun Zijin waved at Qiao Bin. She was wearing her high school summer uniform. Snow-white cotton socks, long straight legs, under a short skirt. A pristine white backpack, elegant in her JK style. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin fair and rosy. She stood like a rose in the breeze, pure and beautiful. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't believe I never noticed such a beautiful junior at our school back in high school. Qiao Bin exclaimed in genuine admiration. See, I told you I'd love this outfit, Zijin. I wasn't lying, was I? Her roommate, Zhou Shui, giggled and chimed in, hello, senior. The other two roommates, Tang Yingxue and Wu Yue, also greeted him warmly. We're just here to freeload. We hope we're not bothering you, senior. Not at all. Order whatever you like today, it's all on me. Let's get in the car, ladies. Zijin's roommates were all lively and cheerful, and Qiao Bin was easygoing, so the first impression was delightful. My apologies, but two of you might have to share a seat, Qiao Bin said apologetically. Song Qingcheng's Porsche had its drawbacks. With only a single seat in the back, it got a bit awkward with more than 3 people. Zhou Shui giggled. Zijin, what are you doing? Go to the passenger seat. Why are you squeezing into the back? Trying to fight us for space. It's fine, senior, I can hold Mosey on my lap. We're all brothers, the tighter the better, right, Mosey? If Sister Zhou is going to say that, then I have an idea. Tang Yingxue chimed in. We're all pretty experienced drivers here. How about the senior gives me the keys and Zijin can squeeze up front with him? What does everyone think? Sounds good. I agree. Wu Yu was the first to raise her hand. Awesome. I agree too. Zhou Shui followed, teasing. What do you think, senior? Come on, you're all being silly. I shouldn't have let you come along. Zijin's face was flushed. She was already embarrassed by the JK outfit, and now this was even worse. She quickly got into the passenger seat, afraid of being teased into squeezing next to Amon by her roommates. Qiao Bin smiled knowingly, wisely staying out of it. With such friends around her, Zijin's campus life should be quite happy. And that made it even more crucial to prevent Yi Fan from using and defiling her. So ladies, have you decided? What are we eating? Hot pot. We haven't had it in ages. Any recommendations, senior? Alright, let's go. The Qiao family also had a stake in the restaurant business. His mother Ding Yuechuan had founded the Chunyu Xinxiang hot pot brand, which was even more famous in Jiangbei than a certain well-known chain. Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Chunyu Center branch. Hey Lao, who do you think Binge will show up today? Didn't he say he wasn't coming last night? Old Chow is a man of his word. Let's just go then. It's boring here. We came to mooch a meal, but that Li Yujia is just too disgusting. All she does is brag about her rich husband or badmouth old Chow. I've completely lost my appetite. Wu Wenxuan, Hu Xiaoyu, and Zhang Hao, brothers from the bunk above Qiao Bin's 3 best friends from high school. I agree. I can't stand being in that private room for another minute. Let's go find somewhere else to grab a drink. Zhang Hao slung his arms around them, pulling his 2 brothers to leave. Stop right there. You 3 explain yourselves. When did I ever badmouth Qiao Bin? Me and my husband saw with our own eyes that shameless gigolo trying to hook up with that rich girl. Li Yujia had actually chased after them. Who wears an evening gown to a hot pot restaurant like she's walking a red carpet. She had to flaunt her LV bag at everyone, saying her husband had specially gone to Jiangnan yesterday to buy it for her. Her thick makeup couldn't quite hide the bruises, making her look like a vampire that crawled out of a coffin, and an ugly one at that. Idiot. He muttered. The 3 brothers couldn't be bothered with Li Yujia and turned to leave. Who are you calling an idiot? Li Hongwei roared, bursting out of the private room. He pointed a finger at Zhang Hao's nose. You? I'm talking to you. Zhang Hao, right? You pathetic loser. How dare you talk about my woman like that? If I remember correctly, you were the one following that dog Qiao Bin around, cheering him on and badmouthing my wife. The commotion drew the other classmates out, along with several curious diners. The previously spacious hall suddenly felt crowded. Everyone knows exactly what Li Yujia is like. Do I even need to badmouth her? And what am I like? Go on, tell us. Li Yujia crossed her arms, emboldened by her husband's presence. Fine, I will. Everyone saw how old Qiao treated you back then. And you? What about me? That simp Qiao Bin had nothing to offer. He couldn't give me anything, so why shouldn't I pursue a better life? Pa, you were just a shameless gold digger. You slept with some guy right after the Gaokao for a lousy phone. You'd sell anything for money. And now you have the nerve to flaunt it in front of our classmates. I've never seen anyone so brazen, wearing your shamelessness like a badge of honor. Li Yujia raised her hand to slap Zhang Hao, but he dodged nimbly. Wanna hit me? Get lost. You? Where's my husband? Honey, they're insulting and humiliating me. You have to get revenge for me. Li Yujia whined, throwing a tantrum at Li Hongwei. The bleached-haired man waved his hand dismissively. You? Kneel down and apologize to my wife. Apologize my ass. Hu Xiaoyu and Wu Wenxuan were both furious. They weren't the type to start trouble, but they had their pride, and they weren't about to be walked all over. Who do you think you are? Housie was just stating the facts. Don't think your dirty money makes you special. This is a society governed by law. You can't just do whatever you want. Hell, Li Hongwei laughed. Let me tell you something, with money you can do whatever you want. You know how our village got its name, Mang Village? I'm the evil young master of Mang Village. Crushing you would be easier than squashing an ant. They'll give you one more chance. kneel down and apologize to my wife. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 burly men surrounded Haozi Old Hu and Wu Wenxuan. It turned out the couple had been prepared all along, originally intending to teach Chao Bin a lesson under Li Yujie's instigation, but now they turned their attention to these three first. Sir Chunyu is a public establishment. You're disturbing other guests dining. Please, smack. The waiter who stepped forward to mediate was slapped to the ground by Li Hongwei. You? How dare you hit people? Li Hongwei then stomped on the waiter's chest, breaking at least 3 ribs. No one dared to step forward anymore. Li Hongwei continued to glare arrogantly at the three kneel. The three brothers' faces turned grim. The situation favored the oppressor. Refusing to yield might cost them limbs, but kneel. Impossible. The three exchanged resolute glances and Haozi roared, kneel my ass. Fight. Are all the men of Chunyu dead? At the brink of violence, an angry voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a strikingly handsome face as cold as ice striding in from the entrance, followed by 4 girls. It was Chao Bin. Chao Bin hadn't expected to walk into this mess just as he arrived at his mother's hot pot restaurant. Nor had he expected Li Yujie to choose this place for her class reunion. But what infuriated him most wasn't his 3 brothers being cornered without help. It was the female waiter being hurt while all the employees stood by watching. At that moment, Chao Bin felt that no matter how big his mother's brand had grown, it was a failure. In poverty, one keeps oneself virtuous was true, but if no one stepped up in a critical moment, it was even more chilling. Bin Goat. Old Chao. Chao Bin. You actually dared to come? Perfect. Let's settle old and new scores together. Li Yujie was thrilled. She'd been disappointed earlier that Chao Bin hadn't shown up, thinking she couldn't avenge last night's humiliation. But now, heaven had eyes. Honey, this bastard called you shit yesterday and insulted your manhood. Get him. Li Yujie screamed. In the next second, Chao Bin was surrounded by Li Hongwei's men. Hiding behind the cash register, the male manager of Chunyu stared at Chao Bin's face, bewildered. Why does he look so familiar? Chao Bin. Chao. He's the boss. Old Chao. Bin Goat. Wu Wenxuan Zhang Hao, and Hu Xiaoyu quickly rallied around Chao Bin. Never thought our first reunion in 5 years would be under these circumstances again. Fuck it. We've been through worse. We're not afraid to fight to the death. Haozi Old Hu and Wenxuan shed their earlier despair, as if reignited with youthful fervor, the edges worn down by life, once again sharpened. Chao Bin was moved, but don't worry, brothers. This time you won't need to risk your lives. A fool had let it slide before out of sheer indifference, but after repeated provocations, it was time to settle this once and for all. Zijin. I'm on go. Call an ambulance. Okay. Quickly assessing the waiter's injuries. Face was fine, but 3 ribs on the chest were fractured. Bastard. Forget it, Zijin. Chao Bin tossed his car keys to Tang Yingxue. You're the self-proclaimed ace driver, right? Do me a favor and get this person to the hospital. Can you? With pleasure. Don't worry, senior. Mission guaranteed. Mosey, truly a heroine among women, scooped up the waitress in a Princess Carrie, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. All of you who stood by today, when disaster strikes you, no one will raise a voice for you. Such a disunited staff isn't worth keeping. Listen up, everyone. All first-floor staff of Chunyu are fired. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Chao Bin's voice carried across the room. Aside from the trembling store manager, everyone was baffled. Some employees even sneered dismissively. Who do you think you are? Can't even save yourself, but still putting on airs. Think you're some messiah? Firing us. Like Chunyu belongs to your family. Shut up. The store manager hastily snapped at the employee before scurrying obsequiously to Chao Bin. Second young master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Good that you know your mistake. Yes, I. Pack your things and get lost. When everyone expected the manager to blow up, the middle-aged man actually hung his head and obediently slunk away. Only then did someone suddenly realize the truth. Chunyu really was his family's business. Holy shit. Bin Guhi. Haozi was stunned. Chunyu is a chain across Jiangbei, dozens of branches. Not only that, I've heard Chunyu was founded by the wife of Chao Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. Wait, Chao Song. The surname Chao. I just heard the manager call old Chao. Second young master. A sudden revelation struck everyone. All the high school classmates felt a chill recalling the rumors about Chao Bin from their school days. He was the son of the richest man. Could it actually be true? Li Yujie's heart skipped a beat. No way. Chao Bin the son of the richest man. Impossible. He must have used the money he'd swindled from girls over the years to franchise this hot pot place. A franchise, that doesn't cost much. I don't give a damn who you are. They'll give you 2 choices: kneel down, apologize, and call me dad, or it'll cripple at least both your legs today. Li Hongwei was still blustering, but the next second, he paid the price for his arrogance. Smack. A dark figure suddenly flashed and delivered a slap to his face. Who the hell dares hit me? I crash. Before he could finish, he was sent flying. A woman in leather jacket and pants with a sharp bob cut stood cold and imposing beside Chao Bin, appearing from nowhere. Shuxin. You're here, sis. How to handle this, you call it? You decide. Fine. Another series of bone-crunching sounds, and Li Hongwei's bodyguards were all on the ground wailing miserably. They didn't even see how Shuxin had struck. Scum. Dare to touch me, Li Hongwei. My father won't let you off. The whole Meng village won't let you off. Is that so? Sister Shuxin sneered, pulling out her phone and dialing Li Yotian right. You have 10 minutes to get to Chunyu near the coast. 1 minute late, and he'll cut off one of your son's fingers. Li Hongwei was stunned. She knows my father. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yotian, dressed like a simple farmer, stormed into Chunyu with 100 black-vested men behind him. Had arrived with fierce momentum, but the moment his eyes met Shuxin's cold, proud face, his expression changed instantly. Dad? Save me, Dad. This bitch broke my ribs. Destroy her. Shut up. Li Yutian rushed over and slapped his son twice, then turned to Shuxin with a trembling, ingratiating smile. Miss Shu, it's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Your son demanded our second young master kneel and call him Dad. Hearing this, Li Yutian shuddered in terror, frantically scanning the room. When he saw Chao Bin's face, his soul nearly fled his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to Chao Bin and dropped to his knees. Young Master Chao, my worthless son couldn't recognize a mountain before him. I apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and spare him this once. If apologies solved everything, there'd be no unjust deaths in this world. I can spare him, but am always fair. You as his father will personally break both his legs. Then this matter is settled. You, Li Yutian clenched his fists. Young Master Chao, even killing a man has its limits. Hongwei and I are both under Boss Jiang. Please show some respect for the monk, if not the Buddha, and be lenient. Who the hell is Jiang Tianhu? Even if he knelt before me, I'd say the same. Young Master Chao, your son said earlier that money can do anything. I never quite believed it. My Chao family isn't that wealthy, but today I want to give it a try. Mr. Li, do you think him qualified? Chao Bin's eyes turned icy. 2 legs or 1 life? You choose for him. Li Yushin's face turned ashen. Father, are you insane? Why are you kneeling to this bastard? What's there to fear? Let our 100 or so men take him out. Shut up, you fool. This is the second young master of Chao Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. With a flick of his finger, he could wipe out our entire family. Li Hongwei's face went pale in an instant, while Li Yujia beside him trembled, violently frozen, as if turned to stone. Chao Bin. He really is the son of the wealthiest tycoon. Is making a choice so difficult, Mr. Li? Since that's the case, let me help you. Chao Bin picked up an anti-riot baton and stood up. Wait. Young Master Chao, allow me. Li Yutian gritted his teeth. If he did it himself, his son might still have a chance to live. But if Chao Bin did it... He took a deep breath, took the baton from Chao Bin, and walked toward Li Hongwei. Father, you can't actually shut up. Blame yourself for failing to recognize the young master's stature. Bear with it. A broken leg is better than a lost life. Facing the cowering, terrified Li Hongwei, Li Yutian felt a pang of heartache, yet a flash of ruthlessness and venom crossed his face. Chao Bin is it. Just you wait. Steeling himself, the old man swung the baton high overhead and brought it crashing down toward his son's knee. Father, no. Everyone on the scene held their breath. Hold on. Chao Bin suddenly spoke, casually punching the baton out of Li Yushin's hand. What does young Master Chao mean by this? Clapping his hands with a smile, Chao Bin stepped forward. Mr. Li, you're truly a man of decisiveness. There was no need for such a commotion. That was merely a test. I've seen your sincerity. I have a small matter I'd like to ask of you. If you agree, today's affair is settled. Does young Master Chao speak the truth? I never go back on my word. Li Yushin's anger turned to joy as he rushed forward obsequiously. Please do tell. Chao Bin leaned in and whispered, our Chao family has had some misunderstandings with Master Jiang Tianhu recently. I wonder if Mr. Li could act as an intermediary and put in a good word for us. After all, in this day and age, harmony is the best policy. That's all. So Mr. Li agrees. Li Yutian was overjoyed. Rest assured, young Master Chao. He'll take care of it. He thought to himself, after putting on such a ruthless display, had assumed the Chao family was something formidable. Turns out they were just a paper tiger. As one of Jiang Tianhu's men, he was well aware of the recent bloody feuding between the Chao family and Jiang the Hell King. He also knew that Jiang was having a tough time lately. The Chao family's financial power was terrifyingly immense, and Jiang was on the verge of collapse. If he could broker peace between the two factions as an intermediary, he would surely curry favor on both sides and elevate the Li family of Meng village to new heights. Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Li. Sister, have someone escort young Master Li and Mr. Li out. This way, please. Shu Xin said expressionlessly. Li Hongwei, having narrowly escaped death, didn't dare utter a single word. He scrambled and crawled his way out of Chunyu. The moment his father raised the baton, he truly believed he was about to become a cripple. At this point, let alone revenge, he didn't even dare to look Chao Bin in the eye. Some people are just like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, fawning on superiors and trampling on inferiors. Bin Gu, you're just letting him go like that. Ya Lao Chao, you're so powerful, why not teach him a lesson he'll never forget? If you ask me, breaking both his legs is too lenient. Taking his life wouldn't be excessive. I also think you should at least bankrupt that village bully's family, so they can't go around terrorizing people anymore. Lao Chao, what's with this grand gesture and soft landing? People will just think you're easy to push around. Xiao Bin's status as the son of the wealthiest man left Haozi Lao Hu and Wu Wenxuan utterly stunned. But his sudden about-face toward the Li father and son infuriated them even more. He was so tough when firing employees but so soft with outsiders. Only capable of bullying his own people. What, still not satisfied? Definitely, the three said in unison. Xiao Bin smiled knowingly. Don't worry, Shu Xian said coldly. The young master has a plan. Leaving Chun Yu unscathed is not an escape. What awaits the Li family is the path to their doom, the road to the Yellow Springs. To use the young master's words, don't use your own knife to kill, especially with swine like the Lis. ITLL, dirty your hands. Lao Hu and the others were baffled, but then they saw Shu Xian pull out her phone and dial the police. Hello. I'd like to report a crime. Someone has trashed the Chun Yu Central store near the coast and beaten our staff to critical condition. Additionally, I want to report the Li father and son of Mang village for illegally occupying farmland, rape, murder, and theft. The bodies of the girls they brutally killed are buried at. Meanwhile, at the Tianlong Group headquarters, Master Jiang Li Yutian rushed off earlier because his son Li Hongwei got into a conflict with Xiao Bin near the coast, and he went to save him. What was the outcome? Li Yutian knelt and conceded. Xiao Bin demanded Li Hongwei's legs, but in the end for some reason the two shook hands and made peace. Xiao Bin even politely saw them out. Here, this is the surveillance video from Ding Yuchun's place. After watching the footage, Jiang Tian, his face darkened, his brows furrowed deeply. Judging from the Tang family incident, that bastard Xiao Bin is a master of deception. His past playboy act was all a facade. He never leaves any room and always goes for the kill. There's no way he'd just let Li Hongwei off so easily. Master Jiang, I sense something's off too. Look, in the video, Xiao Bin clearly whispered something into Li Yuxun's ear, and then that old man started treating him like his own father. You don't think that old bastard would have spilled everything about our operations in Mang village? Jiang Tian, his gaze turned icy cold. Just then his secretary knocked and rushed in, panic-stricken. Chairman, bad news. We've just received word that a large contingent of police from the municipal bureau is racing toward Mang village led by Gong Jiantao, the one who never plays ball with us. What? Jiang Tian, his expression finally cracked, his eyes blazing with fury and panic. He controlled the underground world of Jiangbei with countless lives and dirty dealings on his hands. And Li Yutian had served as his white glove for years with Mang village as their stronghold. If Li Yutian turned on him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even Dragon King Yi Fan wouldn't be able to protect him. Quick, get to the coast. We must find the Li father and son before the police do. Forget it, I'm going with you. It took only about 20 minutes. When Li Yutian and Li Hongwei were thrown into Jiang Tian's car with sacks over their heads, both father and son assumed Xiao Bin had gone back on his word. Fuck. Xiao Bin, I knew you couldn't be trusted. Master Jiang. Inside the stretched Lincoln, Li Hongwei nearly pissed himself. Going back on his word. So it seems you really did reach some kind of agreement. Jiang Tianhu said darkly, spill it, Li Yutian. What exactly did you and your son sell to that bastard Xiao Bin? Master Jiang, you must be misunderstanding something. Xiao Bin only asked me to plead with you, said the two families should bury the hatchet and stop fighting. He said nothing else. Slap. Do you take me for a fool, Li Yutian? Talk. How much of me have you sold out? With a slap across Li Yuxun's face, Jiang Tianhu flew into a rage. The conflict between the Jiang and Xiao families had reached a fever pitch, a life-or-death struggle. And since Xiao had already gained the upper hand, why would they want peace when they clearly wished for his demise? Master Jiang, I swear on my conscience we've served you diligently for all these years with absolute loyalty. We would never. Bullshit. Another slap. The police are already at your doorstep, and you're still telling me you didn't sell me out. Jiang Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his patience utterly exhausted. Get it done. Dump them somewhere easy to find and spread the word. Make it look like Xiao Bin did it. Master Jiang, we're innocent. Spare us. Crack. It was the sound of the Li family's necks being snapped. Just as Shu Xian had said, walking out of Chun Yu unscathed was not an escape. It was the Li father and son's path to their doom. When Xiao Bin received the news, he was in a private room, sharing a hot pot meal with Zijin, her three roommates, and his friends Lao Hu Haozi and Wu Wenxuan. Shu Xian had sent him a WeChat message containing photos of the Li father and son lying dead on the street. Take a look, brothers. Satisfying, isn't it? Xiao Bin placed his phone in front of the three of them. What is it? Hiss. This is... What's wrong, Lao Hu? Why such a grim face? And you too, Wenxuan. What's so terrifying that it's got you both looking like this, eh? Holy shit. The two men who were alive just an hour ago were now corpses. Even though they were enemies, the visual impact was intense. A single glance at the screen was enough to fill the three brothers with horror, and they nearly vomited the food they'd just eaten in front of the women. Did you do this, Lao Chao? Wu Wenxuan asked in a low voice, his throat dry. What do you think? Definitely not, said Hu Xiaoyu, the oldest, who was the first to calm down. We just had a conflict with them. If you'd struck now, you'd be practically inviting the police to come knocking. I agree. But whoever did it, they had it coming. My family lives right next to Mang village. They've been killing and burning for years. Their reputation is infamous. It's a form of justice. What are you seniors talking about? It looks so exciting. Can we see too? It's nothing. Zhang Hao quickly locked the screen and returned the phone to Chao Bin. The guy was thoughtful, knowing it would definitely scare the girls. Tisk, so stingy. We're all friends here. What's the harm in looking? Zhou Shui grumbled, but didn't press the issue. Hey, where's Zijin? Still in the restroom. She went to buy milk tea, I think. She even asked if you seniors wanted some. Compared to the three brothers' shock at Chao Bin's identity, Tang Yingxue and the others who had witnessed his relationship with the dean back in school were much more composed. The girls were carefree and didn't take today's events too much to heart. Outside the private room, Zijin, returning with the milk tea, ran into Li Yujie waiting at the door. Zijin paused for a moment, then gave a faint knowing smile. Having regrets. You know me. Li Yujie's tone was hostile. Who are you? Me. I'm just an observer who used to admire you, senior. Zijin's eyes were bright as her thoughts drifted back to their old campus days. Back then, I watched you and brother Chao Bin together everywhere on campus. The cheers by the basketball court, feeding each other in the cafeteria, holding hands for evening walks by the track. All I could do was silently follow from a distance and steal a glance. Such wonderful times, the kind that should have been etched into your bones as a lifetime of sweetness. But you threw it all away because of your insatiable greed and vanity. Now do you regret it? Bullshit. Li Yujie's mouth twitched as memories flooded back, the lingering warmth of past sweetness now a dull ache. Especially now that she knew Chao Bin's true identity. Damn it, why didn't you tell me back then that you were Chao Song's son? I don't regret it. My husband is doing great now too. He treats me well. I couldn't be happier. Is that so? Even that thick makeup can't hide the bruises on your face. Are you truly happy? And even if you really don't regret it as you claim, then why are you standing here now? None of your damn business. What right does a little bitch like you have to lecture me? Talking all pure and devoted, aren't you just getting close to him for the Chao family's fortune? Think what you want. But my feelings for him have nothing to do with anything else. It's only because he is Chao Bin. Tisk, a saint in the spotlight. Who'd believe that? Zijin wasn't angered. A gentle smile played on her lips. When the heart is steadfast, the outer world cannot easily disturb one's peace. Whether others believe it or not doesn't matter at all. My feelings aren't a show for anyone. I only stay true to my own heart. But you senior, you despise the poor, fear the rich, mock those who have nothing, and resent those who have much. The things you chase will probably never be within your reach in this lifetime. Shut up. You bitch, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart right now. Zijin shook her head, suddenly feeling she was wasting her time. Only those deeply insecure need to bluster with sharp words. A person like you, not just Brother Amon, but any boy in the world would likely avoid you. Take care of yourself, senior. You? Zijin pushed open the door, startling Li Yujie into stepping aside. No, I have bruises on my face. I can't go in like this. Just wait. Once I've healed and put on my prettiest makeup, won't I be able to win back that lovesick fool from before? What does it matter if she's younger? Does she have as many tricks as I do? Besides, I'm still seductive. Back then you couldn't beat me. Now, huh? As for Li Hongwei, those two got off easy. Useless trash, just get lost. I'm heading for something better. Chunyu near the sea. After the meal, everyone went for a stroll along the beach. On the sand, the girls were having a great time, while Chao Bin and his three brothers sat on beach chairs a little further away chatting. Not bad, Lao Chao. As a true scion of a wealthy family, we single dogs have to rely on our hands all year round, but you step out, and you've got 4 girls with you. Don't talk nonsense. I'm only close with Zijin. I just met the other 3 girls today. So, does that mean we can pursue the other 3? How's he teased? Good friends sitting together boasting, talking about women and games. That's all a man's pastime is. At their age, full of vigor, it was natural for their thoughts to drift. Don't ask me. If you want to chase them, go ask the girls if they're interested. Well, then I won't hold back. I think that girl Moz is pretty good. Pretty and kind with a straightforward personality. Lao Chao, she didn't hesitate when you asked her to help take someone to the hospital. Hearing Haozi say that, Lao Hu also chimed in with a cheeky grin. Then I like Zhou Shui. She's pretty, but her voice is a bit rough. She's more likable when she's not talking. Hey. Guys, what are you thinking? You really think you're in a position to choose? Do you think you're Lao Chao? Wu Wenxuan rolled his eyes. To be fair, he also liked the quiet and gentle Wu Yu. Chao Bin sneered. All 3 of you, just like in high school, are a bunch of animals. As if you're not one. The 4 exchanged smiles, knowing those times were gone forever. Hey, seniors, are you free? Can you take a photo for me? Sure. The 3 animals responded eagerly and scurried over. They were all perceptive, each going after their own interest, leaving Zijin standing alone. Chao Bin smiled. Do you want a photo too, Zijin? Can I, Brother Amon? Zijin's cheeks flushed slightly. Why not? Come on, strike a pose. 1, 2, 3. Click. Perhaps too shy, Zijin faced the sea, leaving Chao Bin only her back. The moment was frozen in time. A gentle breeze, the warmth of spring blossoms. Even her silhouette was breathtakingly beautiful. Brother Amon, can you send me that photo? Chao Bin made an okay gesture through the air. Evening. After parting ways, the girls chattered noisily downstairs at the Jiangda dormitory. That Zhang Hao is such a blockhead. He fumbled around for ages when asking for my WeChat, and in the end, I had to add him myself. So annoying. That's nothing MOZ. That Lao guy directly asked me if I could talk less, saying he prefers to just stay quietly with me. I was like, what the hell does he even mean? That Wu Wenshuan is pretty nice, Wu Yu said softly, her cheeks red. Each of the three had their own story. Finally, they all looked at Chen Zijin, who had been silent the whole time, just staring at her phone screen with a goofy grin. They quietly crept over, and the moment they saw what was on her screen, they all exclaimed, holy shit. Well, Chen Zijin. You're quietly doing something big, aren't you? What are you waiting for, Zijin? Send it already. Zhou Jie is right. Confessing is like pushing a duck onto its perch. The sooner the better. Hurry up and send it. Tang Yingxue and Zhou Shuyi teased in unison. But Zijin's finger hovered over the send button, staring at the message, brother Amon, I like you, and unable to press it. I still think this is too abrupt, Zijin whispered. Abrupt? If you meet a boy you like, you've got to go for it directly. Wait too long, and he'll be snatched away. Exactly. Zijin, this senior Chao isn't only from a good family, but he's even better looking than the hottest young stars. If you don't act fast, someone else will beat you to it. Mozi's sister Zhou let Zijin make up her own mind. The gentle Wu Yu is more rational. When it comes to confessing, breaking through the ambiguity of mutual affection is romance. But if it's one-sided, it only brings awkwardness and trouble. Zijin, I think you should think it over carefully. After all, in matters of love, you really can't just judge by looks. Nonsense. If not looks, then what? The soul is too abstract. Looks are much more straightforward. Sister Zhou is right. When it comes to dating, it's all about what I want. I, Tang Yingxue, am very shallow. I like good-looking people. Wu Yue. The roommates each held their own opinions. In the end, Zijin deleted the words I'm afraid to like you from the chat box and didn't send it. Why, oi? Zhou Shuyi and Tang Yingxue were puzzled. Zijin pursed her lips, letting out a soft sigh, as if she had found a sense of release. Her eyes softened with tenderness. I like him. That's just my own affair. I can't put pressure on him, just for my own momentary impulse. Yeah is right. A confession between two people who love each other is romance, but one-sided affection only brings embarrassment and trouble. I've liked him for 7 years, and from beginning to end I've only wished him well, even if he's never known me or realized I exist. Dumping my emotional baggage on him for my own fleeting whim would go against my original intentions. Zijin, why are you so foolish? What if he likes you too? What if? Zijin shook her head. That's gambling. So few people win 5 million in the lottery. Why would it be me? Even if there's a tiny chance, wagering my feelings for him is a bet I can't afford to lose. So keeping things as they are is fine. Consider it my one-person silent play. At least directing and acting it myself, it can barely pass as a sweet little drama. Better than a failed tragedy, right? The three roommates fell silent. Listening to Zijin's tender words, their eyes reddened, and they moved forward together to embrace her gently. Silly girl, I suddenly feel that Senior Chao isn't so great after all. He's not worth this kind of devotion from you. Right? So what if he's handsome and rich? Our Zijin deserves better. We won't let you suffer this injustice. Wu Yu and Zijin exchanged smiles, moved and touched. Perhaps this was what sisterhood meant. Still, other people's words are just something to listen to. You make your own decisions. Zijin was a girl with a strong mind. Her thoughts never drifted with the tide. The one I like. When you praise him, I'm happy. When you say he's not good enough, I'll still like him. I know no greater love can be found. In my heart, he remains the best always. There were many stories about him and me that you didn't know, and even he didn't know them. At 7 in the evening, Chaobin walked out of the Public Security Bureau. The deaths of the Li father and son required his cooperation in the investigation, and the earlier anonymous call had exposed major issues in Mang Village. In the original book, with the deaths of Li Hongwei and Li Youtian, Jiang Tianhu completely washed his hands clean and rose above. But now Chaobin certainly wouldn't let him off easy. During the statement, he indirectly revealed substantive evidence from the original book pointing straight at Jiang Tianhu. Let's just call the original book The Previous Life. In the previous life, during the destruction of the Chao family, Jiang Tianhu, as Yi Fan's right-hand man, had the blood of the Chao family all over his hands. The moment Chaobin walked out of the bureau, Jiang Tianhu's downfall was already near. Chaobin, Captain Gong, is there something else? Gong Jintao, the head of the Jiangbei Criminal Investigation Unit, chased after him. Thank you for your cooperation. The information you provided is very valuable. You're too kind, Captain Gong. Cooperating with an investigation is my duty as a law-abiding citizen. But it's late at night. You didn't chase me out just to say thank you, did you? Gong Jiantao was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself that this kid really didn't seem like the playboy the rumors made him out to be. I heard about Secretary Chao Bin's older brother situation. He was framed, but evidence is being gathered now, and he should be reinstated soon. Captain Gong doesn't seem like the type to flatter my family. Just say what's on your mind. Seeing a straightforward man like you beat around the bush makes me uncomfortable for you. You little rascal. Gong Jiantao laughed. He did have another matter. To thank you for your help to our police force, I came specifically to warn you. Yi Fan has been released from prison. Watch your back. So Captain Gong already knows Yi Fan's identity isn't simple. You know too. Gong Jiantao was utterly shocked. It was only through a notice from the National Security Agency that Head learned that Yi Fan might be connected to an international mercenary organization, an extremely dangerous person requiring close surveillance. How do you know this? How I know isn't important. What matters is that we might have a chance to work together in the future, Captain Gong. Work together. Police-civilian cooperation to vanquish evil. In the original book, Gong Jiantao, who hated evil like an enemy, was cast as a villain for opposing Yi Fan's ruthless methods and met a miserable end. Chaobin decided to help him. From this perspective, Yi Fan seemed more like the villain while Chaobin had become the saintly protagonist. Whatever. Everyone has their own way of living. You might call him a saint, but Chaobin just wanted satisfaction. Making the protagonist unhappy was his satisfaction. Ding, congratulations, host. You've seized 20 points of world's fortune. Current fortune value 26. Shang Shang's sweet voice echoed in his mind. Chaobin knew he was on the right track. Thank you for the warning, Captain Gong. See you around. Watching Chaobin's car drive away, Gong Jiantao remained silent for a long time. For some reason, he had a feeling that this Chaobin would one day be even more remarkable than Secretary Chao. The Chao family is truly blessed. In the car, Sister Shuxin glanced at Chaobin through the rearview mirror. What's wrong, Amon? You've looked off since we left the police station. It's nothing. I just feel uneasy, like something big is about to happen. By the way, you've been keeping tabs on Yi Fan's movements, right? Don't worry. Though I didn't dare get too close, I've tracked his every move. After getting out, he went straight to Jiang Tian. His group headquarters got stopped by the security guard at the door, and Jiang Tianhu came down to help him put on a show of face before inviting him in respectfully. He's now staying in room 888 at the Tianlong Group's hotel. Classic. Wherever the protagonist goes, the whole world cooperates in his face-saving power plays. Alright, just keep it under control. Shuxin said nothing more, but kept glancing at Chaobin through the rearview mirror from time to time. The shock in her heart was no less than that of Hu Xiaoyu and the other two. Regarding today's Chunyu incident, Shuxin had originally planned to personally deal with the Li father and son, but Chaobin stopped her. Not only that, his subsequent scheme of killing with a borrowed knife left even Shuxin, who had weathered life and death, in awe. She didn't know when the little brother Chao Amon, who used to hide behind her, had grown to such a level. Beyond the shock, there was more relief. Her little brother had grown up and his sister was very happy. Ding, Chaobin's phone chimed. It was a text message. These days, with WeChat being the norm, text messages were mostly scams, junk ads, or loan offers. Chaobin didn't pay it much mind, but after a casual glance, his expression subtly shifted. Sister Wan. It was a text from Su Wan. The content contained only 2 words, save me. Chaobin's heart jolted violently. 2 words instantly flashed through his mind, Yi Fan. Damn it. That bastard. Sis. Head to the Tianlong Hotel. Right now, immediately. Alright. Though she didn't understand why Shu Xian always obeyed unconditionally when it came to Chaobin's serious decisions. Not daring to call Sister Wan rashly, Chaobin dialed Yingxue first. Hello? Tang Debao. Still at the company. No, I'm at the hospital taking care of my dad. What's wrong, hubby? Nothing much, just wanted to ask if Sister Wan was at the company. I need to see her about something. Sister Wan left work with me around 5 o'clock. But she wasn't in a good state since noon today. She's been distracted ever since she took a call during lunch. Do you know who called? Not sure. I only heard her say, I want go, angrily from a distance. It was clear she was repulsed by the caller. Just as I suspected. What's really going on, hubby? Did something happen to Sister Wan? No, I just wanted to ask her advice. Since she's off work, I'll talk to her tomorrow. You're at the hospital, right? They'll bring you some late-night snacks later. Okay, bye-bye, hubby. Hey. Why does he hang up so fast? Yingxue grumbled. Sis. Drive faster. Even faster. This is as fast as it goes, on. No matter what happens, don't let your heart be in turmoil. Sister Shu Xian was right. Worry clouds one's judgment. If something is already set in stone, panic is useless. That dog Yi Fan definitely had something malicious up his sleeve. A grand plan could shatter in an instant. It seemed he hadn't been villainous enough before. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room at the Tianlong Hotel, an opulent round table, dishes carved with exquisite detail. Su Wan sat opposite her adopted son Yi Fan. Faced with a table full of delicacies, she felt nothing but disgust and a sense of utter tastelessness. If it weren't for this unfilial wretch threatening her with Zijin, she would never have come. A subtle heat began to stir within her, an alien sensation, like a gentle stream, flowing, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Su Wan knew something was terribly wrong. This unfilial son had indeed harbored ill intentions. He had drugged her. She couldn't understand. She hadn't touched a single dish or any of the drinks. How could she still be affected? The incense. It was the incense burning in the room. This beast. When he was young, she had caught him peeping through a crack in the door, but she had dismissed it as childish ignorance. A stern lecture and his apology had been enough to put it out of her mind. She never imagined he wasn't just young, but simply evil at heart. All these years, she had harbored no complaints for the sake of that promise. Now it was clear this beast wasn't worth it. Your eyes are full of hate. Why? Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Tell me why, Wainer. Shut up. You disrespectful brat, I am your mother. Mother? My mother is dead. You're not her. I've never seen you as my mother all these years. I intend to make you my woman. You beast. Su-won clenched her delicate fists. The fatigue in her body was growing heavier, and that maddening sensation was becoming even more intense. She had tried to leave, but the door was tightly shut. Yi Fan had clearly cut off her escape. The text message had been sent. She didn't know if Chaobin would come. Perhaps he wouldn't even know she was here. A beast. That's still better than a slut like you. Yi Fan, having completely dropped all pretense, spat out. When I was a kid, I got beaten so badly, I couldn't get out of bed for 2 days, just for peeking at you bathing. I thought you were so pure, but you're just a whore. If that piece of trash Chaobin can have it, why can't I? Su-won, you're just a slut. You hate me. Well, I hate you too. You gave your first time to someone else instead of me. Shut up. What nonsense are you spewing? Nonsense. Setting up a virtuous front while being a whore. You think I didn't see what you and Chaobin were doing in that car that day? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot. With the facade completely shattered, he no longer cared about appearances. That day he was treating my illness. Treating you. You call that treating? You filthy slut, I can treat you too. Today I'll give you a real treatment. Since you're already dirty, I won't just treat you myself. They'll have my men line up to treat you as well. I am the mighty Northern Emperor. 300,000 iron-blooded warriors are fiercely loyal to me. Beneath me sit 12 main generals and 4 holy kings of formidable repute. I am the chosen one. And you filthy slut, dared not to save your first time for me. Crash. Yi Fan overturned the round table. The more he looked at Su-won, the angrier he became. Especially that look of hers, desperately wanting a man but still keeping him at arm's length. It infuriated him even more. Today I'm not just going to talk about you. I'm going to have Chun Zijin. That little bitch never liked me since she was young. I'm going to make her my plaything. And when I do, I'll make you watch me play with her. You beast. That's right. I am a beast. If I had been a beast sooner, you wouldn't have become that waste Chaobin's woman. And that bastard Shinihao. I gave him a chance, but he turned out to be useless too. You're the one who killed the landlord. Su-won gasped in shock. What on earth had she been raising all these years? You better worry about yourself. Yi Fan's face twisted into a grotesque mask as he closed in step by step. Don't come near me. Su-won, now completely weak and helpless, could barely even step backward. Could it be that today she would truly be defiled by this beast? No, I would rather die. A profound sense of sorrow washed over Su-won. For the sake of a promise, she had left her homeland, endured humiliation, and given up a life of wealth and glory to help her best friend raise an illegitimate child. She had expected nothing in return, only to be repaid with betrayal. The farmer and the snake Lu Dongbin and the dogmister. Donghua and the wolf. Now it was Su-won and Yi Fan. Come here, you slut. Let me have a real taste of you. Yi Fan reached out for Su-won. Boom. In the nick of time. The private room door was shattered to dust by an external force. A figure appeared, and a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the 9th level of hell suddenly rang out, "Scum. Touch her, and you'll see what happens." Chaobin. He had come. He had actually come. How had he found this place? His phone had only managed to send that brief message before Yi Fan, that unfilial son, snatched it and turned it off. How could Chaobin possibly know he would be here? Su-won's heart nearly leaped from her chest. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Cliched beyond measure. But she had to admit it was the most effective way to capture one's heart. Especially since Su-won had harbored such hopes all along. But soon she would curse her own foolishness. Chaobin had come alone. No. Because of her own expectations, she had put him in danger. Just as she feared. Yi Fan rose, his gaze fierce and sinister. I hadn't even gone looking for you, and you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Fine then, today this place will be your burial ground. You wouldn't dare? Su-won's weak voice cried out in alarm. What wouldn't I dare? I've risked my life overseas, I've killed more people than I can count. Killing a mere pampered rich kid is no different from crushing an ant. His murderous intent was palpable. Chaobin instantly felt a powerful aura lock onto him, and his eyes narrowed. As expected of the protagonist, even at the same grandmaster level, he could still feel the pressure. But if it came down to a life-or-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. This is China, not your foreign land. Su-won forced herself to hold on to her last shred of clarity. I absolutely cannot let this unfilial son harm Chaobin. I don't care how powerful you've become, or how many helpers you've gained outside. China is not a place where you can run rampant. If you dare to harm even a single hair on Chaobin's head, I guarantee that from this day forward, there will be no place for you, Yi Fan, to stand in this land. You know that when I set my mind to something, I always follow through. Then I'll just kill you both. Try it. Su-won said coldly. Are you willing to take that bet? Yi Fan's forehead veins bulged, and he found himself in a dilemma. By all rights, the drug should have rendered Su-won unconscious by now. This bitch was actually holding on this long for Chaobin. Su-won, you bitch. What has that Chao done for you that you would defend him so? When I was at my most desperate, he reached out and pulled me back. For that alone, I cannot let any harm come to him. Besides, anyway, he's not like you. He brought me hope, while you have brought me nothing but despair from the day we met. Chaobin. This damn bastard. Because of him, he had been thrown in prison twice since returning to the country. Tang Yingxue was gone, and now Su-won was lost to him too. His pride had been touched twice by this piece of trash. Yi Fan's eyes nearly split with rage. His inner energy surged wildly. If he could, he would have struck down this pair of adulterers on the spot. On. I'm here, Sister Wan. Are you alright? Xiao Bin, who had been on guard against Yi Fan, quickly stepped forward. He had noticed something was off in the air the moment he entered. Sure enough, this bastard had drugged Sister Wan. I'm fine. Take me away, on. Su Wan's gaze was tender. She had been barely holding herself up against the wall, but now she reached out her arms to Xiao Bin, asking to be held. You adulterous pair, I'll kill you. Yi Fan. Su Wan's demeanor shifted. Considering our years of mother-son bond, I won't hold today's events against you. But this is the last time. Now that you've achieved success and fame, I fulfilled my promise to your mother. From this day forward, our ties are severed, and we owe each other nothing. And if you dare to harm Xiao, then we will be sworn enemies. Ding, congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at the plot point and suppressed the protagonist to gain a character's support. Plundered 50 protagonist chi, plundered 100 world chi. Current chi value 176. Protagonist Yi Fan's remaining chi 50. The protagonist's ability to auto-recover was simply a bug. He appeared to have only 100, but in truth, it was limitless. No wonder the original story was so overpowered. He could do terrible things and still end up with everything. Hey man, let's go. Alright. Xiao Bin lifted Su Wan in a princess carry. Completely erasing Yi Fan was clearly impossible right now. The current development was the best they could hope for. Xiao, once you walk out that door, you and I will be locked in a fight to the death. Yi Fan's cold, threatening voice echoed. If you can fight, then fight. Enough with the useless talk. You think you can lay a finger on me? Xiao Bin didn't even look back. Next time you see me, remember to kneel when you speak. What a joke calling yourself the Dragon King. I'm your father. Since things had come to this, it was time to lay all cards on the table. Xiao Bin, caught in the midst of this game, feared nothing. So what if he was the protagonist? So what if he possessed heaven-defying luck? Holding the script in hand, his fate was his own to command. A thunderous crash echoed as Yi Fan's fist shattered the round table to pieces. Jiang Tianhu, get out here. I don't care how much money we lose, but I want the entire Chao family wiped out. Yi Fan's furious roar inside the private room was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Meanwhile, on the other side, this poison is insidious. Once it takes effect, treatment must be administered immediately, or it will cause irreversible damage to her body. How do we treat it? Inside the car, Shu Xian glanced at Su Wan, who was curled up in Xiao Bin's arms like a kitten, and her expression turned peculiar. The two of them looked quite disheveled. Acupuncture to expel the poison. Acupuncture. Shu Xin's expression grew even stranger. I've seen it before when we were kids. Young master, you're being too modest. What? Xiao Bin was speechless, his face darkening with embarrassment. Sis. Focus on the road. I'm serious, stop joking around. I am driving seriously. Shu Xian giggled, her hands firmly on the wheel. Xiao Bin was at a loss for words and decided not to bother explaining. Find a pharmacy by the roadside and buy me a box of silver needles. You're really going to use acupuncture? Shu Xian was taken aback. What did you think? Don't think of me as some kind of pervert, sis. I'm genuinely trying to save her. Shu Xian fell silent. Could it be that she had misjudged him? She supposed not. Amon was definitely not the kind of man to take advantage of a vulnerable person. He wouldn't stoop to such despicable behavior. Soon the silver needles were procured. Shu Xian stood guard outside the car, and as the curtains were drawn shut, leaving only Xiao Bin and Su Wan inside. Outside the car, Shu Xian stared at their Maybach from a distance, lost in thought. A gentleman of impeccable virtue. She certainly hoped so. By the time Xiao Bin finally stepped out of the car, a long time had passed. At the roadside, a pile of cigarette butts lay scattered at Shu Xin's feet. Of the 2 packs of Su cigarettes she had hastily bought, only 1 cigarette remained. Sis, since when did you start smoking? Xiao Bin emerged looking refreshed and invigorated, like a fine, aged wine finally uncorked, its rich aroma lingering long after. Never learned. This is my first time, and I don't even inhale. I've heard smoking can cure 100 sorrows, but it seems useless. I'm never touching one again. Sis, what's troubling you? Maybe your little brother can help. Shu Xian shot him a sideways glance and ignored him, pulling out the last cigarette from the pack and thinking to herself, it's all because of you. Got another one, sis. I heard a smoke after a meal makes you feel like a god. I want to try it too. All out. Shu Xian replied with a deadpan expression, and with a click the lighter flared to life, igniting the cigarette in her mouth. Didn't you just say you'd never smoke again? This is the last one. She took a deep, desperate drag, the ember glowing brightly, as she tried to inhale the entire cigarette in one go. Hey, sis, you're like Yuqian. Slow down, leave a puff for me. Xiao Bin snatched the cigarette away, and saw there was truly only 1 puff left. Any slower, and there wouldn't have been even that. Shu Xin's lung capacity was truly impressive. Without a second thought, he put it to his lips and took a deep drag. A faint lipstick marked the cigarette filter, slightly damp and a hint of sweetness. It was Shu Xin's scent. Cough, 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 cough. It's choking me. See, I told you not to smoke. This stuff is no good. Let's both quit from now on. Plucking the cigarette, but from Xiao Bin's mouth, Shu Xian scolded him gently, while patting his back to help him catch his breath. The hand behind his back extinguished the last ember, but she couldn't bear to throw the butt away, secretly slipping it into her pocket. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, unseen by anyone under the dim yellow streetlight. This counts as him kissing me again, doesn't it? The melancholy that had weighed on Sister Shuxin's heart suddenly dissipated completely. What she desired was simple, and this was more than enough. All right, I won't touch them anymore, Chaobin said with a smile. It began with curiosity and ended with good counsel. Tobacco, aside from feeding the state's coffers, brings naught but harm. Sis, there's something I need to trouble you with again. I know. The car's a mess again, isn't it? They'll send it to the 4S shop and have them work through the night. It'll be spotless by tomorrow, guaranteed. Thanks, sis. You're the best to me. Oh, stop it, Shuxin said, rolling her eyes. She feigned disdain, but beneath it lay gentle indulgence. Whatever he asked, she would provide, even if it cost her life, without a moment's hesitation. I'm afraid we also need to make a trip to the police station. Why? What happened? Your earlier arrangements have borne fruit. 2 hours ago, right as we were leaving the station, Jiang Tianhu was arrested. An hour ago, Officer Gong called and asked us to return immediately for another statement. How could this happen so fast? Chaobin was taken aback. The Lees were dead, leaving no witnesses to testify. Even if Meng Village was Jiang Tianhu's front, gathering solid evidence would take time. He shouldn't have been nailed this quickly. I heard a massive influx of overseas funds suddenly poured into Jiang Tianhu's account. It drew the attention of state security, and the local police cooperated to detain him. A massive influx of overseas funds. Chaobin understood immediately. It was Yi Fan. The Chao family and the Tianlong group were locked in a bitter life-or-death struggle. Jiang Tianhu's resources were limited, and if Yi Fan wanted swift revenge to destroy the Chao family, he'd need to inject fresh capital. Where did his money come from? Money earned as a killer or mercenary abroad is rarely entirely clean. Don't preach righteousness claiming he only killed the wicked. In a society governed by procedural justice, money from paid assassinations is dirty money, especially when employers come in all sorts, and some funds are bound to be tainted. That bastard Yi Fan had shot himself in the foot. In his haste for revenge, he only accelerated the downfall of his own men. His schemes of several years in Jiangbei were on the verge of total collapse. It seemed the plundering of fortune was indeed effective. Though it couldn't deliver a killing blow, it could suppress the absurd plot armor that the foolish original author had given him. First, take Sister Wan home. Also, sis, we need to significantly bolster the security around my parents Yingxue and Sister Wan. Don't worry, Amon, I've already made arrangements. Even a grandmaster wouldn't dare act rashly under these circumstances unless he never wants to set foot in China again. Chaobin nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Victory on the open battlefield meant Yi Fan would likely be forced to go underground in Jiangbei. The restraints of the surface world didn't exist in the shadows, and that man was ruthless and cunning. He had to be on guard. Half an hour later, after settling Su Wan, Chaobin and Shuxin reappeared at the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Outside the interrogation holding room, Chaobin, who hadn't yet entered, witnessed an amusing scene. Officer, is it illegal to give a woman money? No. Is it illegal to go on a date with a woman? No. Then is it illegal to be intimate with a woman with her consent? No. Then I'm baffled. If none of that is illegal, why did you all barge in and arrest me when she agreed to date and be intimate after I gave her money? Shut up and behave yourself. A beautiful female officer, having lost her patience, slammed the table. Enough with the nonsense. You think you're justified in soliciting prostitution. Call your family to come identify you. Chaobin, who had just pushed the door open, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Indeed, everyone inside was a character, and they certainly had a way with words. What's so funny? What's there to laugh about? The female officer glared at Chaobin and scolded him loudly, her expression seeming to say, you men are all smooth talkers, and none of you are any good. At that moment, Gong Jiantao emerged from the main interrogation room. You're here, Chaobin. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way so late. It's my duty, Captain Gong. As I said, cooperating with your work is the obligation of a law-abiding citizen. Kid, if all citizens were as reasonable as you, our jobs would be infinitely easier. The usually stern Gong Jiantao was even joking with Chaobin. The other officers present found it utterly unbelievable, especially the female officer who had just scolded him. Yi Shiyun watched as Chaobin was escorted into the reception room by Gong Jiantao, finding it incredible. Just who is this pretty boy? Even Captain Gong can be this amiable. Unintentionally, Chaobin's face left a deep impression on her. When they left the station again, it was nearly dawn. Gong Jiantao was making great strides in the investigation. Although Jiang Tianhu remained tight-lipped, the existing chain of evidence was already sufficient to put him before the firing squad. The only pity was that he refused to utter a single word about Yi Fan. Loyal to the end, a good dog indeed. But then again, it's normal for a protagonist to have a few loyal hounds. After tonight, Jiang Tianhu would be completely eliminated, and the Chao family would turn danger into safety and advance further. Chaobin had passed his first major hurdle. Going home, Amon. Let's grab some supper and head to the hospital. He had promised Yingxue. A man may be a flirt, but unless a vow is absolutely heinous, he shouldn't make it lightly. Once promised, it must be fulfilled. Ding dong. A WeChat notification sounded. Song Qingqing Su asked me to pass this along. Her birthday party is on the 1st at the Jiangnan Empire Hotel 3rd floor. She hopes you can come. She'll be waiting for you. Xiaobin frowned. Why didn't she just tell him herself? He clicked on her avatar and saw that her moments were no longer visible. There was only a single line now where there used to be simple posts. Had she cleared it all? He tried sending a message to Su. The message was sent, but it was rejected, indicating he had been blocked. Just as he suspected. He had been blocked. Su would never block him herself. It must be her parents. Ding dong. Song Qingqing's next WeChat message arrived. Su Pingqing also asked me to tell you that you must not come to his daughter's birthday party. Otherwise he will ruin the reputation of your Chao family. As expected. Judging from Su Pingqing's behavior in Song Qingqing's office that day, he shouldn't have been so bold knowing who Chao Bin was. The only explanation was that he had found a backer he believed to be more powerful than the Chao family, and thus no longer held Chao Bin in any regard. This Su Pingqing was a peculiar character. Regardless of his moral conduct, his narrow-mindedness was a certainty. His overt obstruction was a covert provocation. He probably wanted Chao Bin to attend even more than Su did. He must have already devised a scheme to publicly humiliate him and settle an old score. Chao Bin chuckled. Fine. With Jiang Tianhe's downfall, the affairs of Jiangbei had come to a temporary close. In the original story, Yi Fan's next destination was Jiangnan. It was the perfect opportunity to go there and make more preparations in advance. He was curious to see just who was backing Su Pingqing. Humiliate him. Humph. CEO Song, you must be quite free playing messenger like this, mocking. Stop being so sarcastic. If it weren't for Su begging me with tears in her eyes and our partnership, I wouldn't bother with your trivial affairs, Master Chao. Song Qingqing typed with lightning speed, her words filled with fiery anger. She had been running herself ragged for the past 2 days over the rejuvenating purple spirit pill cooperation, and here she was getting nothing but sarcasm for her goodwill. Anyone would lose their temper. Chao Bin grinned. Oh ho, angry Qingqing. Mischievous grin. Scram. Sister Song's voice was domineering, a concise, 1-second voice message. It was followed by a rapid-fire text. Don't call me that. We're not that close. Is that so? So CEO Song doesn't want the advanced pill formulas for the rejuvenating purple spirit pill anymore. Don't you threaten me. You're the one investing the money and the formulas are yours. I'm just earning a bit of hard-earned cash. If it comes to it, I'll just not earn it. Fine by me. Chao Bin chuckled inwardly. They'll have my people contact you to cancel the contract. I can cooperate with anyone. They'll just withdraw my investment, shall I? The status read typing. After a long pause. Brother, I admit I was a bit emotional just now. Don't take it to heart. Forget about withdrawing the investment, I was just joking. Don't worry, Song Qingqing will definitely help you make money. Chao Bin burst out laughing like a pig. He quickly replied, I actually preferred your attitude from a moment ago. Care to revert? Scram? I'm done with you. In Jiangnan, inside the Cube Group's CEO office, Song Qingqing angrily tossed her phone onto the desk, fuming. Ugh, jerk. Withdraw if you want. Suddenly, she felt a strange weight in her chest for no reason she could discern. What's wrong, miss? Xiaoying asked with concern. Nothing. Has the person backing Su Pingqing been confirmed? Yes, just as you suspected, it's Shun Junzuo. It seems that because of your relationship with Chao Bin, he's planning to target him. Song Qingqing's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, instantly sharp light flashing within them. I used to think he was just aloof and pretentious, but still a decent person. After all, it's understandable for a scion of a wealthy family to have some pride. But now it's clear Shun Junzuo is nothing but a hypocrite. Needless to say, Su's visit to me must have been instigated by him. Is he trying to remind me that Chao Bin is a womanizer to highlight his own supposed purity? This self-righteous fool. Even if I had nothing but a professional partnership with Chao Bin, what business is it of his? Who Song Qingqing choose to like is none of his damn business. The Queen of Cube, the Empress of Jiangnan. Does he think I don't know what he's up to, spreading these ridiculous nicknames? Song Qingqing's face was cold as frost. So full of himself. This sneaky behavior of marking me as his woman in his mind and targeting those around me is no different from a stray dog pissing on a street corner to mark its territory. The very thought of it is disgusting. Xiaoying. Yes, miss. Inform legal. All contracts with the Shun family that haven't been fully processed are to be put on hold indefinitely. Is this because of Chao Bin? Xiaoying was taken aback. These contracts were so hard for you to secure. He's not worthy. Song Qingqing said coldly. These bastards, none of them can treat me as their possession. Everyone has their limits. Since that Shun guy wants to disgust me, Song Qingqing will show him exactly how I feel about it. Also spread the word. Anyone in the company who spreads that Queen of Cube nonsense will be fired on the spot with no chance of rehire. Yes. Xiaoying acknowledged and left, but she kept looking back. As Song Qingqing's closest confidant, she could clearly sense that her mistress' attitude towards Chao Bin was different from any other man before. While these actions did show her resolve, Xiaoying absolutely refused to believe there wasn't a hint of it being for Chao Bin's sake. In the past, how many handsome and elegant rich young masters had failed to catch her eye. Could that man with just his glib tongue, a pot of 8 treasure porridge, and a few sticks of youtiao have left a distinct mark on her heart? Was he worthy? Xiaoying hesitated, wanting to say something, but in the end she remained silent. She would wait and see. Perhaps that guy could bring even more surprises. After all, her mistress' judgment of people had never been wrong all these years. After Xiaoying left, Song Qingsheng hesitated for a moment before picking up her phone and sending another WeChat message to Qiao Bin. I don't know what you're thinking, but my personal advice is that it's best not to go to Su's birthday party. Remember? In Zhongbei. Is she worried about me? Okay. Shu Shinto glanced at Qiao Bin in the rearview mirror, who was again laughing like a pig. Young master, what is it, sister? The smile on Qiao Bin's face was still thick. There are some things I shouldn't say, but I feel I must remind you, young master. Sister, if you have something to say, just say it. We're family. Upon hearing this, Shu Shinto stopped the car and turned around, speaking solemnly. I'm on at the rate you're going. The jade bracelets in godmother's bedside drawer might not be enough. What are you talking about, sister? I'm saying, isn't there enough in the family garage for you to drive? Shu Shinto pursed her lips. You're always eyeing the ones outside while the ones sitting at home are practically rusting away and you never use them. Sis, you'd better be talking about the car. What else would I be talking about? Shu Xin's magnetic voice rose in volume to mask her unease. The garage at home is already overflowing, and you went all the way to Jiangnan to drive back a Porsche. The original owner was clearly a woman, wasn't she? Is that beat-up car outside really that fun to drive? Qiao Bin was uncertain. Was this a confession? In the original story, Shu Xin was fiercely loyal to him, but there was never any hint of romantic feelings. In fact, she had once pinned the original Qiao Bin to the ground and beaten him for making an overly familiar joke. By all rights, she should only feel loyalty towards him. But that was wrong. The people in this world were living, breathing beings, no longer the two-dimensional characters from the book who revolved around the protagonist. In other words, they all had their own normal, reasonable emotional extensions. Could it be that sister Shu Xin really? Qiao Bin fell silent. When he looked at Shu Xin again, his gaze was intense. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. Shu Xin's cheeks suddenly burned under his stare. What was man doing? Why had his look suddenly turned so improper? Could he be? She felt resentful when he didn't see her, felt neglected, but now that he was looking, she panicked. It was shyness. Shu Xin quickly turned and sat upright, not daring to meet Qiao Bin's eyes again. She started the car hastily. Man, don't take those words to heart. I was just rambling. These heartless women, they say such irresponsible things, and then tell me not to take them to heart. Impressive, sister Shu Xin. Playing hard to get. What if I've already taken it to heart? Shu Xin's shoulders trembled slightly. Then forget it, she blurted out. What if I can't forget? You have to forget it. I'm your sister. When you asked me why I didn't fix your car, you didn't sound like a sister. You sounded more like... Shut up. Qiao Man, are you asking for a beating? Shu Xin was red-faced, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her heart pounded even harder. After her shout, Qiao Bin in the back seat finally fell silent. Yet Shu Xin felt a pang of loss. She hadn't wanted to argue. Just being able to stay by his side was already enough. But since there were already so many women in his life, why couldn't she be one of them? Shu Xin fumed with deep resentment. Qiao, man, you brat. Still as timid as when you were a kid. Scared off by a shout or a beating. All you do is talk. If you've got the guts, get your hands dirty and fix my car. Half an hour later. Zhongbei Hospital. When Qiao Bin arrived at the private ward with late-night snacks, he found 2 other people inside besides Yingxue. A man and a woman. He didn't recognize the woman, but her features bore a resemblance to Yingxue's, and she was quite beautiful. The man was Sun Zhu, a friend of Qiao Bin's. He was something of a rich second generation, but right now he looked at Qiao Bin with an expression of pure unadulterated foolishness, huddled in the corner, like a sucker, who had no idea why he was even here. Boss, you're finally here. Seeing Qiao Bin, Zhe looked like had seen a savior. You gotta help me, Bin Go. I really can't decide this time. Seeing her husband arrive made Yingxue happy, but she still whispered sternly, Sun Zhe, keep your voice down. My dad is resting. Brother-in-law, the girl beside her stood up, greeting Qiao Bin shyly. Don't you recognize her? Tang Si, my 4th cousin. Didn't you say before that Si was the most beautiful and kindest in the whole Tang family? Wife, don't twist my words. What I actually said was, of all the women in the Tang family besides our mom, you and your 4th cousin Tang Si, who else isn't a gold-digging fair-weather friend? Who's your wife? Chill. Keep it down, our dad is sleeping. Shameless. Yingxue's words were sharp, but her face was full of shy smiles. With her cousin and an outsider present, the husband and wife talk made her a bit embarrassed. Hello, Si. I heard you got hit, and were punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for speaking up for Yingxue that day. You were wronged. Thank you. Brother-in-law, no need to be so polite. I just said a few fair words. It was Grandma's second uncle and my dad who went too far. Standing where you were, it was truly admirable to step forward and speak up for Yingxue. I really do thank you. Please, brother-in-law, stop. You're making me blush. The beautiful and kind Tang Si felt flattered. All she had heard from her unscrupulous relatives was that this brother-in-law Qiao Bin was a rich fool who had taken a liking to her 3rd sister. But seeing him today, she was surprised at how handsome he was. He left a great impression too. He had even complimented her to her third sister without her knowing. And the affection between him and her third sister was sweet. Indeed, prejudice and gossip are scary. Seeing is believing. C is a junior majoring in finance. I was thinking of having her come to the company during the break to get familiar with things and help me out. Lao Chow, what do you think about Sister 1 mentoring her? Call me husband. Lao Chow sounds like my mom calling my dad. TSK. Stop joking, I'm asking you. Yingxue rolled her eyes and lightly slapped Chow Bin's shoulder. Of course that's fine. But you'd better ask Sister 1 first. I already have. Sister 1 has agreed. Then there's no problem at all. By the way, C, where do you go to university? I'm at Jiang University, same school as Sister 1's daughter. But C just got back from an exchange program abroad half a year ago, so she's not too familiar with Jiang University. Yingxue took her cousin's hand and smiled. We're all friends here. We should get Sister 1's daughter to come out for a meal sometime. You can get to know each other and look out for one another at school. What do you say, dear? Sure. Chow Bin's expression was calm, but inwardly he grumbled. What a coincidence. Why make friends or have meals? It's best if they never meet. If you all get together, you'll be in trouble. Unfortunately, Tang Yingxue couldn't read Chow Bin's mind. So what's up with you? The four of them were having a quiet late-night snack in a small booth. Zhe, who had been subdued after Yingxue's scolding, finally spoke up when Chow Bin asked. Boss, she's pregnant. Who? Tang Yingxue. Yingxue was shocked. They only knew he was waiting for Chow Bin, but had no idea this quiet guy was holding a bombshell. What a fifth sister is. Tang Si, who had just been enjoying the gossip, also widened her eyes, never imagining that this guy who looked like a sucker was actually her brother-in-law. With his simple, honest look, could he handle that problem child? Tang Si mean. The kid definitely isn't mine, Zhe said, pitifully holding a skewer listlessly. Yingxue Si and Chow Bin exchanged glances, smiled knowingly, and silently focused on their food. Hey, what's with those looks? Why isn't anyone surprised? Surprised? With Tang Simin's track record, it'd be more surprising if it was yours. Brother-in-law's words are blunt, but true. Si added. Yingxue said nothing, but couldn't help but laugh. Chow Bin said, that's enough, Asia. I'm glad you managed to score. Not a total loss. I'm at a total loss. Zhe was on the verge of tears. When we did it, it was my first time. I thought she was too. Who knew? She told me the very next day today that she's pregnant. And she said the kid might be mine. Oh, sorry, Sunji, I'm not laughing at you. It's just this skewer Chow Bin bought is too spicy. Milk tea. Give me the milk tea quickly. Honk honk. Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. Yingxue burst out laughing. Zhe, this is the chat history between us. Boss helped me figure out how to reply. Sunji handed his phone to Chow Bin. I just like the vibe. My friends forced me to go. They're all my besties. Just a simple drink. Didn't talk to any guys. If that's what you think, I can't help it. My friend brought him, I don't know him. He'll talk to you when I get home. I didn't even talk to him, trust me. The mood was just right. I didn't cheat on you, I just forgot to break up with him. He wore it, he really wore it. I don't know how I got pregnant. Maybe it's yours. I'm the one going through the pain of childbirth, and you're worried about whether the kid is yours. Reading this chat log stunned Chow Bin. Classic. Thing classic. With all this, what are you hesitating about, son, bighead? I'm thinking about whether I should forgive her. Uffed. All three of them spat out their food simultaneously. Chow Bin was furious. I'm trying to eat here, and you're feeding me crap. You're trying to be some pure-hearted warrior, you idiot. What should I do then, boss? I can't let go. Bullshit. Chow Bin said coldly. You can take her back, but if you do, don't ever say you know me again. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Even though Chow Bin and Sun Zhe were suckers, what could be done? An unlucky man has to grow from one or two women, just like some girls always meet scumbags. It's not a loss if it's consensual, and even taking a small hit isn't bad for the road ahead. He'll reply for you. Chow Bin typed directly, don't come near me with your disgusting crap, anymore, we're through. The funny thing was Tang Simin replied instantly, baby, don't be mad. I'm sorry, okay. Come with me to get an abortion, and we'll live a good life from now on, alright. Get lost. Chow Bin replied, then blocked and deleted her in one swift move. As expected. When you don't love her, that's when she loves you the most. A message to all the simps. WeChat contacts can be deleted, but the hurdle in his heart won't be crossed anytime soon. For a simp, losing what he once had is far more agonizing than never having it at all. Sunja drank himself into a stupor at a late-night food stall outside the hospital. It was Chow Bin who called his family to take him home. Honey, it's too late, and see, he has class tomorrow. Could you take her back to school? Sure, I'll drop her off, and then come back to the hospital to keep you company. No need. You're all sweaty. Go home, shower, and get some good rest. My dad is being discharged tomorrow, and he'll be home tomorrow night. Which home? Chow Bin blinked. Which home do you think? Yingxue pinched Chow Bin's waist hard, her voice soft, her neck and face flushed red. Then he'll wash up and wait for you tomorrow night, evil grin, Yingxue. Ahem, brother-in-law, how about I just take a taxi back? The school isn't far anyway. You stay here with my sister and take care of uncle. Tang Ce, who had been hit with both a dirty joke and a heavy dose of couples PDA, blushed and quickly excused herself. Yingxue was mortified. You jerk. Look what you did. Go take Ce to school now. Give me a kiss first, get lost. No kiss, no go. Xiaobin acted coy. Ahem ahem. Tang Yingxue, the father-in-law who had been sleeping on the hospital bed, finally couldn't help but cough. Xiaobin, it's getting late. You should head home and rest. Yingxue. Xiaobin. After old Tang spoke, the ward fell silent. Yingxue gritted her teeth. Xiaobin. Uncle, you should rest well. Honey, you too. I'm heading off now. Bye. Xiaobin bolted out of there. Yingxue took a deep breath. Dad, actually No need to explain, Yingxue. Dad didn't hear a thing. Get some rest, we have to handle the discharge paperwork early tomorrow morning. Did he really not hear anything? She was skeptical, but as she turned to walk to the bathroom, she heard old Tang muttering curses to himself. Not waking me up for the late-night snack is one thing, but here I am starving in the middle of the night getting force-fed dog food by my own daughter and son-in-law. Ugh. Shu Yingxue's mother, come back soon. I miss you so much. Yingxue stumbled, nearly falling flat on her face. So it was all clear from the time of the midnight snack. For over an hour, every little interaction between her and Xiaobin had been seen and heard by her father. Oh my god. She was so done. Just let the ground swallow her whole. Because of Xiaobin, Yingxue's moments of sheer mortification were becoming increasingly frequent. There weren't enough cracks in the earth to hide in. In the lap of luxury, waves of pleasure surged. Having initially established his foothold, Xiaobin was thriving in Jiangbei, seizing opportunities left and right. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tianhu was arrested, and the Tianlong group completely collapsed. The Chao family took over everything, and with Xiaobin's 60 billion yuan injection, their assets nearly tripled. The Chao family, once only dominant in Jiangbei, now had the capital to contend with the wealthy Shun family of Jiangnan. However, one thing was worth noting: since that day in the Tianlong Hotel private room, Yi Fan had vanished without a trace. Xiaobin knew that bastard wouldn't let things go. The current peace was just the calm before the storm. He couldn't afford to be careless. The first, Susu's birthday. Xiaobin drove alone to Jiangnan. Oh no, an old man has collapsed over here. At the gas station on the Jiangnan highway exit, Xiaobin had just turned off the engine when he heard the commotion. An old man with a white beard lay unconscious on the ground, and a boy of 8 or 9 beside him cried out in a panicked voice, "Grandpa? What's wrong? Don't scare me. Someone please help my grandpa. You've got to be kidding me." Xiaobin couldn't help but complain. This was the classic cliché plot from those novels. Coincidentally meeting an old man of high status who has some kind of health problem. Wait a minute. A flash of insight struck Xiaobin. A gas station? In the original story, Yi Fan saved an old man here who later became a powerful ally in his counterattack against the Yi family in the capital. Could it be? Xiaobin looked around, scanning the crowd. Sure enough, he spotted Yi Fan. Holy crap. My luck stat is higher than Yi Fan's now, which means I have the potential to plunder all his heavenly fortunes. Host Daddy is so smart. Shut up. I'm warning you, Chao Shangshan, from now on, just tell me directly when there's a lucky opportunity. Don't make me figure it out myself. Who, seeing that Yi Fan was about to rush forward to help, Xiaobin darted ahead of him in a flash. Make way, make way. I'm a doctor. Xiaobin yelled, and the crowd immediately parted for him. Xiaobin. Yi Fan, a step too slow, glared with rage. It's this bastard again. I finally managed to track down old man Lu's whereabouts for a chance to do a favor and show off, and this guy snatches it right from under my nose. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy. For some reason, ever since he returned from abroad, where he was an invincible dragon king, everything had gone wrong for him since running into Xiaobin. First he ended up in the police station, then his woman was stolen. It felt like he was living in Xiaobin's shadow. You're way too young to be a doctor. I think you should step aside and let me handle this so you don't delay this old man's treatment and end up killing him. Shut up, boy. You? Yi Fan was furious and about to make a move when the old man under Xiaobin's treatment slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, the old man grabbed Xiaobin's hand tightly. Young man, did you save me? Honestly, it was pretty awkward. Just as cliché as the original plot. However, Xiaobin also noticed the fact this old man hadn't fainted naturally. Someone had done something to him. Nice one, Yi Fan. Hurting the old man yourself just to save him and create a debt of gratitude out of thin air. Good thing I cut him off, or else this would have significantly increased the difficulty of this quest. Xiaobin remembered now that this old man's surname was Lu. He was the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the prominent families in the capital. He was the former superior of his maternal grandfather Ding Yuanshan. In the original story, his grandfather in a moment of folly took a wrong path for revenge, and Yi Fan used the Lu family to destroy the Ding family. That was close. It was nothing, don't mention it. Sir, your heart isn't in great shape. You need to be especially careful with outdoor activities, avoid strenuous exertion, or it could be dangerous. Since he had intervened, he might as well do it thoroughly. Xiaobin casually wrote out a prescription for traditional Chinese medicine and handed it to the old man. Keep this prescription, sir. The brewing instructions are on it. Get the herbs, and take it regularly. It will do wonders for your condition. If you're unsure, you can also have a senior practitioner look it over first. Thank you so much, young man. Big brother, thank you for saving my grandpa. The boy beside the old man was also moved to tears of gratitude. You're welcome. Oh, Young man, the more I look at you, the more familiar you seem. Have we met somewhere before? You must be mistaken, sir. I'm from Jiangbei. Oh, I don't have any acquaintances in Jiangnan. Oh, from Jiangbei, may I ask your names? My surname is Chao. Chao. The old man's sharp eyes narrowed. If he remembered correctly, Yuanshan's youngest daughter Yuechuan was married into Jiangbei. He had seen that Chao Song kid at a gathering in the capital last year, and he bore a striking resemblance to this young man before him. Lu Zheng mused silently and said, "Young man, a great favor needs no words of thanks. Could you leave me a way to contact you? I'd like to repay you someday." "No need, sir. Anyone would have helped in the same situation. Take care of yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Chao Bin left with an air of nonchalance. He knew Lu Zheng's character well. The old man, like his grandfather, was upright, and just with no tolerance for duplicity. If he appeared too calculating, he might gain the old man's favor now, but it wouldn't last. In the original story, Yi Fan used him to destroy the Ding family. When Lu Zheng later realized he had been manipulated, he cut all ties with Yi Fan and never associated with him again. Since Lu Zheng had already recognized him, a strategist must leave no trace. Not leaving his contact information was the smartest move right now. With the Lu family's resources, one phone call would be all it took for the old man to get a complete file on him by the time he got home from the day he was born. And sure enough, half an hour later, at the Jiangnan military district, old squad leader Wei found the information you requested. It's indeed the Chao kid. Your eyesight is remarkable. A senior man in military uniform with olive branches and 3 stars on his shoulders entered the room, holding a file, saluting as he came in. So it seems that kid is quite good. Upright and warm-hearted, does good deeds without seeking recognition, and he's quite handsome too. He has the style of a young Ding, worthy of Yuchun's bloodline. Elderly. Another old man burst into the tent holding the prescription Chao Bin had written, visibly excited. Elderly. Was this prescription really written by a young man in his early 20s? What's the matter, old Shue? Why would a mere prescription get you, the king of medicine, so worked up? Elderly, you wouldn't know. This prescription is called Gu Xian Tang heart-steadying decoction. It's a precious ancient formula from traditional Chinese medicine. I've only ever seen it mentioned in ancient texts and thought it was long lost. To think I'd see it with my own eyes today. This is a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Elderly, could you arrange for me to meet this young man? This old Shue was none other than the renowned senior physician who had previously treated Yingxue's father, Shueli, the king of medicine from the capital. Is it really that precious? Old man Lu was a bit incredulous. When Chao Bin handed him the prescription, it was like he was throwing away a piece of scrap paper, as if he couldn't care less. That kid, treating money like dirt, now that's ambition. He quickly flipped open Chao Bin's file and saw that his marital status was listed as single. A wide grin spread across his face, creasing his wrinkles. Huh. Excellent. Perfect. A well-matched family, a match made in heaven. Elderly, what talk of marriage at a time like this? Where's that young man? Can you let me see him? Shueli was frantic. Lu Zheng roared with laughter. Don't worry, old Shue. He's my future grandson-in-law. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to meet him. Old man Lu had long harbored a hidden worry, which was also the root of his heart condition. Years ago, his eldest son had laid down his life for the nation. Not long after, his daughter-in-law doctor succumbed to grief and passed away at her post. The couple left behind only their sole daughter, Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga styled Yuru was the apple of Lu Zheng's eye. The Lu family was a lineage of military generals lacking in literary refinement. He had originally intended to cultivate a refined, elegant granddaughter, a paragon of the arts, to balance the family's martial aura. However, as she grew, the plan went awry. From a young age, the girl spurned poetry and books for guns and artillery, idolizing her father, uncles, and grandfather. She eschewed feminine graces for military uniform, spending her childhood in the barracks with her father. After her father's death, her personality transformed drastically, becoming a tough, unyielding character with not a trace of the gentle elegance her name suggested. She was fiercely formidable, more masculine than most men. Over the years, the old man had arranged several marriages for her, but each suitor was invariably beaten black and blue and driven away. Consequently, in the capital city of Yinjing, despite Yera's natural beauty, no one dared to propose. The mere mention of a Lu family daughter sent people running the other way, much to Lu Zheng's despair. Yera's fearsome reputation was well known in the capital, but it shouldn't have spread far and wide. Moreover, his granddaughter had an excellent appearance, as long as she kept her mouth shut, she was the epitome of a celestial maiden. With old Ding's connection, he was determined to send this precious gem off, even if it meant coaxing or tricking her. Old Sheen, after the Jiangnan military exercise, when you return to the capital, get in touch with old Ding. Tell him we old brothers haven't seen each other in ages, and suggest a gathering at my place. But don't let him know it was my idea. All right, old squad leader. But why? You wouldn't understand. Old Ding is a sly fox. If he knew it was my idea, he'd guess my intentions and pretend to be sick to avoid the visit. Everyone knows Yu Chun is his most precious daughter. If I want to get at his grandson, I have to propose it to his face, so he can't easily refuse. Chao Bin, consider yourself lucky, kid. Consider this my repayment for saving my life. Heh. Lu Zheng chuckled cunningly. Chao Bin. Meanwhile Chao Bin, who was driving, couldn't stop sneezing. Grandpa. Speak of the devil. At the Jiangnan military district, as Lu Zheng and Qin Jian were discussing matters, of voice as melodious as silver bells rang out from outside the door. A graceful figure pushed the door open and entered. I heard from Chaoyang that you fainted during morning exercises. Are you alright? She wore military boots and leather pants, her long legs straight and well-proportioned. Her upper body was clad in a tight black crop top, revealing sun-kissed skin, elegant shoulders, and a clean ponytail. Lu Chaoga, in her early 20s, possessed an ethereal aura and stunning features, moving with swift, decisive grace. Grandpa Qin. Grandpa Shui, you're here too. Grandpa Shui, what exactly happened? Is my grandfather okay? Lu Chaoga asked with concern. Don't worry, girl. Old Lu is fine. Today's incident was my oversight. For the rest of our time in Jiangnan, I'll be by his side every step of the way. Beyond his well-being, old Shui was still thinking about the young man who could readily produce the heart-calming decoction. Don't worry, Yuru, I'm fine. Come here, girl, I have something to tell you. What is it, Grandpa? Lu Zheng squinted mysteriously. Grandpa found you a boyfriend. Who? They'll castrate him first. The previously amiable Lu Chaoga instantly turned fierce, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. There's still someone daring enough to set their sights on me. Stop fooling around, Yuru. Grandpa is being serious. Who's fooling around, Grandpa? I think you are. I, Lu Chaoga, don't need a boyfriend. Nonsense. You have to marry eventually. I finally found a suitable match, just give it a try. No way. Lu Chaoga stated firmly. Men are too much trouble. And what's the point of having a boyfriend? A man's gun is no match for a military rifle. Besides, what kind of man thinks he's worthy of getting on top of me, Lu Chaoga? Being brothers is fine, but a boyfriend? No way. Unless he's castrated, marries into the family, and becomes my sister, then I might consider it. Lu Zheng was speechless. Qin Jian and Shui Li were dumbfounded. They stared in shock at Lu Chaoga's innocent-looking face, feeling a sense of pity. What a wonderful girl. It's a shame she had to open her mouth. Grandpa, if you're okay, I'm going to extra training. The Jiangnan military exercise is a rare opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. Lu Chaoga swiftly made her escape. It's over. It's all over. With a granddaughter this beautiful, she might end up unmarried forever. This is driving me crazy. The old man beat his chest in despair as he watched her retreating figure. Elsewhere, Lu Chaoga took out her phone as soon as she left and sent a WeChat message to a contact named Qin Hong. Got a job for you, Xiao Wu. The reply was instant on it, sis. What do you need? Look up a guy named Chao Bin in the capital. If he's not there, check Jiangnan. He's not a commoner, probably from the same military compound background as us. Got it, sis. I'll have an answer for you by tonight. Is Grandpa Lu setting you up with someone again? Evil grin, fierce glare. The other side immediately backed down. My bad, sis. They'll do the work and keep my mouth shut. I'm on it now. That's better. Now get lost. On my way. In the capital, inside a luxurious villa, a handsome young man who had just come of age wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Sister Chaoga is truly formidable. I can feel her killing intent, even through the internet. I wonder which poor bastard old man Lu has targeted this time. Dude, I'll mourn for you for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after ending the conversation, Lu Chaoga grumbled. What a low-class guy, thinking he can be the boyfriend of me, Zhu Ganglai. She had already learned Chao Bin's name from her cousin, Lu Chaoyang. That guy was supposedly pretty good at medicine. A flicker of thought crossed her mind, then she scoffed. What's it to me? I'm thinking you can marry me just because you saved Grandpa. Dream on. It's worth noting that Lu Yaris' WeChat alias was Spirited Girl Zhu Ganglai. Spirited Girl Zhu Ganglai. Night fell. A light drizzle began to fall from the gray sky. The riverside city of Jiangnan was shrouded in a hazy, dreamlike mist as the city lights flickered to life. Inside the Rubik's Cube Tower, only a single eye-protecting desk lamp illuminated the CEO's office. Before the floor-to-ceiling window, Song Qingqing stood in a black sleeveless gown, her fair back and graceful curves silhouetted against the glass. The neon lights outside cast her alluring reflection on the window pane. Her profile breathtakingly beautiful, her figure enchantingly graceful. A knock sounded at the door. Miss, the banquet at the Imperial Hotel is about to begin. Will you be attending? There was no response. Xiaoying stepped inside and added, there's been no news of Chao Bin's arrival. He probably won't come. He's already here. Here. Xiaoying instinctively glanced around the room, sensing nothing unusual. She was uncertain whether her mistress meant he had arrived in Jiangnan or at the Rubik's Cube Tower. He's arrived in Jiangnan. Song Qingqing turned around, her phoenix eyes gleaming like bright moonlight, radiating an aloof, unapproachable pride. She had received a toll deduction notification from the bank's ETC system as early as noon. That meant the man had driven his Porsche to Jiangnan this very morning. He would definitely go to the banquet. Then, will you go, miss? Xiaoying, I want to be alone for a while. Xiaoying said no more and quietly withdrew. Song Qingqing let out a heavy sigh, crossing her arms and gently massaging her temples. She was hesitating. That man never listened to advice, and tonight the Imperial Hotel was bound to be turbulent. If she went, she would inevitably have to stand by his side, which would offend the entire Shun family faction of Jiangnan. Expressing a stance was one thing, completely severing ties was another. Given her current relationship with Chow Bin, it hardly seemed worth reaching that point. But if she didn't go, that young man would surely hold a grudge. The cooperation on the fulling purple pill was extremely important to her. Weighing the pros and cons, Yingxue found herself caught in a dilemma. You scoundrel with all those romantic entanglements in Jiangbei, now you have to extend your reach to Jiangnan. If only you'd listened to me and stayed away tonight, I wouldn't have all these troubles. Yingxue muttered under her breath. In the end, she rose and walked toward the dressing room. As she walked, she casually flicked the straps of her gown, and the long dress slid silkily to the floor. By the time she reached the dressing room door, she stood as smooth as a peeled egg, flawless and bare. Such a seductive, enchanting, changing show, even the most bewitching siren could hardly compare. What a pity that such a beautiful, tantalizing sight had never been witnessed by any man. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Imperial Hotel, inside the lounge, Lin Shirin kept close watch over her daughter. Rong, what's wrong? Today is the birthday you've been looking forward to for so long. Why are you pouting and looking so glum? Mom, why hasn't Brother Chow Bin come yet? Has he forgotten about me? Dressed in a pale pink Lolita dress with a fresh, pure face free of makeup, Su looked exceptionally beautiful today. She wore black round-toe leather shoes and lacy knee-high white socks. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, her fair face was delicate and dewy, and her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. She looked like a fallen angel with broken wings. On the verge of tears, a glistening teardrop trembled at the corner of her eye, threatening to fall at any moment. Her rosy lips were pursed, her pitiful expression enough to break one's heart. He must have forgotten me. Nobody likes Su, and Brother Chow Bin doesn't like Su either. The tears finally fell. Oh dear, don't cry, don't cry. My precious girl, don't cry. Seeing her daughter in tears, Lin Shirin's heart nearly shattered. A wave of guilt washed over her. After all, it was she and her husband who had secretly blocked Chow Bin's WeChat on their daughter's phone. Rong, you're so beautiful and so adorable. How could nobody like you? Listen, all those uncles and aunties outside came to your birthday party because they love you. Then why won't Brother Chow Bin come? I want him to like me too. Sweetheart, listen to Mom. Some people just aren't worth liking. I'm not saying you're not worth it. I'm saying maybe this Chow Bin isn't worth your affection. No, Brother Chow Bin is worth my affection. Su's tearful eyes widened with determination. No one is more worth liking than Brother Chow Bin. No one has ever taught me to tie my shoelaces as patiently as he did, and no one has ever listened to me as sincerely as he did. When Brother Chow Bin looks at me, his eyes are clear and warm, so comforting. Unlike those uncles and aunties outside. They smile at me, but I can't feel any warmth from them. Sometimes I even feel scared and disgusted. And also, Rong, Lin Shirin interrupted her sternly. Do Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma mean nothing to you compared to your Brother Chow Bin? It's different, Mom. It's like the love you have for Grandpa and Grandma versus the love you have for Dad. Are they the same? Su tilted her face up, flushed from crying. She continued, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma. You all just helped me tie my shoelaces, but no one ever taught me how to tie them myself. And of course you all listen to me, but you always treat me like a child. You pretend to be happy with what I say, but deep down you don't really agree. I know, Mom. You've always just been humoring me. I know you all love me very much, but I feel like I can't breathe sometimes. You know, Mom, I've been lonely my whole life, until I met Brother Chow Bin. That night lying beside him, I felt so calm and safe. Even my dreams were sweet. I've never felt so at ease before. At that, a smile finally spread across Su's face, the corners of her lips curving upward with sweet tenderness. Lin Shirin's face filled with horror. She had thought her daughter's lingering attachment was just a passing fancy, but she never imagined that Chow Bin held such an important place in her heart. They had only spent one day and one night together. If she hadn't taken her daughter to the hospital for a checkup, Lin Shirin would have suspected that Chow Bin had done something to her that night to make her so infatuated. At this moment, Lin Shirin felt relieved that she had blocked Chow Bin's WeChat. That young man was far too dangerous. If she let Rong get close to him, he would eventually take her away. Neither Lin Shirin nor Su Pengcheng would ever allow that. Su secretly glanced at her mother's expression and said timidly, Mom, I know you, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma all don't like Brother Chow Bin, but he's really a good person. Could you, for my sake, try to understand him and accept him? No, Lin Shirin blurted out. She didn't know what this feeling was, but it was deeply unsettling. It was like the sensation of a treasured diamond necklace she had kept for years being coveted and about to be stolen. She knew all too well that if her husband heard what their daughter had just said, he would fly into a rage. Rong, absolutely not. Lin Shirin reiterated. Oh. For the first time, Su's face showed a hint of dismissiveness in a conversation with her parents. Noticing this, Lin Shirin felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to speak, her husband, Su Pengcheng, pushed the door open. It's time. Shirin, bring Rong out now. All right. Lin Shirin took a deep breath and swallowed her words. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that Chow Bin hadn't shown up today. And thank goodness that today wasn't just a 20th birthday celebration, but also their daughter's engagement banquet with Ji Fanqi of the Ji family. Of course, Su was unaware of this. That was fine. She would discuss it with Pengcheng later. To avoid any complications tonight, they would make sure Rongrong and Fanchi consummated the union. Yes, that was the plan. Just as Rongrong's grandparents had done to her. Su would be just like her. She would forget that man and gradually learn to love the life ahead of her. Just like me. I didn't end up with him, and look at me now, I'm perfectly happy. Lin Shireen convinced herself and steeled her resolve. Thank you all, dear friends and family, for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's birthday banquet. Taking this opportunity, I also have a momentous piece of good news to announce to everyone. In the Dragon Phoenix Grand Hall on the 3rd floor of the Imperial Hotel beneath the spotlight, Su Pingqing stood in a suit looking dashing and spirited with his daughter by his side, and his wife, holding his arm, microphone in hand. After today, my daughter Su will turn 20, the age of marriage. Here I formally betroth Su to Ji Fanchi of the Ji family. So this is also my daughter Su and Feng's engagement banquet. I ask all of you to bear witness. Fanchi come up here too. A young man in a white suit with a boyish charm stepped onto the stage and stood beside Su Pingqing. It was Ji Fanchi who had recently lost both his parents. Well said, President Su. A double blessing, congratulations. Young Master Ji is truly handsome and talented. The Ji and Su families are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Congratulations, President Su. At once all the distinguished guests rose to offer their congratulations. Only Su stood there utterly bewildered. Engagement? Marriage? How could this be? I don't want to marry Brother Ji. She was at a loss, her face turning pale. What do I do? Suddenly, she spotted a familiar face in the crowd. A handsome young man with a roguish carefree air. Their eyes met across the distance, and Su's eyes reddened as she instinctively covered her mouth. What's wrong, Rongrong? Crying tears of joy, Su Pingqing brought the microphone to his daughter's lips. Today is your big day. Say a few words, Rongrong. Brother Chaobin. The voice carried through the microphone across the entire hall. Su Pingqing and his wife's faces turned ashen as they followed her gaze. That brat actually dared to show up. Su, where are you going? Rongrong, stop. Rongrong. Su broke free from her mother's grasp and lifted her skirt, running toward Chaobin. Brother Chaobin, watching Su rush toward him through the sea of people abandoning everything, Chaobin felt his eyes well up with tears. He had hesitated on the way here, but now only gratitude remained. He silently asked himself, what did I do to deserve this? Like silver bells and fragrant breeze, Su collided with Chaobin, and the two embraced tightly. Brother Chaobin, I missed you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know how I lost your WeChat. I couldn't find you, and I thought you were angry with me and wouldn't come. I promised you, so I would definitely keep my word. I know Brother Chaobin is the best. Then, would you be willing to marry him? Chaobin suddenly asked. Su shook her head vigorously. Of course not. How could I marry Brother Ji? I only want to marry Brother Chaobin. Would you be willing to marry me? Looking up, Su's face was slightly flushed, shy yet filled with anticipation. Chaobin gazed into her eyes, clear and pure like a serene lake. A gentle breeze brushed by, and she smiled, ripples dancing upon the water's surface. She was simply innocent, not foolish. She knew her heart would not deceive her. If you like someone, you should stand in front of them and look into their eyes, not stand behind and watch their back fade away, otherwise only you would be moved. Chaobin did not expect Su's feelings to be so direct and intense. He did not answer, but instead asked in return, are you willing to come with me, Su? Of course I am. Su nodded firmly. Not all affections lead to outcomes, but Brother Chaobin, you are unique, and I do not want to miss out on you. This is outrageous. In front of so many eyes, Su Pingqing was furious. Security, where are you? Get that troublemaker out of here. After saying this, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, he was the son of Chao Song, and the Su family, and the Chao family had vastly different strengths. However, when his gaze met a well-dressed man in the crowd, and received a nod in return, he instantly regained his confidence. Security, take action. With Su Pingqing's roar, the swiftly assembled hotel security rushed towards the two. Seeing this scene, Su not only felt no fear, but was rather excited. Quick, Brother Chaobin, let's run. The little clever girl took the initiative to grab Chaobin's hand and dashed off. Her Lolita dress billowed in the wind like a pink rose blooming in the gentle breeze. The two ran swiftly, playing hide and seek with dozens of security guards in the hall. Brother Chaobin, be careful this way. Geese, let's go this way, that way someone is chasing us. Oh no, I'm going to fall. At a critical moment, Chaobin swiftly caught Su in his arms. A princess Carrie. Su exclaimed. Oh. Su Pingqing and his wife turned pale with anger. Just moments ago, the banquet hall was filled with Su's excited screams and joyful laughter. They were not running away, they were clearly showing off their affection. You scoundrels! What are you doing? Su Pingqing gritted his teeth. Chaobin, let go of Rong. Lin Shireen shouted. I warn you, keep away from my sister Rong. Ji Feng's face was even uglier. Su had publicly stated she did not wish to marry him, yet here, she was being intimate with another man in front of him. Such a situation would make any man uncomfortable. Embracing Chaobin, Su's chest heaved violently. Nervous, thrilling, heart fluttering. At 20 lives, excitement was far less than these 2 days with Brother Chaobin. Her cheeks flushed, her cherry lips, breathing hurriedly. Su gazed, dreamily, whispering sweetly, "Brother Chaobin, you little rascal." Chaobin affectionately glared at her. "We're not playing with them anymore. I'm taking you away." Dodging a few waves of rushes left and right, Chaobin carried Su out of the banquet hall and slipped into the fire escape. "Yay, Brother Chaobin is amazing." As they bumped down the stairs, Su took the initiative to plant a kiss on his cheek. Like a chick pecking at rice, it left a mark on his face. Chaobin felt a choking pressure in his chest. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Su could not tie her shoelaces. Because she simply couldn't squat down. "Brother Chaobin, it seems we're safe now in front of the Imperial Hotel." Chaobin panted lightly while holding Su. He did not see any security figures behind them. They should not be chasing them. He set Su down. "Brother Chaobin, look, the moonlight tonight is really beautiful on a rainy night in Jiangnan. It was rare to see the moon." Chaobin looked up at the sky. The moonlight tonight was indeed stunning, akin to his encounter with Su. Unexpected yet unwavering. "Do you like me?" Chaobin suddenly asked. Su nodded earnestly like a little grass ball, her watery big eyes blinking unblinkingly, soft and sincere. "Why do you like me?" "Why? I just like you. From the very first sight I liked you. I don't know why, maybe it's because you remind me of Peppa Pig," Su said happily, her lips curling into shallow dimples like the spring breeze, intoxicated. Chaobin pinched her cheek. "So Su, you're wrong. I'm just a pig in your heart." "No, it's just a metaphor. I like you, Brother Chaobin, more than I like Peppa Pig. But I don't know why. I just want to be with you." Some words are not heartfelt. Su's words were not able to express her meaning. What she really wanted to convey was that liking someone doesn't require so many expressible reasons. Because what the heart decides, the mouth may not be able to answer. All right, Chaobin took out a bracelet he had stolen from his mother Ding Yuchun's bedside table and put it on Su. "Remember, Su, wear my bracelet, and you will belong to me from now on." "Okay, Brother Chaobin, you mustn't lie. Let's make a pinky promise." Su accepted joyfully. In reality, from the moment she placed the jade guanyin her grandmother gave her before passing on Chaobin's neck, she had already considered herself his. "All right, pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Yea, from now on I belong to Brother Chaobin." Su shook her wrist with the bracelet, her little face blossoming with a radiant smile like a flower. Asking what love is, it is merely one thing conquering another. Of course, Chaobin was a peculiar one, adept at facing many opponents in the realm of love. Fate is something that if taken too lightly may be missed, but if taken too seriously it may lead to sorrow. Chaobin neither wanted to miss nor to suffer. Therefore he wanted it all. "Let's go, Brother Chaobin, as long as I can be with you I'm willing to go anywhere." "Go." That might not be possible. Just as Su finished speaking, countless men in black vests holding baseball bats surged from all directions to block their escape. Following that, a large group of people also emerged from the Imperial Hotel. Besides Su's parents, there was another man who was the center of attention. This person was none other than the Emperor of Jiangnan, Shun Junzuo, the backbone of Su Pengqing. "Young master, please uphold justice for our Su family." "Rest assured, Mr. Su, we are all family in Jiangnan. It is against our principles to stand by while family is bullied." Shun Junzuo glanced at Chaobin, his words dripping with mockery. "Outsider, what you did today has crossed the line." Chaobin frowned. "What are you? Presumptuous? Daring to speak to the young master like that? You surnamed Chao have some influence in Jiangbei, but once you cross the river you are nothing. You better be polite to the young master. You're young, but your tone is not small. When outside you should learn to be humble, lest you provoke the wrong people and cause trouble for your elders. Even a ferocious dragon crossing the river must learn to respect the local elders. Moreover, you are just a kid who hasn't even grown hair." Shun Junzuo signaled those beside him to calm down. He stared coldly at Chaobin. "Let go of the young lady of the Su family, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, Jiangnan is not a place where you can act wild. Even if your father Chao Song is here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching?" Chaobin addressed the entire audience. "Because I want to." With a composed demeanor, he rebutted. "You may act tough, but there are few hairs on your mouth. Don't you think it's time to go home and ask your mother to teach you how to show respect to your elders?" Chaobin thought to himself, what kind of thing are you? Do you think your level is worthy of belittling the Chao family? Self-inflating and acting fierce. "I am your father. You little brat, you're looking for death. And you, what are you? Who is so careless as to drag you out of your doghouse? Don't interrupt when your master is speaking." "Huh, you sharp-tongued little brat." Shun Junzuo's face turned cold. "I have given you a chance, and you wasted it. Since Chao Song won't teach his son, I will take it upon myself to discipline him today." Shun Junzuo waved his hand. The black-clad men surrounded them. "Be careful not to hurt the young lady of the Su family, but don't go too easy on the one surnamed Chao, otherwise outsiders might really think we in Jiangnan are easy to bully. As long as no one dies, I will take responsibility for any injuries. Rest assured, young master." The aura was menacing. The Chao family. Trash. Let Qin Cheng see that such a scoundrel does not deserve to stand before her. Shun Junzuo turned gracefully, adopting a posture of a ruler in control of the situation. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Meanwhile, Chaobin thought tattoos. Gangsters. This is amusing. What era is it? This sort of person dares to call himself the Emperor of Jiangnan. Tisk tisk tsk, truly disappointing. Sister Chaoga, should we help him? In a bright private room on the third floor of the cafe across from the Imperial Hotel, a man and a woman stood by the window, watching the commotion unfold below. The man was Qin Hong, the young sidekick who had chatted with her on WeChat earlier that day, and had just flown in from Yinjing. Are you close with him? No, this is my first time seeing him, but since Grandpa Lu wants to introduce him to you as a boyfriend, it means he's deemed worthy of our circle. We can bully our own, but we won't let outsiders step on us. Lu Chaoga rolled her eyes. If he can't handle this little trouble, he's not worth being called one of us. Sis, the thing is, I'm buddies with Wensong Ding, Wensong Chaobin's cousin, and Aunt Yuechun even held me when I was a kid. If she finds out I just stood by and watched her son get ganged up on, he'll get a beating come New Year. Who would know you're here if you kept your mouth shut? It's not about that. Seeing is seeing. Haven't you always taught us to call a spade, Sister Chaoga? Shut up. Lu Chaoga smacked Qin Hong on the back of the head. You idiot, always so full of nonsense. He'll handle it. If that fool Shin Junzuo really dares to make a move on Chaobin, then this Jiangnan estate will change hands by tomorrow. Chao Song and Ding Yuechun were always a low-key couple. In the business world of the North and South, everyone knew Chao Song as the richest man in Jiangbei, but few knew that Ding Yuechun came from a prestigious military family in the capital. Otherwise, even Shin Junzuo would have to think twice about his own standing before backing Su Pengqing against Chaobin. Brother Chaobin, Su's little face was tense, her complexion slightly pale. Scared? Not with you here, Brother Chaobin. We might die. Die. Su's face turned ashen. Chaobin expected her to show fear, but instead this girl stepped forward, shielding him. Brother Chaobin, he'll die for you. You run. Her soft, tender voice conveyed the most resolute determination. Her frail back seemed to possess a steadfast courage that said, even against 1,000, I shall advance. Was I truly as good as she believed, worthy of her sacrifice? Chaobin's eyes burned with emotion. He pulled Su close. Silly girl, if it comes to dying, it won't be you. No. Seeing Chaobin's tears, Su's emotions crumbled. She thought they were truly going to die and stubbornly resisted. I don't want Brother Chaobin to die. Run, Brother Chaobin. He'll die for you. Young master, please don't hurt my daughter. Seeing her daughter willing to die for Chaobin, Lin Xian's heart ached as if pierced by needles. Su Pengqing's face was equally grim. Why? Why that bastard Chaobin? In just 2 short days he had stolen away his precious daughter whom he had raised for 20 years. Don't worry, President Su and Mrs. Lin. My men won't harm the innocent. Attack. Stop. A blue Bentley screeched to a halt at the curb. Song Qingqing, stunning in a Chong Sam, pushed open the door and strode over, her voice ringing out. Mr. Chao is my guest. What's the meaning of this, President Shun? A full-blown brawl. She actually came. Chaobin was surprised. Guest? Qingqing, you should vet your guests more carefully. Not every stray cat or dog can be a guest of Jiangnan. Shin Junzuo's gaze darkened at Song Qingqing's appearance. And don't ask me. You should ask your guest what he's done. President Song, your guest tried to forcibly take my daughter. No, Dad, you're lying. Brother Chaobin didn't take me. I chose to go with him willingly. You? Su Pengqing was even more furious. Young master. Attack. I dare you. Chaobin now had a pistol in his hand, pressing it against Shin Junzuo's forehead. Everyone back off, or he'll blow his head off. Kid, pulling a gun, you must have a death wish. Shin Junzuo said coldly. Do you want to live? What do you want? Kneel and kowtow in apology. You? Smack. Chaobin backhanded Shin Junzuo across the face. I said kneel. The crisp sound of the slap echoed clearly across the bright square. A dead silence fell over the scene. The Emperor of Jiangnan, Shin Junzuo, had been slapped. And in front of all these people. Did you see what happened? Lu Chaoga asked. Sis, it's a gun. Chaobin pulled a gun. That idiot. Pulling a gun in front of everyone means he's lost any ground he had. There's no way we can help him now. Lu Chaoga said, frustrated. You dare hit me. Shin Junzuo was stunned himself. He hadn't expected this kid to actually follow through. If you don't kneel, he'll pull the trigger. Believe me. A mocking gaze and nonchalant attitude. His casual tone sent chills down everyone's spine. In the underworld, a punch is a grudge, but a slap to the face is a blood feud. After that slap, everyone believed he would actually do it. Fear of the gun made Shin Junzuo break out in a cold sweat. Under humiliation, his composure halved. His eyes turned bloodshot. Chaobin, do you really want this to be a fight to the death? Smack. Another slap landed on Shin Junzuo's face. Chaobin said with a smirk, last chance. He'll count to 3. You can also gamble on whether there's a bullet in this gun. 3. Chaobin, ignoring the rules, went straight to 3. Bastard. Chaobin. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Everyone's hearts trembled. The sudden pressure made Shin Junzuo's knees buckle as he dropped to the ground. He kowtowed 3 times without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. In the face of death, dignity meant nothing. Suddenly a stench of urine filled the air. Looking closely, Shin Junzuo had pissed himself in fear. 2 men, 2 guns, but both are on me. Shin Junzuo, you're not even a man. Click. Chaobin pulled the trigger anyway. Song Qingqing's heart raced. That gun looked familiar. Of course. There was no bullet, only oil and a flame. It was her lighter. He had swiped it that night. Everyone present felt a surge of indignation at being tricked by that bastard with a lighter. Kill him! Kill him! Shun Junzuo screamed like a madman. The thugs, snapping out of their shock, surged forward. Brother Chaobin, watch out! Su cried in worry. But after a series of bone-cracking sounds, she covered her mouth in pleasant surprise. Everyone else was stunned. Chaobin had effortlessly taken down over a dozen men. Impressive. Even stronger than a typical Special Forces soldier. No wonder he was so confident. He was hiding his true strength. Lu Chaoga was impressed. Her gaze at Chaobin sparkled with interest for the first time. No, he's going for the young master. Someone shouted in panic. You dare touch me. Idiot. Chaobin, are you crazy? That blow will shake half of Jiangnan. The Chao and Shen families will surely go to war. Have you thought this through? Song Qingsheng rushed over and grabbed Chaobin's wrist. Let go. He's knelt, he's been hit, and you've vented your anger. Do you have to act on impulse and drag your Chao family into a war with the entire Jiangnan business world? I said let go. Chaobin roared. Chaobin. Song Qingsheng's voice rang out with a sharp, decisive tone. She held his wrist firmly, her eyes resolute as they locked with his, refusing to yield an inch. Mind your own business, get lost. Chaobin flung her off, sending her sprawling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the bat over his head and brought it crashing down on Shun Junzuo's knees. Crack. Oh. The sound of bones breaking and screams were bone-chilling. He showed no mercy to those who would one day become Yi Fan's lackeys. Chaobin, how can you be so ungrateful? Our miss. Xiaoying furious moved to stop him, but Song Qingsheng held her back. She shook her head and whispered, he's helping me. Help you? Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Indeed. Chaobin's club had made the Chao and Shun families irreconcilable. And his push, which showed no mercy, was equivalent to publicly severing ties with the young lady in front of everyone. Even if Shun Junzuo sought revenge later, he wouldn't target the young lady. This man but I'm still very angry. Song Qingsheng gritted her teeth in a whisper only Xiaoying could hear. That self-righteous bastard Chaobin never truly trusted me. All that talk about believing in fate was just sweet talk to fool me. She clenched her fists tightly, unable to articulate her feelings. On one hand, she scorned Chaobin's unilateral decision to draw a line, as she didn't need any man to shield her. On the other hand, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Su, who was by Chaobin's side. That girl was the one who needed protection the most, yet he was willing to push her away just to keep Su close. Perhaps this was what liking someone felt like. Why was she so indignant? Could it be jealousy? Impossible. She was just a naive little girl. What was there to be jealous of? There was simply no comparison. Chaobin was just a mutually beneficial partner to her. Yes, that was it. Song Qingsheng took a deep breath, but still couldn't suppress the frustration in her heart. Since she had decided to come, she was prepared to stand firmly by Chaobin's side. Unfortunately, she had set her heart on the bright moon, but the moon chose to shine on the ditch. A strong woman doesn't need shelter from the storm. She needs a partner who stands shoulder to shoulder with her, as an equal. Song Qingsheng's buttocks were soft, but being pushed down by that bastard had resulted in a hard fall, and even with the cushioning it still hurt a lot. She wanted to rub it, but with all eyes on her it would compromise her queenly demeanor. So she could only stand stiffly with Xiao Ying's support, her face growing increasingly sullen and cold. Chao, you're finished. Dare to hurt Junzuo, and your entire Chao family will be finished. That's right. The Jiangnan business circle will be irreconcilable with your Chao family. It was only then that Shun Junzuo's lackeys finally came to their senses. They puffed out their chests and postured, but they were just dogs released by their master. Chaobin didn't waste a word, and with 2 swift strikes of his club he silenced the 2 who had dared to speak up. You? Chaobin turned, pointing his club at the crowd. Anyone else want to try it? No one dared to answer. He had even dared to touch Shin Junzuo, so who would risk courting trouble at this moment? The nearly 100 people under Shin Junzuo's command fled in panic. They were nothing but a mob fine for bullying the weak, but when it came to a real fight, they would run faster than anyone else. Despite these young masters from the Shun family appearing polished and superior in their daily lives, their true confidence came from their family backgrounds, not from any remarkable skill of their own. When faced with a life-or-death crisis, few had the guts, and the fact that one of them had pissed his pants on the spot was the best proof. Is that it, eh? And you bunch of cowardly losers who don't dare to make a peep now that you've lost your backing still have the nerve to claim you represent the Jiangnan business circle, eh? Chaobin sneered. Don't say I heard him. It was you who ganged up on me, an outsider. I just took out a lighter as a joke, but this guy was so easily scared that he pissed his pants. He was even yelling for my life, and tried to kill me, so I had no choice but to fight back in self-defense. You all saw it. This isn't intentional injury, it's an act of self-preservation in an emergency. Haven't you all watched Teacher Luo's legal education videos? What? You look unconvinced. Fine, let's call the police right now, and let them sort it out. As he spoke, Chaobin actually took out his phone. Shun Junzuo with his broken leg nearly pissed himself again at the sight. Let's go. Get me out of here. Chao, he'll remember this grudge. He'll admit defeat today, but this isn't over between us. Despite knowing Xiao Bin was talking nonsense, Shin Junzuo was still afraid. He had only dared to make a move on Xiao Bin tonight, because he knew Qiao Weiguo was under investigation. But seeing Xiao Bin's fearless attitude, his elder brother must already be out of trouble. Qiao Weiguo held the top position in the Jiangbei political and legal circles, and even with his broken legs the outcome of a court case was uncertain since Shin Junzuo had struck first. At this point, win or lose, he would lose face, but leaving now still gave him a chance to turn things around. In the end, Shin wasn't as bold as Qiao Bin. With the advantage not in his favor, he just wanted to escape and run back to his family. Did I say you could leave? Qiao Bin blocked his path. Qiao Bin, don't push me too far. Slap. Qiao Bin's hand rose and fell another crisp slap, shocking everyone present. Half of Shin Junzuo's face swelled rapidly. What are you so arrogant about? What's there to be arrogant about as a stray dog? Do you really think you're an emperor? You're not convinced. Slap. Shin Junzuo's eyes were bloodshot. Qiao Bin. Want to know what feudal rage looks like? Look in the mirror. Slap. Qiao Bin's slaps fell on Shin Junzuo's face like dense raindrops. Not convinced. So what? To deal with someone like Shin Junzuo, reasoning was useless. He had to bleed, cry, have his bones broken, and his dignity trampled. Those present couldn't bear to watch the crackling sound. They all looked at Qiao Bin with fear, especially Su Pengqing and his wife, who were backing away quietly, their faces full of terror. Finally, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare do it again. Please let me go, Qiao Bin. Shin Junzuo, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, was a mess of tears and snot. Dignity meant nothing, he just wanted the pain to stop. Face was worthless, he only wished for a healthy body to enjoy life. I'm such an idiot, why did I come to provoke this madman over a woman? The tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about their own lives. And this guy full of thorns and unyielding was truly insane. No one in our circle dared to play like him. Shin Junzuo was genuinely terrified. Though he had initially harbored thoughts of settling the score later, as the slaps kept landing he no longer dared to entertain such a notion. He was well aware that unless he could deliver a fatal blow, the revenge from this madman would be 1,000 times worse than today's suffering. Remember what you said. A punishment as light as today's won't happen again. Your Shin family is prosperous, one more or less of you wouldn't make a difference. Take care of yourself, young Master Shun. Shin Junzuo shuddered. He had no doubt that if he hadn't backed down, this man would have kept slapping him until he was dead. Would he really not fear killing him? Shin Junzuo didn't dare to bet on it. Revenge. Having just brushed past death, he didn't even dare to think about it. He stammered timidly. I understand, Master Qiao, thank you. Scram. Qiao Bin's voice boomed, scattering the crowd like birds and beasts. The farce ended hastily. In a dark corner, Yi Fan's eyes were as sinister as knives. Useless, you didn't even manage to touch a hair on that bastard. Why was Su Pengqing able to latch on to Shin Junzuo? It was all because Yi Fan had made the connection. Of course, he was very discreet, so discreet that even Shin Junzuo himself was unaware. Didn't think this guy had some guts. Not really suitable to be his sister after all. Oh, has Sister Zhaoga actually taken a liking to him? Qin Hong teased with a smile. Well, they are from matching families. But according to the intel, this guy has quite a few women around him. There are 2 right in front of us. You talk too much. No one would think you're mute if you kept quiet. Lu Zhaoga pouted. And this is just the beginning. He looks okay so far. As for the specifics, he'll wait for a chance to have a fight with him. Qin Hong's face turned strange. He wanted to ask, but didn't dare, so he could only mutter inwardly, Sis, is this fight of yours proper? Is it with clothes on or off? Is it a contest or domestic violence? Slap. Lu Zhaoga smacked Qin Hong on the forehead. Ow, sis. I didn't say anything, why did you hit me? You never have anything good to say. The moment you roll your eyes, I know what nonsense you're about to spew. Sis, just tell me if I'm right or not. Qin Hong rubbed his head in pain. Lu Zhaoga rolled her eyes. A man is just a gun, how would I know if he works without trying him out? What if he's all blanks? Would I be left alone for the rest of my life? Sis, it's just a quick question. Grandpa Lu introduced plenty of prospects before. Did you test fire every one of them? Scram. Lu Zhaoga roared like a lioness. Do those losers even deserve it? Do you think my pure original holster is something just anyone can enter? Qin Hong felt dejected. Sister Zhaoga was truly fierce. He began to pray inwardly, Brother Qiao Bin, please take this demoness away. Don't let her have the chance to torment anyone else. In front of the Imperial Hotel, the cold wind blew across the empty square. Su had been arranged to wait in the car by Qiao Bin, leaving only Song Qingsheng and Qiao Bin standing side by side. You went too far, yet you still let him go. Song Qingsheng knew very well that half of those slaps from Qiao Bin were for her sake. This man had arrived in Jiangnan this morning. He had been missing all day, so it was impossible he had done nothing. His calm demeanor when Shin Junzuo's thugs appeared was the best proof. Su Pengqing thought he had Qiao Bin under his thumb, but he was just a mouse in a game of cat and mouse. What else? Kill him on the spot. You shouldn't have been so impulsive from the start. A wise man plans before acting. Song Qingsheng said coldly. 10 years is too long. I only care about the present. Chaobin chuckled. Am not a gentleman, am just a brute who enjoys the immediate satisfaction of avenging a grievance. Foolish, stubborn, the two traded barbs, each refusing to yield. After a long pause. It's getting late, CEO Song. Are you staying to repay me? Repay you? What, you want me to be your servant? No need, just keep your legs together. Chaobin took off his jacket and draped it over Song Qingsheng's shoulders, who was only wearing a cheongsam. Chaobin, you're such a bastard. Song Qingsheng flung off the jacket and stormed off. You pushed me away and now you're trying to charm me. Bastard. Why are you angry? Chaobin laughed wryly and picked up the jacket from the ground. Ding dong, a WeChat notification sounded. Vitality Girl Zhu Beiji requests to add you as a friend. Vitality Girl Pig Gang Lai. An horseman goddess Guanyin. Clicking on the profile picture, he saw combat boots, military pants, and a crop top. She was quite the fiery little babe. Chaobin's eyes lit up. Has Myanmar telecom fraud upgraded their tactics? No more phone calls, just adding on WeChat with this contrast cuteness angle. Does this cross-dressing cutie think he's clever? Trying to harvest my kidneys. Dream on. Chaobin grumbled as he blocked the contact for his own safety. Damn it. In a private room at the cafe across the street, Lu Zhaoqi's face was dark as she sat in the shadows. Not only does this guy not accept my request, but he actually blocked me. Sis, isn't that to be expected? He doesn't know who you are. A handsome, wealthy guy like Chaobin is probably dodging bad romantic prospects left and right. And with that username of yours. What's wrong with my username? Isn't Vitality Girl Pig Gang Lai cool? Cool. Way too cool. If I didn't know you in real life, Zhaoqia, with your natural beauty that everyone adores, I'd think there was a tank-sized monster hiding behind that screen. Ow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why are you pulling my ears, sis? You talk too much. You talk too much. Mercy, Zhaoqia. It wasn't me who blocked him. Go after Chaobin. He'll go see Grandpa first and pull out all his beard hairs for setting me up with such a lousy boyfriend. Lu Zhaoqia puffed up her cheeks, hands on her hips. And Chaobin, just you wait. Blocking me. He'll pluck Lin Junjia bald sooner or later. Qin Hong silently mourned for Chaobin for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Chaobin suddenly sneezed and felt a chill run down his spine, as if something unclean had set its sights on him. Turning around, he saw Su Pengqing and Lin Shirin had returned. The couple craned their necks, keeping their distance, as they sized him up, hesitant to approach, pacing back and forth. Chaobin walked over to them. President Su, now that I stand before you again, do I look any different from before? Don't you dare. Su Pengqing stumbled back in fear, and the couple tripped over the uneven ground, falling to the ground in a heap. Chaobin chuckled. Since you're so scared, why bother coming back? Su Pengqing's face turned ashen. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. To be so frightened by a mere young man that he lost his footing. His dignity, his pride, his honor, all gone. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but he didn't dare show his anger. After all, this bastard had beaten Shin Junzuo within an inch of his life. And the scariest part was that he was still walking around scot-free. Lin Shirin, however, was calmer than her husband. She helped him up and put on a parental air. Chaobin, we are Su's parents after all. Shouldn't you show us some respect? That's why you're still in one piece. If you weren't Su's parents, the one pissing his pants tonight wouldn't have been Shin Junzuo. You? Don't point that finger at me, Mrs. Su. If this is how you beg for mercy, then I don't mind showing you what it's like to face a victor. How dare you? If you hurt us, Su will never forgive you. Chaobin grinned. You two can play your little games in front of Su, and so can I. But my methods will be more decisive and ruthless. And I mean if I told Su tomorrow that her parents accidentally drowned or were killed in a car accident, who do you think she'd lean on in her grief? You? You're a monster. Lin Xian's face turned pale with terror, her body trembling with rage. She had thought he was a sheep to be slaughtered, but now she realized he was a demon that sent chills down her spine. A monster. Compared to you, a woman who drugged her own daughter to force her into bed with a man she didn't love, and more of a human being, wouldn't you say? Lin Shirin looked as if she'd seen a ghost. How does he know? And you, Su Pengqing? Were you still thinking of using your daughter as a bargaining chip just now? Did you think I'd be grateful if you graciously allowed your daughter to be with me? And then you'd seize the opportunity to jack up the price? Chaobin sneered. That's the biggest difference between us. I've never treated Su as a commodity, and I'll never use her for any transaction. If you try to use her to threaten me, or use me to hurt her, I won't hesitate to send you both straight to hell. Chaobin turned around. Cherish the days you can still breathe fresh air. Don't try any tricks behind my back. Trust me, killing you two is easier than squashing ants. His voice was light and airy. Remembering Shin Junzuo's tragic state, Su Pengqing and his wife shuddered in fear. He really would do it. Lin Shirin burst into tears and threw herself into her husband's arms. What do we do, Pengqing? What do we do? Su Pengqing remained silent, realizing just how foolish he had been. At this moment, he regretted everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chaobin didn't rush to get in the car. He needed some time to process his anger and negative emotions, so he wouldn't bring them to Su. Speak to people in their own language. It's fine to love someone for the sake of another, like with Yingxue's parents. But the prerequisite is that you have to act like a decent human being. A devil. God rules heaven and Shura governs hell. Heaven is yours, but hell is mine. It's not a bad thing to be intimidating. Chaobin, why aren't you getting in the car? The door opened, and Su's little head popped out. Coming. Chaobin pursed his lips. It was strange. The moment he saw Su, the darkness in his heart vanished like smoke. Chaobin, what did Mom and Dad say? You saw everything. Oh, Su nodded eagerly. Were they saying bad things again? Chaobin, don't listen to them. Su won't leave you. How do you know they were saying bad things? Because I just found out that Mom blocked you on WeChat from my phone. Mom has been lying to me all along. They don't want me to be with you. Chaobin gently patted her head. He then relayed his entire conversation with Lin Shireen and Su Pingqing to Su word for word. He didn't know if Su Pingqing had recorded it, but this was the kind of cliché misunderstanding that fueled dramas and novels. Chaobin didn't want to leave any landmines behind. Besides, he believed in fairness. Even if he couldn't extend his affection to her parents, he didn't want to lie to her about this. After listening, Su looked at Chaobin, her eyes red and brimming with tears, her long lashes wet. She stared at him without blinking. Do you think I'm a bad guy? A devil? No. Su shook her head vigorously. Can you give me a hug, Chaobin? Without waiting for his answer, she climbed onto the driver's seat, hiked up her lacy, pleated Lolita skirt, straddled his lap, and reached out her arms for an embrace. Though he wasn't entirely sure of her feelings, yet Chaobin gently pulled her into his arms. The moment their shoulders touched, Su burst into sobs on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Chaobin, it's all my fault. I made you suffer. Wah. Chaobin felt as if sand had gotten into his eyes, moist and brimming with tears. What a fool. As expected. She was merely innocent, not foolish. All these years of being sheltered by her parents, seemingly happy, yet who knew the grievances she had endured. Treating her as an equal in conversation, he understood everything she had suffered. Perhaps it was precisely because no one had ever respected her as an adult and communicated with her on equal footing like Chaobin did, that she felt such deep empathy for his experiences. Sweetheart, how could I blame you? And I haven't suffered any grievances. Who could possibly make me suffer? Chaobin, do you really not blame me? Su rubbed her eyes and sobbed. Su is so sensible and adorable, and you're willing to come with me. Of course I wouldn't bear to blame you. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong. What would Chaobin, I wish I had met you sooner. Su threw herself into Chaobin's arms again, weeping uncontrollably. 20 years of a sheltered life, and this was her first time throwing caution to the wind. Su felt grateful, knowing she was truly fortunate. This person she had fallen for at first sight, this boy she was embracing, was worth it. She cried out all the grievances of years past in that moment, resolving never to shed another tear. Because by his side, even the air was bound to be sweet. Chaobin gently patted her back and comforted her softly. Silly girl, it's not too late to meet me now. Half an hour later, at the front desk of a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan, Chaobin said, please give me 2 single rooms. Certainly, sir. Please show me your ID. Chaobin, Su suddenly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, 1 room is enough. Why, oi? Are the beds in the hotel big? Chaobin, are you scared to sleep alone? I'm not scared. I am. Su blushed and said, Chaobin, can you sleep with me? She raised her little hand. I promise it'll be good. I won't act up. I won't do anything. Just hold me, that's all. This? Something fell off? Chaobin frowned. Hey, isn't that supposed to be my line? The 2 female front desk clerks looked from Chaobin to Su, who was dressed in a Lolita-style long dress, their faces full of disdain. Sir, I have a duty to remind you that if a girl is under 14 years old, it constitutes rape regardless of whether she consents. We are a legitimate hotel, and we hope you will pull back from the brink and not knowingly break the law. Chaobin. Sister, what are you talking about? Su immediately became unhappy. Who told you I'm under 14? I just had my 20th birthday today. I can even get a marriage license now. Little girl, it's not right to lie. It's late, you should go home, or your mom and dad will worry. The female front desk clerk finished speaking and shot Chaobin a fierce glare, as if she were about to write the word beast on his face. Slap. Where am I small? Where am I small? Sister, take a good look yourself. See how old I am. Humph. Su put her hands on her hips, angrily slammed her ID card onto the counter, puffing out her chest with righteous indignation. She really is 20? That can't be right. She looks 12, and the way she talks is even more like it. The ID card is correct, it's real. Gosh, how did we have the audacity to call her young just now? Were we the clowns all along? We apologize, sir. It was a misunderstanding. We were also considering the safety of you and our guest, as well as our hotel's reputation. We hope you won't mind. The front desk clerk, mortified, quickly apologized. Looking at Chaobin and Su again, they suddenly seemed like a perfectly matched couple. It's fine. You did well. Keep it up in the future. Chaobin smiled, not taking it to heart. So, sir, will you be taking 1 room, or? 1 room. Thank you, sister. Su answered quickly, her big watery eyes fixed on him, afraid he might change his mind and refuse. After entering the room, Chaobin took a shower first. When Su came out after her own shower, she found Chaobin lying on his side, his back turned to her. She tiptoed into the bed covers. Chaobin, turn around and hold me, okay? No. I promise you we'll just hug you and nothing else. No, I promise to keep my word. Let's pinky swear. Xiaobin curled his lip. It's precisely because you'd keep your word that I can't agree. If all we did was hug, I'd be the one suffering. But in the end he turned over and pulled the little sweetheart into his arms. Be good and sleep now. Su snuggled happily into Xiaobin's embrace, drifting into a sweet dream. Some are sweet while others are gloomy. The conversation is split into two sides. Jiangnan Military District. Grandpa, what kind of useless boyfriend did you introduce me to? Lu Xiaoga knocked on Lu Zheng's restroom door, her small face filled with dissatisfaction. You find him useless, yet still rush to add him on WeChat. Being blocked, and still feeling unhappy you from childhood to now have been too spoiled by your family. Usually those things that cater to you and pamper you are disliked by you, yet you insist on seeking out someone who doesn't recognize the situation only to hit a wall, right? Grandpa, how did you know so quickly? Lu Xiaoga felt even more gloomy. It was Qin Hong who blabbed, wasn't it? Girl, don't blame my boy too much, said Qin Jin, the military leader in the room, laughing. I received news the moment that kid boarded the plane in Yinjing, and after he got back I had a good talk with him. Did he dare to hide anything from me? Really? You've fallen for that boy from the Chow family. Senior General Qin Jin teased. It's not that I like him, just a bit curious. His skills are quite impressive, don't you think, Grandpa Qin? I've heard about it. There was a report about the drama between the Su and Chow families at the Empire Hotel. I heard some details about the situation there. Reporting to you. Seeking assistance. Lu Xiaoga was surprised. She only knew the Shun family was rich in Jiangnan. Could there be someone from the Shin family in Grandpa Qin's circle? If that's the case, Lu Xiaoga suddenly felt a bit worried about Xiaobin's situation. What's wrong, Xiaoga? Are you worried that I'll bully your little boyfriend? Qin the elder said with a half smile. What happened tonight? He was right. Oh, both Qin Jian and Lu Zheng perked up. So you're defending him? Then Yara, tell me, is this helping family without reason, or helping reason without family? Grandpa Qin, no need to tease me. I'm just speaking fairly. Shan Junzuo's failure was his own doing, and he has no one to blame but himself. If it were me, I would have been even harsher. TSK Tisk, old squad leader, see how satisfied Yaru looks with the little boyfriend you picked for her. Sigh. Lu Zheng sighed. I'm ashamed, old Qin. I didn't expect the young ones to be so indecisive. Just this morning she said she didn't need a boyfriend, and now merely half a day later she's found someone she likes. The two old men bantered back and forth. Yara just realized she had been played. With her brow furrowed and stomping her feet in anger, she declared, You two old lechers, I won't talk to you anymore. Humph. Lu Zheng and Qin Jian had never seen Xiaoga in such a girlish state, staring blankly, as if they had seen a ghost before finally reacting. Old squad leader, did I see it wrong? Is Xiaoga actually shy? I want to ask you two, old Qin. This grandson of old Ding has some skills. Could it be he really made my iron tree, which has been unmoved for over 20 years, bloom? In a convoluted landscape, a new path appeared. Lu Zheng instantly felt great joy, stepping out to shout to his granddaughter, who had already reached downstairs. Xiaoga, do you want Grandpa to help you out with that boy? Grandpa, I advise you not to meddle. Lu Xiaoga stopped looking up to glare fiercely at her grandfather. I've never backed down in the military competitions. If I need help pursuing a man, wouldn't that make me a laughingstock? This girl is still so strong-willed, but I've heard that the boy from the Chow family is one who only responds to gentleness. Looking at his granddaughter's back, Lu Zheng couldn't help but feel a little worried. Children have their own fortunes, old squad leader. When it's time to let go, you must let go. Lu Zheng smiled and suddenly said, Old Qin, it's been about 10 years since Xiaoshan left, right? Yes, not a day more or less, exactly 10 years. 10 years have passed. The ties from back then when I served as your bodyguard have mostly faded, haven't they? The new generation of the Shun family has grown up, and their wealth in Jiangnan over the years is substantial. Why aren't they satisfied? Qin Jian smiled lightly. The heart is never satisfied, and this Chow Bin has given me a wake-up call. Oh, if it happens again, I won't need to intervene. Oh, old Ding will be unable to sit still. Old Ding is quite well-informed, isn't he? Lu Zheng said impatiently. So he knows about Chiaja's situation too. Don't look at me like that, old squad leader. It wasn't me who leaked anything. Qin Jian explained. Although old Ding wasn't pleased about Yuechun marrying Chao Song, and there was some unpleasantness, Yuechun is still his most cherished daughter. Over the years he has given special attention to them. It's normal for him to be well-informed. Old Ding, that stubborn old mule like me, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, clearly regrets, but refuses to soften his stance. Honestly, what is there to argue about? As you said, children have their own fortunes, you just live happily. Lu Zheng suddenly felt a bit lonely. I envy him, he still has a chance to mend things with his daughter. As for me, I'll only have the opportunity to talk with my son underground. The old man's eyes turned red. Old squad leader, don't think too much. There's no overnight feud between fathers and sons. I believe Ziming never held any resentment towards you. Sacrificing for the country is a pride of our generation. Moreover, you still have Zitao and Zihan. They are very filial. And look at the present, Chaoga is also on the brink of something good. If Ziming could see it from beneath, he would surely be very happy. I hope Chaoga and that boy Chaobin can go smoothly. Old Lu thought to himself that if necessary he would shamelessly seek old Ding's help to ensure that Xiao Bin would be bound to his granddaughter. A night without conversation passed, and before they knew it, it was noon the next day. In a five-star hotel suite, Su Su and Xiao Bin cuddled sweetly. Their sleeping positions were not typical of ordinary couples, as Xiao Bin lay in Su Su's arms. Brother Xiao Bin, what is it, little cutie? Su Su rubbed her eyes, a bit dazed. Both were half awake. I feel a bit stuffy in my chest. Xiao Bin quickly switched positions, and only then did their state return to that of a normal couple cuddling. Brother Xiao Bin, I want to take a shower. Go ahead, do you want me to help you wash? Sure, let's go. After a night of being wrapped up together without realizing it, waking up now felt a bit sticky. No, Brother Xiao Bin, could you turn your face away, please? What? Now you know how to be shy? Last night you were. Don't say it. A delicate, fragrant little hand covered Xiao Bin's mouth, her eyes wide open with shyness. Please turn away, Brother Xiao Bin. Su Su added a soft, cute plea. All right, Xiao Bin had no choice. He thought that according to last night's situation it should be him who was shy. The blanket was lifted, rustling. Xiao Bin did not keep his promise and suddenly turned his head. Brother Xiao Bin, big liar. Su Su was flustered, and without having time to put on her shoes, dashed barefoot into the bathroom. Xiao Bin was stunned. He looked at the few new red plum blossoms added to the sheets last night, and then back at the bathroom. This sister is a bit fierce. Rong. Hey, at this time the hotel no longer provides breakfast. I'll go downstairs to buy something. What do you want to eat? Milk cake. Thank you, Brother Xiao Bin, you're working hard, hee. Su Su's sweet voice came from the bathroom. A girl who doesn't say whatever is truly cute. According to my experience, whenever a girl says whatever when asked what she wants to eat, it actually implies I won't say what I want to eat because I don't know, but whatever you decide better be satisfactory, otherwise, death smile. Sister Xiao Bin is out. In the hotel lobby, Lu Chaoga and Qin Hong, who had been squatting all morning, immediately came over. Why did you block me? Blocked. Xiao Bin looked at the energetic girl in front of him, puzzled. May I ask who you are? Energetic girl Zhu Ganglai. Xiao Bin suddenly realized. Remembered. Sorry, I don't know you. Is telecommunications fraud so rampant now? Blocking on WeChat and coming to the door directly. Xiao Bin tried to bypass her and leave, but unexpectedly Lu Chaoga sidestepped to block his way again. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Call the police. Yara frowned. Xiao Bin, your skills aren't bad. How about a fight with me? Fighting is so boring. How about we compete to see who can pee the farthest? Qin Hong shivered in fright. He thought to himself, does this guy really not know how to write the word death? Strangely, Lu Chaoga didn't get angry. She seriously contemplated and said, all right, after all, it can indirectly verify your abilities in certain aspects. Xiao Bin, where did this weirdo come from? Can't you tell I'm joking? What kind of look is that? Are we competing or not? No, sister, are you serious? Otherwise, you don't want to sleep with me, right? Don't misunderstand. Lu Chaoga waved her hands repeatedly. That's exactly what I mean. My name is Lu Chaoga. You may not know me, but it's all right, we will have plenty of opportunities to get to know each other. By the way, the old man you saved yesterday morning is my grandfather. He introduced you to me as my boyfriend. What the hell? Xiao Bin wanted to curse. Is this how the old man repays me? Lu Chaoga didn't care about Xiao Bin's reaction and continued talking to herself. I'm quite satisfied with you. You're much better than those previous misfits. Our families are a good match, and I don't want to keep searching for someone better. You're the one for me in this lifetime. Just give me a straightforward answer, all right? Straightforward girls have a linear way of thinking. She doesn't understand what indirect means as she just gives it straight and clear. The general idea, I've taken a liking to you, you better recognize and agree quickly. Sorry, Miss Lu, I already have a girlfriend. I know. Lu Chaoga was completely unconcerned, and it's not just one. But it's okay because I'm also a very traditional girl. Traditionally, Xiao Bin was completely confused. If you're willing, I can be the small one. Qin Hong. Xiao Bin. A concubine. Qin Hong was so shocked his mouth hung open wide enough to hold a duck egg. Was this still the same domineering tyrant of the compound, Lu Chaoga? Something was off. He scrutinized Xiao Bin, thinking that aside from being handsome, this guy didn't seem to have the imposing aura to suppress Sister Chaoga. What, you don't believe me? Lu Chaoga raised an eyebrow. I mean what I say. Of course, that's only if they can beat me in a fight. As long as they can defeat me, I don't mind being the junior or senior sister. And if a real fight breaks out, it's best not to take sides, or else I'll only hit harder. Those frail little things around you, I bet one punch from me would have them crying for a long time, right? Qin Hong. My apologies. I should have known. That's the real you, Sister Chaoga. Say something. Just staring at me isn't going to cut it. Can't a man be less indecisive? Lu Chaoga said discontentedly. Psycho. Xiao Bin turned and walked away, refusing to engage. She wasn't a hostess in a private room. She was a proper decent girl. A decent girl's world isn't one you can just enter and leave as you please. You have to keep going in and out. Lu Chaoga was also someone with a special status, unlike Su Su or Tang Yingxue. Mishandling this could get very troublesome. Besides, what proper girl immediately offers to be a concubine, especially one who looks this fierce? If he actually brought her home, a fire in the backyard would be the least of his worries. Bloodshed would be a lighter outcome. Hey, where are your manners? Lu Chaoga shouted from behind. Seeing Chao Bin completely ignore her made her even angrier. She rushed forward and grabbed his shoulder. I'm talking to you. Why are you leaving? Let go. No, not until you explain yourself. The two were at a standoff. Chao Bin was annoyed, thinking this girl must have something wrong with her head. Miss Lu, please tell your grandfather that I did save his life. If he's not going to be grateful, fine, but why repay kindness with enmity? Repay kindness with enmity. You mean my grandfather asking me to marry you is repaying kindness with enmity? Mr. Chao, what are you trying to say? Exactly what I said. And marry you. Don't forget I'm the one who can hold a gun to your head. And with that look of yours, don't think too highly of yourself. Chao Bin shrugged his shoulder, and Lu Chao's hand was bounced off as if shocked. She staggered back a few steps, her eyes burning with fervor. This guy was even stronger than I expected. What does Qin Hong mean? Am I really that ugly? Lu Chaoga fumed. Don't I'm asking you a question. A slap landed on his back, nearly sending poor Qin Hong to the ground. Sis, you're not ugly really, I swear you're stunningly beautiful. Qin Hong said miserably, thinking to himself, Sister Chaoga, you are indeed beautiful with a great figure, but that means nothing against your fierce demeanor. Then why is he ignoring me and being so sarcastic? Maybe. Qin Hong was still trying to think of an excuse when Lu Chaoga suddenly had an epiphany. I get it. He's trying to suppress his feelings for me, right? Men. Saying one thing, but thinking another, right? You men are always so two-faced. It's a classic game of playing hard to get. But eyes don't lie. I admit he has successfully caught my attention. Just you wait, Chao Bin Aiju Gonglia will eventually make you my Gao Xiaojia. Yiru tossed her head, brimming with confidence. Qin Hong. Sister, please wake up. He's practically radiating rejection from head to toe. Where on earth do you see playing hard to get? Qin Hong hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to stay silent for his own safety. How come I never realized Sister Chaoga was this embarrassing before? Sigh. What a pity. The marriage that Grandpa Lu and Grandpa had both approved of is probably going to be ruined by Sister Chaoga herself. Brother Chao Bin, you're back. Half an hour later. As soon as Chao Bin opened the door, Su Su, fresh from her bath and smelling fragrant, immediately pounced on him. Like a sloth hanging onto his neck, she hugged him and asked for kisses, the ultimate clingy sweetheart. Tiramisu. Brother Chao Bin, how did you know I like tiramisu? You told me yourself last time, remember? Su Su was briefly stunned, then gave a sweet smile. Remember now, eh? Brother Chao Bin, you're the best, moi. On the night they first met, she mentioned wanting tiramisu and black pepper steak, but in the end Brother Chao Bin took her out for skewers instead. Thinking back now, she missed it. Silly girl, eat up. He had spotted the tiramisu at the hotel's breakfast buffet and grabbed some on a whim. It's almost 3 o'clock, this should tide you over. He'll treat Su Su to a big dinner tonight. Okay. Will Brother Chao Bin cook it himself? You want me to cook? That works too. Cooking is a basic survival skill for a struggling author. The original Chao Bin might not have known how, but for the current Chao Bin it was a piece of cake. What does Su Su want to eat tonight? Order up. What can Brother Chao Bin cook? Frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, braising, stewing, steaming. If it's a Chinese dish you can name, I can probably give it a try. Wow, so impressive. I like fish, preferably the kind without bones. Fish, huh? Okay, how about squirrel mandarin fish? Squirrel mandarin fish. Su Su looked up puzzled. It sounds delicious, but Brother Chao Bin, where would we buy a squirrel? And aren't squirrels protected animals? If we eat one, will the police arrest us? Brother Chao Bin, what are you laughing at? You're so adorable, Rong Rong. Chao Bin pinched her cheek affectionately. There's no squirrel in squirrel mandarin fish, just like there's no wife in wife cake. Squirrel is just an adjective describing how the fish looks after it's scored, fried, and drizzled with sauce. Oh, I see. Su Su stuck out her tongue, embarrassed by her blunder. Since you can't seem to think of anything else, let me just decide. Squirrel mandarin fish is one. It's April now, so crayfish should be in season. How about some garlic crayfish? Slurp. Su Su was already drooling. Great. I've wanted to try it for ages, but my parents and grandparents never let me, saying it's not clean. Well, this time you can eat your fill. What's a little dirt? Eat it, and you won't get sick. Su Su looked at Chao Bin with admiration. Brother Chao Bin, you're so amazing, you can do everything. Unlike me, the only time I tried to cook noodles, I turned it into a pot of porridge. Undercooked fish, cold soup with noodles, turning into a mess. Classic rookie mistakes. He had been there too, so it was normal. Chao Bin smiled. Noodles. My crayfish sauce is amazing mixed with noodles. How about we add that as another dish? Tonight Big Brother will cook some noodles for you. Su Su blinked, her cheeks flushing slightly, and just stared at Chao Bin without saying a word. What's wrong, little cutie? Much. Without a word, Su Su quickly stuffed the remaining large piece of tiramisu into her mouth, then hastily washed it down with a gulp of milk. She grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, her cheeks still puffed out as she stood up. What are you doing? Brother Chao Bin, we don't have to wait until tonight. If you want a Su Su can eat it right now. Chao Bin was stunned. Holy moly. I didn't even react. How did she understand so quickly and behave so obediently? Wait. Chao Bin stopped Su Su's successive action. He deliberately put on a stern face. Confess honestly, Chin Yurong, where did you learn that from? TT. Fine, don't tell me I won't force you. I'll tell Chao Binjesh, don't be angry, okay? Su pouted, looking aggrieved. Once when I was home alone and bored, I went to my parents' private theater to watch Peppa Pig, and while looking for it, I found a very strange disc. I swear, Chao Binjesh, I didn't intend to watch it at first. But you ended up watching it anyway. Su lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands, and whispered. After hesitating for a long time, I couldn't resist, and secretly put it in the DVD player. I got scared out of my wits and immediately turned it off. Wow. Peppa Pig turned into a wild boar. But later I secretly watched it several more times, and once I almost got caught by Mom. Su's head sank lower and lower, her voice growing softer. When she looked up again, she asked cautiously, Chao Binjesh, will you look down on me? Su is tainted now, woo-woo. She had promised not to cry again. But she cried last night, and now she's crying again. Su is truly made of water. Chaobin felt both distressed and amused. Silly goose, who said you're tainted? He gently patted Su's head. Just kidding with you, my little cutie. Remember, Su, you don't need to please me so timidly. Chao Binjesh likes you not because you grovel, but because you are the lovable Su everyone adores. Then can Su make a small request, Chao Binjesh? Of course, don't make a small request, dream big, he'll agree to anything. Su gently poked him, looking expectant. I still want to try it. Because when I watched it, the lady looked so happy it seemed really delicious. Slurp. Su's eyes lit up. It was clear she was genuinely looking forward to it. Chao Bin. Ow. It hurts. Su was wrong, Chao Binjesh. Please don't pull my ear, okay? Pretty please, huff. What's going on in that little head of yours? How can such a precious cutie be like a mango? Fresh and green on the outside, but all yellow when you peel the skin. Chao Bin said with righteous indignation. Doesn't Chao Binjesh like Su like this? The denial was on the tip of his tongue, but he just couldn't say it. He did like it. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? Chao Bin replied with feigned reluctance and a stern tone. Like it. Keep up the good work. Hey, Su, what are you doing again? Isn't Chao Binjesh liking it? Stop. I like it, but not now. Tonight, we'll talk about it tonight. No, I want it now, Chao Binjesh. It was another afternoon where billions were lost. Su said she wanted to eat Chao Bin's cooking, but lacked a place to cook. Making the best use of everything, he still remembered the code lock at Song Qingchen's hideout from last time. After a moment's thought, he sent Song Qingchen a WeChat message. Come home early after work, he'll treat you to dinner. Song Qingchen replied instantly. Chao Bin didn't bother to reply. A smart person needs no further explanation. A hint is enough. Besides, we're not freeloading, well, borrow your pots and pans. They called it a day and checked out of the hotel around 4 p.m. The Lolita dress was too flashy, so Chao Bin first went to a nearby mall to buy Su a few sets of casual clothes, shoes, and socks. They prepared all the dinner ingredients and came out of the market at exactly 6:30 p.m. It was rush hour, and the sky was already half dark. Chao Binjesh, what's wrong? I keep feeling a chill on my back like someone is following us, but when I turn around I see no one. Could it be a ghost? Su held the side dishes shed meat in one hand, clung tightly to Chao Bin's arm with the other, and kept glancing back nervously. There are no ghosts in this world, little cutie. Even if there were, nothing to fear. What's truly scary is the human heart. Besides, little cutie, with me here, what do you have to fear? That's right, I have Chao Binjesh to protect me. I'm not scared, Su said coquettishly. Chao Bin smiled. Ghosts. There were indeed. Still a female ghost. For someone who had been single for years, practically a veteran of solitude, fear wasn't in his vocabulary. If he ever encountered one, had only thanked nature for its bounty. God is fair. Just like boys, both handsome and ugly ones have their merits. And girls, there are good and bad, and ghosts are no exception. Sure enough, the code lock hadn't been changed. Having been to the neighborhood once, Chao Bin navigated it with ease. The interior was exactly as it was last time, with all the cooking essentials available. Su was overjoyed to be able to eat food cooked by Chao Bin's own hands. She obediently helped out. Chao Binjesh, do these crayfish still need washing? Yes, even though the vendor removed the heads and veins, the tails still need to be scrubbed clean. Also try to wash away the remaining roe as much as possible. That stuff has high heavy metal content, and eating it can easily give you the runs. What does giving you the runs mean? It means diarrhea. Chao Bin learned this term from his mom. It's commonly used in Sichuan. Little cutie, go grab a toothbrush from the bathroom. I saw one last time we were here. Use that to scrub the shrimp tails. Is that okay, Chao Binjesh? I remember that seems to be King Chengjiji's toothbrush. Won't she be angry if she finds out? It's fine, we'll just sneak it back after scrubbing the shrimp. Angry? Chao Bin thought to himself, I haven't even complained about her saliva. Oh, Chao Binjesh, you're so naughty. Alright, after I use it, it'll go by King Chengjiji, a new one later. Su was still kind at heart, only willing to do bad things with Chao Bin. When a man and a woman work together, the work is light. An hour and a half passed in a flash, and it was 8 p.m. For cold dishes, there was smashed cucumber. For hot dishes, there were fragrant clams. The garlic crayfish was about to come out of the wok, and the pork rib and winter melon soup on the gas stove was cooked to perfection. On the table, the squirrel mandarin fish was already glazed with sauce. Chow Bin's knife work was exquisite. The fish was golden and crispy, with a rich mellow aroma that filled the air. 4 dishes and a soup, all perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Wow, Chow Binges, you're amazing. Having witnessed the transformation from ingredients to mouth-watering delicacies, Su's eyes sparkled with admiration. Couldn't have done it without my little cutie's help. You're even more amazing. Su was overjoyed. At that moment, the door opened. Song Qingcheng arrived right on time. She wore a neck inner shirt, a short skirt, and a black trench coat. Her red-bottomed high heels and long straight legs were eye-catching. The elegant curve at her collar was just right, and her face was stunningly beautiful, capable of toppling cities. Words failed to describe her breathtaking charm. She stood there after pushing the door open, her aloof demeanor creating a sense of challenge that made one want to conquer her. Who allowed you in here? How did you get in? Want to call the cops on me? Chow Bin sneered. Stop pretending to be aloof. Wash your hands and come eat. The aloof act failed. The aroma made Song Qingcheng involuntarily swallow. Did you make all this? Last time's ate treasure porridge was already the limit of her perception of Chow Bin's skills. She never expected this kid to have more tricks up his sleeve. This was the first time she could come home from work and have a hot meal, even though this place had long ceased to feel like home. To be honest, she had felt a flicker of anticipation when Chow Bin sent that WeChat message. She hadn't expected him not to disappoint. Wait. What now? Su, ignore her. Let's wash up and eat. Someone's here for you. She says she's your girlfriend. Huh. Su instantly became wary. A young trendy girl in a crop top popped out from behind Song Qingcheng. It was Lu Chaoga. Chow Bin said mockingly, Song, why would you bring a female ghost home? Don't you think our place isn't gloomy enough? No wonder she had a sour face when she walked into it. Was because of Lu Chaoga. 3 women make a spectacle. This was a full-blown mini battlefield. System Mecha Girl Chow Shangshang. Chow Bin, what do you mean? Who are you calling a ghost? What are you shouting about? Do you think you have a right to complain after stalking us? Su's earlier intuition was correct. There indeed was a female ghost, and it was Lu Xiaoge. I understand now. Chow Bin, it was this sister who was behind us this afternoon, right? No wonder I felt so chilly behind me. My Su is so smart. Chow Bin patted Su's head. Lu Xiaoge was astonished. She never expected that as a member of an elite female special forces team, she couldn't even deceive a little girl. Sister, why are you stalking us? Do you know Chow Bin? What's your relationship? She said she wanted to be my little wife. Su's eyes widened, immediately blocking Chow Bin's side. No way. See, my little cutie disagrees. By the way, Chow Bin pointed at Song Qingcheng. This is my boss. Her skills are far superior to yours. If you can defeat her, you might still have a chance to get in the door. Song Qingcheng suddenly felt a chill down her back. Xiaoing. Here. Bang. Lu Xiaoge was indeed fierce. Whatever Chow Bin said, she believed. She swung her fist, knocking over the suddenly emerging bodyguard Xiaoing. The two fought intensely, exchanging dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, neither able to gain the upper hand. What are you looking at, Song? Isn't all this food delicious? Come on, eat, while watching the show. Chow Bin disregarded Song Qingcheng's murderous gaze and directly arranged it. That little sister Xiaoing, right? Don't hold back if you want to hit her. She's just a punching bag. But the things in this room are the personal belongings of your young lady, so take it easy. Crash. Before the words were even finished, a ceramic vase in the entrance was smashed to pieces by Lu Xiaoge's punch. Chow Bin, you bastard. Are you plotting against me? Just wait. Lu Xiaoge was punched in the face, instantly becoming a one-eyed panda. Damn it. Another scream followed. After over 100 exchanges, Lu Xiaoge was defeated and pinned down on the sofa by Xiaoying. Military grappling skills are powerful, but compared to someone like Xiaoying who has emerged from a sea of corpses, she was still lacking. Last time they faced off, Chow Bin sensed that Xiaoying's strength was similar to that of Sister Shu Xian, just half a step away from being a master, more than enough to deal with the little firecracker Lu Xiaoge. Let go of me, or you won't have good results. Miss, how should we handle this? Song Qingcheng remained silent with a cold expression, looking at Chow Bin. Could you please have Xiaoing tie her up and let her cool off for a while? We'll talk after we finish eating. You dare. Chow Bin, if you dare. Seeing that his young lady didn't oppose, Xiaoing didn't care about anything else and first pulled off Lu Xiaoge's shoelaces to help her hands. Then she took a bath towel, twisted it into a strip, and tied her to the pillar in the entrance. Chow Bin, you bastard. Let me go. I'm going to tell Grandpa that you're bullying me. Bastard, let me go. Shut up. Chow Bin put down his chopsticks. Originally planning to take off his own socks, he thought it might not be appropriate, so he reached out to Su beside him. Chow Bin, what are you doing? Su's heart raced. Could it be that brother Chow Bin wanted to? Right here. They're having a meal, and there are so many people. How embarrassing. What should I do? What are you thinking, you little silly? Just lend me your socks for a bit. You. What do you want to do? Lu Xiaoge immediately understood Chow Bin's intention. I warn you, Chow Bin, if you dare stuff that thing in my mouth, I'll kill you. Lu Xiaoge's mouth wasn't big, and the pure white knee-high socks were enough, with just one. Su's original flavor, many beasts would want to eat it, but have no chance. You're lucky. Chao Bin didn't even want to wash his hands, but in order to avoid affecting Song Qingcheng's appetite, he chose to rinse them in the kitchen. So that's how it is, or I thought. Su Su muttered softly, her smooth pink, white little feet swaying under the dining table. Feeling a bit disappointed, Chao Bin mom said that any man who bullies girls is scum. Look, that sister is crying, how pitiful. Let's take off the socks so we won't be scum, okay? Little cutie, your mom is lying to you. Behind closed doors your dad has bullied her plenty, the kind that makes her cry out loud. No way. Dad treats mom very well and wouldn't bully her. Silly witch man doesn't use a stick to educate his wife. If your dad didn't bully your mom, where would you come from? So that's what bullying means. Su Su understood. Blushing, she lowered her head and nibbled on her rice. Chao Bin, you're a big bad guy. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Song Qingcheng put a piece of fish into her mouth, the deliciousness slightly easing her displeasure, but her expression remained grim. After all, being used for no reason is unpleasant for anyone. Let's be friends, shall we? Chao Bin smiled. Are we? Then how about we consider ourselves partners? Use your people to help me solve a small problem in life, isn't that reasonable? She is a... Song Qingcheng didn't respond, her gaze sweeping over Lu Zhaoge, who was already crying in humiliation. Who exactly is she? Lu Zhaoge. Lu. That name sounds familiar. You should be even more familiar with her grandfather Lu Zheng. Lu, old man. The Lu family in Beijing. The one who has been stationed in Jiangnan for military exercises recently. That should be it. Chao Bin picked up a small lobster and gently sucked on it. The soup is getting cold, let me go get you some noodles. You? Song Qingcheng suddenly stood up. Chao Bin, you are simply outrageous. Xiaoing, hurry. Untie Miss Lu. She personally went over to help Lu Zhaoge take the socks out of her mouth. Get away. You don't need to care about me. Breaking free from her restraints, Lu Zhaoge pushed the two away. With tears streaming down her face, puff puff puff. Spit, spit, spit. Chao Bin, I hate you so much. I never want to talk to you or see you again. Even if there is only one man left in this world, I still wouldn't like you. Humph. Bang. With a heavy slam of the door, she stormed away. Seeing this scene, Song Qingcheng felt relieved instead. All the grand exits were a test, the real departure was quiet, and without farewells. Little girls often say things they don't mean. It can only be said that she was truly sincere. Chao Bin is quite the bastard, he even managed to spit. Scum. Downstairs. Lu Zhaoge exited the apartment building, looking back 3 times. Bastard. You really didn't chase after me. Good. Very good. If I, Lu Zhaoge, take the initiative to look for you again, it'll be a big fool. Miss Lu, where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Why cling to one flower? Who? Lu Zhaoge turned around sharply, only to see a guy in a security uniform walking towards her with a flashlight. It's you. It was none other than the main character of the original book, Yi Fan. Miss Lu, you know me? Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. He had originally planned to use the Jiangnan military exercise to stage a scene of saving an old man to curry favor with the Lu family through Lu Zheng. Unexpectedly, Chao Bin ruined his plan at the critical moment. So he settled for a lesser scheme, securing a position as a security guard at several of Song Qingcheng's usual haunts. His goal was to orchestrate an unconventional rescue of a damsel in distress, to win her over and gain the upper hand in Jiangnan. As for why he chose to be a security guard, it was because the low social status made him easy to look down upon, which would create more dramatic tension when he played the hero and turned the tables. It was his style. Usually blessed by fortune, Yi Fan had always been popular with women. It was only after meeting Chao Bin that he started facing setbacks. After arriving in Jiangnan this time, he felt the luck that attracted women had returned. Several of his damsel rescuing acts seemed tailor-made, allowing him to charm several young women in the Bar district, finally shedding his virginity after returning to the country. Don't ask why the Dragon King with 300 troops was still a virgin. If you ask, it's because he took things seriously abroad and remained faithful to the female lead after returning home. His recent encounters in the Bar district boosted his confidence, and he believed that meeting Lu Zhaoge now was another gift from heaven, an unexpected romantic opportunity. Of course I know you. You're Yi Fan, right? I've seen your photo. Since you know me, it's simple. Miss Lu, how about we find a place to have a drink and get to know each other? Yi Fan's face lit up with joy, thinking that if he missed Lu Zheng, getting close to his granddaughter would work just the same. Everyone knew that Lu Zheng cared most about this granddaughter. His smile gradually turned lecherous and greasy. Unexpectedly, shut your filthy mouth. Your stinking breath is poisoning the air. Keep making dirty jokes with me, and I'll knock your teeth out. The scene he had imagined of Lu Zhaoge shyly falling into his arms did not appear. Instead, Yera's furious roar greeted him. What are you looking at? Where are you looking? Haven't you ever seen a woman in your life? Everything I have your mother has too. If you want that, go home and find your mother. Don't discuss me here. What? Don't you have a mother? Tisk tisk tisk, how pitiful. Her words were as sweet as honey, and Yaru, who had been holding in her anger because of Chao Bin, was glad to have a free target to vent on. Some words she couldn't say to Chao Bin, but she had no qualms about this man. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't understand. Why was his luck with women, which was fine just yesterday, failing him today? His face darkened with fury, his jaw trembling. He indeed had no mother. His biological mother was killed because of him, and his adoptive mother was lost due to his actions. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. You bitch, watch your mouth, or it'll tear it apart. If you could hit me right now, I'd think you're a real man. Do you dare? I checked the surveillance footage from the Jiangnan Highway intersection yesterday morning. You were at the scene where my grandfather collapsed, weren't you? Yi Fan's heart twitched violently. Impossible. I covered my tracks perfectly. How could the Liu family know I planned this? I don't understand what you mean, Miss Liu. Just now it was bitch, now it's Miss Liu. What's the matter? Feeling guilty, Mr. Yi. Liu Xiaobi sneered. If Xiaobin hadn't appeared yesterday, would my grandfather be introducing you as my boyfriend today? I don't quite understand what you're getting at, Miss Liu, but am I not better than that good for-nothing second-generation rich kid Xiaobin? You're ugly as sin, but have a big mouth. Does your father know you're bragging so shamelessly? Yara's gaze was cold and mocking as she sneered. It takes a Tibetan mastiff to fight a lion. You're nothing but a mix of a Pekingese and a poodle, small and pure, and all bark. You bitch'll fucking kill you. Hitting a nerve, eh? Sensing the killing intent, Cheaja's expression turned cautious, but she was far from afraid. Do you dare to act? I know you've been running scams and organ harvesting rings in northern Myanmar for years, making billions of dollars. Even with tens of thousands of private soldiers, do you think you can do whatever you want here? Miss Liu, you need evidence for your words. Defamation is illegal. Yi Fan's eyes were venomous as he growled through clenched teeth. She could feel the dangerous aura radiating from him, but Xiaoga showed no fear, retorting sharply. So you know what's illegal, eh? I'm telling you, Yi Fan, you'd better hope I don't find any evidence. If I do, as a soldier, I will personally put a bullet in your head to honor the innocent souls you've destroyed. The Dragon King was actually an overseas fraud kingpin. Even Xiaobin, who seemed to have all the answers, wasn't entirely sure because the original story never detailed his rise to power. He went from an obscure loser to the Dragon King war god in a single bound, which the original author glossed over, making his power seem inexplicable. So it was fraud. That made sense. Was the Northern Territory actually Northern Myanmar? And those 3,000 supposedly loyal soldiers were just the few tens of thousands bought with money. As for why the numbers didn't add up, it was like how Cao Cao's army was said to be 8,000 at the Battle of Red Cliffs, but the real number was barely over 1,000. Who could Sun Quan and Liu Bei complain to? Exaggeration is easy. Why so quiet, Mr. Yi? Scared? You still have a chance to kill me and silence me. Want to try? Yi Fan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly a storm was raging. Did Lu Zheng already have evidence? No. If he did, I wouldn't be facing this little girl. Kill her. Too risky. Who knows, the whole of Jiangnan might be in turmoil tomorrow. I could escape, but I have too many scores to settle, and women I haven't won over yet. I can't give up now. Besides, this could be a trap set by the Liu family. I can't fall for it. Miss Liu is joking. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. A gentleman is open and poised. What do I have to fear? A gentleman. You're more like a pile of dog shit. Liu Xiaoga sneered. Right, you're like a maggot that thrives in a sewer, and your best moment is just being a fly. They'll say it again, you'd better hope I don't find any evidence. With a disdainful glance, she walked away. The anger she had felt towards that bastard Xiaobin seemed to have subsided somewhat. Damn man, stuffing a sock in my mouth. They'll make you pay for that someday. Bitched. Yi Fan's veins bulged on his forehead. Once I return to Yanjing and take over the Yi family, it'll make your life a living hell. Upstairs, Song Qingsheng had put down her chopsticks, but Su Su was still eating. Slurping her noodles, her mouth red. The sound was quite soothing. Why did you do that? Song Qingsheng asked calmly. During dinner, Xiaobin had already explained the whole situation with the Liu family. Since old Master Liu was sincere, and knowing you, Master Chao, you're never one to refuse temptation, this is a bit out of character. Loving someone gives you armor, but it also makes them your weakness. I'm afraid it'll bring harm to her. Aren't you afraid of harming Su Su? No, Sister Qingqing, brother Chao Bin would never harm me. He's so good to me. Silly girl. Chao Bin patted Su Su's head. Su Su is different. I can't let go of what I already hold. Others still have a chance to turn back. So am I your weakness? Song Qingqing suddenly asked. Su Su's slurping became quieter as she glanced at her from the corner of her eye. No way. Is Sister Qingqing trying to compete with me too? Not happy. Xiaobin smiled and countered, does President Song think she is? Few player. Song Qingqing turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. A faint blush crept onto the cheek that no one else could see. She changed the subject. Why did you warn me about that new security guard? His name is Yi Fan. I know. After you mentioned him, I did some digging. He's originally from Yanjing with overseas connections, but his overseas history is a blank. However, anyone who can make someone like Jiang Tianhu willingly serve him must be formidable. Indeed, he's not simple. Xiaobin said gravely. Remember how your brother died? Song Qingqing's eyes filled with sorrow. She fell silent, clearly unwilling to discuss it. Xiaobin continued. If I remember correctly, your brother was killed by human traffickers. They cut out his kidneys and dumped his body in the sea. The letter I gave you last time confirmed that the mastermind was someone within your own Song family. But do you know who specifically took your brother's kidneys? Song Qingcheng's phoenix eyes turned sharp in an instant. Are you saying? That's right. I got the news today. I can't be 100% sure, but all signs point to Yi Fan's people. He's in northern Myanmar, and that's the kind of despicable business he runs. There is no conclusive evidence yet. Save this number. She will notify you if there is any news. Xiaobin sent Xu Xin's number to Song Qingcheng. If you have doubts about the information, you may verify it yourself. Song Qingcheng has put down roots in Jiangnan and Shanggao for many years. She certainly has her own channels. Thank you. Song Qingcheng's eyes burned with intensity. If you ever need me for anything, do not hesitate. I will not refuse. Xiaobin smiled. That's excellent. I happen to have a small favor to ask. People say that when courting a woman, one must be proactive and boldly advance. Flirt with her from time to time. Given enough moments, you leave a lasting impression. Of course, this only works for certain girls who are innocent in their affections. If she is like a high-mileage car hung with spare tires, that tactic will not succeed. Such a woman must be shown your wealth, but remember, never let her spend it. Even the most generous groveler is still an ATM. That said, Song Qingcheng is neither of those types. She has money, beauty, independence, and a respectable social standing. Ordinary flirtations seldom move her. You must first discern her true needs, understand what she most desires but lacks, and then address that precisely. What follows should be small, well-measured warmth, assertive, yet gentle, rough, but attentive, never greasy. Even if she suspects ulterior motives, a graceful approach wins favor. I understand your feigned reserve, you understand my designs. A good relationship is always one of equals. Of course that requires capital. Speak. Let Su stay by your side. I checked her background. Apart from having her social ties sabotaged by malicious people, she has no friends. Her work as a front desk assistant was actually competent. You mean carry on as before? No. Xiaobin shook his head. After finishing his noodles, Su went downstairs to buy a toothbrush for Song Qingcheng. At that moment, apart from a faint translucent figure, only the two of them were in the room. Except for Su's personal safety, do not interfere with anything else. Let her interact with colleagues like a normal person. If she can make a few friends, so much the better. She is so pure. Can you bear it? This is not a question of indulgence. She is a person, not a pet. Lin Shirin and Su Pingqing treated her inhumanely before. I cannot be like them. Xiaobin grew serious. I do not need her to become powerful for the sake of repaying me with some benefit. I simply want her to properly taste the joy she lost before. As you said, she is so pure, as she ought to be treated gently by this world. This world is not gentle at all. With you here it will be. Song Qingcheng snorted. You say so much, and almost have me convinced. Just say it plainly. If you bring her back to Jiangbei, there will be trouble at home, so you want me to hide her in a golden house in Jiangnan, don't you? There, we are on the same side. Save some face, miss. Song. She hummed. Though she knew he harbored ill intent, Song Qingcheng found herself pleased by the line. With you here, it will be gentle. A fickle heart. The Song family made its fortune from gambling. The Song patriarch Song Qingcheng's grandfather took 9 concubines. Accustomed to such scenes since childhood, she was remarkably tolerant in that regard. An inadvertent tease had left faint ripples across her heart. Yet prideful as she was, she betrayed nothing. Has Ms. Song agreed. Don't have me hide her for you forever, young Master Chow. That is unnecessary. By the way, there is another matter I want to discuss with you. Xiaobin, do not be excessive. Song Qingcheng assumed he meant he would bring another woman. Excessive? Xiaobin was embarrassed. I cook, you wash the dishes. Surely that is not excessive. Is that what you mean? What else did you think? Nothing. Song Qingcheng relaxed. Go, will wash the dishes. Some dislike cooking, others dislike washing up. If such inclinations complement one another, that too can be a match made in heaven. Brother Xiaobin, I bought the toothbrush. Su pushed the door open. You bought a toothbrush? Are you staying here tonight? Song Qingcheng frowned. No, Sister Qingcheng. We are not staying. When we were peeling crawfish earlier, Brother Xiaobin asked me to use your cough. Xiaobin nearly coughed his lungs out. Song Qingcheng, suspecting something, picked up the electric toothbrush on her vanity and smelled it. Xiaobin. Air. Su, help your sister Qingcheng wash the dishes. They'll go out to clear my head. Xiaobin slipped away like oil on his feet and vanished. Su, the lovable simpleton, had certainly done it on purpose. She was thinking of Lu Chaoga. Ding dong. Any of you guys in Jiangnan, come out and have a drink with me. Am dying here, life is meaningless. Just as he reached the downstairs, Xiaobin saw Old Hu's message in the WeChat group. How's he? What's wrong, Old Hu? When Xuan got busted by the cops for eating seafood. You need one of us to come bail you out. Old Hu, screw off. How's he? Seriously, what happened, Old Hu? Old Hu, don't ask. If you ask, the answer is I want to die. When Xuan, can't you even say it? Old Hu, if you want to know, come have a drink with me. Otherwise, all you can see through the screen is my typing, not my tears falling on it. Hurry up. Location. How's he, Old Hu? I just happened to get a cross-city DD order from Jiangbei to downtown Jiangnan. I can make it, but it'll be a bit late, probably around 1130. Old Hu, how's he? You're a true brother. He'll wait for you no matter how late. Old Zhou, Wen Xuan, are you coming or not? Wen Xuan, am in Shanghai, for crying out loud. Even if I skip class tomorrow and take a flight now, it'll be daylight by the time I reach Jiangnan. Going crazy. Old Hu friendship over. I'm blocking you on WeChat QQ and everything else. See you in a message in a bottle. Wen Xuan. Chow bin 20 minutes he'll be right there. Wen Xuan. How's he wo? Bin Jiren Jiangnan. Old Hu Wu Old Chow is a true brother. Love you moi. A burly man in a dress frantically making heart signs. Chow bin nearly threw up his dinner get lost. He hadn't realized the location Old Hu sent was so close to him. It was right by the riverside scenic area next to the compound where Song Chenqian's base was. Following the navigation on foot, Chow bin quickly found Hu Xiaoyu drinking alone at a roadside barbecue stall. It had been less than 10 minutes since his message was sent. Damn, old Chow, did you fly here? Old Hu said shocked. You're lucky I happened to be nearby on business. What's wrong? You're in your 20s acting like you're dying. Isn't that embarrassing? See for yourself. The scruffy Old Hu pulled out a small red booklet with silver lettering and tossed it on the table. Divorced? Really? Chow bin remembered Old Hu got married right after graduation. His wife was his college classmate, and they both got into the Jiangbei branch of China Construction Bank through campus recruitment. As Haozi would say, they were a match made in heaven. It's only been 2 years, Hao. What kind of question is that? Think the Civil Affairs Bureau issues fake certificates. What happened? What happened? Old Hu pointed at his head. Old Chow, does anything look different about me here? You got cuckolded. If a man is divorced and looks like this 9 times out of 10, he's been cheated on. Old Hu didn't say anything, just gripped his beer bottle and took a heavy swig. It was that day, the day you taught that bitch Li Yujia a lesson at Chunyu. Chow bin pulled up a stool and sat down to listen to Old Hu's story. That day the three of us hung out with a few of Junior Zicken's roommates for a bit. I added one of them on WeChat, and my wife found out when I got home. She blew up, argued for hours, and finally grabbed her bag and went back to her parents' house in Jiangnan. I admit that day I did have some wandering thoughts about that Zhou Shi, but I swear it was just a thought. I never intended to betray her. Sure, adding a girl's WeChat when I have a wife wasn't right. I was wrong. I accept that she threw a tantrum and went back to her parents' house. I deleted her WeChat right after. For a whole week, she wouldn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. Last night, I took special leave to come to Jiangnan to apologize, admit my mistake, and ask for forgiveness. I wanted to take her out on a date. But at the hotel where ID booked a couple suite for us, I saw her walking into another couple's suite with some other man. Later, I asked a friend in the police station to check. Turns out it was their long-term room. Since the end of last year, her mom was sick in the hospital. She kept going back to her parents' house, saying she was taking care of her. But she barely went to the hospital. She was at the hotel with that guy the whole time. Old Chow, you know what the funniest part is? The funniest part is that guy was originally my client. I introduced him to her at the end of the year before last to help her meet her performance targets. No one would believe it if I told them. The green hat I'm wearing, I pimped it out myself. Damn it all. Old Hu gripped the bottle neck, tilted his head back and chugged. In no time a bottle of snow was empty. Burp. 4 years of college, 3 years of marriage, the 7-year itch. Screw the match made in heaven. Bullshit. Old Hu cursed loudly. What's so great about that bastard anyway? He's just better looking, richer, and drives a better car than me. But wasn't I good to her? I gave her almost all my salary every month, keeping only $300 for cigarettes. And when I wanted to give my parents a little something for the holidays, she'd give me the cold shoulder. She'd complain I never bought her flowers on Valentine's Day, but was generous to my folks. I gave you my salary card to spend as you please. What more do you want? Old Chow, do you know for that class reunion at Chunyu that day, I had to borrow $500 from Wen Xuan, who's still a student. Funny, right? I was blind back then. Old Hu suddenly slumped onto the table and went silent. His shoulders were trembling, and the veins on his hand gripping the bottle were bulging. Chow bin knew he was crying. Had bought a car that ran on 92-octane fuel, loved it dearly, and always filled it with 95. But the car thought it deserved 98. Sadly, that's just human nature. It's done. You have to move on, Old Hu. Chow bin patted his shoulder. Why not quit the bank job and come work for me? I won't make grand promises, but I can guarantee you'll be able to hold your head high and return home in glory within a year or two. Old Chow, don't you dare patronize me. Hu Xiaoyu suddenly stood up, his eyes red. He wiped his face and blew his nose hard. I didn't call you here today for your pity. I consider you a brother, and I wanted to pour my heart out. Just listen. That's not what I meant, Old Hu. I know. But when you're not asking for a favor, you're on equal footing. If I really worked under you, our friendship would inevitably get complicated. We might never be able to sit down and have a drink like this again. Don't be so dramatic with me. We've been through thick and thin together since high school. That's exactly why I don't want to lose you as a brother. Old Hu poured Chow bin a drink, and it was obvious his mood had improved significantly after getting it off his chest. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Otherwise, I won't be able to brag about you in the future. You're my brother, not my father. Come on, cheers. Chow bin laughed. No problem, I don't mind having one more son like you. Is that so, Godfather? Of course. Get lost. Old Hu cursed with a laugh. They clinked glasses. Peach and plum blossoms in the spring breeze, a cup of wine, 10 years of rain and lamplight in the rivers and lakes. Life is a mess of trivialities. Some people are still alive, but you see them fewer and fewer times. Since high school, the chances to sit down and drink together like this are only getting rarer. Cherish every drink. After finishing this cup, old who sent a message to the group, "When Xuan, how's he don't come? I'm alive again. I don't want to die anymore. Ding dong. When Xuan, damn you. I just bought a plane ticket, and you tell me this. I already asked for leave. Cancel it, When Xuan. We'll have another chance to go to Shanghai and drink with you." "Not today," Xiao Bin replied. "Fine, old Xiao. But what the hell was old Hu's problem? Acting like he was dying. You can ask him yourself next time. It's not really my place to say. When Xuan did his wife cheat on him. Old who screw you. You can't say anything good. You're the one whose wife cheated. When Xuan, sorry, I don't have a wife. I'm a virgin. How's he? Let's meet up next time then." The client just canceled the DD order anyway. Xiao Bin smiled knowingly while old who across from him looked a bit ashamed. How's he was the youngest, but he was the first among the four to enter the real world. Right after high school, he became an apprentice at a car repair shop. After a few years without much success, his family bought him a used car, and he's been driving for DD ever since. There was no cross-city order. He just said that because his brother said he wanted to die. All right, enough with the sentimentality. We treat each other with sincerity. You should be nicer to Housey from now on. Don't worry. Every one of you bastards, I've got you all right here. Old who pointed at his chest. Come on, old Xiao, one more toast. Don't just drink. Have some peanuts. Sing a song. Little boss lady, sing a song. As the two were clinking glasses, someone at the barbecue stall suddenly started making a fuss. Yeah, sing one. You're on Who You Live, right? Sing well, and we'll send you some gifts. It was a group of young men with tattooed arms whistling and joking around in their rebellious early 20s. Xiao Bin followed the sound and noticed that the owner of the barbecue stall was actually a young girl of about 18 or 19. She wore black canvas shoes, light blue jeans, faded to white, a single ponytail, and a pink headscarf. There was a live streaming stand in front of her, and it seemed she was indeed broadcasting. Her delicate face was simple and youthful, the kind of clean, pure look that could walk straight into your heart, like the first light of the moon. In front of the stall she worked busily but orderly. She wasn't flustered by the young men's teasing. "I can sing, sure, but no need for gifts. If you think my barbecue is good, feel free to come back anytime." Her voice was like a zither, soft and gentle, as comforting as her face. "All right, sing one, and if it's good, well, come every day. Then he'll sing Under the Sea." The girl didn't stop working, put on a small headset mic, and began to sing softly. Scattered moonlight pierces through the clouds, hiding from the crowd. As the song began, the noisy barbecue stall fell silent instantly. All the talk of bright eyes and white teeth, of rosy lips and powdered cheeks. All the descriptions of delicate charm and captivating glances. They were mere mortal makeup compared to her song. She was like a rose in the night. When she sang, it was as if an elf was performing. When she was silent, all was quiet. Even though she was shrouded in the dust of life, she radiated a brilliant, dazzling light with an aura that could purify one's soul. A girl like this should be sitting in a classroom preparing for the college entrance exam, not here fighting against the smoke and fire of life. While Xiao Bin was lost in the girl's song, Yi Fan, who was eating skewers in a corner, also spotted him. "Why does this scumbag have to show up again? Every time I run into him, my luck goes down the drain. I've been eyeing this new girl Mo Songyu for a week. I can't get to Lu Chaoga yet, but don't you dare try to take this one from me." Well sung. Encore. The table of tattooed young men cheered and clapped, leading several other tables of diners to join in with praise. Old who also remarked, "Truly beautiful. I think she has the talent to win a singing competition." "Indeed, not bad at all," Xiao Bin exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Her voice is exquisite, mournful, yet not sorrowful, incredibly soothing to listen to." "What a pity. What are you pitying? What's it got to do with you?" Xiao Bin retorted with a laugh. Old who was about to speak when a diner at the table behind them said, "It is a pity. A girl like that, if born into a wealthy family, would surely be a dazzling star adored by all." "How so?" "Her name is Mo Songyu. She lives in the shantytown nearby. She's beautiful and tops the academic charts around here. Her father, Mo Yingxue, used to gut fish at the supermarket. By day had cut fish, and by night he and his wife would run this barbecue stall. Their life was decent enough until a year ago when her father was diagnosed with kidney failure. This was a heavy blow to their already modest family. Her mother had to care for her father, forcing her to run the stall alone. Fortunately, she was reportedly accepted into a top university in the city through early admission at the start of the year. Otherwise, with their current situation, it's uncertain if she could even take the college entrance exams this year. Her father is now in the final stages of chemotherapy. Whether a kidney donor can be found is one thing, but even if one is found, her family likely can't afford the cost. Misfortune always finds the unfortunate, and hardship plagues the pitiful. This damnable fate. Old who took a gulp of his drink. Compared to that young lady, my problems are nothing. Xiao Bin remained silent. He glanced in Yi Fan's direction. Mo Songyu. A father with kidney failure. Needing a transplant. That explains it. The so-called king of the north who harvests kidneys, making a profit from both ends with no capital. Xiao Bin suddenly remembered seeing a police station on the way here. He pulled out his phone. "Hello. I'd like to report an incident. There's about to be a brawl at the barbecue street on the riverside." "Yes, that's right. Please send officers immediately." "Are you crazy, Xiao? Had too much to drink. Filing a false report can get you detained." "Who said it's a false report? I'm just anticipating someone else's move." Old Hu was utterly bewildered. Over there, sing another one, little girl. What, not giving us face? If you want sing, that's fine. Come over here and keep us company for a few drinks. Treat us well, and we'll make sure to patronize your stall every day. This stall probably doesn't make much anyway. Get on our good side, and we can hook you up with a job that pays real money. Emboldened, the tattooed young men began making crude jokes. An ordinary girl would have started panicking by now, but Mo Sangyu remained remarkably calm. She continued working and said, I apologize, gentlemen, but I am just a barbecue stall owner, not a hostess meant to entertain in a private room. If you're looking for fun, there's a KTV right across the street. What's that supposed to mean, little girl? Looking down on us? I've got money. It's not that I look down on you, it's that you should have some self-respect first. Life is hard for everyone out there. I welcome you to my stall, but I earn my money through honest work. If the barbecue isn't good, you can complain and get a refund, but that doesn't mean I have no dignity. Don't think you can bully me just because I'm young. Yesterday, a few troublemakers tipped over my tables and tried to get handsy. They're still in the police station. You don't want to end up like them, do you? Speechless. The young men, fueled by alcohol and bravado, were momentarily stunned. They weren't entirely foolish. They stood there silent. Sanjia's expression softened slightly. She took a clean disposable cup, filled it with beer, and walked over. Just speaking my mind, no threat intended. You all came out to have a good time, and I run my small business to avoid trouble. Here, let me toast to you, gentlemen. As for singing, no problem, just give me a moment to finish this order. Would that be all right? Her words were neither humble nor arrogant, reasonable and firm, offering a way out. At 18 or 19, she was remarkably composed and rational, earning admiration. Charisma is a strange thing. Even the young men were impressed and ready to back down gracefully. Unexpectedly. What is this? A bunch of low-life scum, all of you ganging up on one young girl, have you no shame? Yi Fan stood up shouting. Half a case of beer in, he was grinning sloppily, his security guard cap askew, walking over with a swagger. Watch your mouth, you lousy security guard. Who are you calling scum? Him calling you scum? Well, you got a problem. Come on then, hit me. Damn it. The young men, who had almost calmed down, immediately erupted. All six of them grabbed bottles and charged. No. Mo Sangyu was shoved to the ground in the scuffle before she could stop it. The chaos between Yi Fan and the thugs erupted. Had it started, it was already over. In just one exchange, all six were on the ground groaning. Xiaobin narrowed his eyes. Say what you will, but Yi Fan's fighting ability was no joke. It was only because he was in China and couldn't easily kill that they weren't six corpses on the ground. Old Hu was shocked. Xiao, who the hell is this idiot? Did you really predict this? Acting without thinking, causing trouble for that young lady. Sangyu, who had gotten up, looked at the six groaning men and the mess and was furious. Mister, you, what have you done? I'm helping you, Miss Mo. I can't stand seeing scum like this bully people. Thank you, but I really didn't need it. I had already resolved the situation peacefully. You had to step in and make things worse. You're so tough you can show off and walk away, but I have to keep doing business here tomorrow. Everyone's just trying to get by, and you had to be so violent. Can't we just talk things out? Why must you resort to violence? Sangyu was exasperated. This isn't solving anything, but just escalating the conflict. Don't be scared, girl. Yi Fan, oblivious to her displeasure, said greasily. Don't worry, he'll always protect you. With me around, no one can bully you. Don't judge me by the uniform, I'm actually very capable. For a decent girl, a man's presumptuous arrogance is quite off-putting. We're all just small fry, don't make big claims. Just surviving is hard enough. Even if what you say is true, why would you help me? We're practically strangers. My father always taught me that trying to get something for nothing leads to big losses. The most expensive things are the free ones. Mister, you were both sensible people, so I won't be blunt. Thank you for patronizing my stall all week. Today's meal is on the house. Please don't come back. Mo Sangyu didn't look at Yi Fan again. His arrogance might have ruined a month's worth of her hard work. Her father was in the hospital needing expensive treatment, and her mood was terrible. Girl, I'm really capable. You need money, right? I can give it to you. And I can find the best kidney donor for your dad. Just go. Get lost. Sangyu yelled. You have money, so what? What does that have to do with me? I'm not a beggar who needs your disgusting charity. How could there be such an annoying person? He was just a familiar face she didn't care for, but now she felt pure disgust towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood there stunned, his tipsy mind now completely sober. He was confused. Why was it that all the decent girls back home had suddenly become so sharp-witted? They used to throw themselves at him without a second thought. What happened to my innate, invincible, kingly aura? He glared venomously in Xiao Bin's direction. Could it be that bastard's fault again? That shouldn't be it. He hadn't done anything this time, or tried to compete. Why wasn't the plan working? In front of everyone, using force wasn't an option. Yi Fan was about to slink away. Freeze. Everyone involved in the fight, get on the ground. The police had arrived. Xiao Bin stood up at the right moment, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting, "I'm the one who called." It was him. He started the fight, smashed the owner's stall, and nearly injured her. Old Hu. The officers moved quickly, pinning Yi Fan to the ground. Damn you, Xiao Bin, you bastard. Smack. Still insulting citizens, are we? Stay still. After taking that slap, Yi Fan was taken away for Xiao Bin was the one who reported the incident, and Old Hu was a witness. Both were brought to the station for questioning. An hour was spent sorting out the whole affair. The tattooed youths adamantly refused to settle, leaving Yi Fan facing 7 days of administrative detention, covering half of their medical expenses and compensating for all of Mo Sanji's losses that night. With a pink headscarf and a ponytail, Sanyu was a straightforward and decent girl. She didn't take a single cent of Yi Fan's compensation. Instead, she paid the 500 yuan administrative fine for him. After all, the whole matter had started because of her. Regardless of his motives, he had helped her in some way. Sanyu disliked owing anyone anything. Only when they were even could they never see each other again. As she left, she indeed didn't spare Yi Fan another glance, only saying, "Don't ever come back here again." She turned and walked out of the police station's gate into the darkness, her headscarf swaying gently, the tassels of her ponytail flowing. Sanji's backlit silhouette was both gentle and resolute, filled with the courage to face life, hidden like one charging into a myriad of enemies alone. "That little lady has quite a personality," Old Hu joked, then slapped his thigh in sudden realization. "Damn, I forgot to pay the bill." 20 minutes later, Chow Bin and Old Hu rushed back to the barbecue stall. The place was no longer bustling. Only Song Yu with her ponytail was left silently cleaning up the mess. After such an incident, the customers had long since left. It seemed many people like Old Hu hadn't paid, but almost none had returned. "Brother Chow, brother Hu, why are you two back?" "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do business tonight." Song Yu wiped her hands, a bit surprised. They had become familiar with each other's names during the questioning. "It's all right, little sister. We're not here to eat. We ordered quite a bit earlier and didn't pay. We came back to settle the bill." "Forget it, brother Hu. Most of what you ordered hadn't even been served yet. You just had a few beers. Let's call it even. Besides, I should be thanking you for calling the police for me. You don't blame us for making things worse." Chow Bin asked with a smile. "How could I? Brother Chow, if you hadn't called the police, I'd probably have to pay for those tattooed guys' medical bills. And if the police hadn't come, I might not be able to do business here anymore." Unknown what Yi Fan would think if he heard this. "You could have called the police yourself." Her ponytail swayed as Song Yu gently shook her head. "Although I don't agree with his methods, he was trying to help me after all. I couldn't bring myself to kick a man when he's down. Since it was you who called the police, Brother Chow, I don't feel as burdened." "How do you think I'm being hypocritical?" "It doesn't matter. You probably won't come here again anyway, so it's fine if you know. But overall, I still need to thank you." "That won't do. Let's keep things separate. How can we eat without paying? That would make us no better than robbers." Old Hu's insistence put the ponytailed girl in a difficult spot. "Really, Brother Hu, it's fine." Enough, Old Hu. If the girl says it's fine, then it's fine. But of course we can't freeload. You help Song Yu clean up the stall and work off the debt." Right. That's even better." Old Hu agreed immediately. This way was neither pretentious nor mercenary. The ground was a filthy mess. If the young lady had to clean it all by herself, who knows how long it would take. "Come on, little sister, don't be so hesitant. It's not like we're after something from you." Old Hu didn't waste any words. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Chow Bin, however, turned and walked away. "Old Chow, where are you going? Come help. You just get to work and help her clean up properly. I have something to do, and we'll meet up with you later." The wine was shared by two, but the work was done by one. "Damn you, Old Chow." The ponytailed girl, while tidying up the tables, glanced at Chow Bin's retreating figure, seemingly surprised by his actions. But it was just a glance. Half an hour passed quietly. During that time, Old Hu and the ponytailed girl exchanged sporadic small talk while cleaning up the mess. "Quite a few people skipped out on the bill today, huh?" "Not really. The regular neighbors already transferred the money to me via WeChat while we were at the station. There were just a few new faces, they probably forgot." "Forgot? Little sister, you have a higher standard than me. I could never be so magnanimous. Damn it, people who eat and don't pay should have their kids born without." Realizing his words were inappropriate, Old Hu laughed and tried to cover it up. "Miss, I have a crude mouth. Just pretend you didn't hear that. The words are crude, but the point is valid. Brother Hu, you're a man of true character." Mo Song Yu replied softly, her tone neither distant nor particularly warm, maintaining the politeness and restraint expected of strangers. To be honest, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Old Hu didn't have any romantic intentions towards the girl. He just felt sorry for her family situation and treated her like a little sister. However, he also sensed her discomfort and stopped talking, afraid of scaring her. Just as he was silently cursing Old Chow for slacking off and wondering where he was, he heard footsteps behind him. "Damn, Old Chow, you're finally back." "Hey, Old Chow, what are you doing with the cake? Is it your birthday?" "No way, I remember your birthday is in the middle of summer. It's only April." Hearing the commotion, Song Yu looked up and saw Chow Bin walking towards her holding a cake. Her heart thumped violently. Impossible. He couldn't possibly know that today was her. "Happy birthday, Mo Song Yu." Chow Bin lit the sparkler on the small cake. Under the dim streetlight, the brilliant sparkling light of the sparkler on the cake mirrored Sanji's feelings at that moment. Surprise, joy. The emotion, after such a dreadful day, surged forth instantly. She covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes welling up. "Brother Chow, how did you know?" "I happened to see your ID card while we were doing the questioning. Also, you took a phone call earlier. I overheard your mom saying she wanted you to close up early today so the family could celebrate your 18th birthday in the hospital room." Old Hu was stunned. "So meticulous. You sneaky bastard, you're truly meticulous." Perhaps this is the difference between a simp and a player. A simp seems to do a lot, but it's all useless effort that doesn't pay off. A player seems to do nothing but finds a different path and steals the heart, instantly going straight for the core. Don't misunderstand Imo Songyu. I really wasn't eavesdropping. You were sitting right next to me, and I couldn't help but overhear. Really? If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath. If I'm lying, may I never get a seasoning packet in my instant noodles again. With tears in her eyes, Songyu burst out laughing. She wiped her face in a fluster. Thank you, Brother Chow. How much was the cake? Let me pay you back. Hey old, who did you pay for the barbecue? No. CMO Songyu. You've treated us to the barbecue, and we're treating you to this cake. We're even now? But brother who helped me with the work here. First time I've heard of paying a donkey for turning the millstone. He'll just treat him to some grass later. Right, old who? Chaobin said cheekily. Get lost. Songyu couldn't help but laugh. But brother Chow, brother who I. Stop dawdling and make a wish, miss. You have to endure hardship to rise above. Life's been bitter enough for you. Let your brother Chow bring you some sweetness today. Old who urged. You're wrong, brother who. Life has taught me that enduring hardship only leads to more hardship, not sweetness. Sanji's eyes suddenly dimmed, leaving old who feeling awkward. Chaobin smiled. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe life's hardships are just happiness and joy loading. Even computers freeze and lag sometimes, so why not life? What do you think? Songyu was taken aback. After a moment, thank you, brother Chow. He'll drink up this bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Old who? Damn my lack of education. Songyu closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a sincere wish. After a while, thank you, brother Chow. I've heard thank you so many times tonight my ears are starting to develop calluses. I also know what you want to say. Although I know Yi Fan and hope to see him get his comeuppance, I'm different from him. We're just strangers who crossed paths. I have no ulterior motives towards you. At least not right now. So don't worry about me having hidden intentions. If you can't figure it out, just think of it as a fleeting, unexpected encounter. After all, we probably won't see each other again, right? The ponytail girl was surprised. He actually knew she was being wary of him. Life's experiences had taught Songyu that there's no such thing as a free lunch. So even the touching gesture from just now hadn't completely lowered her defenses. Alright, looks like we're just about done here. I assume you don't need any more help. No, it's fine. Songyu waved her hands repeatedly. Okay then. We won't fight you for the cake. Take it to the hospital and share it with your parents. Goodbye. He arrived, a stranger left like the wind. Compared to her disgust for Yi Fan, Chaobin's carefree attitude stirred a ripple in the ponytailed girl's heart. Goodbye, brother Chow, brother who. Goodbye, old who said loudly. Chaobin waved his hand without looking back. It seems I was measuring a gentleman's heart with my own petty gauge. The ponytailed girl smiled freely, shaking her head with a soft laugh. As she lowered her head, the star-shaped sparkler on the cake just burned out. For some reason, at that moment, a faint, inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart. Old Chow, you went through all this trouble just to give some strange girl an unforgettable 18th birthday. Why else? Something's off. The two faced each other with old who walking backwards in front of Chaobin. He eyed Chaobin's fair face suspiciously. The more I think about it, the more I'm sure you're plotting something. Be honest with your bro, did you take a liking to her? Nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Then Chaobin took out his phone and dialed Shu Zin's number. Hey sis, it's me. I need you to do me a favor. Contact the head of our family's charity foundation and have them pay special attention to a girl named Imo Songyu in the Jiangnan area. Her father has end-stage kidney failure. Have them step in immediately to help find a kidney source through proper channels. Yeah, and tell our people to be smart about it. Don't reveal my background right away. Just leave a tiny clue enough for her to find the answer on her own through the breadcrumbs. Old who was dumbfounded again. Only you could pull something like this, you sly dog. So this is what a rich, scheming playboy is like. He silently gave Chaobin a thumbs up. Impressive. If he had even half of old Chow's skill, he wouldn't be divorced today. Old who roared internally, too bad I can't learn this. A chime rang in his mind, followed by Shang Shang's sweet voice. Congratulations, host daddy. You have successfully plundered 20 points of the protagonist's luck and 150 points of the world's luck. Your current total luck value is 346 points. The protagonist Yi Fan has a luck value of 80 points. Why so much? Is it all because of Songyu? No, host daddy. You also gained luck earlier when you intercepted the protagonist's rescue. I've been saving it all for you. Why did you save it for me? Were you slacking off? Tell me the truth, what were you doing then? I wasn't doing any. The system stammered and quickly changed the subject. Friendly reminder, you can upgrade the low-level luck mall to a mid-level one for just 300 luck points. In the mid-level mall, one draw costs only 20 points, and the prizes are 10 times better than the low-level mall. Host daddy, would you like to upgrade? Wait. Chao Shangshang, I remember you said before that upgrading from low to mid only cost 200 points and a draw was only 10 points. Are you hiking up the price on me? Cough cough, host daddy, you must be misremembering. That's not true. Shangshang never said that bullshit. Your daddy has a great memory. You're slacking off and inflating prices. Tell me, have you been losing at Mahjong with other systems and trying to recoup your losses from me? Speak up. I'm sorry, system daddy. Shangshang was wrong. You really think you can fleece me? If an apology was enough, what would I need you for? What would it take for host daddy to forgive me? Let me try 10 free draws at the mid-level luck mall right now, and all the prizes are mine. No way. Shang is already so poor. Daddy might as well just kill me. Fine. If you won't agree, then forget it. I won't use a single luck point from now on. He'll just save them all, and watch you squirm. I figured out that as long as my luck is higher than you fans, I have an advantage over him. Things are fine as they are. No. The system, Chao Shang whimpered. Fine. 1. He'll let you try the mid-level luck mall for free once. That's Shang's absolute limit. Host Daddy, please have mercy. Chao Bin thought for a moment. 1 is fine, but you have to guarantee I win a prize. That depends on your own luck. The odds aren't something I can control, Daddy. And this is an over-level experience. Shang can't do it. Don't talk to me about luck. I'm asking if you want the luck points or not. Do you think I'm stupid? You're a scam system, you control the odds. Having been burned by this before, Chao Bin had earned the nickname Leopard Head Zero Spender. He never spent a single point, just kept the system company. He wouldn't even show a flicker of interest unless he was guaranteed a profit. Trying to squeeze anything out of him. Not a chance. Alright. Don't tell anyone, Host Daddy. Stop the chatter, just draw. Ding. Congratulations, Host. You have won the permanent live stream tip double cash rebate voucher from the mid-level luck mall. Any tips you give to any streamer will be returned to you in double cash credited in real time. Note the tip amount cannot exceed the total market value of the streamer's platform, or the permanent voucher will become invalid on that platform and the platform will go bankrupt. P.S. Any rebates already earned will not be forfeited after the platform collapses. Whoa. Now that was interesting. With this thing, the Leopard Head Zero Spender was back in business. Dealing with those shady live streaming platforms would be like stabbing a demon with a shit-up spear, fatal on contact. Not bad. He'll forgive you this time. Watch your step from now on, Chao Shang. Oh, Host Daddy, since you're satisfied, how about spending a little luck here? Why not just open the mid-level luck mall permanently? Maybe next time. Host Daddy, I hate you. Shut up. You're so noisy. Old Chao, what are you grinning about like an idiot? Old Who asked, puzzled. Nothing. Old Who, where are you sleeping tonight? I got a room at the hotel nearby. Wanna crash together? Now my girlfriend is waiting for me at home. Girlfriend. Old Huss face darkened. Zijin the Jr. No, the other 2. Other. And 2. You've already got 3, and you were treating that Sanyu girl like that earlier. You don't get it, Old Who. This is called casting a wide net for the big catch. You know I just got divorced today. Old Who said, indignant. I know. You only just complained to me about it not long ago. Chao Bin laughed and patted his brother's shoulder. Old Who, the hotel bed is big. Don't be scared to sleep alone. Whatever you do, resist the loneliness and don't sneak out for some seafood, okay? The 2 parted ways, each going home. Damn it. Old Who was left utterly bewildered as he watched Chao Bin's retreating figure. He beat his chest and stomped his feet. Beast. An absolute beast. Chao Bin didn't rush upstairs. He found a bench in the community fitness area and pulled out his phone, downloading the HuYu live streaming app. He remembered that Sanyu, the girl with the ponytail, used to stream while running her stall. She was on HuYu. She should be at the hospital by now, having her birthday with her parents. Hoping for the best, Chao Bin searched for her name. Mo Sanyu yielded no results. He tried a needline a haystack search with variations like Sang Yu and Xiao Mo, but found nothing. Just as he was about to give up and randomly enter a stream to test the voucher, he typed Mo, and a stream with a similar sounding name Mo popped up. She was live. Chao Bin clicked on it. It was indeed her. Mo, happy birthday. Thank you, Dad, thank you, Mom. Although today is my birthday, it is also the day you both endured great pain, especially you, Mom. Thank you for giving birth to me, raising me, and nurturing me to adulthood. The live stream was set in a hospital ward. The family tried to find joy in their hardship, accompanying their daughter on her 18th birthday. She shared the cake with her roommates and the medical staff. The atmosphere was harmonious, warm, yet tinged with melancholy. Sang Ye's pink headscarf was removed, making her ponytail look even more youthful and eye-catching. She had also changed into a pure white Doraemon t-shirt. Her delicate oval face, even under the beautifying filter of the live stream, was less striking than in reality, yet still captivating and incredibly beautiful. Mo's father did not appear on camera. Mo's mother, though just over 40, had graying temples, making her look like she was in her late 50s. The burdens of life had aged her rapidly, but traces of a stunning beauty, much like her daughter Sang Yes, could still be discerned in her features. The live stream had few viewers, only a sparse dozen or so. It felt more like documenting life, though Sang Yu would naturally be happy if it brought in some extra income. As for playing the victim, she had been streaming for a week and had never once complained about her hardships. At her barbecue stall, she only sang, and even today, under special circumstances, she never pointed the camera at her father. Besides, what could one gain from playing the victim to a few dozen viewers? That's just how it was for newcomers. Even with great talent, without support, it was hard to make it. Mo, you look so beautiful. Is it your birthday today? I thought you weren't streaming because you went offline earlier. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mo, hey. Why are you in the hospital today, Mo? Are you sick? When she wasn't singing, only a few sparse messages from the dozen or so viewers appeared expressing their concerns. They were all low-level accounts ranging from level 1 to 20. They frequented the streams of various new broadcasters offering kind words, never spending a cent, just providing company, and occasionally reporting the top gifters. Although they had no money, their presence was precisely what gave Sangyu and newcomer the motivation to keep going. Thank you all for your well wishes. A family member is unwell and hospitalized, so I'm here to accompany them today. Is it serious? No, just a minor ailment. Thank you for your concern. That's good to hear. Mo, will you still sing tonight? No, not tonight. It would be impolite to disturb others' rest in the hospital. He'll stream again tomorrow. He'll just chat with everyone for a bit, and then go offline. Sangyu gently pursed her lips and took a small bite of the cream cake, looking innocent and carefree. Whether towards her viewers or her parents, she tried her best to appear happy and joyful. She understood that kindness from strangers was merely politeness, and any real benefits had to be exchanged for something. Although her parents expected nothing in return, she didn't say a word about what happened at the barbecue stall today. They wouldn't be able to help, they would only overthink and lose sleep. If she showed them her relaxed and happy side, at least they would have peace of mind. Children of poverty mature early. Though she knew the world was harsh, she never blamed fate. The night may be dark and cold, but dawn will surely break for those who press on. Just like Brother Chow said, think of it as happiness still loading. Brother Chow. Why did he suddenly come to mind? Chow Bin's handsome face surfaced in her mind, and Sangyu smiled wryly, shaking her head. They were just ships passing in the night, they'd never meet again. Why did she feel a twinge of regret? It must be the cake. Yes, definitely the cake. She consoled herself with this thought. As for anything else, Sangyu was a very clear-headed girl. She never harbored hopes for things that were intangible. Just then the sparse bullet comments suddenly started scrolling again. A man sent a membership card. Thank you to this friend, named a man, for the membership card. Congratulations on becoming the 28th fan club member of Mo's livestream. Sangyu was a bit surprised. Usually when she wasn't singing there were barely any comments, let alone gifts. The current viewers were also friendly. Welcome, new friend. On the other side of the screen, Xiao Bin was amused to see the 12 yuan that had just been credited to his bank account in real time. Chao Shangshang wasn't lying, it really was double cash back. This was something. Of the 100 billion US dollars from before, he had given his parents 60 billion yuan during the clash with the Tianlong group. Later he had funneled out another 5 billion in cooperation with Song Qingqing. Now Xiao Bin still had about 3 billion yuan sitting in his account. He checked and found that Hui's market value was around 10 billion yuan. That meant with his 3 billion, he could easily double it to 6 billion today. Xiao Bin immediately prepared to transfer it all in. Sorry, the maximum recharge limit for regular users is 9999999 fish fins. Please do not exceed this amount. For special circumstances, please contact customer service. Damn it. The platform prompt frustrated Xiao Bin. But thinking about it, it made sense. No one else had his incredible cashback scroll. And aside from the guild accounts operated by the platform, there weren't that many fools recharging millions upon millions. Fine, he'll recharge 1 million for now. Tomorrow, he'll have Sister Shuxin ask Hui's finance department if a direct corporate transfer is possible. Meanwhile, the livestream room had gone quiet again. Sangyu wasn't surprised that a man had gone silent after sending the card. Many viewers sent gifts, and then just quietly listened to the music. Maybe this person had heard me sing before. The next second, another gift notification appeared without warning. Your Ash, my support, sent an airplane. Thank you to this. Thank you to this friend named Ash for the airplane. Thank you. She stopped herself just in time, forcing a smile to show gratitude, but her brow furrowed slightly. She wasn't naive. She kept up with internet trends by watching short videos. It was fine when she saw other streamers joke around, but when it happened to her, she found it disgusting. Even though the gift was worth 100 yuan, she felt a strong aversion. Fortunately, she had her emotions under control and didn't show it. Making money wasn't always easy. What, Ash? You have such nice eyes, but you can't read. Look carefully and read it again. It's not Ash. Then is it support? Are you blind? It's your Ash, my support. The gift-sending viewer cursed. Insulted directly, saying you didn't just take it lying down. The internet is not a lawless place. I hope you can speak politely. You're just a small streamer. I sent a plane, can I even speak? Besides, what did I ask you to do? Is it that hard to read my names? Sorry, it's too vulgar. I can't say it. How about you take your gift back? Sangyu said coldly. So what if you sent a gift? Does sending a gift give you the right to insult the streamer? Other lurking viewers came to her defense. Mo is only 18. She's streaming properly, and you come in with a name like that, and start making dirty jokes. Who can stand that? Exactly. This is the singing section. If you want attention, go to the anime section. Send a plane there, and those e-girls will definitely worship you. Why are you trying to show off here, right? Who are you trying to impress? It's just 100 yuan. Anyone would think you spent 1 million. Who are you acting so high and mighty for? You're pathetic. I'll trash you, bunch of broke losers. Your Ash, my support, typed back mockingly. At least I spent 100. What about you guys? Can you even scrape together a single cent? A bunch of white knights loyal to their queen, but she just sees you as a joke. They'll refund your gift, just leave. You're not welcome here. You internet beggar acting like a saint in that slutty way. If you weren't decent looking, I wouldn't even bother giving you $100. Name your price. Big Brother here is giving you a on-scene a lifetime chance today. How much to keep you? You're disgusting. Even saying yes composure was starting to crack. Mo ignore him. Just block and mute him. Yeah, guys like him are an eyesore. Saying you saw the viewer's suggestions, but it wasn't that she didn't want to. It was her first time streaming on her phone, and she couldn't find the mute option. She was new to streaming and didn't fully understand many of the functions. Plus, encountering such a vile person for the first time, she was flustered. Block me. Are you really going to give up this great opportunity? Stop pretending. You think I don't know what you're really up to? Your dad has kidney failure and needs a transplant. You're streaming from the hospital just to play the victim and attract some sugar daddy, aren't you? Unfortunately, rich people aren't stupid. A prudish, pretentious green tea like you is far less appealing than those girls in the anime section. Saying yes face paled. How did he know my dad needs a kidney transplant? Yi Fan. No. Yi Fan was still in detention. Chow Bin Hu Xiao Yu. Impossible. Even though they were just acquaintances, she couldn't believe that Brother Chow, who was so warm and pleasant in person, could be this vile behind a screen. Then who could it be? It must be someone I know, at least someone who has seen me before. A customer from the barbecue stall. That's possible. Mo, is your dad really sick and needs a transplant? It must be true. Look, Mo is here at the hospital accompanying him, right? She usually works at her barbecue stall. She must be working so hard because of family problems. The number of viewers in the live stream suddenly increased, and the bullet comments began to scroll. Now do you all see the true face of this green tea? You defend her, but she's secretly thinking about how to take advantage of you. Urash, my support, was feeling very pleased with himself. Streamer, he'll give you one last chance. He'll pay you 200 to be my sugar baby. If you agree, private message me for my WeChat. Miss this chance, and by tomorrow your reputation on Who You will be ruined. No one will come to watch you anymore, and anyone who does will only come to insult you. You're dreaming. How could there be such a disgusting person? Fine, you want take the easy way out. They'll just consider that $100 as a tip for a streetwalker. I wish you good business in the future. Oh no. No one will ever give you gifts again. Go back to your roadside stall, you pretentious barbecue girl, yuck. Saying yes face was pale, her fists clenched, and her body trembled slightly. She could handle face-to-face insults, but behind a screen, she was defenseless. Explain. That would only make it seem like she was seeking sympathy. The sudden disappearance of the supportive comments in the live stream already said it all. Oh, everyone was watching. On the internet, the silent majority always prevails. Saying you felt disheartened. She decided to never live stream again, to quit the internet and earn money quietly in the real world. But just then, whoosh, a massive on-screen effect exploded in her live stream. A man has activated the Super Emperor title. A Hu Yu nobility title costing 1/8 yuan to activate, with the streamer receiving a 6/0 yuan share. Then a site-wide announcement scrolled across Hu Yu. Viewer, a man has activated the Super Emperor title in Mo's live stream and renewed it for 6 months. Holy crap. Super Emperor, are we seeing this right? A viewer exclaimed in shock. That's right. Momo, things are looking up. A big spender's here, and they're starting with a Super Emperor. The live stream, which had barely a dozen viewers, was instantly thrust into the spotlight, with 2 million in popularity. 1 or 2,000 people clicked and drawn by the gift notifications scrolling across the screen. Watching her suddenly bustling live stream, Song Yu looked bewildered and asked, "Is this very expensive?" "Not really, it's only 180,000," a viewer teased. "If he doesn't clear the gift inventory, Momo, you'd probably get about 10 to 20,000. But if he does, well, this Amon just renewed for 6 months, so he probably dropped 1 million. Do the math yourself, you'd get at least 3 to 400,000 after taxes. Though he probably won't clear it since it's 1 million after all." Song Yu, with her ponytail, couldn't believe her ears. She toiled at her barbecue stall day and night, yet her monthly profit barely amounted to this sum. She was shocked, taken aback, and felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. But it wasn't about the money. It was the fact that the very man who had just claimed no one would ever send her gifts had just gifted her something so extravagant, as if he were publicly championing her. Of course, the stronger feeling was unease. Even online, nothing good fell from the sky for free. Song Yu never believed in free lunches, so she silently resolved to return every cent she eventually received, no matter the amount, untouched. She could bend her back occasionally to earn money, but she would never kneel. A person who doesn't beg stands tall. Holy crap. Manchi Chao Wang is clearing out his inventory. Rapid fire. Super fires in rapid succession. Already 20 shots. In an instant, Sanjia's stream was flooded with super fires, a tiger fish gift worth 2,000 renminbi each. Within less than 5 minutes, gifts totaling 1 million, nearly 500 super fires left Chao Bin's hand aching. The stream's heat soared from 2 million to 30 million. His streaming level skyrocketed from 4 to 53. Thanks to the surge in heat, and the super fire's viewership jumped to nearly 8,000, propelling the stream into the ranks of top-tier national streamers in real time. Song Yu covered her mouth as if in a dream. She had experienced what it meant to rise to prominence overnight. 1 million. Had he really cleared out his balance just to give it all to her? The viewer earlier mentioned she could get over 300,000. Could that cover her father's medical bills? No. I haven't done anything to deserve this, so why should I take this money? Thank you to this viewer Amon for the gift, thank you. Sangyu stood up and bowed, expressing her sincere gratitude. It wasn't about the money, his gesture of support alone deserved heartfelt thanks. You're welcome. Typing this message, Chow Bin was grinning foolishly at the nearly 2 million that had just been credited to his account in real-time rebates. Turning 100 into 200. Interesting. Chow Shangshang, well done. If host father likes it, why not spend some luck points here too? Pretty please. Alright, let's do one draw at the low-grade luck shop. 3 points a draw, right? Just one. Not satisfied. You're so greedy, Chow Shangshang. You said spend a bit, and I've already spent 3 points. What, not good enough? Then forget it next time. Seeing Amon's attitude, Sangyu became even more determined to return the gifted share. The more seemingly selfless and kind the attitude, the greater the hidden desire behind it. The most expensive things are always those that appear free. Boss, you're so foolish. The chat message from Yuash Nana floated by. Despite his annoyance, the newcomer's act of immediately upgrading to an emperor and renewing for 6 months was somewhat impressive. Hence his attitude towards Sangyu differed slightly from before. This kind of two-faced BTCH isn't worth you opening an emperor for. Watch out, you might get scammed. Then what are you doing here? Selling your sword? Chow Bin shot back. He hadn't noticed this guy while recharging, but a quick scroll through the chat history revealed he was a fool. He probably knew Sangyu in real life coveted her beauty, but lacked the courage to pursue her, so he could only act tough behind the screen to get attention. Chow Bin understood this type all too well. A coward in reality, a warrior online, a sycophantic spineless wretch. His kindness was met with hostility, and Yuash Nana was furious. Are you insane? You talk like you've been eating SHD. Can't you speak properly? Look who's talking, you fool. You lose your composure over one word like sword, but when you're slandering a girl you don't think about whether you're the one full of crap. Chow Bin sneered. You've mastered the art of double standards, haven't you? You can insult a young woman, but I can't speak the truth. Right? You say Momo is a money grubber, but she's never played the victim with us. She's just living her life honestly. Exactly. She runs a barbecue stall and sings occasionally, being independent and self-respecting. How does that make her a two-faced BTCH in your eyes? You're the real two-faced male BTCH, the way you attack her, but grovel before the rich guy? With someone taking the lead, the previously silent viewers also stepped up to speak for Sangyu. Yuash Nana was humiliated and enraged, turning his fire on Chow Bin. Who the hell are you to play the righteous judge here? I know exactly what you're thinking, sending money to a female streamer. Spending your mother's funeral savings on gifts for this street chicken. You're a waste. My mother's funeral savings could bury your ancestors 18 generations over 10,000 times. Chow Bin typed back, his fingers flying across the keyboard. You've got a head on your shoulders just for decoration. Typing with your father's as spewing filth from your mouth. Don't you know you're tiring out all the women in your family? I pity your father planting loquat trees in the yard every day. You unfilial son. If heaven hadn't birthed me, Chow Amon, the art of trolling would be forever lost in darkness. Hey Ash, you gonna talk? Type something. You got no hands. Or are you handicapped? Keyboard broken. Need grandpa to send you one. I muted and blocked him. Sangyu finally spoke up, having just found the mute function. The chat erupted in laughter. Viewers joked that must have pissed him off, right? Serves him right. Who told him to have such a foul mouth? Our Momo is such a good person, and he slanders her like that. At that moment, Yuash Nana was indeed about to explode at his computer. You BTCH. You muted me. Just wait. Even with a rich backer, it'll still drag your name through the mud. You want to get famous and fleece your fans. Dream on. Public opinion had turned. Amidst this online drama, Sangyu, having been through such highs and lows, felt strangely calm and clear-headed. After a moment's thought, she sent a private message to Chow Bin's account. Hello, thank you so much for suddenly showing up and helping me today. I'm truly grateful. Your gift is too generous. Once the platform's payout comes through next month, I will return every cent I receive to you untouched. I hope you won't refuse. Chow Bin saw the message but didn't reply. Instead, he smiled and typed in the chat, not singing today, streamer. Not today, man. Momo is at the hospital afraid of disturbing the patient's rest, a viewer answered. Sangyu then asked, you want to hear a song? Can you come back tomorrow? She wasn't sure if had seen her message, but she was willing to fulfill such a simple request. It would ease her mind, as she hated being in debt to others. Of course, the money definitely had to be returned. Sure, Chow Bin replied in the chat. Momo, life may be tough, but you are sweet. Keep going. He'll be here tomorrow night to listen. Peace out, Momo. Sangyu was taken aback by the nickname. It felt strangely familiar. Sangyu. Could it be him? Brother Chow. But soon Sangyu dismissed the thought herself. Spending $1 million casually was not something an ordinary person could do. Brother Chow was kind and approachable, without the arrogant air of a typical rich second-generation heir from TV. This was also evident from his friend brother who, besides a real rich heir, wouldn't come to her small stall for barbecue, right? It must be a coincidence. Sangyu with her ponytail gave a self-deprecating smile. Sangyu, what are you fantasizing about? The boss left. He should have. Streamer, give yourself a 1-minute introduction. Aren't you a singing streamer? Sing a song for us. Sorry, I'm at the hospital today, and it's not convenient to sing. If you'd like to hear a song, can you come back tomorrow? Song Yu explained patiently. Who do you think you are? A newbie with such a big ego. Just because you got some gifts you think you're all that. If it weren't for your looks ID have left long ago. Come back tomorrow. Who knows if you're just a filtered fake, like Kai Biluo. Trying to scam me. Not a chance. Bye-bye. The comments were a mixed bag, no longer as warm as when it was quiet. The excitement faded and the tens of thousands of curious onlookers receded like a tide, leaving only 100 or 200. Live streaming is that realistic. Just bringing in traffic isn't enough, you need solid engaging content. Otherwise, no matter how pretty you are in this age of beauty filters, it's hard to keep an audience. However, with fewer people, Song Yu felt relieved. Honestly, the sudden burst of fame was less comfortable than the current quiet. Momo, do you actually know that boss named Amon in real life? A viewer asked. No, I don't. I'm just as curious as everyone else right now. Momo, this is an opportunity from heaven. Maybe boss Amon is a young, handsome, and wealthy guy. He fell for you at first sight and will become your regular benefactor. You're about to blow up. Seeing this comment, Song Yu laughed. My dad and I filleted fish at Carrefour for 5 years. My heart is as cold as those knives. I know this kind of cheesy soap opera drama won't happen to me in real life. A benefactor. Even though she was smiling, Song Yu felt a strong aversion to that word. It felt like she was being kept. Never knew you were a killer, Momo. But you're so pretty it's natural for people to like you. Yeah, before there were few viewers, but after boss Amon's move, haven't you noticed your followers have jumped by tens of thousands? There are still a few thousand people in the stream. If you could sing a song, you might gain 100,000 or more followers. Momo seized the opportunity. If you lean on a mountain, it will fall. If you lean on people, they will leave. There is no one absolutely reliable in this world. So my friends, it's better to rely on ourselves. Song Yu responded calmly. Love at first sight. Across a screen, it surely starts with lust. On the other side of the screen, even if they aren't a demon, they're hardly an angel either. Being pretty might get you a free meal, but you'd have to kneel or even sell your dignity for it. In this world, the worst you can be is a beggar, but as long as you're alive, you'll have your day. For the ponytail girl, if standing tall to earn money is too hard, bending slightly is her limit. She would never kneel to survive. She would rather endure hardship than lose her dignity and live a life of shame. Momo, such positivity. No wonder you're my favorite streamer. Love you, Momo. Thank you all for your support. I don't deserve it. Well, that's all for today's stream. See you all tomorrow. Letting out a long sigh by the hospital corridor window, Song Yu ended the stream. She quickly opened her private messages. No reply from Amon. Instead, several live streaming guild agents messaged her asking if she wanted to sign. Song Yu ignored them all and opened her dashboard. It showed today's gift revenue share as 46000 fish fins. That meant she could withdraw 46000 RMB before taxes next month. Even though viewers had already analyzed this for her, seeing the number with her own eyes still shocked her. 460,000. A fortune, more than half of her parents' life savings casually gifted to her by someone she didn't even know. The disparity of the world was starkly displayed before her. She always knew there were gaps between people, but never had it been so clear and visceral. Sanjia's hand trembled slightly. She had to admit for a moment she was tempted. With this money, her father's illness could be treated. No. In that fleeting moment, Song Yu raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. The sharp sound was abrupt and unnoticed in the hospital corridor. Hot tears welled up in her eyes, but her gaze was resolute. No. Song Yu felt ashamed of her momentary greed, and her resolve to return the gift was now unshakable. She took a deep breath and opened Amon's chat window again. Meanwhile, Chao Bin's private messages on HuYu were being flooded by female streamers from the beauty and anime categories. Handsome, come hang out in my stream. I have some cool pics for you, bro. Can you help me out during the mid-year festival? Boss, I'm starving. Help me rank up. I have everything you want. I'll do anything you want. I'm waiting for you. Boss, you gotta come. Skimming through them, their tactics were all the same. Suggestive hints, ambiguous provocations, all designed to lure you into gifting. Some even had explicit price tags promising to meet up if you spend a certain amount. It was amusing to Chao Bin. TSK, HuYu lives up to its name, full of sellers. Too bad Amon only wants to make money, not eat that stinky seafood. Song Yu messaged again. Chao Bin finally saw Sanjia's message. Sorry to bother you again, but could you please give me your bank card number? As soon as the revenue is available for withdrawal, I will transfer it to you immediately. This time Chao Bin replied directly, no need. What's given is given. Keep it. Didn't you mention your father was sick and needed money for medical bills? Song Yu replied instantly, thank you for your concern, but my father's medical bills are my family's responsibility. I can't accept this money without deserving it. I wouldn't feel at peace. Mr. A-man, please give me your account number. I beg you. Everything is relative. Those sleazy streamers weren't fit to tie Sanjia's shoes. Alright then. Chao Bin sent his WeChat ID. Wait, Mr. A-man, this is WeChat, not a bank card number. It's not convenient to send my personal bank card details on HuYu. Add my WeChat, and I'll send it to you privately. This. Song Yu became instantly wary. So this guy had ulterior motives after all. Mr. A-man, is this really appropriate? Not convenient. Chao Bin understood her hesitation and immediately feigned retreat. Forget it then. I never intended to take the money back anyway. You keep it. With that, he retracted the WeChat ID and blocked Songyu along with the other streamers. Songyu was stunned on the other end of the screen. Message failed to send. I've been blocked. He's really just giving up over 400 like that. Looks like I was projecting my own pettiness onto a true gentleman. He's so rich, he doesn't even bat an eye at this sum. But still, even if he doesn't care, I must return it. Biting her lip, Songyu hesitated for a long time. Finally, she opened WeChat. Using her photographic memory, she searched for the WeChat ID Amon had retracted and sent a friend request with the message, "I'm sorry, mister. Hey man, this is Momo. I meant no offense earlier. Please forgive me. Chow been delightful. Do not say the sunset is late, for the sky is still aglow with splendor." After his WeChat verification was approved, Chow Bin glanced at the ponytail girl's status update and teased, "You're young and vibrant, so why does your bio sound so melancholic? No worries, he'll come to your rescue and make your youth burst with vitality." His grin was lecherous and full of mischief. That rescue sounded far from innocent. At the hospital, Sangyu breathed a sigh of relief when the other party accepted her friend request. His WeChat name was a man with a cute cartoon avatar suggesting he was relatively young. But his status read, "My lady, would you care to share my bed tonight?" Sangyu was speechless. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She thought he's young, but his mind is full of wild ideas. He's definitely not a decent person. She had initially planned to greet him politely, but now she completely lost that intention. "Since we probably won't have much to do with each other, I'll just ask for his card number when I can withdraw the money next month." With that, she deleted the chat window, silently tagging him as a shady rich kid in her mind. At the same time, her guard dropped considerably. In her view, since this guy had Mungda syndrome, he wouldn't be interested in someone as young and inexperienced as her. Little did she know it was all part of Chow Bin's scheme. "What's wrong, Sangyu? Are you having trouble with the loan? If something's up, you need to talk to your mom. Don't hide things and carry the burden alone." Her mother, Shinjijuan, had appeared behind her without her noticing. "You're overthinking, Mom. I'm fine. I just stepped out for some air because it's crowded in the ward during the live stream. Don't worry, the loan is going smoothly. After Huden received my email and learned about our situation, they were very willing to be my guarantor. The bank called me at noon today, and the medical loan is already in the normal approval process. It should come through soon." Sangyu held her mother's hand and said soothingly, "As long as the hospital finds a suitable kidney donor, Dad can have his surgery right away." If they were truly pushed into a corner by financial desperation, she might consider accepting that a man's tens of thousands first and pay him back slowly later. But for now, with transparent interest and no personal favors owed, the medical loan was far more reassuring. "You've suffered so much, child. You've been so good, never causing your father and me any worry. Instead, you followed us and never had a good life. It's us, your parents, who have held you back." Shinjijuan gently stroked her daughter's hand, her eyes welling up. "Mom, don't say that. When a family faces trouble, we should get through it together. When you and Dad got married, Grandpa was gravely ill and the family was barely making ends meet. But you and Dad still insisted on having me, didn't you? My life was given to me by you. This temporary difficulty is nothing. It's just that my kidney type doesn't match Dad's. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to wait for the hospital to find a donor. Silly girl, even if your kidney matched, your father wouldn't accept it. He'd rather die than let you lose a kidney for him at such a young age." Shinjijuan sighed with emotion, also relieved that her daughter's kidney didn't match. Otherwise, knowing both her husband and daughter, they would both be 100% willing to sacrifice for the other. A stalemate would be 100 times more agonizing than this current wait. "Then why did you just say you've held me back? Compared to the love you and Dad have given me, I should be the one feeling ashamed." "Silly child, don't talk nonsense. You are the greatest pride of me and your father." In the hospital corridor, near midnight, a thin chill hung in the air as mother and daughter embraced deeply, surrounded by a quiet warmth. Ding-dong. At the same time, Chow Bin in the elevator received a WeChat message. He initially thought it was from Sangyu, but upon opening it, he saw it was from Tang Yingxue of Yingxue. "Who do you plan to share your bed with tonight?" Cat looking resentful. "Damn. Tang Yingxue is still awake this late, checking my status." For couples separated by distance, repeatedly opening each other's profile is probably a common habit. Chow Bin realized his mistake and replied instantly, "Of course it's you, Tang Yingxue. Being alone in a foreign place is tough. Ooh, I miss you." "I don't believe you." "How much?" "Show me your legs," winking lecherously. Yingxue, sent a meme back, cat slapping face. Chow Bin had only said those dirty flattering words to change the subject, but unexpectedly 2 minutes later Tang Yingxue actually sent a photo. It was decent, a JK uniform photo, but very beautiful. This was taken during a club activity in college. "You're lucky to see it. Behave yourself while you're out there. He'll make it up to you when you get back." Deadly serious. One could imagine that behind the screen Tang Yingxue was definitely blushing by now. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Many people, because of long-distance relationships, cannot hug or hold hands, cannot feel each other's body warmth. We use our 37-degree bodies to send icy words across the screen. They say harsh things in the heat of the moment, letting the conflict grow, and all they can think is that the other person has changed. So for couples, especially those in long-distance relationships, don't say sarcastic remarks, don't say angry words, and don't go silent. Say more sweet and loving things. Let the sweetness rise and the longing ferment so that the next meeting has the drive for a fierce embrace. For someone like Chao Bin there might even be unexpected rewards. Heh. It was exactly midnight when they returned to Song Qingcheng's home. A faint light emanated from the living room where the television played Peppa Pig at a low volume. Su lay curled on her side on the sofa like a docile ragdoll cat, fast asleep. Perhaps hearing the door open, Song Qingcheng, clad in her pajamas, poked her head out from the bedroom and whispered, "I told her to sleep inside, but she refused, saying she wanted to wait here so you'd see her first when you got back." This silly goose. Chao Bin crouched down, ruffling her hair, his eyes full of affection. "Been drinking?" Song Qingcheng asked. An old brother came to Jiangnan and joined him for a couple of beers. "Sorry for disturbing your rest." That doesn't sound like something the young Master Chao would say. "It's too late to get a hotel room. Take her inside to sleep." "In your room?" Chao Bin was surprised. "What are you thinking? Su and I will take the bed, you can sleep on the floor." "What's with that look? You're not complaining, are you?" "No, it's not that," Chao Bin said shyly. "I mean the bed in your room, I saw it last time, it's big enough for 3. We could all squeeze in together." Scram. Song Qingcheng slammed the door shut, even locking it for good measure, not deigning to give that bastard another glance. Chao Bin gidge. Su opened her eyes half awake. "You're back. Yeah, my little cutie, I'm back." The sensitive Su seemed to sense something. "Are you going home?" "Yes, heading home tomorrow." "You stay obediently with Qingcheng Jie, she'll take good care of you." Chao Bin gidge. "Are you abandoning me?" "How could I? I'm just having you stay with her for a bit. After some time I'll take you home, really." "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" "Okay, let's pinky swear." The two huddled together a small sofa, feeling incredibly sweet. Chao Bin slipped away quietly at the first light of dawn. He didn't disturb Song Qingcheng or Su, merely sending Song Qingcheng a WeChat message once he was on the high-speed train. "I'm off. Left the car for you. Su is in your care. Looking forward to the next meeting. He'll make you 2 noodles again." CEO Song replied instantly. Scram. Chao Bin smiled to himself, feeling pleased. An hour later. "Zhongbei, sis, did you put on lipstick?" At the high-speed rail station exit, Shu Xian, who had come to pick him up, wore a red trench coat, looking cool and sharp. On her lips was a light cool red, a perfect match for her complexion. Chao Bin was surprised as Shu Xian had never worn lipstick before. "Problem?" Shu Xian raised an eyebrow, her profile breathtaking. "What flavor? I mean, what shade of lipstick is that?" "Wanna know?" Shu Xian teased. "Dare to come and taste it yourself." "Would I dare?" Had never heard such an easy, pleasurable request. Chao Bin stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, and planted a firm kiss on Shu Xin's lips. Shu Xian trembled violently, her mind going completely blank. It was the second time. She felt like she was suffocating, yet she wanted another. "Amanhi." Smack, 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 not bad, cherry flavor. "Sis, next time try strawberry, I like that more." Chao Bin realized it was easy to handle Shu Xian. A tough girl with a soft heart, and she never lied. So no matter how outrageous her request was, there was one rule. Satisfy her. Last time she told him to try treating her the way he treated Tang Yingxue, but he chickened out. Thinking about it now, what a huge loss. Half an hour later. "Auntie, I didn't know you played tennis so well." "It's alright, I haven't exercised in years. My physical condition and spirit can't compare to you young people." No, honestly, your complexion and skin look younger than mine. If we walked down the street, people would think you're my sister." Before he even entered the house, Chao Bin heard his mother's happy laughter from the yard. The person making her laugh was also female, with a young and familiar voice. When he went inside and saw who it was, Chao Bin was utterly stunned. It was Lu Chaoga. "Why is it you? Why can't it be me?" Just finished playing tennis with Ding Yuechuan. Lu Chaoga was drenched in sweat, wiping herself with a towel. She wore only a black sports crop top. Below, sports shoes and tight yoga pants accentuated her stunning fiery curves. Legs for days, the little chili pepper transformed into a pure and seductive sports girl, and she even had a peach-shaped butt. "What are you doing at my house?" "Don't flatter yourself, I'm not here for you. Auntie Ding invited me over. Did you know she used to hold me when I was a kid?" "Humph." Chao Bin looked at his mother. Ding Yuechun smiled non-committal. She had received a call from this girl yesterday, full of sweet talk. Upon learning she was old Master Lu's granddaughter, she couldn't be rude, and the girl was quite charming, so she casually mentioned she should come over sometime. It was just a polite gesture, but who knew she'd show up this morning? Chao Bin. "Good one, Lu Chaoga. Knows how to win through the flanks, huh? Mom, you've been fooled. When did you get here?" "None of your business," Lu Chaoga said coquettishly. "Auntie Ding, do the rooms upstairs have bathrooms?" "I'm all sticky and want to take a shower." "Yes, Yaru, every guest room has its own bathroom." "Good. Don't block the way. You're stopping me from showering." She deliberately brushed past Chao Bin, bumping his shoulder, and strode upstairs as casually as if it were her own home. "Hey, Lu, that's my room, you." Bang. He watched helplessly as she entered his bedroom, furious. "Mom, can't you control the person you invited?" "Did I invite her?" "I don't think so, son," Ding Yuechun said with a knowing smile. She knew her son inside out. Also sweaty, she patted Chao Bin's shoulder. "Son, your mother has rheumatism. I can't handle these damp situations. You deal with it yourself." But one thing's for sure, there are plenty of bangles in my nightstand for you, just make sure they don't start a fight. Chaobin looked pleadingly at Shu Exine beside him. Sis. Shu Exine pretended not to hear, even deliberately glancing at her wristwatch. Oh my, is it almost noon? 6 hours from now, and Miss Tang should be off work. We were lucky not to run into her this morning, but by tonight. Miss Tang is nice, she might even share half the bed with Lu Chaoga. Sis. With a rhythmic click of her high heels, Shu Exine walked away gracefully, without looking back, thinking fight. Fight quickly. Humph. You little playboy, stringing everyone along. When Chaobin returned to his room, the bathroom door was already shut with the sound of the shower running inside. After half an hour, Lu Chaoga finally came out. Why are you wearing my clothes? Chaobin was furious. The beauty emerged from the bath, hair dripping wet. Lu Chaoga tilted her head to dry her hair, her incredible figure making Chaobin's white shirt look like a uniform. Long fair legs, a milky scent about her, the sporty girl had transformed into an image of pure allure. What are you yelling about? I left in a hurry and forgot to bring a change of clothes. Is it a big deal to wear yours? You're such a man, why are you so fussy and stingy? Take my clothes downstairs and put them in the washing machine. Don't you dream. I'm not going to. Before he could finish, Lu Chaoga flung her discarded clothes at him, landing right on his head. Yoga pants, sports bra. Lu Chaoga was one to repay a grudge, and she meant what she said. She said she'd make Chaobin taste it, and so she did. Feeling insulted, Chaobin's anger flared instantly. His fists clenched, and like a volcanic eruption. He took a deep, intense sniff. Whoa. Intoxicating. He even wanted to do it again. Yaris original scent. Countless beasts would kill for a chance, and it's yours for free. Having avenged her great humiliation, Lu Chaoga felt an indescribable satisfaction. Lu Chaoga. Chaobin yanked the garment off his head, feigning fury. Why shout so loud? It's not like I'm deaf. Now take my dirty clothes and wash them. In your dreams. Despite his rising anger, Chaobin, clinging to his masculine pride, hurled the clothes back at her with reluctant resolve. In morning you take your things and get out of my room. Tisk. Lu Chaoga let out a mocking laugh, completely disregarding his words. Her fair, delicate bare feet sank into the plush carpet as she began to survey the room's decor. She was utterly at ease, unconcerned, even though she wore nothing but a white shirt, showing no fear of exposure. She moved with the relaxed air of a hostess, as if she owned the place. What are you doing? Chaobin's heart pounded as he saw her gaze land on his bed. This vixen wasn't thinking of sleeping here, was she? If Yingxue found out, she'd blow her top. Relax. I may be traditional, but I'd never sleep in a bed another woman has slept in. Pick me out a decent guest room with brand new sheets and bedding. Oh, and make sure the soundproofing is good. I heard from your auntie that you were caught playing cards with some woman in the guest room, and the whole house heard every word. These aunties, they just couldn't keep their mouths shut, spilling everything. Bonus cuts. They definitely deserved bonus cuts. What do you need soundproofing for if you're alone? What, planning to play cards with yourself? Chaobin retorted sarcastically. In your house. Who knows if you'll try to sneak into my bed at night. I don't want to end up like those other women, becoming the topic of gossip for your household staff the next day. Bullshit. Do I look like that kind of guy? You don't. You are. Some men, they say one thing, but their bodies betray them. Lu Chaoga smiled enigmatically, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, don't think I didn't notice. Just now. Did you like it? Come to my guest room tonight. There's more, and I promise it'll blow your mind. Her breath was warm and fragrant, sending a jolt through Chaobin's mind. Stuffing his own clothes back into his arms, Lu Chaoga pulled a man's down jacket from the wardrobe and wrapped it around herself. Before she left, she shot a flirtatious glance at the dumbfounded Chaobin. Be sure to come, I'll be waiting. Mwah. Bang. The door closed and Lu Chaoga leaned against it, gasping for air. She covered her burning cheeks. Oh my god, did I really just say something so shameless? To get back at that bastard, I'm really going all out. Just you wait, Chaobin. If you dare show up tonight, I'll make you pay. Last time Head shoved a sock right in my mouth. Just covering his head isn't enough. At least I should shove one in his mouth. No. Who am I? I'm Lu Chaoga. Anyone who messes with me must pay back 100-fold. Besides, after all the sacrifice I'm making, just shoving it in his mouth is letting him off too easy. Yet tonight I'm going to sit on his face. Right, that's the plan. Quite the actress. In the room, Chaobin stared at Lu Chaoga's clothes, lost in thought. He thought about his next move, but held back. When things are too good to be true, there's usually a catch. A man must never let his lower head control his upper head. Trying to play me, huh? Chaobin sneered. Fine, let's see who's really playing who tonight. Knock, knock, knock. I'm on. It was Sister Shuxin's voice. Come in, sister. What's this? Sister Shuxin pushed the door open and immediately spotted the item in Chaobin's hands. Sister, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Let me clarify. Alright, no need to explain to me. Better think about how you'll explain it to Miss Tang tonight. Sister Shuxin gave him a look that said, figure it out yourself. I came to tell you that everything regarding that girl Mo Sangyu has been handled as you instructed. Her family is quite lucky. There's a kidney donor in Jiangbei that matches her father. We've reached a preliminary agreement with her under the guise of a talent exchange program with her school, Fudan University. Of course, as you also instructed, we left some subtle clues. If she's sharp, she'll be able to trace it back to you. If she turns a blind eye, then she's not worth our effort. Thanks for your hard work, sister. It's nothing. I just had to talk. It's not like you, Amon, who works hard every night. There was a clear hint of jealousy in Sister Shuxin's tone. Chaobin opened his mouth to protest, but she didn't give him a chance, turning to leave. At the door she paused and looked back. Glancing at the item in his hand, she chuckled. Never knew you had such a hobby, Amon. I have some too. Want some? Chaobin. Teasing Amon seemed to bring her great joy, and Sister Shuxin left in high spirits. Chaobin fled the house in distress. He couldn't let Yingxue come home tonight, or the whole delicate balance would collapse. Just as he stepped out, he got a call from old Hu, who was back from Jiangnan and wanted to grab a drink. Chaobin agreed. It was a good chance to introduce Yingxue to his friends. An hour later at the restaurant, I just found out that Haozi isn't doing so well either. His girlfriend got married yesterday, and the groom wasn't him. So that means he's got a new married girlfriend? Haozi's hit the jackpot. Amon rejoiced. Old Hu was speechless for a moment before finally sputtering. A true man is not corrupted by wealth, nor swayed by poverty, nor subdued by force. Lao Chao, you must stay true to your principles. Don't let wealth go to your head and cause trouble. Are you stupid, Old Hu? If wealth can't corrupt me, then what's the point of being rich? I may have gone to a top university, but don't mess with me. Is that really how you interpret that saying? Lao Chao, I've noticed your way of talking is always a strange mix, both refined and obscene. You haven't learned a single word of the sage's wisdom. Jealous. As he spoke, Chaobin pulled Yingxue's slender waist to him and planted a kiss on her cheek. Stop it. Yingxue blushed and playfully punched his chest. Damn. Old Hu was gnashing his teeth in envy. What's meant to be yours will come, what's not you can only ask your dad for. Some things, if you're not born with them, you might never have them. Envy won't change that. Stuffed with a mouthful of pure love, Old Hu gritted his teeth. I'm done. Our brotherhood ends here. I'm blocking you on WeChat and deleting your number. If we meet again, it's fate. Let's communicate via message in a bottle. He turned away, remembering the sweet times he once had with his ex-wife, Old Hu shed tears of nostalgia and jealousy. Lao Chao isn't human, I just got divorced. Old Hu, you're not crying, are you? Chaobin yelled from behind. Me? Cry? Don't be ridiculous. Keep showing off, Lao Chao. You'll get struck by lightning sooner or later. Cough. Tui. With tears and snot streaming down his face, Old Hu made a silent vow. Out with the old, in with the new. Goodbye is just a chance for something better. Can wealth corrupt me? He'll get there eventually. You're so mean, Chaobin. He just got divorced, why stir him up like that? She called him mean, but her smile was full of joy and sweetness. It perfectly illustrated the saying that women love bad boys. Being able to show off her relationship with Chaobin in front of his friends naturally delighted Tang Debao. Girls, after all, have a bit of harmless vanity. Pressure fuels motivation. I know, Old Hu. Without a high-damage AoE attack to shock him, he'll be stuck in this rut for 2 or 3 years. Doesn't that just show he's a man of deep feeling and loyalty? Exactly. And that's precisely why he shouldn't waste his time on someone unworthy. Yingxue was taken aback. She suddenly thought of her former self. She had been fearless in his affection, taking his love for granted and treating him with indifference. It seemed proud then, but now it just felt foolish. Back then I was probably an unworthy person to him too, wasn't I? With so many people in the world, it's a miracle when two hearts are drawn to each other. If I had let go of such a precious connection over a bit of vanity and pride, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Filled with emotion, Yingxue hugged Chaobin tightly around the waist. She rested her cheek against his chest, listening to his breathing and heartbeat. The feeling of solid, tender warmth made her incredibly happy. Thank you, Chaobin. I'm glad you didn't give up. I'm glad you threatened me back then. His former domineering attitude now only brought back sweet memories. But did you have to be so harsh? Our public display of affection is like a critical hit. Aren't you afraid of crushing him? Yingxue teased. Who cares? If he breaks, we'll be brothers in the next life. At that moment, the man in question, not only shedding tears and snot, was also sneezing uncontrollably. Old Hu, thanks a lot, I appreciate it. Husband, where shall we go later? Straight home. Do you want to see a movie? Yes. Yingxue exclaimed with delight. We've known each other so long, and yet we've never watched a film together. Is it that I didn't want to? In the past, when I bought tickets and set them before you, who was it that turned away and tossed them aside? Back then I didn't even realize I liked you. You wouldn't want me casually going to the movies with a boy I don't care for, would you? Hell, all excuses. You relied on the fact that I adored you and behaved as if you were entitled. When you had me, you took me for granted, and when you lost me, you began to rue it. Then you claim you didn't know you liked me. If you truly didn't, you should have refused cleanly and left no lingering hopes. To refuse on one hand and still come play with me on the other, what is that? Did flattering and fawning guarantee you everything in the end? Dream on. The chance that a simpering admirer will suddenly become the rightful partner is as slim as winning a 5 million jackpot. Don't forget, the reason Chaobin could be with Tang Yingxue wasn't because someone begged and groveled, but because of his outward advantages and personal charm. Yingxue was utterly flustered by Chaobin's sudden onslaught. She realized how excessive she had been toward him. I'm sorry. What good is sorry? If apologies worked we wouldn't need the law. Then what do you want me to do? Yingxue's eyes reddened, her heart felt as if it were being twisted by knives. She could not sit still. She did not understand how the warm, loving atmosphere between them could suddenly turn like this. Perhaps she had truly been so harsh before that the memory alone made her husband furious. He won't really leave me, will he? Yingxue panicked, her heart leapt into her throat. Was this the very feeling her husband had suffered when she treated him that way? I deserve to be damned, she thought. Do you not love me anymore? Do you want to leave me? Tears fell in fat beads. Though it hurt him to see her cry, Xiaobin could not help smiling. Don't cry. Nobody wants watered-down meat. You. Realizing she had been teased, Yingxue lunged and wrapped him in a fierce bear hug. She bent and sank her teeth hard into his clavicle. Ouch. Oh. Stop, baby, let go, it hurts. You villain. Always bullying me. I thought you were going to carry me off. Oh. Her delicate lips trembled, her cries could be heard all the way down her throat. Xiaobin was unceremonious. He covered her mouth with his own. The sobs cut off abruptly. Yingxue thrashed and struggled at first, then gradually stilled. The kiss deepened until breath was nearly lost. After a long while she murmured, you scoundrel. Yingxue's gaze was hazy as she tapped his chest lightly with her small fist and lay against him. Xiaobin smiled. Better now? I feel so much lighter. You've always known, haven't you? After I realized I loved you, I felt guilty about the past, didn't I? If love is one-sided, you must accept the outcome. If it is willingly given, then there is no owing. It's a simple truth. Since you can't let go, I'll help you. You bullied me before, now I bully you. We're even. That wrenching ache was unbearable. Oh, I never want to feel that again. As she spoke, Yingxue suddenly realized something and raised her head, tenderly stroking Xiaobin's cheek. I'm sorry, husband. I must have made you feel like life was unbearable more than once, didn't I? You think so? Xiaobin protested with a touch of pride. You'd better make it up to me properly from now on. In truth, the one who suffered was the original owner, while Xiaobin enjoyed every pleasure. No investment, all profit. I've given myself to you, what else do you want? Gave yourself. I was the one who snatched you willingly. Shut up. I gave myself. You villain, you big bad villain. If you bully me again, I'll bite you. Her pink fists rained down, but the playfulness began to tumble into something far too earnest. Had they not been in a restaurant, the two might have sped straight to the freeway. It's all your fault, honey, my lipstick is completely gone. Where are we going, honey? Aren't we going to the movies? Straightening her clothes, Yingxue caught up. I bought tickets for 10 o'clock tonight. Let's go to the company first, and see if you've been slacking off at work lately. No way, I've been working really hard lately. Ask Sister Wan if you don't believe me. Final ask. Do you know what Sister Wan likes to eat? She's been taking care of you lately, so we shouldn't go empty-handed. I don't know. Should I call and ask now? Forget it, asking now would seem insincere. I remember Sister Wan is from the north. They'll figure something out. Oh, Su Wan's favorite foods were actually crystal clear to Xiaobin, but they hadn't seen each other since that last time. Going to the company was partly to stall and keeping Xue from going home, but also because he genuinely missed her. Honey, if we watch the 10 o'clock show, it won't end until midnight. Should we still go home? It's up to you. Maybe we don't go back. We can book a room near the company. Our own 5-star hotel is safe and secure, and you won't have to wake up early for work tomorrow. You can sleep in. Good idea. And I was just thinking. Thinking what? Nothing. Yingxue blushed and turned her head away, hiding her shy expression from Xiaobin. Ever since the first time in the guest room, when all the Chao family heard them, she had no confidence in Xiaobin's master bedroom. She always held back, terrified of being heard and dying of embarrassment. In a hotel, there's no need to worry about that. Do whatever makes you happy. Even if someone hears by the time you check out tomorrow, who knows who the neighbors were. Meanwhile, at the Jiang University female dormitory. Shi, are you done yet? For girls, were all hunched over writing an elective course assignment that was assigned today, but due tomorrow. Ugh, still far from done. That teacher is such a pervert. In this day and age who requires handwritten assignments, no printing allowed. I estimate he'll be copying until 930. What about you, Zijin? Same as you all, Chun Zijin said with a bitter smile. With a ponytail and a pure flawless profile, she was a bit thin, but had no flaws in figure or looks. Right, you have no advantage over us in this kind of mindless task. Mosey, shut up. Just say you have no brains yourself, don't drag me into it. I Zhou Shi am not like you. But stop joking. Our 830 movie tickets have to be changed. What time should we change them to? What a pain. Finally Friday night, and we want to catch a movie, and this happens. Let's change to 930. Is that available? No, only 905 and 1000 showings. Then 1000. 905 is definitely too late, Zhou Shi said gloomily. Okay, 1000 it is. By the way, Zijin, how about you? Did you call your Amon brother or not? I won't call. Brother Amon is probably busy, and it would be too abrupt, not really appropriate. Zijin's ears turned slightly red as she lowered her head and whispered. Why is it inappropriate? Zhou Shi was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and her pen slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor. Chen Zijin, you silly goose. Don't you know? In this world, even though there are more men than women, quality elite men like your Amon brother are even rarer. Good men are snatched up by others who go after them. If you stay so reserved you'll be left with the leftovers, and you'll have no one to cry to. Forget it, Shui. Ugh. Just be stubborn, Chen Zijin. You'll regret it one day. Mosey, do you have another pen? Give me one. I only have one, no extra. What about yours? Weren't you just writing with it? It broke when it fell. Zhou Shui cursed under her breath. Damn, what a crappy pen. Breaks from one drop like it's frigid. Shake it all you want, no ink comes out. Shui, use mine. Zijin, her face flushed, handed over her own gel pen. No, Zijin, don't misunderstand. I wasn't cursing you. I was really talking about. The straightforward Zhou Shui quickly tried to explain. I know. Thank you, Shui. You're right. What did I say? Sister Zhou was terrified. I really didn't imply anything about you, babe. Zijin took her phone and walked to the balcony. Finally, she mustered the courage to open Xiao Bin's WeChat. Brother Aman, are you there? Xiao Bin, who was just paying for Su Wan's items via WeChat, replied instantly. What's up? Need to borrow money. Zijin chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Aman, I'm not here to borrow money. Good, or else I'd have to block you. Xiao Bin replied in high spirits, teasing her. So what's the sudden occasion for you to reach out? Brother Aman, are you free later? My roommates and I wanted to invite you to a movie as a thank you for the meal you treated us to last time. Zijin sent this as a voice message. Her voice was soft and sweet, a gentle melody against the ear. My roommates and I. Xiao Bin was amused by her phrasing. The girl was so innocent. Her attempts to disguise her true intentions were endearingly naive. I'm not free tonight, I have prior plans. How about another day? They'll treat you to a movie then. Zijin's breath hitched as she stared at the screen. A movie with just me. Did Brother Aman miss a word? Her heart pounded wildly as she probed. Brother Aman, you mean just me? Who else? But if you want to bring your roommates, I don't mind. Whatever makes you happy. Even the usually reserved Zijin nearly jumped for joy when she read that message. Brother Aman is asking me to a movie alone. The thought alone was exhilarating. It's a deal then, Brother Aman. You'll treat me another day. But when exactly is another day? It won't be indefinitely postponed, will it? When is another day? When is next time? Zijin's classic questions. Even with someone she liked, her mind stayed sharp and clear. She never fell for vague promises. Xiao Bin knew her nature well and replied, how about next weekend? They'll let you know Friday whether it's Saturday or Sunday. Deal. Sounds great. Sometimes for a girl a surprise isn't just about suddenly revealing a prepared gift. You can even tell her in advance what you have planned. Like Zijin now, she would be basking in anticipation and joy for the entire week. This kind of surprise felt more substantial. Your smiles reaching your ears. Tang Yingxue suddenly hugged Zijin's shoulders from behind on the dorm balcony. Did your brother Aman agree to watch a movie tonight? No, he's busy today. Then why are you grinning like an idiot all alone here? Zhou Shui walked over as well. Getting rejected makes you that happy. He's busy today, but Brother Aman said he'll take me to a movie alone next weekend. Ooh la la. Not bad, Chen Zijin. A solo movie date. Planning to ditch us, are you? And no. You can come too if you want. Zijin's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Forget it, forget it. Zhou Shui waved her hands dismissively. We're not going to be a third wheel. But Zijin, you better step it up. Book tickets for the midnight show. By the time it ends, the school gates will be locked, so you two can just, hee. You get what I mean, girl. Go all out and win him over. Shui, don't talk nonsense. Brother Aman and I are just pure friends right now, Yeah, pure friends. A lip friendship that works both ways if you know what I mean. Zijin was speechless. Once Sister Zhou started with the innuendos, no one could compete. At 9:30 p.m., Xiao Bin and Tang Yingxue's movie ended. Honey, hold my bag for me. I need to use the restroom. At the cinema entrance, Yingxue shoved her bag at Xiao Bin and dashed into the restroom. At the same time, Zijin and her roommates happened to arrive at the same cinema. Hurry up, Shui. You're always the most eager to plan these outings, but the slowest to get ready. The movie's about to start. I'm sorry. We'll be quicker next time. Let's just grab the tickets. Zhou Shui was panting, having spent over 10 minutes deliberating over which dress to wear. Already got them. Let's head in. Zijin, you're the best. Moz took the ticket from Zijin and praised her. But in a fleeting glance, she spotted Xiao Bin standing near the restroom. Hey, Zijin, isn't that your brother Aman? The other three girls heard this and looked in the same direction. It is him. Wait, isn't that a woman's handbag? No doubt about it. It's Dior's latest luxury women's model. I saw it online just the other day, and it looks like he's waiting for someone to come out of the ladies' room. So, at this hour, at a cinema, holding a woman's bag by the restroom. Zijin, didn't you say your brother Aman was single? Her smile froze, Zijin's face turning pale. I don't know either, I must have mistaken the person. She forced herself not to look in that direction, squeezing out a faint smile. Let's go, Moz Shu, where the movie has already started. On the big screen, the currently popular crime suspense film, The Vanished was playing. The cinema was pitch black, completely packed. The movie had started over 10 minutes ago. Zijin was still distracted. The image of Xiao Bin standing in front of the restroom with a woman's handbag on his shoulder lingered persistently in her mind. Mistaken. It was nothing but self-deception. It was impossible to mistake anyone else for Xiao Bin. But why did it hurt so much? A man go had girlfriends before, so why did this time feel so painful? She figured it out quickly. because his proactive invitation before had given her hope that they might be together. The pain of gaining and then losing is far more despairing than never having had it at all. Since you chose to harbor a silent crush, you should know that the protagonist of a silent play has no right to be jealous or upset. Zijin, you're smart enough to understand this, aren't you? Wu Yue, sitting to Zijin's left, suddenly leaned in and whispered. Compared to the carefree Tang Yingxue and Zhou Shu, Wu Yue was more perceptive. I know, but it still hurts. Did he ever tell you he was single? No, but his behavior always made me think he was single, and... You think? Wu Yue said earnestly. Zijin, since you trust your feelings so much, why haven't you dared to confess to him all this time? Wu Yue held Zijin's hand and patted it gently. Instead of being sad here alone, why not just ask him directly? After all, people who watch movies together aren't necessarily a couple. What if they are? Silly girl, you're asking me. Wu Yue said seriously. If they are, then you should keep your distance from him immediately. And it depends on the situation. You first have to see if he's lying to you. If he's evasive when you ask him, changes the subject, or even denies being at the cinema tonight, it means this man has been planning this for a long time. Everything before was a facade he carefully maintained for you. He even knows you like him, deliberately strings you along, treating you like a fish in his pond with ill intentions. That's impossible. Man Gu is absolutely not that kind of person. Zijin, don't rush to refute me, let me finish. If he can openly admit he's at the movies with his girlfriend, then he's still the man Gu you know. But unfortunately, your timing means you were never destined to be the one to walk through life with him. If that's the case, then it just means you, Zijin, misunderstood his intentions. It's not that he has feelings for you, or maybe not the romantic kind. It's more like the care of a brother for a sister or a senior looking out for a junior from his alma mater. Think about it carefully. Isn't it always you who initiates contact? Given your personality and what we know of this senior, this possibility is the most likely. If that's the case, you can continue to like him. You can even continue to be friends with him. But you must be measured in your words and actions, maintain proper boundaries. After all, when dealing with a guy who already has a significant other, knowing your limits and keeping your distance is the most basic decency for a girl. Seeing Zijin's mood sink further, Wu Yue sighed softly and continued, of course there's one final possibility. Your man Gu is neither a player nor taken. Maybe the person watching the movie with him tonight is his older sister or younger sister. But that possibility is extremely low. Then, don't look at me, you have to ask him. Wu Yue pointed at her phone. After hesitating for a long time, Zijin finally picked up her phone. To avoid disturbing others, she turned the screen brightness to the lowest and opened the WeChat chat with Chao Bin. Man Gu. Where are you? Inside the presidential suite of the Chao family's 5-star hotel. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, where Yingxue was showering. Upon seeing the message, Chao Bin was stunned for 2 seconds. Where? It came out of nowhere, completely random. If your girlfriend suddenly asks this while you are doing something you don't want her to know about, the best answer is to tell the truth. Don't doubt it. When someone asks like this, they definitely already have evidence of your wrongdoing. Lying will only make things worse. So you have to tell the truth with skill. Like Chao Man here. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking. You said you were busy tonight, just curious what you were up to. Nothing serious, I just finished watching a movie with someone, just got to the hotel. The hotel. Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Coming out of the cinema, man Gu didn't lie, didn't dodge the question. He was still the same man Gu from her memories. But, a hotel? With his girlfriend? It must be. You used second possibility. So I really did misunderstand. There's no chance for me and man Gu. A crush is a silent play destined to end in a messy finale. Zijin's nose tingled, tears falling onto her phone screen. Her heart ached as if pricked by needles as she typed. Is it with your girlfriend? Curious. Girlfriend? Crying with laughter, not your girlfriend. Then who is it? Zijin suddenly saw a glimmer of hope again. Xiaobin thought to himself, of course it's not a girlfriend. Mom already gave her the bracelet, so how could she just be a girlfriend? She's a wife, one of them. Don't even mention it. A cousin from Yanjing came to visit and my parents were both too busy, so they forced me to entertain her. I spent the whole day shopping, eating, and watching movies with her. A dignified young master have been reduced to a glorified companion. And she's still not satisfied, finding fault with everything. She says I'm like an emotionless robot, not enthusiastic enough. She even complained about the guest room decoration style at my house, blah blah blah. I had no choice but to put the young lady up in a hotel to avoid her turning the house upside down. Xiaobin adapted his description of Lu Gu and applied it to Tang Yingxue, the one who was actually watching the movie with him. This is the essence of lying. Change 1% to be false, keep 99% true. Because it's filled with genuine emotions, it's much easier than fabricating a story. Moreover, his demeanor when speaking was different, making it hard for anyone to doubt him. Unless caught red-handed, it was flawless. The naive Zijin immediately believed him wholeheartedly, and her mood brightened. You sound so pitiful, man Gu. It's not about being pitiful, it's just annoying. My mom even wants me to pick up this young lady early tomorrow morning to come home for breakfast. Ugh. Enough, the more I talk, the angrier I get. I just hope she goes back to Yanjing soon. I don't want to spend another minute with her. Indeed. Regarding Lu Gu, Xiaobin was sincere. The sooner that girl leaves, the better. Patting head. Jean sent a sticker of patting a cat's head. How are things with your roommates? Finished the movie. Which cinema? How about I treat you all to a late-night snack later? No need, oh man, go. You have to get up early tomorrow, and we have to head straight back to school after the movie. It's too late otherwise, and the dorm manager won't let us in. Alright then, let's talk on the weekend. Okay. He had Jean's personality figured out, so he deliberately mentioned having to pick someone up for breakfast early tomorrow, then extended the late-night snack invitation. He knew Jean would decline for his sake. Xiao Bin was retreating to advance a tactic that only works on kind and innocent girls. If she were a gold digger, what would getting up early even mean? Forget the late-night snack. After that they'd want to go clubbing and drinking, and after the full package they'd be hoping for a little good luck. What's with the crying and laughing? Inside the cinema, Wu Yu poked Jean in the side. Are you so sad you've gone crazy? Stop it, Yu. I'm fine. And your man, go. He's fine too, it was just his sister. Really? Wu Yu looked skeptical. Silly girl, don't let yourself be fooled. I don't believe it. You just happened to encounter the most unlikely possibility. Let me see the chat history. Don't tell me you're being manipulated. Jean didn't hesitate, since they had already seen her previous attempt at a confession message. After reading the chat history, Wu Yu clicked her tongue in amazement. Honestly, Jean, I'm a bit envious of you. Really? A guy like this, you should have listened to Shu Yi and made your move sooner. I bet tons of people are eyeing him. That dog Xiao Bin fooling 4 girls through the screen, successfully defusing the crisis. That bastard He Fei, what a cruel heart. I swear I'll never trust a man again. Gamblers deserve to die. Exiting the cinema, Zhou Shu Yi was cursing, still immersed in the movie plot. Wu Yu and Tang Yingxue also wore grim expressions, seemingly agreeing with Zhou Shu Yi. Only Jean said softly. I seem to remember that the last time after watching X-Files 3, you were the one crying and saying you wanted to get back with your ex Shu Yi. No, that wasn't me, you're lying. Get back together. Reconcile what? From now on I'll cherish my life and stay away from men. Heterosexual relationships are accidents, same-sex friendships are true love. Girls help girls. Sister Zhou cursed while laughing in denial, pulling her 3 roommates close. They exchanged glances and smiled, then let it go. Watched X-Files, wanted to get back with an ex. Watched the vanished her, cursed all men. When did our lives and values become so easily swayed by a movie? Listen to what others say, but make your own decisions. Jean pursed her lips. Looked up. The city's neon lights dazzled, and the starry sky stretched overhead. At this moment her heart and mind were entirely filled with the weekend date. Xiao Bin, the youth who once illuminated her entire youth. Finally she was getting closer and closer to him. In the dead of night, Xiao Bin, who had just fallen into a deep sleep after a sweet and intimate moment with Yingxue, was startled awake by someone frantically pressing his doorbell. He initially ignored it, thinking that whoever it was would give up and leave after a couple of rings at such a late hour. Little did he expect the intruder to grow bolder, escalating to violent pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The noise grew louder and louder. Who is it? Xiao Bin finally snapped, unable to take it anymore. What's wrong, honey? Yingxue was also awakened by the commotion. She sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking adorably dazed and beautiful with her bare face. I don't know, maybe a drunk knocked on the wrong door, Xiao Bin said, planting a kiss on her forehead. You go back to sleep, darling. We'll check it out. Love you, hubby. Yingxue murmured, returning the kiss before settling back down to sleep. Xiao Bin pulled on a pair of boxers and headed for the door. Click. The sound of a room key card unlocking the door came from outside. In a flash, several police officers stormed in. Freeze. What's the meaning of this? Xiao Bin was utterly bewildered. Was he getting raided by the cops in his own hotel's presidential suite in the middle of the night? What surreal madness. Officers, what have I done? We received a report of prostitution and solicitation here. Please cooperate with our investigation. Huh. Who would be so bored to do this, honey? Yingxue was now fully awake, sitting up in bed wrapped in a blanket, looking annoyed. Prostitution. Who do they think we are? Who's so pathetic to file a false report like this? Hearing her call him hubby, so naturally the officers exchanged glances. They had handled many such cases and could tell at a glance whether a couple was genuine or merely a transaction. Looking at the pair before them, they suspected a prank call or a misunderstanding. I'd like to know that too, Xiao Bin said, exasperated. It's you. A pretty female officer stepped forward. It was Yi Shiyun, the one who had briefly seen Xiao Bin at the police station on the day Jiang Tianhu was arrested. She was on the night shift and had responded to the call with her colleagues. Back then, Gong Jiantao's attitude towards Xiao Bin had left a deep impression on her, prompting her to look up his file. She never imagined their next encounter would be under these circumstances. You know me? No. Are you two married? Yi Shiyun asked, scanning Tang Yingxue with a poker face. Internally, she noted quite beautiful, a fitting match for this so-called top pretty boy of Jiangbei. She's my girlfriend. Are you sure? Of course. Then please cooperate with our investigation. The police never take such cases at face value. They typically separate the two into different rooms, confiscate their IDs, and have them state each other's names and personal details only a genuine couple would know. Women working on the streets usually use stage names. Their industry rule: never befriend clients, never do business with friends. Even their stated hometowns might differ from their IDs. so clients seldom know their true details. Of course there are exceptions, so they also check WeChat chats and transaction records. Cross-referencing everything makes it nearly impossible for the guilty to slip through. I apologize, Mr. Chow. This was a misunderstanding. We're sorry for disturbing your rest, but please understand our duty. Yi Xian's attitude, though still not warm, had turned noticeably more polite. I understand. You were called, so you had to respond. It's your job, and I appreciate your hard work, officers. Chow Bin had every right and reason to be furious, but he chose restraint, displaying a calm and composed intellect. True family prestige is most effective when you hold the moral high ground. Bullying others isn't inherently wrong, but the target must be a villain. At least from your perspective, and that of the majority, you must be in the right. When you're right, but stay measured, your politeness commands even more respect. This is the art of retreating to advance. But it depends on the person. Some brainless fools can't read the room. The more polite you are, the more they mistake it for weakness and push their luck. For those types, you have to hit them straight on. Most of those second-generation heirs who ruin themselves do so because they lack the brains to understand this. Recklessly abusing power, without considering consequences, is akin to digging your own grave. Yi Shiyun was taken aback, and her gaze at Chow Bin shifted from slight disdain to cautious respect. Her tone turned unusually sincere. Mr. Chow, you're too kind. Please get some rest. We'll be going. Take care, officers. Honey, who do you think made that call? Yingxue pouted. That's just vile, pure nastiness. I don't know yet, but I'm sure we'll have answers soon. Chow Bin had already texted his elder brother and sister Shuxin. Every action leaves a trace. With their resources and efficiency, they'd have answers by noon tomorrow. Damn it, I was in such a good mood, and now I'm too angry to sleep. Can't sleep. MHM. Then shall we cuddle again? Chow Bin pulled Yingxue into his arms. Oh, you rascal. No. Humph. Yingxue's good mood was instantly restored. Outside. In the elevator. Xiao Yi, why were you so polite to that kid? Yeah, that's not like you. Don't tell me you fancy him, because he's handsome. Well, you'd be out of luck. You're pretty, but his girlfriend's no less attractive. The veteran officers teased the young woman. Yi Shiyun seemed accustomed to such banter from her senior colleagues. It's nothing. I just remember seeing him chatting amiably with Captain Gong at the station that day. Captain Gong. That kid knows Captain Gong. Someone was surprised. Wait, even if he knows Captain Gong, so what? Captain Gong is a man of integrity. He'd only praise us for following protocol on a routine call. His father is Chao Song. Chao Song. That name sounds familiar. A local entrepreneur. Is he rich? Xiao Yi, you're not scared of that, are you? Yi Shiyun smiled and shook her head. He's all right, but he also has an elder brother named Chao Weigua. Chao Weigua. What about him? Chao. Wait. Chao Weigua. Which Chao Weigua? Not the one in politics and law. Yes, Secretary Chao. The elevator, still descending, fell into a deathly silence, so profound you could hear a pin drop. The four veteran officers exchanged stunned glances, their breathing becoming labored. They suddenly remembered who Chao Song was. Chao Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. His eldest son was the top official in Jiangbei's politics and law. I heard Secretary Chao's younger brother was a good-for-nothing, causing all sorts of trouble and relying on his father and brother to bail him out. Was that notorious rich kid the one we just saw? Yes, that was him. But... exactly. From top to bottom, from his attitude before and after the incident, he doesn't seem like the useless fool everyone says he is. A father's role is like a brother's, and a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. Seems the rumors are false. He won't complain to Secretary Chao about us, will he? Even though we did nothing wrong, if he uses his power against us, we'd just have to swallow it. He didn't do it just now, so he's unlikely to stab us in the back. Relax, Yi Shiyun said calmly. She wasn't entirely sure herself, but if that kid was really that petty, she wasn't afraid either. After all, everyone has a good father. At 4 a.m., a satisfied Yingxue was fast asleep, her head resting on Chao Bin's arm. Chao Bin, however, felt refreshed and wide awake. Ding dong. His WeChat buzzed. It was Song Qingxing. Reply if you see this. Urgent. Chao Bin replied instantly. Up early, or haven't slept yet? Song Qingxing was pleasantly surprised. She used to think the scenes in novels and dramas where people demanded instant replies from their lovers were cheesy, but now she realized it truly felt warm. Especially when you were feeling vulnerable. Her gloomy mood brightened considerably. She teased, I can't compare to Master Chao, who's always lost in the lap of luxury. I'm born to work. I just finished arranging my schedule and haven't slept yet. Master Chao must be lying beside his beauty right now, isn't he? Jealous CEO Song. That's easy. He'll be generous and have my beauty move over. How about you take her place one day? Scram. This bastard just couldn't resist a verbal jab. Song Qingxing cursed with a laugh, but her mood improved even more. So CEO Song, what's up? You didn't call this early just for some banter. You can't say one decent sentence without sounding like a rascal. Song Qingxing said with exasperation, there's an emergency. Send me your ID number. He'll book you the earliest flight this morning to accompany me to Xiang Island. Okay. Aren't you even going to ask why? Aren't you afraid he'll trick you into going to Xiang Island and sell you? Dying under the peony flower is a romantic end. Besides, would you have the heart to sister? You can't spit ivory from a dog's mouth. Send me your ID number now. Song Qingxing cursed, but the gloom in her heart had already dissipated. She imagined what Xiaobin would be like if he were standing in front of her now, what he would say. Probably the same as in the chat. Indeed, he was always the same inside and out. For some reason she felt a warmth again. Since her brother left only when she was with Xiaobin did she feel a sense of being truly alive. Most of the time she was the queen in everyone's eyes, a robot that only worked. On the other side, Xiaobin put down his phone and fell into thought. Xiong Island. Song Qingxing's mood had been low earlier. It seemed that part of the story was about to unfold. She was probably going to take him to see that person. The one in the original story who almost had her ruined by that bastard Yi. At 8 in the morning at the North-South Joint International Airport, Xiaobin and Song Qingxing met up. I'm just saying, Director Song, no need to be so frugal, right? You didn't even book first class for a business trip, making me sit in economy with you. If I'd known you were this stingy, I would have bought my own ticket or just taken my private jet. Alright. I know you're the big spender, Master Chow. Sorry for making you suffer by being with me, okay? Song Qingxing rolled her eyes dramatically. Tisk tsk. It's true that beautiful people are different. Even when angry they look this good. Scram. Her eyes rolled even harder, but her heart was secretly pleased. No woman dislikes compliments, and Song Qingxing was no exception. She casually explained, it was a last-minute ticket, first class on the earliest Cathay Pacific flight was fully booked, so I had to make do with economy and subject you to this hardship, Master Chow. I know you're not the petty type, Director Song. I was just saying that it was a joke, don't take it to heart. Humph. Song Qingxing gave Xiaobin a look that said figure it out yourself. Today she wore a black form-fitting pencil skirt with sheer lace-cut sleeves. Her red-soled high heels were not overly flashy, perfectly accentuating her already voluptuous and beautiful long legs. With a cross-strap closure and a deep neckline, her winered hair was both capable and elegant. The outfit was meticulously chosen, though she probably hadn't had time to wash her hair, but that didn't detract from her overall allure. Even up close she smelled of natural fragrance with no unpleasant odor. She exuded the aura of a Korean female chaebol. Perhaps because she hadn't slept after messaging Xiaobin, her under-eye bags were somewhat noticeable, making her look a bit tired despite her light makeup. But seeing Xiaobin had brightened her spirits. The genuine joy radiating from within made her seem to glow. Trying to lose your eyes? Aren't good looks meant to be seen? I'm not doing anything, just looking. We're familiar enough, Director Song, don't be so petty. Her phoenix-like eyes shot him a fierce glare, but the man was unperturbed, his gaze fixed on her outfit. He looked her up and down, as if admiring a work of art. Stop staring. Let's go, we need to board you, rascal. Song Qingxing was secretly pleased too. She had been worried earlier that had noticed her unwashed hair and think her rude. Now it seemed Shed worried for nothing. He was a typical straight man, seeing nothing beyond the obvious. I didn't sleep all night, I'm going to catch some ZS. Wake me when we land. So she really hadn't rested. After boarding and taking their seats, Song Qingxing casually instructed him, then put on her eye mask to sleep. By the time the plane took off, she had unconsciously leaned over and fallen asleep on Xiaobin's shoulder. He reached up to check the air vent. It was fine for most people, but might be a bit cold for someone sleeping. Xiaobin raised his hand. Excuse me, can you give— Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The flight attendant moved quickly and politely handed Xiaobin a blanket. And because of Xiaobin's handsome face, she even stole a few extra glances. Xiaobin carefully covered the sleeping Song Qingxing with the blanket. Thanks, Song Qingxing murmured as if in a dream, her usually cool voice unexpectedly soft. Xiaobin chuckled and leaned close to her ear, whispering, I didn't know you were such a light sleeper, Director Song. Worried I might take advantage while you're out cold. Scram. Her neck flushed slightly as she turned over, moving her head from Xiaobin's arm to the window side. Not far away back in the galley, the flight attendant who had served them was secretly discussing the handsome man with the perfect British accent, with a colleague, her eyes sparkling with interest. The curtain wasn't fully drawn, and their voices carried. Xiaobin saw and heard it all, a cold smile playing on his lips. He knew Cathay Pacific's nature all too well. He had used the standard British accent just moments ago to avoid trouble. It wasn't out of fear. He simply couldn't be bothered to engage with these servile types. Wasting a word on them was a waste of life. The flight from Jiangbei to Shangdao was a medium-haul one, about 2.5 hours. Xiaobin had originally planned to doze off like Song Qingxing, but it seemed economy class was quite lively. Mainly the flight attendants weren't doing their jobs properly. They had two different attitudes for domestic and foreign passengers, blatantly double standard. For instance, when some domestic passengers asked for milk, they'd claim they didn't have any rather than fetch it. But for foreign passengers, they'd fawn over them eagerly. A mainland passenger asked for some porridge, and the flight attendant, who had served Xiaobin earlier, deliberately spoke in a mocking broken Mandarin, claiming she didn't understand what porridge meant, asking the passenger to translate it into English. The worst was when an elderly man tried to get a blanket for his dozing wife. Because his pronunciation of blanket wasn't perfect, the group of flight attendants laughed at him mercilessly, saying things like, if you cannot speak blanket, you cannot have it. The old man turned red-faced and finally said he didn't need it, then took off his own jacket to cover his wife. Xiaobin watched this slice of life unfold, his gaze growing colder and colder. He sighed softly and closed his eyes to rest. Sir, are you Japanese? He had just closed his eyes when a familiar English accent with a curry flavor made him frown. He opened his eyes to see the flight attendant who had given him the blanket smiling at him ingratiatingly. Xiao Bin's brows furrowed, but he said nothing. No. Then you must be from the land of pickled cabbage. Xiao Bin still remained silent. Not that either. Your English has a strong British gentleman's style. You must be a mixed-race British aristocrat, right? She grew even more attentive, offering him a glass of orange juice, and even crouching down for a half-kneeling service, whispering slyly, Sir, you are really handsome. It was then Xiao Bin noticed a small piece of paper under the cup with her contact information and a message looking forward to our next date. As she stood up, she didn't forget to throw him a flirtatious glance. Stop! Xiao Bin suddenly said in a loud voice. The flight attendant turned around looking at him in surprise. Not a noble, but a Chinese man. She was deeply disappointed. What a waste of a good-looking face. His voice carried, drawing the attention of nearby crew and many awake passengers, both domestic and foreign. Xiao Bin's gaze was sharp as a knife as he coldly stared at the flight attendant, his Mandarin clear and forceful. Listen carefully, I'm neither a chicken-foot islander nor a pickled cabbage stick, and I have nothing to do with golden hairs. I'm Chinese. I'm your father. The flight attendant's face turned dark instantly. Sir, please don't insult people. Insult? Which word or sentence was insulting? Just because I'm a proud Chinese citizen and not one of your beloved foreign masters. Secondly, I'm a customer. You service people always say the customer is God. Isn't it only right for God to be your father? Also, you speak Mandarin perfectly well. Why did you pretend not to understand when that passenger asked for porridge? You discriminate based on nationality when choosing your fathers. Cathay Pacific is truly something else. You? The flight attendant, caught in her lie, was humiliated and enraged, but couldn't find a retort. Nearby, the flight attendants who had been watching their colleagues attempt to chat him up immediately came to her defense. Sir, don't go too far. You were the one putting on an English gentleman act, which is why Tina misunderstood. You are the one who worships foreign things, yet you're blaming us now. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Me hypocritical? Why not say you're blind? Speaking a few words of a foreign language makes someone an English gentleman. Your Chinese is pretty good too. Why didn't I hear you call me father? You? Sir, stop being unreasonable. Another flight attendant resorted to mocking him in English. These days anyone can get on a plane, huh? So uncultured. And these days anyone can become a flight attendant. Who do you think you are? Xiao Bin retorted on the spot. He had flown on many domestic and international flights, but this was the first time he had seen such blatant servility. He had to admit the business of breeding golden retrievers was indeed thriving. As the commotion grew, the chief purser walked over, but her opening words were clearly biased. Sir, please show some respect for our cabin crew. I would like to, but did they show respect for me and the other mainland passengers? Sir, I don't understand. Our crew treats all passengers equally. There's absolutely no favoritism towards domestic or international passengers as you claim. Are you blind? You? Exactly. The passenger who had earlier asked for porridge stood up. You're lying through your teeth. Don't you know in your hearts whether you are biased or not? That's right. The elderly man who had tried to get a blanket for his wife, but gave up after being mocked for his English pronunciation, also spoke out angrily. After a few years of foreign influence, you forget who your own father is. You eat the rice, but curse the cook. You girls are simply despicable. More and more Chinese passengers stood up to voice their support. Meanwhile, those with blonde hair, blue eyes, and the others from various foreign backgrounds watched the drama with great amusement. See, this is the voice of the people. Xiao Bin pointed at the flight attendants. It's because we buy tickets and fly that you have a job and food on the table. You earn your living from us, then turn around and insult us and go lick the boots of some foreigners. Look at your precious foreign fathers. Is there a single one who was moved by your groveling service and stood up to speak for you? It's not your fault you can't stand up straight after kneeling for so long. But keep it quiet, don't go showing it off. What are you proud of finding a master to fawn over? Warming up to a cold face, isn't that just pathetic? Perhaps intimidated by the united front of the Chinese passengers, the previously arrogant chief purser surprisingly began to apologize. She brought porridge for the passenger, a blanket for the elderly man, and even served milk with a kneeling posture to the young girl who had wanted some earlier. I'm sorry, sir. Tina's actions today were thoughtless. I apologize to you. Finally, the chief purser brought the flight attendant named Tina to personally apologize to Xiao Bin. Although Tina was extremely reluctant, the experienced purser pressed her head down, forcing a bow. I'm sorry, sir, for my earlier offense. I apologize. I accept your apology. However, that doesn't stop me from filing a complaint against you after we land. You? The flight attendant named Tina's face turned green. What right do you have to complain about me? I have provided you with impeccable service from start to finish. Is that so? Xiao Bin sneered, shaking the note she had given him earlier. Is this how you serve passengers? Seems like you have a nice little side hustle going. I wonder if giving passengers suggestive hints violates your company's cabin crew regulations. She gritted her teeth, but was helpless. The chief purser could only slink away, taking Tina with her. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Xiangdao Mingzhu Airport. Almost simultaneously, Chow Bin's complaint email was already sent to Cathay Pacific's mailbox. To ensure they wouldn't just pay lip service and ignore the complaint internally, Chow Bin specifically called his mother Ding Yingxue to push the matter forward. Isn't this a bit too serious? Is it necessary? Song Qingxing teased, removing her eye mask. Her sleep had always been light, so she was well aware of the commotion Chow Bin had caused with the flight attendants. It wasn't necessary initially, but she had to go out of her way to provoke me. Besides, passengers have suffered under Cathay Pacific for too long. If I stand by and do nothing today, who will stand up for me when trouble comes my way tomorrow? Song Qingxing smiled knowingly. Her curiosity about Chow Bin deepened. Here was the young master of Jiangbei, the most powerful and sought-after second-generation rich kid. Others in his position would be indulging in wine and women, bullying others, and showing off to be the center of attention. Yet he was fighting for justice for strangers from the lower rungs of society. Song Qingxing had seen many people who put on a good front. But those people, without exception, talked a big game about patriotism, while their hearts were full of self-interest. Chow Bin was different. His methods might be a bit extreme, but he was genuinely advocating for the common people. Take the current situation, for example. There was no benefit to be gained. In fact, if he had wanted, that flight attendant Tina would have thrown herself at him willingly. Having a clear sense of what to do and what not to do, this guy was actually quite reassuring. What are you smiling at, CEO Song? Am I that amusing? Puffed. Song Qingxing burst out laughing. Her skin was like ice and jade, her beauty a fleeting bloom, like a peony flourishing amidst a lush thicket. Elegant, gorgeous, and utterly captivating. She covered her lips lightly and chuckled. No, you're quite cute. Hey, Song Qingxing, what do you mean by that? I feel like you're flirting with me. Yes, what are you going to do about it? Outside the airport, a chauffeured car was waiting for them. CEO Song, where's that cool female bodyguard who's always with you? I had her stay in Jiangnan to protect Su Su. Oh, so good to me. What does protecting Su Su have to do with you? All women. They never say what they really mean. I understand, CEO Song. Thanks a lot. You'll repay this great kindness with my body someday. I hope you won't mind. Get lost. Song Qingxing shot Chow Bin a fierce glare, but when she turned her head away, half of her face was blushing. Seeing this, the Song family driver was taken aback. He glanced at Chow Bin in the rearview mirror, his expression complex and thoughts unreadable. Ring ring. Chow Bin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and didn't bother to hide it. Hello? Brother, did you find out something? A warm, deep male voice came through the phone. The voice was so magnetic that just hearing it conjured up an image of a handsome, gentle, and refined face. Chow Wigwa, the top official in Jiangbei's politics and law, was Chow Bin's older brother. In the original story, he was framed by Yi Fan and removed from his post for protecting his brother too fiercely. He even took a knife for Chow Bin before he died, making him the ultimate brother protector. On that police report last night was made from our home phone. What? He had asked his brother to look into the misunderstanding about soliciting prostitution, but never expected that the police call had come from his own home. Brother, are you sure? Why would I joke about something like this? It was made from the landline in your room. I don't think I need to tell you who that is. Understood. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. We're family, no need for that. Xiaoshu mentioned you went to Shangdao alone. Be careful. Call me anytime if anything happens, okay? Don't worry, bro. I know what I'm doing. When I get back from Shangdao, come home for a meal. It's been a while, and I miss you. Alright, I'll wait for your call. Bye, bro. After hanging up, Chow Bin's face was grim, dark, and terrifying. What's wrong? Did something happen at home? Song Qingxing asked with concern. It's nothing. Chow Bin gritted his teeth. Lu Chaoga. She has no honor. I don't come home, so you call the police and say I'm soliciting prostitution. Fine. Very well. That's just like you. Just you wait, you little wench. Next time I see you, if I don't pull your pants down and whip your bare bottom, my name isn't Chow Amon. Meanwhile, behind the Song family car outside the airport, a slender, beautiful girl wearing a crop top and jeans got into a taxi. She pointed at the car Chow Bin was in. Driver, follow that car ahead. This? I don't think that's a good idea, is it? Don't worry, you'll pay you well. It's not about the money, miss. What are you trying to do? The driver asked timidly. I can't follow without knowing. The girl coolly pressed down on her cap brim, her wheat-colored delicate face full of roguishness, catching a cheater. She was none other than the traditionally minded girl Lu Chaoga. Where are we headed? First, we'll go to my place. Tonight it'll take you to see that person. Your place? In the car, Chow Bin feigned surprise. Perhaps we should forget it, Miss Song. I'm not ready yet. What do you need to prepare for? Isn't one supposed to prepare before meeting the parents? Song Qingxing knew he was being deliberately mischievous, so she chose to stay silent and not rise to the bait. Where will I sleep tonight? At your house. If you'd prefer a hotel, I can arrange that for you as well. Then your place it is. However, I have one small request. Go on. As a guest, I'll try my best to oblige. Really? Chow Bin's sly eyes instantly sparkled. Ahem, I've been afraid of the dark since I was a child. Especially in a strange place, I can't sleep a wink alone. Tonight at your place, could I hold you while we sleep? Song Qingxing, who had been seriously preparing to listen to his request and fulfill it, instantly turned frosty. She should have known better than to expect decency from this rascal. She regretted even asking. It's true, Miss Song. I'm not lying. I promise it'll just hold you and nothing else. Chaobin looked pitiful. Get lost. Back in Jiangnan, who was it that slept like a log on my sofa? Afraid of the dark and can't sleep alone. I don't believe a word of it. Just then the car jolted noticeably. The driver curiously glanced at Chaobin in the rearview mirror. He thought to himself the young man was handsome enough, but was this something he should be hearing? Tisk so stingy. Fine if you won't agree. How about this? Do you have any unmarried sisters? Or maybe a cousin? Even a married one would do. I could make do holding them for the night. The driver slammed on the brakes, mistaking them for the gas pedal, and nearly smacked his head on the steering wheel. A veteran driver of decades undone by one sentence from Chaobin. Song Qingqing in the back was thrown forward by the sudden jolt, crashing into Chaobin. My apologies, miss. It's fine, Uncle Cohen. It's not your fault. This one here is always running his mouth, exaggerating things. He's infuriating, but harmless. Just ignore what you heard and don't repeat it. We wouldn't want things to get twisted. I understand, miss. Please rest assured. Song Qingqing pushed Chaobin away with disgust, shooting him a fierce glare. If you dare spout nonsense in front of my mother later, I can't guarantee you'll have a place to stay tonight. Huh? Chaobin whined. We're really meeting the parents. Fine. It was her own fault for bringing it up. We're here, miss. Oh, the master and mistress asked that you come see them after you arrive. Okay, Uncle Cohen. They'll head over shortly. The Song family was truly the premier clan of Xiang Island. On this land where every inch was worth its weight in gold, they owned a manor estate that rivaled the Chow families. While its decor and furnishings weren't as aesthetically pleasing or naturally integrated as Chaobin's home in terms of price, it was likely far more valuable. Who was the medicine you brought for? My father hasn't been well, so I prepared some tonics for blood and qi. Why didn't you say so? I came empty-handed. It's fine. Your family has 4 generations living together. It must be a warm, close-knit family, right? Chaobin couldn't help but sigh. Warm. Song Qingqing gave a bitter smile. There's warmth in my immediate family, but for the clan as a whole, warmth is hard to find. Instead, there's a mountain of petty squabbles and backstabbing. Come on, let me arrange a room for you before anyone else shows up. Oh my. And who might this be? Tisk tisk tsk. No sooner had she spoken than a middle-aged woman dressed in gaudy finery appeared at the end of the Song family corridor. She was heavily made up, reeking of powder. Her bulky figure was squeezed into a dark qipao, making her look from a distance like a red lacquered chamber pot. Her voice was shrill, and her words were instantly cutting. Isn't this our Miss Qingqing, the grand official sent out by the Song family? After all these years, you finally deigned to come home. As the old saying goes, devoted parents are many, but filial children are few. How true. The old master has been bettered in for so long, and you couldn't be bothered to come back and see him. All the love he showered on you siblings was for nothing. Song Qin, the third daughter of the Song family patriarch. Song Qingqing's third aunt. Third aunt. Ignoring the mockery, Qingqing greeted her out of politeness. Oh, so you still remember I'm your third aunt. I thought your eyes were stuck on the sky, being such a big shot now. Seeing Qingqing not take the bait, the woman's beady black eyes darted around before landing on Chaobin. Oh, who would have thought? The aloof and proud Song Qingqing is now keeping a pretty boy just like that branch of the main house. Tisk tisk tsk. Third, and I still need to go see my parents. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Song Qingqing, however, knew Chaobin's temper well. Pretty boy. If he got riled up, 10 Song Qins wouldn't be enough to stop him. She knew her third aunt was like a sticky burr. If a scene erupted, the troubles would be endless and her ears wouldn't get any peace during her stay. So before Chaobin could react, she quickly pulled him away. Hey, don't run off. I'm not finished talking. Humph. What's wrong with a pretty boy? Can't I even look? Your third aunt will just have to see what the fuss is about today. Song Qin sneered and chased after them. That was my third aunt, Song Qin. She's from my grandfather's first wife. Years ago, she married the son of the chief executive, but it ended in divorce due to her fiery temper. She's been living at home ever since childless. Spoiled by the first grandmother in her youth, she's always been sharp-tongued and tactless, making herself rather unpopular. Qingqing explained to Chaobin with a wry smile. Still think it's warm. Third, and is probably still waiting in the corridor. He'll arrange your room later. For now, let's go see my parents. She led Chaobin deeper into the compound. Despite the vastness of the Song estate, the courtyard belonging to Song Qingqing's father Song Shu was surprisingly small. One might even call it shabby. It was a clear indicator of her branch's lowly status within the family. Dad, Mom. I'm home. Qingqing. Hearing the voice, a gentle-looking woman appeared at the courtyard's entrance. She was under 50, dressed neatly and appropriately, with a striking resemblance to Qingqing. This was her mother Tao Jing. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her daughter, her gaze filled with joy and affection. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Tao Jing, tearful, clutched her daughter's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Chaobin, a friend of mine. Hello, Auntie. Hello. Please come inside and talk. She led them into the house. The interior decor left Chaobin utterly astonished. Here inside a mansion within the Song family's grand estate, the furnishings were almost identical to those in Su Wan's old home. The irony was staggering. Dad, On the bed a man leaned against the headboard. His temples were gray, his face pale. Though only in his 50s, he looked like he was past 70, clearly having been ill for a long time. "You're back, Ching-chung. Dad, why is it like this? On the phone you always said it was just a simple deficiency of qi and blood. Why didn't you tell me it was this serious?" Kneeling by her father's bedside, Ching-chung wept uncontrollably. It was the first time Xiaobin had ever seen her like this. Oh, a family reunion. How touching. The insufferable Song Qin chose that exact moment to follow them in. "Tisk tisk tsk. Fourth brother, you're drinking your medicine again. Your health seems to be failing day by day. If you ask me, it's karma. Get out." Ching-chung roared. Even her legendary composure, the patience shed mustered for politeness, was completely shattered by her third aunt's heartless words. But the old hag had no sense of decorum. Leaning against the doorframe, she cracked sunflower seeds and continued her venomous chatter. "What are you yelling about? Just because you're some big official doesn't mean you're all that. The old master hasn't kicked the bucket yet, and nobody knows who he'll end up supporting." "Song Qin, get out of here." King Cheng's father roared, erupting into a fit of coughing. "Father, please don't get agitated. Fourth brother, do you know what you look like now? Like an old ox that can't eat or pull the plow. Too tough to kill, too costly to keep. You've lost all your usefulness, yet you still have such a temper." "Huh." She spat out melon seed shells as she spoke. Xiaobin couldn't stand it any longer. Holding his nose, he said, "Whoever farted stinks so bad, tisk tisk, truly repulsive. Since when does a pretty boy like you get to speak in the Song family? Believe me, you'll have your legs broken right now." Xiaobin laughed. "Tisk tisk tsk. The fart just keeps getting stinkier. You? So you're the third, and is that right? I've heard that your husband, the yellow ox, as they say, was once a fine, sturdy, and hard-working beast. But looking at you, it seems this field of yours has been left barren for years, hasn't it? Could it be that he's been plowing other women's fields all along? Oh wait, I forgot you're divorced, aren't you? Well, that makes sense. That sturdy ox won't be plowing your field anymore. Do you know what you look like now, eh? You look like an old hen at the village entrance. Instead of diligently laying eggs, you spend all day crowing like a rooster. Of course, your inability to lay eggs isn't entirely your fault. After all, with your hormonal imbalance over the years, you've long lost the will and the way. Tisk tisk tsk. Oh, my apologies, I forgot again. It's not that you don't want to lay eggs, it's that you simply can't. Ha ha ha. Xiaobin's face was full of pity. How pitiful, third aunt. You? If Song Qin's words were like needles to the lungs, Xiaobin's were like daggers to the heart. A sharp tone. He was showing off his skills in front of an expert. If anyone was going to be angered, it was her. Song Qin completely lost her composure. "You damned pretty boy. They'll fight you to the death." The shrew lashed out with a wild, clawing flurry of punches aiming straight for his face. Xiaobin wasn't one to indulge such behavior. He casually grabbed the broom woven from mugwort by the door and smacked it across her face. Although he didn't use the force of a grandmaster against a shrew, his strike was by no means gentle. The blow sent her sprawling to the ground. Red welts and faint traces of blood marked her face, the pain, leaving Song Qin seeing stars and struggling to catch her breath for a long while. You beast. How dare you hit me? Oh, blood. I'm disfigured. You bastard. I'm telling you, you're dead, you little wretch. If I don't finish you off today, they'll take your surname. Don't. I, Xiaobin, could never sire a creature like you whose mouth is born on her ass. You? Song Qin, who had been arrogant for most of her life, had never endured such humiliation, especially not in her own home. Fine. Very well. Just you wait. The woman wasn't foolish as she knew she was no match for Xiaobin alone. She rushed out of the small courtyard, apparently off to fetch reinforcements. The room fell silent. Even the coughs of Song Qingcheng's father, Song Shu, had stopped. Her family stared at Xiaobin, who was holding the broom, utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Auntie, have I brought trouble upon you?" "No." "Well hit." Qingcheng said coldly. "She deserved that lesson. Mom, Dad, I saw this today because I'm home, but when I'm not here, haven't you suffered her harsh, mean-spirited remarks enough? It's all right, Qingcheng. Over the years, your father and I have grown used to it. Your third aunt is just sharp-tongued. She hasn't done anything else too extreme. Mom, isn't this extreme enough? It's precisely because you've always yielded that you've been bullied all these years." Song Qingcheng said angrily. "Xiaobin, thank you for what you did just now. Leave this to me. Don't say anything. This has nothing to do with you, and you won't be implicated." Xiaobin didn't really like hearing that. When he struck, he never intended to stand idly by. When had he, Xiaomon, ever been afraid of trouble? However, considering the current situation, and since it was ultimately a family matter, he didn't argue, with Qingcheng silently acquiescing. In the brief moment they exchanged words, dense footsteps sounded from outside. Immediately after, 7 or 8 Song family bodyguards in black suits rushed in. The arrogant woman Song Qin followed closely behind. "It's him, that pretty boy. First break his legs and slash his face, then drag him over to kneel and apologize to me." "Yes." Qingcheng stepped forward, shielding Xiaobin. "Xiaobin is my guest. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him today, they'll have them pack their bags and leave the Song family immediately." "Oh, quite the bold claim. You'd throw everything away for a pretty boy, huh? That little bitch from the second branch isn't even this cocky." One might think you're in charge of the Song family now that the old master is gone. Pack your bags and leave, you say? You are just a bastard child from the third branch. Who gave you the nerve to speak such words? Song Qin pointed at Song Qingcheng's nose and cursed, "Get out of my way now, or I'll teach you a lesson too." "You dare?" From the bed, Qingcheng's father Song Shu said angrily, "Are you waiting for me to die? If you so much as touch Qingcheng, I'll fight you with everything I've got." "Fight me? Fourth brother, better save that worthless life of yours to cling on for a few more days. Since you can't discipline your children, I'll do you the favor today. You?" Song Qin put her hands on her hips. "Listen up, everyone. Anyone who obstructs me, beat them too. They'll take responsibility for whatever happens, got it?" "Yes. Who dares?" "Miss Qingcheng, we're just following orders. Please don't make this difficult for us. It's not worth severing ties with the third miss over an outsider." Scram. Facing the bodyguard's persuasion, Qingcheng didn't budge an inch. "Then forgive us." "You wouldn't dare?" Seeing the bodyguards about to lay hands on their daughter, Tao Jing and Song Shu were terrified. They instinctively surged forward, ready to fight them to the death. Qiao Bin shook his head with a sigh. He moved. Crack. A series of bone-dislocating sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, all 8 burly bodyguards were lying on the ground. Song Qin's eyes widened. This? Tao Jing and Song Shu exchanged stunned glances, shaken by the fighting prowess of this seemingly frail, fair-skinned young man. Sensing danger, Song Qin turned to flee. Qiao Bin grabbed her by the shoulder. Let go of me. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, pretty boy, I am." Slap, 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 slap. Her unfinished words were replaced by the crisp sound of slaps. Qiao Bin showed no mercy. Her fleshy face rippled under his relentless slaps, threatening to ooze oil until it swelled up like a pig's head. Then Song Qin, who was under 1.6 meters tall and weighed nearly 100 kilos, was lifted off the ground by Qiao Bin, who held her by the jaw. Her face full of terror, she flailed her arms and legs in the air. "What are you doing? I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please let me go." Only upon meeting Qiao Bin's icy, chilling gaze did Song Qin finally know fear. Even though she couldn't understand how a pretty boy dared to treat her like this, she was truly afraid. "Let you go? Now you're scared. Too late. Slash my face and break my legs. I'm a fair man. You treat me how you want, and I'll repay you in kind." "Wait." Uncle Kuan, who had driven Qiao Bin and Song Qingcheng earlier, rushed in frantically. "Miss Young Master, the old master requests your presence." "Uncle Kuan, save me, Uncle Kuan. This pretty boy is trying to kill me. Help me." Song Qin clung to him, as if he were a lifeline, crying for help. Uncle Kuan looked at her, disgust flickering in his eyes. But he still spoke softly to Qiao Bin. "Young master, the third miss was foolish. She's been punished enough. You are a magnanimous man, please be generous and spare her this once." Song Qin was stunned. The old master's personal driver was being this courteous to this guy. Just who was this pretty boy? "Third miss, I think you should apologize to the young master, the fourth madam, and Miss Qingcheng as well." Sorry. I was wrong, fourth brother. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me." One must bow their head when under duress. At a critical moment, Song Qin's mind was clear. The old master's driver being here meant the old master already knew about this. And knowing he still treats the pretty boy with such respect, she didn't dare think further. No matter what, she had to swallow her pride and get through this immediate crisis first. Otherwise, she'd be done for if this mad pretty boy really broke her legs. Qingcheng tugged at Qiao Bin's sleeve. Enough. Only then did Qiao Bin toss Song Qin out of the door like a piece of trash. In pain, the woman scrambled and crawled to escape the courtyard, terrified that if she lingered even a second, Qiao Bin would drag her back. "Young master, please." Uncle Kuan led the way politely. After saying goodbye to her parents, Qingcheng followed with Qiao Bin. "Young master." Unlike the vengeful demon from moments ago, Qiao Bin was now grinning mischievously. "Does this count as official recognition, CEO Song? Does that mean I can openly hold you while we sleep tonight?" Qingcheng gave a lazy roll of her eyes, too disinterested to respond. She had grown accustomed to being verbally harassed by Qiao Bin. Her tolerance had increased to the point where she could even sense a hint of sweetness in his teasing remarks. "Although what you did just now was quite satisfying, it was still too impulsive." Qingcheng stated seriously. "As long as Song Qin dares to lay a hand on me today, this incident can serve as leverage in my negotiations with the main house. What could have been a trade of a beating for valuable resources has now vanished. I know, which is why you deliberately left Gu Xiaoying in Jiangnan and only brought me with you back to Xiangdao. You know that the Song family will definitely investigate my identity. You're foolish and brainless third, and is merely being used as a pawn to test me. And all of this just happens to suit your plans. Taking a beating and enduring some grievances to obtain what you desire, is this the skill Song has honed over the years in the inner workings of the family?" Song Qingcheng looked at Qiao Bin with surprise. Although she hadn't planned to conceal anything from her, the fact that he understood this left her pleasantly surprised. "However, you overlooked one thing," Qiao Bin said seriously. "That is, I cannot bear to see you suffer, and I certainly cannot tolerate you being hit. If you were truly beaten, I would be heartbroken." Sweet nothings flowed effortlessly from his lips, accompanied by his sincere and earnest gaze from his exquisitely handsome face. Despite knowing Xiao Bin's character, well, Qingxing couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. He truly knew how to charm. I guess when you stood in front of me just now you were feeling very conflicted inside. Out of rationality, you wished for me to watch coldly and not disrupt your plans, but out of a woman's sensitivity, you feared that I would really watch coldly, for that would mean I am a cold-hearted person who only seeks personal gain, with no real feelings for you beyond lust and the desire for your benefits. After all, any man with a shred of humanity would never stand by and watch the woman he likes be bullied right before his eyes. If I take action, it would show you my true feelings for you. If I do not, you gain the family's internal benefits. Either way, CEO Song stands to profit without risk, a perfect calculation indeed. I didn't. Song Qingxing turned away, clearly showing signs of guilt. Whether you did or not is unimportant. I don't mind being used by you this once. Moreover, when I mentioned ruining your plan, you weren't angry. On the contrary, your tone was light and joyful. This indicates that compared to the family's internal interests, you value whether I have a little bit of genuine affection for you more. CEO Song, do you really like me? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her ears were hot. Qingxing said nothing, merely breathing a bit faster. Her snow-white neck was also tinged with a faint blush. She tried to lower her head, but felt that would contradict her usual pride, so she simply tilted her face upward, remaining silent and acting cool. Why aren't you speaking? Am I wrong? Yes, you are absolutely right. The whole world is just you, Xiao Bin, the smartest, who can see through everything. Are you satisfied now? Qingxing shot him a fierce glare, saying, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Be careful, or you might end up half paralyzed. Oh dear, thinking far ahead for me. Rest assured, I am different from others. I am exceptionally gifted. Come on, since we are mutually attracted, why not steal a kiss first? Uncle Kuan. Do these two think I am invisible? Though Uncle Kuan did not turn around, his ears were perked up, afraid of missing any juicy gossip. Qingxing frowned. Can I kiss? Then a hug will do right. Xiao Bin blocked her, stretching out his arms. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Qingxing took half a step back, quickening her pace, and presenting him with a proud view of her back. Xiao Bin wore a look of grievance. Women. He sang passionately. I just want to take off your pants. It's merely a simple test. I want to give you a hug like last night. Is that okay? You're retreating. Step. Are you serious? A small action can hurt so much. I promise I won't do anything. Why don't you believe me? Is it only by acting like a gentleman that I can get into bed with you? Xiao Bin was lost in his own world. Uncle Kuan, can I even hear this? Is this how young people flirt these days? Shut up. Aren't you ashamed? Qingxing could no longer endure it, her face flushed with anger, wishing she could rush over and tear apart Xiao Bin's mouth. I'm truly exasperated. I think that in 100 years, when you are buried, I must specially erect a tombstone for you. On it, I will engrave a couplet. Upper line, time adds years, and people truly become vile. Lower line, vileness fills the world and debauchery fills the garden. Horizontal inscription, shameless. When we arrive, I will trouble you and miss to change into visiting clothes. Uncle Kuan reminded at the right moment. The old man of the Song family was over 90, bedridden for years, and they had created an intensive care unit at home. For a billionaire, these were just trifles. Although Xiao Bin's family had not set up intensive care, his mother Ding Yuechuan had specially arranged a top-notch medical team responsible for the family's health. The cost was similar to intensive care. For them, being able to exchange money for a healthy body was the most valuable business in the world. However, compared to their own family, they still could not match how the old man of the Song family enjoyed life. After changing into visiting clothes, Xiao Bin discovered that all the doctors and nurses inside were women. Moreover, each was as beautiful as a flower. Unable to help himself, Xiao Bin teased, CEO Song, your grandfather really knows how to enjoy life. Even at the end, he doesn't forget to indulge his eyes. These people wouldn't all be your aunts, would they? Qingxing was not angry. She merely replied indifferently, do you think they are just pretty? They are all outstanding doctoral candidates from prestigious Ivy League schools, including the nurses. In any top-notch nursing home, even the lowest salary would be at least $1 million. They wouldn't even glance at you. So your grandfather knows how to enjoy life, huh? Getting closer, he finally saw the elderly man in the hospital bed. With a head full of silver hair and a rosy complexion, looking frail, but still having a loud voice, he said, Qingxing has come. The master of Xiangdo's premier family, Song Yang. His sharp gaze still held the aura of a past hero. Grandfather, Qingxing called out, neither warm nor distant. It was less like a grandchild greeting a grandparent, and more like a subordinate reporting to a superior. It's been a few years. You have matured and become more stable. Your business in Jiang is doing well. It deserves praise. Thank you, grandfather. Is this the young man you brought home? He looks quite handsome, with a hint of your grandfather's charm from my youth. Xiao Bin scoffed. This old man was even more shameless than himself. He forced a smile on his face, saying, hello, Mr. Song. Oh, young man, what is your name? Why do you remind me of my old friend, who has the surname Xiao? Xiao Bin thought to himself, what a show. If you didn't know my identity based on those slaps I gave your daughter earlier, you would have been forced to stuff me into a sack and toss me into the river. Old man, you have sharp eyes. My father is Chao Song. No wonder. Song Yang pretended to be surprised. I was wondering why you look so similar. I haven't seen your father in years. When I went to the mainland to invest, he was still a young lad, just starting to take over the business from the Chao family, just as young as you are now. Huh. This old man is pointing at me, acting all high and mighty. Yes, mister. Song is right. My father often mentioned to me how thanks to your guidance he avoided many pitfalls in business. Haha, young man, you are quite interesting. What is your name? To the old man, I am called Chao bin courtesy name a man. Chao a man. Haha, to hold the emperor hostage to command the lords. What ambition, it seems your Chao family has grand aspirations. Old man, you flatter me, though I do not deserve it. Whom the young tend to be overeager, it's best to be humble. Old man, your teachings are wise, who I have learned from you. Alright, I am tired. Ching, take your guest to rest. Yes, grandfather. As the two turned they heard Song Yihong's faint voice. Little Chao, the old man has a small request. I hope you the Chao family will take care of my granddaughter in the future. Old man, you flatter me. The Song family is so large, how could it possibly need the Chao family's care? You worry too much. Not a word of warmth or coldness. Chao bin even lazily walked away, taking King Cheng's hand, as if to show his attitude. Seeing this scene, Song Yihong's eyes turned cold, muttering to himself, a young man who doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth, refusing to drink the toast, and only wanting to drink the penalty wine. At a comic convention during her student days, the aloof and solitary Song Qingqing spoke. Can you let go of my hand now? If you didn't like it, you would have pulled away back inside. Since you don't dislike it, why put on this cold act now? Chao bin teased. Women, they always talk tough, but when you kiss them, they're soft enough. Nonsense. Let go. On the corridor outside the Song family's recovery room, Qingqing broke free from Chao bin's grip. Yet her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed the fluster within her heart. She turned her face away, feigning haughtiness, her fair neck and exquisite profile, stunningly beautiful. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her little finger to mask her emotions. How did you know the granddaughter she mentioned wasn't me? Is it that hard to figure out? If it were you, would your parents live in a place like that? If it were you, would your Aunt Song Qin dare to ride roughshod over our parents, even setting her bodyguards on you? The favoritism is so obvious, it's clear you are not the favored one in this family. What are parents? Chao bin, have you no shame? Qingqing spat. Chao bin chuckled. My Chao family might be slightly behind your Song family in wealth, but in overall standing, even that old man in there would be honored to be sworn brothers with my elder brother. A catch like me had naturally want to marry off to his most beloved granddaughter. And you by any measure don't look like his favorite. Indeed, in grandfather's eyes, am surely not worthy of a noble son like you. A disobedient granddaughter like me should marry some common peddler burdened by trivial household worries, never knowing happiness. Bullshit. Whether you're worthy or not, that's my call and yours. If we're in love, what right does he have to decide? Chao bin grew bolder, wrapping an arm around Song Qingqing's. Don't you agree? Qingqing rolled her eyes. Let go. No way. Ow. Arg. Song, are you trying to kill your husband? The next second, Chao bin crouched down, clutching his crotch, face twisted in pain. He was faking it, of course. Because Qingqing had only made a gesture, her knee never actually connected. You deserve it. Who told you to be so shameless? Even knowing he was pretending, her mood lightened inexplicably. The oppression from the old man in the ICU had vanished completely. That's just how Chao bin was. Amid his jokes and banter, he always put her at ease, even if he was a smooth talker with wandering hands. Yet somehow he wasn't annoying. She had to admit, when Head ignored her grandfather's authority and walked her out holding her hand, it was impressive. It made her heart flutter. I never understood why a noble lady from a Xiongdao dynasty would come to the mainland to build her own path. Now I get it. In that grand mansion, everyone but your parents was an enemy, yet you carved out your own path. All these years, it must have been exhausting and bitter, hasn't it? Qingqing froze. All these years, those so-called relatives had been suppressing and attacking her, scheming to destroy her. Even her parents, with genuine love, only ever praised her for being strong and self-reliant. Everyone watched her soar higher with envy and admiration, but no one ever asked if she was tired or hurting. In that instant, tears burst forth like a flood. It wasn't melodrama. It was the overwhelming resonance of emotion that she simply couldn't control. Even as she tried to stop, tears spilled from her eyes. Every woman has a sentimental side. Especially for a woman who lacks nothing financially, emotional value outweighs monetary worth 100-fold. Being truly understood was enough to make her weep. She wiped the tears from her face, turning her back so Chao bin couldn't see her lose composure, her voice stubborn and firm. I'm not tired. But the next second, Qingqing's delicate frame trembled violently. You? Chao bin had gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. You don't need to put on a brave face with me. Cry if you want to, laugh if you want to. Before you were alone. From now on, I'll always be by your side. As long as you're willing, I'll stay with you forever. Really, you know me, Qingqing. I might not be serious most of the time, but unless it's a promise made in bed, I always keep my word. He nuzzled against her ear, breathing in the scent of her hair. This time Qingqing didn't stop his overfamiliar advances. But she was still Song Qingqing, the queen of Jiangnan, not some naive girl, starved for love. Qiao Bin. So how many women have you said all this to? Not many. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Qiao Bin was an honest man leaning on Qingqing's shoulder as he began counting on his fingers. Qingqing's anger flared, the fleeting warmth vanishing in an instant. Let go. Why are you suddenly angry? Let go. Hey Song Qingqing, don't be like this. Are you just going to deny everything once you've had your fun? Qingqing gritted her teeth. Get lost. Classic Qiao Amo. Shamelessly transparent, ocean deep in his ways. Mr. Qiao, my second master requests your presence. A middle-aged woman in servant's attire suddenly appeared before them. Your second master? That's my second uncle Song Li, father of my grandfather's most cherished granddaughter. Looks like your lucky break is here, young Master Qiao, Qingqing said mockingly. So your aunt Song Qin was just a pawn for him? Probably. My eldest uncle Song Wan and third aunt Song Qin were born to the Grand Madam. My grandfather has had countless women in his life, but only 4 were formally married into the family. The Grand Madam was an arranged marriage from the older generation from a prestigious and wealthy family. Only the second madam and the youngest, the fourth madam, were women he truly loved. The third madam, my biological grandmother, came from a scholarly family and was wedded into this as a business bargain forced by the times. The Grand Madam, as the lawful wife, held status despite being unloved. The second madam needs no explanation. The fourth madam never bore children. My grandmother was never favored until her death. That's why my father's branch ended up in this state. The conflict between the eldest and second branches has been going on for ages. Now that the second branch is reaching out to you, they must want to win you over. Judging from the old man's attitude earlier, he's given his nod. Or perhaps this whole scheme is his design. Is that old man really that rotten? Pushing his daughter into being cannon fodder, setting me against the eldest branch, then dangling an olive branch to poach you and prop up his second son. That's a violation of basic decency. In families like ours, there's no decency, only interest. When everyone shares blood becomes meaningless. Who's liked, who's not, who's used, who's discarded. It all comes down to one person's whim. Qingqing's voice dropped, tinged with sarcasm and mockery. In the old man's eyes, a little hardship for a daughter and granddaughter he doesn't care for in exchange for a beloved son gaining a powerful ally. That's a good deal. Then why did you bring me to your home? Aren't you afraid I'll get swayed by the old man's sweet talk? Then let him sway you away. Qingqing smiled. A peony in full bloom, captivating the world. What's mine no one can take. What's not mine will leave sooner or later. So it's better to see the truth now than to grieve later. Whether it was Qiao Bin's imagination, she seemed to stress the word later. So that was it. This enchanting woman had done it on purpose. A girl who had grown up walking on eggshells, surviving in the cracks, having witnessed the ugliest and filthiest faces of the world, was ultimately not so quick to trust a man. Bringing Qiao Bin home was on one hand a declaration of war against her family. On the other, it was a test for him. The Queen of the South, who founded Mafong at 25 and met Qiao Bin thereafter. The nanny was stunned, her face filled with terror. Is this something I should be hearing? Will Miss Qingqing have me silenced? Little did she know Song Qingqing intended to use her as a mouthpiece to declare war and sever ties with the entire Song family. By now Qingqing, armed with the investigation direction and evidence provided by Qiao Bin, had already grasped the truth behind her younger brother's disappearance years ago. What accident? It was merely the innocent sacrifice of a family power struggle. In the past, for the sake of her parents, she could endure. But now she had reached her limit. Perhaps she hadn't realized that what pushed her to her final decision wasn't Song Qin's aggressive posturing, but the old man's words in the ICU. In the future, my granddaughter will be in your Qiao family's care. Though reluctant to admit it, Qiao Bin had indeed unknowingly carved a significant place for himself in her heart. The human heart cannot withstand too many trials, Qiao Bin said in a low voice. He understood Song Qingqing's intentions. He wasn't angry, but a flicker of displeasure remained. I know, and you still want me to meet your second uncle. Why not? After all, his daughter is quite beautiful. Perhaps you might even like her. I wouldn't want to stand in the way of your romantic pursuits, Master Qiao. Beautiful? You mean that Song Qingxian who slept with every young star in the entertainment industry? Qiao Bin retorted with annoyance. You know about that. Qingqing was surprised. You didn't think I'd come all the way to Xiang Island without doing my homework on the Song family, did you? Song Qingxian. Which trending celebrity hasn't she had? When a man has money, he sleeps with starlets. When a woman has money, she sleeps with young hunks. It's a mutual choice. Except for rare exceptions, money can solve almost anything. Of course, there are those who don't even care about gender. As long as you're good-looking, they'll sleep with you. Don't you think you two are a perfect match? Me? Qiao Amon. A match with her? Yep. The king and queen of players born for each other. A match made in heaven. Qingqing nodded seriously. Song Qingqing. Qiao Bin was furious. You can question my character, but I will never allow you to insult my taste. That Song Qingxian isn't worth a single hair on your head. No, she's not even fit to be compared to you. She's nothing. The nanny in the second branch's courtyard was trembling uncontrollably. This is it. Miss Qingxing is definitely going to kill me after this. Mr. Chow, I need to get back to report to second master. I'll take my leave now. Miss Qingxing, I'll be going first. The nanny relieved turned and fled, her body as round as a rugby ball, afraid they might change their minds. Xiaobin pinched Song Qingxing's cheek hard. Ow! Ow! Song Qingxing, are you a dog? You bite. Qingxing glared at him, silently acting like a petulant little woman. So the proud and aloof her had such a down-to-earth side. What are you looking at? Come on, tell me, what kind of person is your second uncle? Didn't you already do your homework? Then tell me something I don't know. Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you'll never be defeated. You don't actually want me to be your second uncle's son-in-law, do you? Qingxing pouted. Second uncle Song Li. Back then he and his wife had some health issues, and couldn't conceive naturally for years. After 3 rounds of IVF, they had a son and a daughter. The eldest is Song Yingxue, the second is Song Qingxian. Song Yin was born in the same year as me. He's quite capable, and has brought credit to the Song family over the years. He now manages half of the family's business in Xiang Island. As for Song Qingxian, let's not even talk about her. Oh, by the way, back then second aunt didn't want to breastfeed because she was self-conscious about her small chest, so both Song Yingxue and Song Qingxian were raised on the milk of that nanny just now. Seriously, Miss Song, can you tell me something useful? Who wants to hear these trivial family gossips of the Song family? That's all. Anything else your Chow family's intelligence network can dig up. The only things you wouldn't know are these tidbits that circulate within the old mansion. Song Qingxing, are you doing this on purpose? Go on. Qingxing pursed her lips. Xiaobin furious pointed at her for a long time. Song Qingxing, don't you regret this? Watching his figure storming away in anger, Qingxing's eyes instantly turned red. I know I like you too. I don't want to keep testing you like this. But I'm scared. Her eyes misted over, and she took a deep breath. We're just ships passing in the night. How can there be deep affection? I can't afford to lose. If you stay, I'll be very happy. But if you choose to leave, I won't blame you. After all, when love is one-sided, you must accept the outcome with grace. What? He really said that? Madam, it's absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears right there. Inside the villa of Song Li, the second master of the Song family, his wife Qin Xiaoyun, upon hearing the nanny's account, immediately flew into a rage. How outrageous! How dare he insult my daughter like that? That little wretch Song Qingxing isn't worth a single hair on our Qingxian's body. Mommy, it's just some poor loser's fantasy. I've seen plenty of these sour grapes types. I don't even care, so why are you angry? Song Qingxian, draped in high-end luxury, lounged on the sofa and said disdainfully, only someone like Song Qingxing, that country bumpkin nobody loves, would fall for a sycophant like that. I wouldn't even bother to look at him. Her genetic makeup for looks wasn't bad. Her face was quite neat, with a delicate, refined foundation. However, due to years of a life of luxury without exercise, her figure had long since gone to seed. Lying there, her thighs were thick, and a layer of greasy flab hung over her belly, inching closer to that rugby ball shape of her old wet nurse. She was a total tank. What do you know? This Chow Bin is no small fry. He's the son of Chow Song, the richest man in Jiangbei. His wealth might be slightly less than ours, but in other aspects he's incredibly prestigious. Our family can barely be considered a match for him. So what if he's rich? Our family isn't short on money. Prestigious. Is he more prestigious than the governor? I've slept with the sons of those families, so who does this Chow Bin think he is? Mommy, in a nutshell, when your daughter sleeps with a man, I don't care if he's rich or noble. I only care if he's handsome and virile. Everything else I don't give a damn. Nonsense. What kind of rubbish are you talking? Daddy. Dear Song Li, impeccably dressed in a suit, walked in from the courtyard, his face stern. The old master has spoken. This is a once-in-a-lifetime perfect match for you. You must secure him today no matter what. Daddy, you said you wouldn't rush me into marriage and let me play for 2 more years. Song Qingxian whined, though her greasy, out-of-shape body made the gesture hard to look at. I did say that, but this is your grandfather's wish. You don't want to fall out of favor with the old master and have your allowance for keeping your boy toys cut, do you? Song Li said sternly, marriage is marriage. As for your affairs, you can continue as you please. As long as you maintain the facade of the relationship, it will bring immense benefits to our Song family. Understood. Song Qingxian pouted, looking thoroughly displeased. Take a look. Here are the photos and info on the guy. He's probably already on his way here. After you're done reading, get ready to receive him. What's there to see? He's probably just... Song Qingxian's originally gruff voice suddenly turned syrupy, sweet the moment she laid eyes on Chow Bin's photo. Her eyes lit up. Daddy, is this the Chow Bin you want me to marry? What do you think? Handsome, right? Song Li chuckled. He knew his daughter's nature all too well. Still object to this marriage now? Song Qingxian, staring at the photo, was practically drooling onto the screen. Daddy, Mommy, I don't care what you have to do, but this man must be in my bed tonight. Second master, he's here. He just arrived at the front courtyard. Ew, I've had a maid escort him to the sitting room. The housekeeper reported, and Song Li made a swift decision. They'll go to the front hall to receive him. Xiaoyan, take our daughter and get her properly dressed. Once I've laid the groundwork, you two can make a timely appearance. Qingxian, remember this. If you want this matter to succeed, you must set aside your usual willful temper. Even if you have to fake it, you must present the same pure and refined ladylike demeanor as that little wretch Song Qingxian. Oh, I know, Daddy. Song Qingxian is nothing. There's no man in this world that Song Qingxian can't win over. Song Qingxian, full of impatience, bustled off to do her makeup. 5 minutes later in the front hall. Nephew Chow, long time no see. His voice preceded his arrival, and Song Li, impeccably dressed in a suit, appeared at the doorway, his face wreathed in effusive smiles. Tisk, 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 old brother Chow Song's son is truly a fine-looking young man. Tisk, tisk, look how you've grown in the blink of an eye. 30 years ago, when your parents came to Fragrant Harbor on business and were guests at my home, you were still in your mother's arms nursing. He stepped forward, patting Chow Bin's shoulder with the air of a kindly elder. They say the last century was the golden age of Fragrant Harbor cinema, and it's true. At least the Song family are all Oscar-worthy actors. Nephew, Chow Bin sneered inwardly. Anyone listening would think the two families were thick as thieves. It's just like the old man trying to establish dominance right from the start. I might give Song Yang a bit of face, but who the hell does this second-generation Song Li think he is to come and disgust me? Mr. Song, are you sure you're not mistaken? My parents never mentioned this to me. No mistake, no mistake. You were just a nursing babe, then it's only natural they wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Chow Bin's smile was ambiguous. Mr. Song says 30 years ago, but I'm only 25 now. Song Li's face stiffened with embarrassment, a flash of anger quickly suppressed. What's going on? Wuma, the guest has been here for ages, and there isn't even a cup of tea. Is this how you do things? The classic tactic of scolding servants to change the subject and ease the awkwardness, a standard move for the upper crust. I'm so sorry, master, it was my fault. Then go. Bring out my prized Mingxian West Lake Longjing tea. Nephew Chow is an honored guest. We must not be remiss in our hospitality. If there's a next time, you can pack your things and get out. Yes, yes, master, I'm going right now. Chow Bin observed it, all his mind clear as day. This Song Li is trying to use his old man's tricks to send me a message. Honored guest Mingxian Longjing. He's basically saying he's giving his young nephew plenty of face, and ID better not be ungrateful. Mr. Song, please just call me Chow Bin. What's this? Is my nephew refusing to acknowledge his uncle? I know you were upset that I mistook you for your older brother earlier, but a man my age is bound to be forgetful. After all, your father and I were sworn brothers. Calling me uncle wouldn't be a loss for you. Mr. Song, you are mistaken. My father never mentioned having a sworn brother like you. However, he did tell me that when he came to Fragrant Harbor back, then your esteemed father received him warmly. In his cups your father called him Brother Chow. By that reckoning, my father and your father are brothers, which would make you and me of the same generation. Or perhaps you and your own father just call each other whatever you like. Having been rebutted twice in a row, Song Li felt a surge of anger. This little bastard wants to be my brother. Then how is my daughter supposed to marry you? But after a moment's thought, he swallowed his pride. As my nephew just said, your father called him brother only because he was drunk. Words spoken under the influence can't be taken seriously. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me as your uncle, I certainly see you as a worthy junior. You mentioned you're 25 now. You're not married yet, are you? Who says, eh? Chow Bin said with a serious face. I have a wife. Actually, I have more than one. Nephew, don't jest. Monogamy is the law now. How could you have several wives? Then why does your father have 4? This retort nearly broke Song Li's composure, and he barely held back a curse. You little bastard, how dare you compare yourself to my father? My father had his wives when the law still allowed it. If it weren't for the backing of your father Chow Song and your mother Ding Yuchun's family, you wouldn't even have the right to sit here and speak with me. I've been nothing but courteous, and you keep slapping me in the face. You ungrateful little wretch. Mr. Song, you seem upset. Did I say something wrong? Well, you still haven't told me why your father can have several wives, but I can't. Song Li gritted his teeth and suppressed his fury once more. His entire demeanor shifted, turning cold. Nephew, let's not play games. We're all old foxes here. Let's just speak plainly. That's more like it. So that little wretch Song Qingxian isn't good enough for you. Oh, by that logic, Mr. Song, are you saying that only your little wretch of a daughter would be good enough for me? Does your beloved daughter know you speak of her so fondly behind her back? Young man, sharp words will only harm the greater good. I advise you not to provoke me repeatedly, or else. Or else what? Chow Bin looked at him with scorn. Song Li, is this how you ask for a favor? You? Get this straight. You are the one eager to marry your daughter off to me. It's not my Chow family begging you. Your son has some ability, but he's certainly not the only capable one in the Song family. So his position isn't secure, is it? Your old man might favor you, but he can't show it too openly. In a wealthy family, it's not scarcity that breeds discontent, but unfairness. If he's too biased, the family will fall apart and court disaster. You say Qingxian isn't good enough for me, but that actually proves she's the most perfect match. Because you're all afraid, and you and your father Song Yang are afraid of different things. Song Yang fears she will drift away. If the most capable younger generation of the Song family takes control and then marries the heir of another powerful family comparable to yours, it would be tantamount to handing the Song family over. Song Yang knows Qingqing's capabilities, which is why he's deliberately kept her at arm's length all these years. Besides using her as a whetstone for the other juniors of the Song family, he's also indirectly enslaving her spirit. Because to gain the family's recognition, Qingqing will only push herself harder and harder to prove her worth. But what she doesn't know is that no matter how hard she strives, even if she elevates the Song family to another level, the old man will only offer a faint "well done, keep it up." He will never give her the heartfelt recognition, respect, and status she deserves. What Song Yang wants is her relentless drive and indomitable spirit. He doesn't need her for a marriage alliance. In fact, he'd prefer she remain single and stay with the Song family forever, serving as a sharp blade to carve out new territories for them. As for Qingqing's exhaustion or suffering, he couldn't care less. After all, she was never a granddaughter he treasured. And you, Songli? Chao Bin cast a contemptuous glance at him. You're afraid that with the Chao family's support, Qingqing will outshine your son in the inheritance battle. A tiger father sires a dog's son. In terms of vision, you're not even fit to lick your father Song Yihong's boots. The old man schemes for the whole picture, but all you see are your petty gains. You're nothing but a piece of shit that can't be helped up the wall. Fickleness and faithlessness have always been brothers. If a man can stab his own kin in the back, how could anyone expect him to remain loyal to a partner? Impossible. When opinions clash and interests diverge, he would be the first to drive the knife into your back, without a moment's hesitation. That was precisely why Chao Bin had never considered a partnership with Songli. How dare you? Songli finally reached his limit and slammed the table, rising to his feet. Boy, do you know what you're saying. Insulting me is one thing, but daring to slander my old man behind his back. Believe me, you'll have the island police arrest you right now. Insult you? You're not even worth it. And arrest me. Your Song family may be powerful, but the Chao family isn't weak either. Just try it. What nonsense. When I Amon came as a guest, your Song family eagerly tried to shove a wife onto me. They wouldn't give me the one I fancied, instead forcing some other inferior choice upon me, without even asking if I was willing. What's this? I Chao Bin may be fond of beauty, but am not a garbage collector. Does Amon really accept any old broken bun or rotten butterfly? Why are you two suddenly arguing? Song Li's wife, Chun Xiaoyun, knew how to handle the situation. Just as the two were on the verge of completely falling out, she led Song Qingxian into the room. Little Chao, let's talk things through calmly. Your Uncle Song has a hot temper, but he means no harm. If anything he said upset you, just be a bit tolerant and don't take it to heart. And you are? My surname is Chun. I'm your Uncle Song's wife and Qingxian's mother. You can call me Annie Chun. So your sister-in-law. A pleasure to meet you. Song Li, Chun Xiaoyun, and Song Qingxian all darkened their faces at once. This little rascal was utterly shameless. His hair had barely grown in, and he calls me sister-in-law. That said, Chun Xiaoyun secretly felt a flutter of delight. Could it be because she looked so young? Hey, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my mother, your future mother-in-law. Calling her sister-in-law is completely disrespectful. Song Qingxian pouted, but the more she looked at Chao Bin's handsome face, the more satisfied she became. She was almost eager to consummate the marriage on the spot. Remember this, Chao Bin, from now on I'm your wife. Stay far away from that slut, Song Qingxing. If I ever catch you hanging around her again, I'll enforce the family rules and break your legs. Hold on, lady, who are you? Chao Bin was speechless. Which crazy woman had escaped from the asylum? The high-slit coffee-colored mermaid dress was stretched into the shape of a rugby ball on her. To be honest, Song Qingxian wasn't ugly, just a bit plump in the face. A girl, even if not classically beautiful, could still be liked if she had a decent personality. Unlike the Song Qingxian before him, the moment she opened her mouth, a nauseating stench wafted over. She had none of the grace of a proper lady, just a walking plate of greasy braised pork. Worse, she seemed rather pleased with herself, exuding an air of arrogant self-adoration. She even held a tulip to her nose with affected delicacy, as if to show Chao Bin she was more beautiful than the flower. Blah, lady. Chao, are you asking for death? Who are you calling a lady? You're the lady. Your whole family are ladies. You blind fool, I am the first little princess of Fragrant Isle. Fine, since you're so handsome, I'll forgive you this once. Watch your tongue next time, or your wife will have to lay down the law. Chao Bin was amused despite himself. In a world so vast, this was the first time he'd met someone more shameless than himself. He chuckled, princess. If you want princesses, there are plenty in the private booths. Why would I come to you? Not come to me. Then who do you plan to go to? Don't tell me you're thinking of hooking up with that little slut Song Qingxing. Stop. Qingxing never calls herself a princess. She's a queen. You two are on completely different levels. Bullshit. A queen. Did she crown herself? Not everyone is like you. You'd be better suited ringing the bells at Notre Dame, since your looks are a style all their own, like a Picasso painting. Are you complimenting me? Song Qingxian lifted her chin, proudly basking in the supposed praise. Chao Bin grinned. Yes, I'm definitely complimenting you. If I hung your portrait on the wall, I wouldn't be afraid of ghosts at night. Why don't you send me a selfie? It'd work better than adore God to ward off evil. You're mocking me. Not at all, just praising you. Miss Song, you should read more books, or else it'll be awkward when you can't tell when someone's complimenting you. You? You piece of trash, how dare you mock me? Do I even need to mock you? You're like a bitter melon, you know. You dress so cool, yet your face is so off-putting. Don't waste your effort. No matter how dangerously you dress, your safe-looking face is useless. You, Daddy, Mommy, he's insulting me. Make him pay. Take him to bed. It was today that Xiao Bin truly witnessed what a genuine spoiled heir was like. Song Qingxian was a living example. This grand family was full of oddities. Well, I've seen what I came to see. Time to take my leave. Xiao Bin rose. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a proper gift. How about I write a couplet for Mr. Song and his wife? Without waiting for their consent, he walked over to the desk with its inkstone. After a flurry of strokes, his work was complete. He then swaggered out, snatching the tulip from Song Qingxian's hand as he went. Nice flower, but the person. Forget it. Lady, you deserve better. Am not worthy. You? Stop right there. Song Qingxian was furious, but also curious, so she went over to see what he had written. The first line, this was left blank in the source. The second line, this was left blank in the source. The horizontal scroll, pitiful and laughable, a wolf and an old hag. To ensure she the illiterate could understand, Xiao Bin even thoughtfully added annotations. Chai, pronounced chai, second tone. A wild beast. Resembles a wolf, but smaller and thinner. Its bark is like a dog's. It is narrow-minded, greedy, and cruel. Mao, pronounced Mao, fourth tone. Means old. Mommy, Daddy, come look, I think it's about you too. The couple, curious, walked over. One glance was all it took. Their faces instantly turned as if they had eaten shit. It's about you, Mommy. It says you're a haggard housewife with small boobs. Me and brother are the most pitiful because you wouldn't breastfeed us. Shut up. Chun Kyoyun's eyes gleamed with a murderous light. Why are you yelling? I'm not wrong. And Daddy, this one. I understand it all. Xiao Bin said I was uneducated. Do I look uneducated? I'm very educated. Shut up. Song Qingxian, are you brainless? Sleeping with celebrities has rotted your brain. Get out. Get the hell out. Why are you yelling? Just because you couldn't keep a man for me, you take it out on me. Besides, I'm just stating the facts. There are plenty of fish in the sea. It's just one Xiao Bin. If I don't sleep with him, there are plenty of other men waiting for me. It was a killing blow. Song Li and Chun Xiaoyan never dreamed that the deepest cut would come from the backstab of their own idiot daughter. The pain was too much. It must be that bitch Song Qingxing. How else would Xiao Bin know our private family matters? Chun Xiaoyan said with a cold sneer. Slap. Song Li struck his wife across the face. Are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Why don't you go hit Xiao Bin? You stupid bitch. You have the nerve to complain. Did your legs go weak when he called you sister-in-law? You're just like your daughter. You've been planning to cuckold me for years, haven't you? Chun Xiaoyan, holding her cheek, was stunned for a moment, then her own fury ignited. Fine. You're right. I've been holding back for years. But can you blame me? All these years, if you didn't go out faster than Ultraman's warning light, would I have had to suffer in silence and let my mind wander? Fine. You bitch will kill you today. Come on. I've had enough. They'll fight you to the death. One couplet had broken two people. The room instantly descended into chaos. Dogs biting dogs, a mouthful of fur. When Xiao Bin walked out, Qingxiang was still waiting outside. The moment she saw him, she let out an obvious sigh of relief. It seemed I had won the bet. Where did you get the flower? Qingxiang turned, hands clasped behind her back, her steps light, her face beaming with an unconcealed smile as she walked ahead of Xiao Bin. Stole it. Do you know the language of tulips? Qingxiang asked. No. It means thoughtfulness, universal love, and capability. Oh, that perfectly expresses my feelings for you. Here, it's for you, CEO Song. Song Qingxiang couldn't hold back her laughter. Get lost, you shameless. MPH. Her body trembled, her red lips were captured, and she froze in place. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. Fine. Shed just. Consider it a little reward for him. With that thought, Qingxiang slowly closed her eyes. After a long while. Xiao Bin, don't you dare go too far. Qingxiang's eyes snapped open, her hand clamping down on his, which was still trying to creep lower. What do you think you're doing in public? I do. If you're willing. Let go. Her face flushed like the setting sun, her glance radiant and full of charm. Xiao Bin, I'm warning you, if there's a next time, watch your hands. Qingxiang pushed him away, turning to leave him with a cold, aloof back. Yet the rhythm of her high heels was far less composed than her demeanor, and her voice trembled slightly. Was this woman part dog? Her mood changed faster than flipping a page. Xiao Bin touched his nose awkwardly. Hey, President Song, wait for me. A man caught up. Get lost, stay away from me. What's the story with the bauhinia flowers in the yard and the orchids on the windowsill? Are you talking about my parents' place? Not sure. Last time I was here was 2 years ago. They weren't there then. Why? Is something wrong? Can't say for now. The previous fuss came and went too fast. I only caught a glimpse and couldn't be certain. Let me first ask your parents what's going on. Half an hour later, inside a modest 3-room courtyard. Xiao Bin remained silent for a long time after taking Song Shu's pulse. Qingxiang's father. Qingxiang initially doubted his skill, but his serious demeanor suggested otherwise. Besides, despite his usual frivolous talk, he never failed when it came to serious matters, so she decided to trust him this once. How is he? Xiao Bin glanced back at Qingxiang without a word, then turned to her mother Tao Jing. Auntie, could you bring over the herbal dregs from Uncle's recent prescriptions? Tao Jing was curious how this young man knew her husband had been taking traditional medicine lately. Thinking it over, she figured it was probably due to the faint scent of herbs lingering on him and in the house. There are no dregs. The medicine is prescribed by a trusted old physician in the residence and prepared in the kitchen. Well, what about the leftover broth or the residue from the strained herbs? There is some. Old Song has been anxious waiting for you all to return. The soup from the kitchen arrived at noon, but he hasn't had a chance to drink it yet. Please bring it here. Soon Xiao Bin poured a small amount from the delivered bowl into a disposable paper cup. After taking a small sip, his expression shifted drastically. Poison indeed. Techniques are neutral. It is people who are good or evil. Chinese medicine can save lives at death's door, but it can also kill invisibly. A trace amount administered repeatedly leading to death. The poisoner was skilled. Even forensic examination might find nothing wrong. How long has he been taking this medicine? Over 6 months. Is there a problem, Mr. Chow? But Old Song's condition seems to improve after each dose. And he just call me a man. It's true he improves right after taking it, but I bet his condition worsens again at night, escalating until he takes the next dose. It's been a cycle, right? Tao Jing was startled, then realization dawned on her face. It seems so. Is the medicine really the problem? In the last 2 months has Uncle been unable to sleep all night, and has his cough gotten worse? Yes, Chow. A man, what is going on? Can you treat him? Tao Jing had initially thought this handsome young man was just putting on an act to win favor for his pursuit of her daughter. She never expected he actually had real skills. As for him orchestrating this, she had never shared these specific details of the illness with any outsider. She hadn't even breathed a word to her daughter during calls to avoid worry. The only explanation was that he had genuinely diagnosed it. Song Qingcheng was equally shocked. This guy really knows Chinese medicine. No wonder. No wonder he could produce a Dan recipe like the fulling purple pill, one passed down and refined through generations. So her father's illness wasn't a natural calamity, but a man-made disaster. Her gaze instantly turned sharp, her phoenix eyes filled with icy resolve. Annie, don't worry. Do you have a pen? Yes. Xiao Bin picked up the pen and wrote out a prescription, handing it to Song's mother Tao Jing. This time you must procure the herbs yourself and decoct them in your own courtyard. Remember, even if you're too busy and must delegate, ensure every step stays within your sight. Fortunately, although the culprit intended murder, they stretched the timeline. It seemed they planned to kill Song Shu within 2 years. Now, after only 6 months, despite the deep toxicity, there was still a chance to reverse it. If it had been over a year. A man, what do you mean? Auntie, one should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be wary of it. Though this is my first visit to the Song residence, I've seen quite a few grand spectacles. Give me the prescription. He'll go get the herbs. Song Qingcheng took the paper, choosing to trust Xiao Bin unconditionally at this moment. You asked about the flowers in the yard earlier. Every effect has a cause. Uncle's illness is the effect, the flowers are the cause. Xiao Bin explained. Orchids' prolonged inhalation of their fragrance can cause overstimulation and insomnia. As for the bauhinia flowers, contact with their pollen can trigger asthma, and prolonged exposure worsens the symptoms. You said you haven't been home for 2 years. I'd wager these flowers were also planted about 2 years ago. Uncle started taking the medicine 6 months ago, which aligns with the incubation period for induced asthma. Mom, who planted these flowers? I did. Back then your aunt from the eldest branch said bauhinia symbolizes good fortune and orchids clear the mind. She specially sent someone with many seedlings. I was idle and planted them. Could she have? Tao Jing's face turned pale, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed. Mom, are you okay? How dare they? How dare they? We've retreated time and again. Your brother is already gone. Why won't they leave us alone? Do they need to see our whole family dead before they're satisfied? Song's mother was furious, desperate, and grief-stricken. She had almost killed Old Song with her own hands. Bastards. Qingcheng cursed, turning to seek retribution. It's useless. They won't admit it if you go now. For revenge we must think long-term. Xiao Bin's words restored her queenly composure. Indeed. Without solid evidence, acting now would only alert the snake. What was certain was that those who attacked her brother back then were the same people targeting her parents now. The eldest branch, the second branch. Not a single good one among them. Fine. Very well. Qingqing gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp as blades. At that moment, a long-missed sweet electronic chime suddenly sounded in Xiao Bin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing 50 points of the protagonist's luck again. Host's current luck value 396. Xiao Bin sneered. Okay. Really? Yeah, I will definitely do it next time. Get lost, don't bother me now. Indeed. He was not mistaken. In the original book, Yi Fan not only helped Song Qingchen find her brother to gain her trust, but also sought presence during the internal strife of the Song family through her father's illness. However, that guy was quite heartless. To conveniently court Song Qingcheng and her mother Tao Jing, this grandson could have saved her father, but chose to prolong his life by just a few days. In other words, this bastard not only failed to save the person, but accelerated Song Shu's death. Although he acted well enough to barely gain Song Qingcheng's trust, their relationship remained at the level of ordinary friends. The death of her father became an insurmountable hurdle for Qingqing, so in the end Yi Fan only received her help without winning her heart. Perhaps this is also why Qingsheng did not end up with Yi Fan, but did not reject close contact with Qiao Bin. Yi Fan appeared to be the invincible Dragon King, yet in reality he was just a rotten person adorned with the protagonist's halo lacking principles and boundaries. In contrast, Qiao Bin, who seemed lazy and unruly, was genuinely a source of warmth. You could say he was both a protagonist and an antagonist, but compared to Yi Fan, he was undoubtedly more qualified to be the main character. Who says a villain must be wicked to the core? From Qiao Bin's perspective in this vibrant world, he had already become the protagonist of his own story. He knew that Yi Fan was surely in Shangdao at this moment. No matter what he intended to do, Qiao Bin would not let him have his way. After having dinner at Song Shu and Tao Jing's small courtyard, Qingqing took Qiao Bin out to meet the person they were supposed to see during this trip to Shangdao. Aren't you going to ask who I'm taking you to see? Your friend? Uncle Kuan was still driving. The two sat side by side in the back seat. Yes, she is one of the few friends I have in Shangdao. Her name is Li Tong. We were college classmates. Back then we shared a dormitory, and I was used to being solitary. It was she who persistently intruded into my world and eventually became a good friend. She is very capable, having built up considerable capital and connections from scratch over the years. I sought her out regarding my brother's situation, and I also entrusted her with the sales channels for the revitalizing purple pill. The current situation is very promising. However, the information you provided me about my brother slightly differed from what I found out. What differences? My brother was indeed likely harmed by someone from the Song family, but it seems to have no relation to that person named Yi Fan. Furthermore, according to the information provided by Li Tong, that Yi Fan even helped save my brother, but unfortunately failed in the end. Regardless, I need to find an opportunity to thank him. She is obviously Yi Fan's person and would naturally speak for him. Li Tong has been involved in telecom fraud since college. Later she encountered Yi Fan abroad and became his most capable secretary. Among the so-called 300 Iron Blood warriors under Yi Fan, the most outstanding were known as the 12 Zodiac. This Li Tong is one of them, codenamed Viper. Her acquaintance with Qingsheng was the result of her early fishing expeditions. Initially, she planned to lure Qingsheng abroad to extort her when the time was ripe. However, due to Yi Fan's fraud business just starting and fearing the power of the Song family, she postponed the plan. In the original book, all connections between her and Yi Fan were facilitated by this Li Tong. Before coming here, Qiao Bin already knew it would definitely be this woman. They must have felt the time was right and fattened up before preparing to take down Qingsheng. Unfortunately, all of their plans were within Qiao Bin's sight. So, does that mean you are close friends? Qiao Bin teased. I have no close friends and have always disliked relationships that lack boundaries. A relationship where one is merely accompanying the other for a period of time, which is clearly less pure than friendship, yet they make it seem as if they are bound by life and death, giving it an eye-catching title, as if only this way can their intimacy be highlighted. In fact, when something truly happens, those people are the ones who stab you in the back the hardest. Qingqing joked. Imagine if you can't even form the strongest bond with your blood relatives, how can you expect a friend without blood ties to do so? If you encounter the right person, it's your luck, but most people do not, and it ultimately leads to destruction. Friendships among gentlemen are as insipid as water unrelated to gender. The best relationship is to have no special expectations from any relationship. With strangers, being able to become friends is already the highest courtesy. Living this way might be a bit tiring, but at least it's safe. Qiao Bin remained silent. Qingsheng had a thick wall in her heart, locking away the sensitive, lonely, and fragile self. The current her was more reassuring. With this mindset, even if she knew that her longtime friend was plotting and deceiving her, she would not fall apart. This time Qiao Bin would not directly reveal Li Tong's identity to Qingsheng, but would gently guide her to discover it herself. He did not want to damage the hard-earned trust between them because of a scoundrel. Meanwhile, at the Song family. In the second branch of the Song family, inside Song Liyuan's house, Chun Xiaoyun, with a bruised face, ran excitedly into the room. Hubby, the director general, agreed. Tonight that kid with the surname Xiao will definitely be left with nothing. Although the couple had a falling out during the day after Song Li took the medicine and risked his life to give Chun Xiaoyun 3 shots, in half an hour they reconciled. A similar situation was simultaneously unfolding in the main branch, inside the room of the third elder sister Song Qin. At that moment, Song Qin, who had been beaten to a pulp by Qiao Bin, was angrily talking on the phone. Are you even a man? Your woman is being bullied like this by an outsider, and you don't even say a word. Divorce. What's wrong with divorce? Don't forget how you got to where you are today. Without me and the Song family, you'd be nothing but a dog right now. Go to hell. If the old man were willing to take action himself, why would I need to find you? You listen here, if you don't help me get my revenge today, none of your little vixens will have peace in the future. What to do? Just kill him. So what if he comes from the mainland? What's wrong with being the son of the richest man? Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Once he's in our Xiangdao territory, can he turn the world upside down? And that little bitch Song Qingqing, aren't you infatuated with her? Get her too. Don't worry, he'll cover for you if anything goes wrong. She's just a bastard child with no love from her grandparents or parents. Just leave her a breath, and no one will dare to speak ill of you. That's also the old man's intention. After hanging up the phone, Song Qin felt slightly relieved. You little punk, dare to touch me. Tonight you'll learn who really rules Xiangdao. Young master, have you offended anyone recently? In the car, Kuan, a man of few words, suddenly spoke. Xiaobin smiled. I've offended many people lately. Which one are you referring to? Well, Kuan hesitated briefly before saying, there's a taxi behind us that's been following since we left the house. I wasn't sure at first, but after careful observation along the way, I've determined that the person inside is the same one who was tracking you outside the airport this morning. I was being followed this morning. You never mentioned it. Xiaobin smiled, ambiguously feigning surprise. Yes, but I wasn't certain at the time, so I didn't inform you. But you told the old master, didn't you? Kun's expression shifted slightly, though he remained composed. Yes, young master. You are an honored guest of the Song family. Your safety cannot be taken lightly, so I reported it to the patriarch. And why keep it from Qingsheng? As I said, because I wasn't sure then. I didn't want to cause you and the miss unnecessary worry, so I withheld it for the time being. Is that so? The affable Xiaobin turned suddenly cold and severe. Duan Kuan, you really are a loyal dog to Song Yang. Kuan, who had remained unflappable, finally showed a dramatic change in expression, but only for a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Young master, I don't understand the source of your sudden anger. You may regard me as a dog of the Song family, and as an honored guest you may humiliate me as you see fit. But I must ask you to speak of the old master with more respect, or else. Since you admit to being a dog, you should wait by the door for your master to toss you a bone. Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, and let what shouldn't be spread die in your belly. Also know when to shut up. A dog like you. Do you really think you can play chess with men? You? Not convinced. How was Song Qin able to block our path the moment we stepped into the Song residence this morning? And how did Song Yang know everything about my relationship with Qingsheng when I met him? You probably didn't realize that half of my seemingly frivolous behavior toward Qingsheng in the car this morning was deliberately staged for your benefit. Xiaobin said with a sinister smile. Actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, a dog who serves 3 masters, currying favor and pledging loyalty to all sides, making that old fox Song Yang and that fool Song Li believe I'm nothing but a worthless, greedy, lecherous wastrel, they could easily manipulate my relationship with Qingsheng wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. By the way, I heard you used to be the bodyguard of my father-in-law Song Shu. After Qingsheng requested a transfer, Song Yang brought you back to serve as his all-purpose driver. That explains it. I always thought sibling rivalry was normal in wealthy families, but it's strange for a father to harm his own son. Song Yang wouldn't be cruel enough to strike against his own flesh and blood. You mongrel must have been passing off false orders to help the first and second branches scheme against the third branch, haven't you? Mr. Chow, don't slander me. Slander? You know in your heart what you've done. You're infatuated with my mother-in-law Tao Jing, aren't you? At this, even Qingsheng was stunned. Xiaobin, don't talk nonsense. Whether it's nonsense, our good Kuan here knows best. Duan Kuan, you don't actually think you had a chance to rise after my father-in-law passed away, do you? Not to mention that my father-in-law and mother-in-law were deeply devoted to each other, but even if they weren't, do you think she'd ever look at you? And even if she would, do you think Song Yang would allow his daughter-in-law to marry a dog raised by the Song family? Shut your mouth. Duan Kuan suddenly roared. His face darkened, and the veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel bulged. Qingsheng watched her gaze gradually turning icy. He had broken down. That meant Xiaobin's guesses were correct. His father's illness was indeed connected to Duan Kuan. Screech. He slammed on the brakes. The car jolted to a violent stop. Duan Kuan turned around, glaring viciously at Xiaobin. Kid, are you asking for death? Do you believe he'll kill you right now? The mask had fallen, revealing his murderous intent. Qingsheng's eyes were as sharp as blades, and she was about to speak. Smack! Xiaobin had already raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow left Duan Kuan's face burning and his ears ringing. You little bastard, he'll kill you. A cold glint flashed. Humiliated beyond endurance, Duan Kuan produced a military dagger and lunged with swift, vicious intent at Xiaobin's chest. Watch out. In that moment of crisis, her true feelings surfaced. Qingsheng's heart leapt to her throat. The sound of a blade piercing flesh was blood-curdling. But it was Duan Kuan who screamed. Looking closely, the dagger had somehow pierced straight through Duan Kuan's palm, the hilt clutched in Xiaobin's hand. As they say, concern clouds judgment. Only then did Qingsheng remember this man was no ordinary wastrel. Back then, even Shin Junzuo's gang of thugs had failed to get the better of him and had suffered heavy losses instead. Does it hurt? You scum, kill me if you dare. His other hand swung a fist at Xiaobin, but Xiaobin gripped the hilt and twisted it hard. Now both hands were pierced clean through, skewered like a kebab, rendering him virtually combat ineffective. You bastard, kill me, kill me. Xiaobin yanked the dagger free and stabbed him once more in the arm, taunting. Shall we continue? Credit where it's due, Duan Kuan was pretty tough. Stabbed 3 times, his face was pale as paper, sweat beading on his forehead like soybeans. But the man gritted his teeth and refused to make another sound. Good, I like tough bones like you. Let's keep going. Xiaobin yanked the blade out again. Seeing this, Duan Kun's veins bulged on his forehead, fury blazing in his eyes as he shut them, and roared, I was wrong. Stop stabbing, I truly know I was wrong. Please just give me a quick end. Song Qingqing. And here I thought you were made of sterner stuff. How boring. You'll regret not killing me. You think you're worthy of dirtying my hands. Go back and tell your master this debt is noted. They'll come collect it from him someday. Xiaobin tossed the dagger aside, utterly bored. He took Qingqing and stepped out of the car. Watching the two retreat into the distance, the gravely wounded Duan Kun wore a sinister grin of a schemer who'd gotten his way. Song Yang was right. You're a fool who won't take a toast when offered only a forfeit. Arrogant and clueless. Playing smart, huh? Tonight is your death. So, we're just leaving him like that. Don't worry, someone will handle it. Xiaobin's blade work was precise. The bastard had nearly bled dry, yet not a single drop had splattered on him or Qingqing. I've always known he was your grandfather's man, and that he's been watching us on his orders. But our family has always had a clear conscience, and he was devoted and responsible to my father back in the day, so I turned a blind eye. After all, having him watch us is better than your grandfather sending someone else. But I never imagined. So Xiaobin, is everything you said earlier really true? The two walked side by side. Under the neon lights, Qingqing's stunning face looked exceptionally exquisite. She gazed at Xiaobin, her eyes as clear as water, her fiery red lips tempting one to steal a kiss. 9 times out of 10. And your grandfather likely knows about it too, but he chose to turn a blind eye. I said earlier that a beast devouring its own cub is rare, but not unheard of. A ruthless titan like your grandfather is hard to predict. It's just like how he had the chance to save your brother, but chose to look the other way. Even though she had braced herself mentally, the impact was still devastating. Qingqing's face turned deathly pale, her steps faltering as she nearly collapsed. Xiaobin was quick to steady her. I'm fine. Heh. What a fine distinguished Song dynasty. What a premier power of Fragrant Isle. A pack of beasts worse than swine and dogs. Better off all dead and gone. She took a deep breath, forcing down all the venom and rage to steady herself. She knew this was not the time for grief or anger. Anger only clouds one's judgment. She wasn't strong enough yet. She had to become stronger to protect her parents and prevent another tragedy like her brother's. Come on, let's handle business first. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She glanced in a certain direction. Should I do something about the taxi tailing us? No need. I know who it is, and it's definitely not one of your Song family's men. You know? Qingqing was surprised. Who is it? Xiaobin gritted his teeth. A little wench I'm going to strip and hang up by her ankles one day. Qingqing. Half an hour later. The Grand Hyatt Victoria, Fragrant Isle. Inside the opulent lobby, all was gold and splendor, with socialites of every skin color clinking glasses and chatting merrily. So you did keep your cards close to your chest. You never told Duan Kun our real destination tonight was here. Qingqing neither confirmed nor denied. The two found a window seat and sat down quietly, waiting for her friend to arrive. It's you. A clumsy Cantonese-accented Mandarin suddenly came from beside them. Has the Hyatt standards dropped this low? Any stray cat or dog off the street can just wander in now. Xiaobin frowned. The voice sounded familiar. He looked over. It was that flight attendant named Tina from the plane earlier today. The woman wore a red, form-fitting evening gown with a slit that went up nearly to her hip. She clung to a pale-skinned foreigner with a full head of golden hair, her attitude haughty and condescending. Indeed, I agree. Seeing you here just proves how low the Hyatt standards have sunk. Can streetwalkers just waltz in now? What's the matter? Not content with being a flight attendant, so you're out picking up side gigs. Oh wait, don't tell me you got fired from the airline. No wonder. From now on, selling yourself isn't a side hustle anymore. It's your main career. You? Tina was fuming, pressing herself against the foreigner as she shook him. Honey, look at him. He's the one who slandered me to the company and got me fired. He's the one who made you suffer. The foreigner stared coldly at Xiaobin. Yes, it's him. Mainland boy, you're dead meat. Do you know who my honey is? He's a pure-blooded British aristocrat, the royal governor of Fragrant Isle. 100 times nobler than some mainland trash like you. Pure-blooded. Qingqing, who had been silent, rose to her feet. On Chinese soil, only pets and livestock talk about bloodlines. We as a people distinguish by ethnicity. You say he's pure-blooded. So what breed exactly is he? A golden retriever? A poodle? Or a Pekingese? Certainly not a Chinese rural dog. Our own breeds have never been this ugly. Also, the Qing dynasty fell over a century ago. There's no such thing as a royal governor anymore. Did you bestow that title on him yourself? You? Miss Song's tongue is as sharp as ever. But humiliating a foreign guest like this hardly befits a lady of refinement. I doubt your esteemed grandfather, old Master Song, would be pleased to hear of it. So Mr. James still remembers me. Since when does anything I say represent anyone but myself? What does it have to do with anyone else? Qingqing sneered. Besides, since when is speaking the truth considered humiliation? Does Mr. James simply never wish to hear the truth? You? Despite being an expat, Song Qingqing was a notable figure on Fragrant Isle soil. The foreigner opposite her had indeed once been a governor. But that was only once. Now the tides of fragrant all had long since turned. Jame's ship blue eyes burned with indignation. Miss Song, are you really going to oppose me for the sake of a mainlander? Don't forget our interests are aligned. You've got it backwards, mister. James. Standing on this land, you're the one who's the outsider. Fine. Very well. James nodded repeatedly. Miss Song, I hope you won't regret today's actions. To borrow an idiom from your country, good luck to you. At the same moment, second floor of the Hyatt lobby. On a carved rosewood corridor, a man in his early 50s watched the scene below with a cold, expressionless face. Seeing James retreat in defeat, he cursed useless in disappointment, then pulled out his phone and dialed, everyone in position. If so, make your move. Yes. The moment the call ended, outside the Hyatt, several modified vans slid their doors open simultaneously. Dozens of heavily armed Flying Tiger officers stepped out in perfect unison and stormed into the Hyatt lobby. Their target was clear. They locked on to Chow Bin's position instantly. The next second, dozens of standardized MP5 submachine guns were aimed at Chow Bin's head from every angle. What are you doing? Qingqing cried out in shock. Nobody moved. Chow Bin, is it? You're under arrest on suspicion of intentional homicide. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Facing the dark void of the gun muzzles, Chow Bin showed only a flicker of surprise. Such a grand display in a public place meant the man behind this wielded considerable power. Unhurried, Chow Bin made no move to rise. He even took a sip of the hand-brewed coffee Qingsheng had ordered for him before crossing his legs and drawling. Who are you people? Can't you understand? You're under arrest. Come with us. If you resist or endanger the innocent, we have the right to shoot you on the spot. Try it. You? Chow Bin didn't even look up, as steady as Mount Tai. At first he thought they might be rotten apples in the people's ranks or the Flying Tigers of Hong Island. But upon closer approach, something felt off. The gear was right, but the vibe was wrong. Their auras and eyes were too sharp and cruel, utterly lacking any sense of righteousness, and they were steeped in the stench of bloodshed. These were ruthless individuals who lived on the edge of a knife, not people's protectors on the front lines of danger. Their audacity in operating so blatantly was to project a facade of justice. Once they got Chow Bin into the car and away from this place, his life and death would be in their hands, and the blame would be pinned on the Hong Island police. It was undeniable that the mastermind behind this was vicious and malicious. The Song family. They wouldn't dare. The most likely scenario was that some fools had been used by those with ulterior motives. And the only possible ultimate puppeteer was Yi Fan. Hong Island. Only here could his dark forces be brought to bear. Unfortunately, the Chow Bin they sought to deal with had long since transformed, no longer the weak pushover he once was. Provoked by Chow Bin, the killer's murderous aura thickened, their eyes growing crueler. The gun muzzles pressed closer. Kid, you dare defy the law? Believe me, I'll shoot you right now. Try it. Using the same threat twice. It was more insulting than harmful, but they still didn't dare fire recklessly. Enough talk, take him away. Stop. Qingqing's voice was powerful and resolute. Unflinching before the gun muzzles, she stood firmly in front of Chow Bin. Just like when she faced the bodyguard Song Qin had summoned this morning, but this time, there was no testing of wills. Who exactly are you? If you're the Flying Tigers, show your valid identification and the arrest warrant for Chow Bin. Even if he's guilty, I doubt a regular suspect would warrant such a massive deployment from the Hong Island Flying Tigers. As clever as she was, she had already seen through their facade during the brief exchange between them and Chow Bin. The real Flying Tigers wouldn't use such thuggish threats like "believe me, I'll shoot you right now." That kind of uncultured talk was laughable. If the real Flying Tigers were deployed, they wouldn't waste time with so much nonsense. The person would have been taken away by now. The reason for all the talk was their hesitation. Those words weren't for the person involved, but for the onlookers. Because they had to absolve themselves and shift the blame onto the Hong Island police. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were a few bad apples within the police force, otherwise acquiring such uniform standard-issue gear would have been nearly impossible. Seeing the crowd gathering, these armed Flying Tigers grew anxious. Obstructing official business. Take her too. The leader said this loudly on purpose, then signaled his men to seize Song Qingqing. Quick-witted as ever, Qingqing stepped back and countered in an even louder voice. When did I obstruct official business? Hong Island is a place of democracy and rule of law. Can't a law-abiding citizen like me raise legitimate questions? I seriously doubt your identities. Show me your valid identification and the arrest warrant for my friend immediately, or I will call the police right now and file a complaint with the relevant authorities. At the mention of calling the police, a contradictory mix of cruelty and fear flickered in their eyes. Watching them, it all clicked for Qingqing. Would the Flying Tigers be afraid of the police? These people were all fakes. It was indeed a setup. A deadly trap meticulously designed for Chow Bin. They had barged in less than 5 minutes after they entered. This meant they knew our whereabouts perfectly. But she hadn't told anyone about tonight's destination except that she was taking Chow Bin to meet her good friend Li Tong. Even Chow Bin himself didn't know. Could they have known in advance? Wait. Qingqing's body trembled violently. Li Tong. It could only be her. But why? When had Xiaobin ever offended her? They hadn't even met. Qingxing took a deep breath, the whole picture becoming clear. Having recently been betrayed by her own blood, being betrayed by a good friend seemed almost bearable. But she looked at Xiaobin, her eyes filled with guilt. It's my fault he's in this. Even if it costs me my life tonight, I absolutely cannot let them take him. The onlookers began to catch on, and some spoke up for Qingxing. Yeah, if you're really the Flying Tigers, why can't you show your ID? This latest request isn't unreasonable. If you can't even do that, are you perhaps not the real Flying Tigers, but terrorists? Exactly. Even the police need evidence to make an arrest. Hong Kong is a democratic, free, and law-based society. Your behavior here makes us all feel unsafe. Nonsense. We, the Flying Tigers, were getting anxious. These were killers and thugs from a scam call center. What kind of intelligence could you expect from them following orders? The one who plans the grand scheme uses his mind, while the one who charges into battle uses his brawn. Upstairs, the well-dressed gentleman who had been on the phone was now cursing in fury. Useless idiots. Can't you handle such a simple task? He quickly came downstairs and mingled with the crowd. I say, you Flying Tigers, or something else. If the lady wants evidence, just bring out the victim for identification. All this dithering just makes everyone think you have something to hide. Mr. Sun. Qingxing recognized the impeccably dressed man at once. Sun Dinghong, a Hong Kong resident of British nationality. He was the governor of Hong Island during the colonial era, and also the ex-husband of Qingxing's third aunt Song Qin. Qingxing, is it you? Sun Dinghong feigned surprise. This criminal is your friend. Qingxing, you should be more careful when making friends in the future, lest you be led astray by those with ulterior motives. We're not that familiar, Mr. Sun, please don't be so familiar. And who I befriend is my own business. You're labeling my friend before anything is proven. Is that appropriate? Who says there's no evidence? Bring the victim up for identification. His words were a revelation. Thanks to Sun Dinghong's hint, the Flying Tigers seemed to snap out of it. Soon Duan Kuan was brought forward. His hands and one arm were wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Xiaobin, his face twisted in rage. It's him. It's him. He stabbed me over a dozen times for no reason. He wanted to kill me. If I wasn't lucky, I'd be dead. He's a monster. You say Xiaobin stabbed you, so he did. Do you have evidence? Do you have witnesses? It's obvious you stabbed yourself out of spite to frame him. You're the one who should be arrested. Qingxing had long suspected the crux lay with Duan Kuan. There were only 3 people in the car then. If she just denied it, their flimsy excuse would collapse. Yes, it was pure stonewalling. The goal was to stall for time and make them cautious. Qingxing had already sought help through special channels. Our reinforcements should arrive soon. But she didn't expect Xiaobin to stand up on his own. That's right, I stabbed him. Xiaobin. Qingxing was frantic. Xiaobin looked at Duan Kuan outside the crowd with a faint mocking smile. If I wanted you dead, those few stab wounds would have been fatal. But do you know why I let you live? Because back then you were more valuable alive than dead. Duan Kuan was stunned, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He deliberately let me live. Impossible. He's just putting on airs now that he's cornered. Then Xiaobin's gaze swept across the room, and he smiled. All the actors who should be on stage are here. Those who haven't shown up probably won't. All the actors are on stage, but it's time to bring this farce to an end. Sun Dinghong sensed something was wrong, but he had no time to dwell on it. He proclaimed with feigned righteousness, the criminal has confessed. What are you waiting for, Flying Tigers? Take him into custody immediately. Take him away. The leader of the Flying Tigers gave the order, and the men nearby immediately moved to use force. It was at this moment that Xiaobin moved. Crack. A martial arts grandmaster, he sent the leader's jaw flying with a single punch. He effortlessly snatched the gun and pressed it against the man's forehead. Don't move. Let our captain go. Back off. Release him, or he'll kill you right now. Then try it. The two sides faced off, roars exploding in an instant, sparks flying as they held their guns in a standoff. Xiaobin, one man with one gun, held his ground and stunned the entire scene. Sun Dinghong saw this and grinned from ear to ear. Just as I thought, a brainless mainland playboy. He again played the role of a bystander and shouted, he's assaulting an officer. He dared to grab a gun and assault an officer. We can shoot this kind of terrorist on the spot. Everyone step back, or well get splattered with his blood. Hearing this, the eyes of the Flying Tigers clearly turned bloodthirsty. This was a silent order to kill. They were just about to pull the triggers. Bang! The glass wall of the hotel lobby was suddenly blasted in from outside. The dense rhythmic sound of footsteps erupted without warning. Then hundreds of soldiers in green camouflage stormed in. Well-trained, well-equipped, they descended like divine troops. Before the fake Flying Tigers, these hardened criminals even knew what was happening. They were pinned to the ground in an instant. Some who resisted were immediately silenced with military knives. Two who reacted faster tried to raise their guns for a firefight, but before their muzzles were even up, they were taken out with a single headshot by snipers outside. The onlookers immediately erupted into chaos, screams filling the air. Xiaobin announced loudly, everyone, don't be afraid. This is just an anti-terrorism drill. Please remain calm, submit to inspection, and leave in an orderly fashion. His soothing voice carried across the room, and combined with his warm, handsome face, it quickly calmed the crowd. A drill? No. This was real counterterrorism. Fighting crime requires evidence, but counterterrorism only needs coordinates. It's the garrison troops. This kid actually managed to call in these legends. Seeing this, Sun Dinghong's earlier arrogance vanished. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground like a beaten dog. He knew it was over for him. Within a mere 10 minutes the scene was under control. The slain bodies were cleared away, and the crowd was carefully filtered and evacuated. The soldiers executed their orders with precision. As Chow Bin had anticipated, those disguised as the Flying Tigers were all notorious figures on the international wanted list. Sun Dinghong was arrested, and with him the moles within the Hong Kong police force were simultaneously taken into custody. Beyond that, the hapless James and the stewardess Tina also revealed their true colors during the screening process. They hadn't directly participated in the incident, but James had previously accepted money from Song Li, the second son of the Song family, to teach Chow Bin a lesson. Under interrogation he stammered, and with a guilty conscience quickly confessed everything when pressured. He was then detained. As for Duan Kuan, Chow Bin had already learned of his identity through special channels the moment the plane landed. This man was once a notorious and ruthless figure in the Golden Triangle. Over a decade ago he had washed his hands of that life, and moved to Hong Kong hoping for a normal existence. He was later recruited by a mysterious figure. If Chow Bin guessed correctly, that person was Yi Fan. Tonight's events, aside from the foolish pawns Song Li and Song Qin, were all orchestrated by Yi Fan. With the dust settled outside the Junyue Hotel, a middle-aged man stood with his arms crossed leaning against a military pickup truck. He was under 50 with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, a handsome man whose very presence commanded respect. Clad in camouflage, his shoulders bore the rank of a senior colonel. He was the overall military commander of the station forces for this operation. Chow Bin stood before the man grinning as he pulled out a pack of premium cigarettes he had prepared earlier. He respectfully offered one to the man's lips. "Here, have a smoke. Cut the crap. Smoking during a mission violates discipline. Boy, your audacity grows by the day. You dared to take on those terrorists and desperados with your bare hands. And outnumbered no less. Quite the achievement, Chow Amon. I knew you were already here, uncle. With you around, what danger could I possibly be in? What if something went wrong? Absolutely not. There's no what if. You saw my skills. Pretty impressive, right? Getting cocky and talking back now, are we?" The man glared. A short distance away, Qingqing watched Chow Bin being scolded like a child. Curiosity piqued. He had faced countless gun barrels with such ease and composure. She never imagined there was someone in this world he actually feared. "I'm not talking back, I'm just stating the facts." "Why, you little?" The man reached out and grabbed Chow Bin's ear, twisting it hard enough to make him yelp. "Ow, ow, ow. Uncle, ease up. Your hands are rough from handling guns. My ear can't take it. Get lost." He kicked Chow Bin in the rear, sending him stumbling. Ding Xiaoyan, the elder brother of Chow Bin's mother Ding Yuechuan, was his blood uncle. Why did Chow Bin dare to act so boldly in Hong Kong? This was one of his pillars of support. With his mother's brother as his backer, he wouldn't flinch even against the real Flying Tigers if he had justice on his side. "Uncle." Qingqing finally understood. "No wonder. Qingqing, come here. Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my main wife, Song Qingqing. Qingqing, this is my uncle, my real uncle. Qingqing, friends are friends, wives are wives, but what on earth is a main wife?" Despite feeling an urge to kick this fool, Chow Bin Qingqing's upbringing from a prestigious family kept her composed. Though slightly shy, she remained graceful. "You uncle, hello." "Ah, hello." Ding Xiaoyan, who had just been scowling at Chow Bin, instantly changed his tune. He smiled at his nephew's wife with a grin as bright as a blooming flower. "What a lovely girl. Boy, you've got a good eye, just like your uncle." Puffed. Chow Bin thought, "Uncle, you've got no shame, but I guess I got that from you too." Ding Xiaoyan patted his pockets, finding only a few dozen yuan. Finally, he simply reached into his nephew's pocket, pulled out 2,000 in cash, and pressed it into Qingqing's hands. "Qingqing, is it? A small token from your uncle for our first meeting. Didn't bring much cash, so it's a bit meager. Come by the house sometime, and your aunt will give you a proper red envelope." "No need, uncle. You're too kind. What, think it's too little?" "No. Then take it. Don't give it back to that kid, he's got plenty." With that, Ding Xiaotian tucked his own 200 yuan back into his pocket. Chow Bin, a man who wouldn't spend a cent using my money to give my girlfriend a gift, truly a master of frugality. "Chow Bin, what's the matter with you? Why are your fiancé's wrists bare? Where are those imperial green jade bangles your mother had? Why don't you give one to Qingqing?" "Uncle, how do you know about that?" "How do I know?" Ding Xiaotian grumbled. "That raw stone was mine. Your mother snatched it right from me, saying she'd make bangles for her future daughter-in-law. Seriously, uncle, you're the eldest, and you let my mom push you around. That's pathetic. You looking for a beating? Do you know what your mother is like? She'd just say I'm your mother, and I wouldn't dare move a muscle. Thank goodness your mother married far away, or I wouldn't have a day of peace." Ding Xiaotian wiped his tears. "I may not care for your father, but over the years I've truly come to sympathize with him. Marry a Sichuan woman, and you'll know a life of hardship. Now the girls from the Jiangnan water towns, they're gentle and lovely. Look at your aunt, so virtuous and caring. Not like your mother and grandmother who spend all day yelling at your mother. And they'll slap you so hard you'll stick to the wall. They're fierce as can be. Well, what can I do? My mom and grandma are beautiful, so they can get away with being bossy. Ding, Xiaodian glared. Well, I see you're a henpecked husband too. Uncle, I recorded everything you just said. When I get home, I'll play it for mom and grandma. You wouldn't dare? You little. I just solved your problem, and now you're scheming against me. Believe me, ill. I'm just kidding, Uncle. Just a joke. What a brat. Alright, I need to get back to the base. Stay out of trouble in Hong Kong, boy. Don't do anything dangerous, or your mother and grandmother will have my head. Don't worry, Uncle. I know what I'm doing. Take some time to visit your grandparents in the capital with your mother. The old man doesn't say much, but he misses you all dearly. And your father, he's a piece of work. Just because he's been snubbed a few times he stops visiting. Even I, as brilliant as I am, still get criticized when I visit my in-laws. Got it, Uncle? You're even more long-winded than my mom. You little brat, calling me long-winded. They'll slap you so hard you'll stick to the wall. Huh. Uncle, you're not a woman, but you're even fiercer than my mom and grandma. As he turned, he saw Duan Kuan being escorted to a vehicle. The man held by two soldiers wore a defiant sneer and flipped Chow Bin the middle finger. Think you've won. This is just the beginning. Just wait, Chow Bin. In the end, you'll die a miserable death. Is that so? Chow Bin smiled. What gives you that confidence? Yi Fan. You? Duan Kun's face changed drastically, his arrogance vanishing, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll take him away. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words. From this moment on, this man had no purpose other than to face judgment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully foiled the protagonist's scheme and unlocked a hidden storyline. You have been awarded 50 points of destiny value. Current balance, 446. Host, come on, spend a little. Get lost. Duan Kuan and the fake flying tigers were taken away by the military. Meanwhile, James and Tina were handed over to the Hong Kong police, who arrived shortly after their screening. Initially, the pair wasn't in serious trouble as James' plot against Chow Bin had barely begun. However, Tina, in an attempt to distance herself from the terrorists, voluntarily confessed that she had been arranged by an organized agent to sleep with James. While private transactions aren't encouraged in Hong Kong, they aren't illegal. But organized arrangements were a different matter. Thus, both were handcuffed, leading to a chaotic scene of mutual blame. Watching from the roadside, Qingxing sighed. Life is but a dream, and human hearts are like water. Do you think there's any love between a man and a woman left in this world worth believing in? Come on, CEO Song, why lament over a woman who finds men in the trash? Even spouses can become enemies. Did you expect a John and a prostitute to live happily ever after? Fair point. I didn't know that aside from cooking, using the restroom, and charming women, you also have a way with words. Qingxing could never utter a word like defecate, so she settled for using the restroom. Of course, Chow Bin said smugly. I also have a rather impressive talent. Care to give it a try? 3 sentences in, and the rogue is back. So typical of you, Chow Amon. Half an hour later, at the Song residence, Qingxing led Chow Bin into a room. You'll sleep here. Don't tell me this is the guest room. The decor was a pure purple, elegant and clean, with a subtle scent of orchid lingering in the air. This was unmistakably a latticed private chamber. This is my room. Didn't you say you wanted to hold me while we slept tonight? Happiness came so suddenly, more staggering than the guns of the fake flying tigers. This can't be real, can it? Are you serious? Qingxing didn't answer, instead asking. You knew about Li Tong's betrayal long ago, didn't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have been so calm or so prepared tonight. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? Don't you trust me? It's not about trust. I didn't want an unworthy person to create unnecessary discord between us. It's better for you to see the truth yourself than for me to tell you directly. So you were willing to risk your life just to make me see the truth. Do you realize that if Uncle had been even a moment later, or if anything had gone wrong and they had gotten you into that car, what would have happened? You could have died, Chow Bin. If I had died tonight, would you have shed a tear for me? Chow Bin smiled gently. If so, then I wouldn't have died in vain. Chow Bin, you bastard. This jerk, even at a time like this, was trying to flirt with her. But his words struck a chord deep within her, sending a shiver down her spine. So do you like this bastard? Yes. Never had Qingxing been so resolute. The betrayal of uncles and elders, the backstabbing of her closest friend. Everything had left her physically and emotionally drained. She was strong, but that didn't mean she never tired. She was a queen, but there were moments she wanted to remove her crown and weep. Chow Bin was like a beam of light, illuminating a sliver of hope into her gray, lonely heart. He brought a spark of life to her dull existence. She had hesitated, had doubted, but now she only wanted to hold on and never let go. The emotions she had suppressed for so long finally erupted. She rushed into Chow Bin's arms, wrapped her hands around his neck, and kissed him fervently. Her ethereal beauty, her soft lips. After a long moment, her eyes were hazy with desire, her breath fragrant. Her head tilted, her teeth gently biting her lip. You said you had an impressive talent for me to try. Where is it? Some women are like ice cream. They look cold and aloof, but once you taste them, they're incredibly sweet. Others resemble richly aromatic wine. They ferment for years steadfast in their essence, and you only need to draw near to be captivated. The quality of those who are too tender is astringent, and those overly eager become coarse, but the truly refined ones are smooth and mellow to the touch. Song Qingxing was a complex being who perfectly fused these two types of women. She completely opened her heart, revealing her hidden side to Chao Bin. Their sweet sleepless night stretched until dawn. The next day, the sun had climbed high into the sky. Suddenly 3 green military trucks arrived outside the Song family estate on Fragrant Isle. Dozens of heavily armed garrison soldiers holding arrest warrants barged in, ignoring the Song family's gatekeepers and bodyguards. What are you doing? This is the Song residence, this is. I don't care where this is, nor do I care who you are. Anyone obstructing our duty gets 1 warning, a 2nd warning, and on the 3rd you'll be shot on the spot. Look carefully, this is the search warrant and arrest warrant. Please cooperate. Initially, some Song family members tried to throw their weight around, relying on their status. But when guns were pointed at their heads, they all cowered. Especially after seeing the official documents stamped with the crimson government seal, they became as obedient as lambs. Soon Song Qin, who was leisurely eating breakfast in the luxurious residence, was pinned to the table by 2 soldiers before she could understand what was happening, her hands cuffed behind her back. Who the hell are you? Where did you little bastards crawl out from? Are you tired of living? How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Think you're tough with guns? I could have you killed in a minute. Smack, smack, smack. The soldiers weren't about to coddle a vicious woman connected to terrorists. Song Qin, whose face had just recovered from its swelling, received 2 harsh slaps across the face before a black hood was thrown over her head, and she was hauled away. They came quickly and left even faster. They only took Song Qin. Everyone else was unharmed, albeit shaken. What on earth is going on? They look like the garrison troops, right? Our Song family has always been law-abiding. How could we have offended them? Song Li craned his neck to watch the commotion from his own doorway. He had initially thought it might be that kid Chao Bin's retaliation. He had waited all night for news, but heard nothing about the kid getting into trouble, and James' phone was unreachable. Later the gatekeeper mentioned that Chao Bin and that little vixen Song Qingcheng had returned home, making him wonder if James had been dealt with by the kid. His heart had been pounding when the soldiers stormed in, as he had heard that the Chao family had some military connections on the mainland. It shouldn't be right. Can the mainland's reach extend all the way to our Fragrant Isle? I think Song Qin was just too arrogant and offended some big shot, which is why she got taken away. No, I'm still uneasy. Wait till go see the old man and find out what's happening. Song Li scurried off towards the intensive care ward, unaware that Song Yang was equally bewildered. Qiner was taken away by the military. Yes, sir. They presented a search warrant and an arrest warrant stating that the 3rd Miss is implicated in terrorism with conclusive evidence. What? Song Yihong's face changed dramatically on the hospital bed. A surge of rage attacked his heart, causing violent coughing. The heart rate and blood pressure monitors spiked, flashing red alarms. Doctor, nurse, the old master. Quick, push 2 milligrams of antihypertensive 4. A single sentence sent Song Yang through a minor resuscitation, nearly meeting the king of hell right then and there. Mr. Song, your current condition is not suitable for anger or overexertion. A calm mind is key to longevity. Facing the doctor's consolation, Song Yang waved his hand weakly. He removed the oxygen mask with some difficulty, the fierceness of a toothless tiger still present. Investigate. Investigate immediately. For something this big, our Song family received not a single hint beforehand. I must know exactly what's going on. Yes, sir. In contrast to the Song family's chaos, Chao Bin was feeling quite comfortable at this moment. Inside the boudoir, the beautiful woman leaned back into his embrace, her black hair cascading like a waterfall beside the pillow, its fragrance rich and intoxicating. Sunlight slanted through the curtain gap, illuminating Qingcheng's profile perfectly. She possessed the charm of a new bride, with a stunning bare face, beautiful and delicate, alluring in 1,000 ways. Recalling last night, Song Qingcheng was undoubtedly a naturally gifted seductress. Awake. In the sunlight, Chao Bin saw the delicate flutter of Qingcheng's eyelashes. It was beautiful. Did you sleep well last night? Did we sleep last night? You should be asking if I slept well this morning. Ow. It hurts, I'm wrong. Chao Bin's face suddenly contorted in pain, and he cried out in surrender. Song Qingcheng, are you trying to kill your husband first thing in the morning? If you break it, what will you use later? Humph. Qingcheng gave a cold snort and rolled her eyes at him. Now that the barrier between them was broken, she was much more at ease. She threw off the covers, escaped his embrace, and opened the wardrobe, dressing in front of him without any shyness. Her graceful curves, her stunning figure. With a divine countenance, she was elegant, charming, and noble. The noise outside was quite loud, you could even hear it here. It must be the fallout from last night's incident reaching the Song family. From what I know of my 3rd aunt, although she's vicious, she's also uniquely stupid. Qingcheng bent over to put on her stockings, speaking as she did so. Last night's scene was beyond her simple mind. She was likely used as a shield by Sun Dinghong, and thrown out to take the blame as the mastermind. What do you plan to do? I'm going to take back what's rightfully mine and seek justice for my parents and my brother. Do you need my help? No. Since you know me so well, you should understand I'm not the type to rely on a man. I prefer the process of achieving things on my own. Is that so? Xiao Bin embraced Qing Sheng from behind and whispered, so that's the reason you had me lie down last night. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and Qing Sheng reached back to gently caress Xiao Bin's face. Stop it, I just got dressed. So what? Xiao Bin gently kissed her neck, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and whispered with ultimate tenderness in her ear, you have the beauty of being dressed. They waited until the two of them stepped out of the room. It was already noon. They had just concluded a major deal. Everyone joked it was King Cheng's beauty to blame. It had cost Xiao Bin hundreds of millions. Coming down, Xiao Qingqing, Song's mother Tao Jing called from the kitchen as she bustled about. Seeing them descend, she wiped her hands on her apron and invited them to eat. You two skipped breakfast, you must be hungry. Wash up. Lunch will be ready soon. Quiet and kindly, her hair threaded with gray. Unlike Song Li's wife, who lived in comfort, Tao Jing had endured many hardships in the Song household over the years. Of course, she herself did not feel afflicted. Her marriage was harmonious, her daughter was promising. The only regret was that her son was gone. Thinking of that, Tao Jing could not help casting Xiao Bin an appraising glance. The young man was handsome, quite fitting for Qing Sheng. She had heard his family background was respectable, though that mattered less. What mattered most was that he could protect her daughter. Qing Sheng was excellent in every way except for being too headstrong. Independence was admirable, but a lifetime of such hardness would be grueling. If there were someone she could lean on, that would be best. Yesterday she had seen Xiao Bin step forward without hesitation to shield her daughter. She had heard that under pressure from the old master, he had not backed down. Even Song Li and his wife, with all their threats and enticements, had been thwarted. A son-in-law like that was hard not to admire. And there was another crucial point. Her daughter liked him. A mother knows her own flesh and blood. Since Qing Sheng was 10 apart from her brother Qingyun, she had never been close to any boy. If she were not truly in love, she would not even grant another a second glance, let alone intimacy. But last night, between the floors, though the old Song house kept sound fairly well, the stirrings of youth upstairs and downstairs still reached the ears of the couple. People say mothers grow more fond of a son-in-law the more they see him, and fathers grow angrier. Yet last night the husband and wife felt exactly the same. They were both genuinely happy. Qingqing's temperament was strong and solitary. Song Shu had long worried his daughter might remain alone forever. Now at the sound from above, the heavy worry in the old father's chest was finally eased. Qingqing, did you know your third aunt was taken by the military this morning? Tao Jing asked cautiously while preparing the meal. Yes, I guessed as much, Qingqing replied. Your grandfather nearly didn't make it. Thankfully, they managed to save him. This morning your father wanted me to wheel him to sea, but they wouldn't let him in at the gate. If they won't let him in, then they won't. Your parents have done all the proper things, Qingsheng said, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further. She changed the subject. Mom, why are you cooking yourself now? The previous helper was found by your aunt-in-law. After your father's incident, I worried she might be a problem, so I let her go. We don't eat all that much these days, so I just buy the groceries and cook myself. Mom, come live with me in Jiangnan for a while, Qingsheng said earnestly. You know your father? He won't agree. Now that someone has harmed him and your grandfather is in this state, he would be even less willing to leave. Tao Jing patted her daughter's hand. Don't worry, Qingsheng. What happened before was an accident. We'll be more careful from now on. You focus on your life and on the little life you're building with Xiao Qiao. Don't worry about the house. Mom, by the way, Xiao Qiao. Tao Jing produced a red cloth packet from her pocket. Inside lay a thick wad of cash, neat bills, and small change. This is 9,999. I know you're not short of money, but on your first visit you can't go away empty-handed. It's just a little token for luck. Please don't think it rude. Oh, that's embarrassing, Auntie. Xiao Bin protested with mock modesty. Hands quick. He accepted the packet and tucked it into his pocket, then turned to Qingsheng with a grin. Song, after subtracting the 2,000 I gave you yesterday, I still netted 8,000. A real windfall. Qingsheng made a sour face. Song's mother looked puzzled, then realization dawning, her expression changed. Qingqing, you and Xiao Qiao are not together for money, are you? Is it all for money? Mom, what are you thinking? Qingqing snapped. Ow, you stepped on me. Xiao Bin cried out. Hurry up and explain. Song's mother pressed, and only then did Xiao Bin clarify that the 2,000 had been a gift to his uncle when they first met. I see. Tao Jing breathed a little relieved. I thought what? That your daughter was worth only 2,000. You really are my mother. Embarrassed, Tao Jing excused herself. Her husband Song Shu still could not leave his bed, so she had to send the meal to him at his bedside, the pretense she used to slip away quickly. Her daughter's glare was not something she cared to endure. As soon as she was gone, Xiao Bin said quietly, your uncle and aunt would rather endure hardship here than go to Jiangnan. It's for your sake. Yes, they don't say it aloud, but I've always known. They fear that if the old master dies while they are away, what should belong to me and my brother will be quietly taken. Qingqing set down her chopsticks and took a small sip of water. Parents who love their child plan far ahead. My brother's sudden death dealt them a blow they could barely bear. They worry that one day they too might die unexpectedly and leave me alone in this world, so they try to secure more resources for my survival. Xiaobin, you know my father used to be a proud man who would not tolerate even a speck of humiliation. He'd rather die standing than live kneeling. But now for my sake, he has learned to swallow his pride to bow before anyone in the Song family, even the former driver Duan Cohen. He has endured so much in silence for me. I will not forgive any of those who have hurt my family. Wiping her cheeks, Qingsheng lifted her chin high. After this meal you should go back. I've booked your return ticket, first class. Don't worry. Do you really not want my help, he asked. You know I prefer to handle things myself. I like to earn my keep. I've survived alone through fire and ice before. But now I have you. If things ever become truly impossible, I won't buy my pride with your help. I hope then you'll be there to back me up. I will. Thank you, Xiaobin. Qingsheng's cold phoenix-like eyes were filled with tenderness. I'm lucky to have found you in this life. Don't just thank me with words, be practical. What did you have in mind, she asked coquettish. Xiaobin grinned mischievously, several 100 million fantasies stirring in his head. He patted his thigh. Qingsheng shot Xiaobin a sidelong glance. Her gaze was no longer icy but alluring and tender. Now, why not? She bit her red lips, glancing toward her parents' room. After a brief hesitation, she lifted her skirt and yielded to Xiaobin. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything rash. You said the same thing in my room before. Oh, but that was when I wasn't wearing clothes, so my words didn't count. Now that I'm dressed, they'll surely keep my word. Xiaobin continued shamelessly. Don't worry, I just want to hold you, nothing more. Ahem, little Xiao Qingsheng, you too. The sudden voiceover from Mother Song Tao Jing left Xiaobin and Qingsheng frozen in place. Amon had only meant to tease Qingsheng. He never expected her to actually indulge him this time, and then Xiaobin, ever greedy, overstepped his bounds. Qingsheng had assumed her mother would stay with her father until he finished eating, which would take a while. Thinking Xiaobin was about to leave and they wouldn't see each other for some time, she wanted to compensate him. But her father Song Shu worried that his wife's attention to him, an invalid, would neglect their son-in-law on his first visit, which would be against the rules of hospitality, so he shooed her out to attend to the guests. Thus the ultimate cringeworthy scene unfolded. Although it was merely a face-to-face embrace with no more intimate acts, it was still far too suggestive. Think about it. If you were visiting your girlfriend's parents for the first time and got caught sneaking around with her under the table during dinner by your mother-in-law, wouldn't you be mortified? Let alone such a blatant display. The atmosphere instantly became bizarre and tense to the extreme. Even Qingsheng, with her unflappable queenly aura, was so flustered she wished she could crawl into a hole. It was all that Xiaobin's fault. At that moment Qingsheng felt like she could skin him alive. But Xiaobin, thick-skinned as ever, quickly acted as if nothing had happened and patted Qingsheng's rear. She understood instantly. As if waking from a dream, she quickly got off him, returned to her seat, straightened her clothes, and sat upright, without daring to lift her head. The pat and the rise. Their coordination was flawless, reminiscent of the previous night. Auntie, we've been waiting for you, come join us. Xiaobin greeted Mother Song as if nothing had happened. No need, little Xiao, I'm not hungry. You and Qingsheng take your time eating, don't wait for me. You'll go upstairs and tidy up your rooms. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are. Xiaobin's shameless tactic of turning the tables instantly shifted the embarrassment onto Mother Song. Seeing her mother flee upstairs, Qingsheng was furious. Hiss. Ouch. Pain. Song, Qingsheng, are you a vampire? Biting my neck. Qingsheng said nothing, leaving 2 more teeth marks on Xiaobin's shoulder before she was satisfied. I'm wrong, okay, CEO Song. He'll be careful next time. I didn't expect my mother-in-law to suddenly come out. Didn't expect it, I think you did it on purpose. If looks could kill, Xiaobin would be riddled with holes by now. Suddenly Qingsheng's expression changed drastically. Oh no. What's wrong? My bedsheet. What about the bedsheet? You? Qingsheng was too annoyed to scold him. The bedsheet bore the bloodstain from her first time. For a queen, nothing mattered more than maintaining her dignity in public. If her mother saw that, it would be 100 times more mortifying than the scene just now. She got up and ran upstairs. Her steps were so hasty that her legs gave way, and she nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, Xiaobin caught her with quick reflexes. Careful. Being so reckless isn't like you. Shaking him off, Qingsheng charged upstairs. Looking up, she saw her mother Tao Jing already coming down the stairs. The most terrifying thing was that she was holding the neatly folded bedsheet in her hands. Qingsheng, I've already changed your bedsheet to a new one. Do you want to keep this as a keepsake, or should I dispose of it for you? Song Qingsheng felt her vision go black. If Xiaobin hadn't steadied her again, she would have collapsed on the floor. Qingsheng, I'm tired. Let it all end. I can't take this nonsense anymore. This moment would later be dubbed by Qingsheng as the darkest hour of her life. Even years later, whenever it was mentioned, or even just thought of, she would gnash her teeth in fury. Whenever Xiaobin was around, the Song Queen would transform into a vengeance machine, biting him hard no matter what he was doing to vent her anger. Once a reckless Xiaobin brought it up at the worst possible moment, and little Amon nearly became a eunuch on the spot. Of course, those are stories for later. Lunch ended at 1230. Xiaobin was kicked out of the Song residence at 1230 in 1 second. Qingsheng personally saw him out, and neither Tao Jing nor Song Shu could persuade her otherwise. Of course, even while kicking him out, Qingxing still cared for him, arranging for Xiaoying to drive him to the airport. Xiaobin, what exactly did you do to my young lady? This is the first time I've seen her so unsettled. You guess. If I could guess, why would I ask you? Why not ask your young lady yourself? Xiaobin teased. Never mind. Xiaoying shook her head repeatedly. She didn't have the guts. Actually, Xiaobin hadn't expected Qingxing to have such an adorable side. Seemingly angry but actually shy. The Song Queen shy. Her deliberately aloof and cold demeanor was rather endearing. Did you return to Xiang Island last night? Xiaobin asked suddenly. After the old master's incident, the young lady called me back. I arrived yesterday afternoon. Xiaoying glanced in the rearview mirror and added, don't worry. After I returned, the young lady made other proper arrangements for Su Su's safety. And now in Jiangnan, no one would be foolish enough to target Su Su. I know. I trust your young lad's handling of matters. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Qingxing. After Xiaoying leaves, I have other plans for Su Su. If you're really worried, you can bring her to your place to keep her close. Safe travels. Xiang Island is in good hands with me. Don't worry. That's it. Xiaobin felt a pang of disappointment. But seeing the typing indicator, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Sure enough, a minute later, another message came. Even though it was awkward, I was actually quite happy inside. Mom and Dad speaking up for you means they approve of you. Also, they'll miss you. The queen had softened. Hey, Master Chow, can you not grin so lecherously? It's giving me the chills down my spine. Xiaoying complained. Who told you to look at me? But seriously, your young lady is quite adorable. How did I never notice it before? Adorable. Gu Xiaoying driving glanced back at Xiaobin with, are you insane look. If you said my young lady is domineering, calm, wise, brilliant, or a queen, I'd have no objections because it's true. But adorable. Where's the adorable part? Don't insult my young lady with such a sissy word. What the hell do you know? Forget it, we're not on the same wavelength. A tomboy like you will probably never find a man in your life. What's a man? Is it edible? Xiaobin gave a thumbs up. You're something else, all right. There's a taxi that's been following us. Xiaoying's tone shifted, suddenly serious. It's been tailing us since we left the Song residence. Its target is clear. Find a safe place and pull it over. Do you know who it is? Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say. Xiaobin's eyes were sharp. Lu Xiaoga, I've been tolerating you for far too long. Xiaoying remained silent and did as she was told. Soon in a sparsely trafficked parking area, the taxi was blocked and pulled over to the roadside. Xiaobin yanked open the door and charged forward. Hey, pretty lady, what do we do? It seems your husband has found us. The taxi driver was a bundle of nerves, especially as Xiaobin charged over with a ferocious expression, his eyes looking as if they could devour a person. In the back seat, Lu Xiaoyan, wearing a pale yellow sun hat, remained calm and composed. Driver, what are you afraid of? He's the one who should be scared. You've seen it these past 2 days. He's been frequenting high-end establishments with different women every day. He was the one unfaithful to me first. You'll see, driver, watch how I'll deal with him. Her words were so righteous that the driver's blood began to boil with fervor. Indeed, we are on the side of justice. What is there to fear? Get out. Xiaobin slapped the rear door. What? Lu Xiaoga lowered the window, her delicate sun-kissed face feigning surprise. It's you, Xiaobin. What a coincidence, you're in Hong Kong too. Get out. Xiaobin's face was expressionless. He thought to himself, stop your damn pretending. Don't you know perfectly well why you're in Hong Kong? You think he'll get out just because you say so? Who do you think you? What are you doing, Xiaobin? Let go of me. Ah. With a sharp cry, Lu Xiaoga was grabbed by the collar and brutally yanked out through the taxi window by Xiaobin. The driver was stunned. Where was the promised beating? How had the tables turned? All he saw was Lu Xiaoga like a little kitten effortlessly hoisted up by Xiaobin. Xiaobin, you're embarrassing me. I'm warning you one last time, put me down. Face. You don't even have any shame left, and you're talking about face. Nonsense. When have I ever been shameless? Then why did you file a false police report accusing me of soliciting prostitution? You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Whether you admit it or not, I know it was you. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your place. Let me go, Xiaobin, or else I'll really get mad. Mad? I couldn't care less. Today I'm going to show you a thing or two. As he spoke, Xiaobin carried Lu Xiaoga towards Gu Xiaoying's car. Damn it. My patience has its limits. Do you think I'm some pushover? Whoosh. She threw a straight punch aimed at Xiaobin's chin, but he easily dodged it with a slight turn of his body. Little did he know she was waiting for that exact shift in his angle. Her slender legs moved like agile serpents, coiling around Xiaobin's waist in a fluid motion, while her elbows moved simultaneously. One hand locked onto his shoulder, using her core strength and momentum to spin. Her other arm snaked around the back of his head, her elbow locking against his throat. She then powerfully leveraged her abdomen, attempting to throw him to the ground. It was a classic rear naked choke. The initiation, the angle, the force. All were precise, ruthless, and perfectly executed. It had to be said, Lu Xiaoga, with her years of rigorous military training, possessed genuine martial skill. Against an average man, she would have had him tapping out in seconds. Unfortunately for her today, she was up against the infamous Xiao Amon. Xiaobin didn't resist at all. Instead, he used her abdominal momentum to execute a perfect 360-degree backflip, landing solidly on his feet, holding her all the while. Your core and waist strength are incredible, Lu Chaoga thought, her mind reeling. I never expected someone who looks so clean-cut and frail to be such a skilled fighter. Not only is my waist strong, but my kidneys are even stronger. Unfortunately for you, little girl, that's none of your business. Crack. Xiao Bin swiftly countered, striking her ribs with his elbow. Lu Chaoga immediately buckled in pain. A moment's lapse sealed her defeat. Before she could react, his right hand clamped onto the back of her neck. This time he hoisted her up, even more unceremoniously and completely. Suspended in the air, no matter how much Lu Chaoga struggled, it was futile. Bastard. Let me go, Xiao Bin. Let me go right now, or you'll regret it. Not far away, the driver witnessed the scene, filled with righteous indignation. Damn it. Hitting a woman. What kind of man does that? Hell, I may turn a blind eye usually, but since I've seen it today, I can't just stand by. Don't worry, miss. Burning with rage, the driver swung the car around and floored the accelerator. Someone will definitely save you. Take care. With that, the driver sped off into the distance, fleeing the scene. Lu Chaoga. He lived by a simple principle: when working away from home, don't court trouble. The wealthy young woman had already paid the fare. The rest was their family business, none of his concern. A good deed indeed. Thud. Opening the car door, Xiao Bin tossed Lu Chaoga onto the soft back seat like a rag doll. It's you. Gu Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. She recognized her from the last time at Mississippi Song Qingcheng's place. The one who had a sock stuffed in her mouth. Xiao Bin, what exactly are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? That's my question to you, Lu Chaoga. What are you trying to do? Mind your own business. Lu Chaoga retorted. Fine. But everyone has to pay for their actions. Now the pants. Are you going to take them off yourself, or am I going to help you? Take off my pants. You're not thinking of doing it here. No way. I might like you, but this place is way too casual. At the very least, we should get a presidential suite like you did with Tang Yingxue. Besides, there's someone else in the car. I'm not taking them off. Lu Chaoga's face flushed crimson. Xiao Bin was speechless. In your dreams. Seeing the situation, Gu Xiaoying tactfully excused herself. You two go ahead. He'll step out for some air. Oh, and Mr. Xiao, try to be quick. We have a 3 o'clock flight to catch. In the distance, Gu Xiaoying, Qingcheng's shadow guard and bodyguard, watched the scene with utter disdain. Xiao Bin is truly despicable, whispering sweet nothings to Su Su while carrying on ambiguously with my mistress, and now he's with another woman in the Song family's car. How revolting. Achut. Inside the car, Xiao Bin sneezed. You bastard. Xiao Bin, you're not a man. You have to take responsibility for me. Dream on. You think I'd take responsibility for you just like that? You're not a man. After what you did to me, you want take responsibility. What did I do? Trying to pull a scam here, are you? Still not leaving? If you don't leave, he'll give you another beating to teach you a lesson. She was genuinely terrified of his iron fist. Seeing Xiao Bin turn as if to really head toward the pharmacy, Lu Chaoga dared not linger any longer. You dog of a man. You just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay back everything you've done to me with interest. Still threatening me, are you? Don't you run. Tears welled up in Lu Chaoga's eyes from fright. Wah. You bastard, don't come any closer, Grandpa, save me. She turned and bolted, sobbing as she ran faster than a rabbit. Only when she was certain she was safe did she stop, panting heavily. She glanced back, still shaken. It hurts so much. You dog of a man, you hit so hard. Xiao Bin, don't get cocky. You just wait. Next time I'll pay you back for this beating with interest. Lu Chaoga grimaced in pain. Gu Xiaoying, who had witnessed everything, clearly misjudged Xiao Bin. She grew increasingly displeased with him. Of how disgusting. She spat in his direction. Hey, what's your problem? Oomph. She snorted indignantly. Let me tell you, Xiao Bin, I'm going to tell my mistress everything that just happened the moment I get back. And then oi. Seeing that he looked completely unconcerned, Xiaoying grew even angrier. After doing something like this, you act like nothing happened. Xiao Bin, this is the first time I've met someone as shameless as you. You've got to be kidding me. You can take a cab for the rest of the way. I can't be bothered to drive you. It ruins my mood. Xiao Bin was speechless. This tomboy probably had a few screws loose. What business was it of hers that I was getting revenge on Lu Chaoga? Half an hour later. The Song residence. Mistress, I swear it's true that Xiao Bin is absolutely worthless. Don't let his sweet talk fool you. Gu Xiaoying went on at length, detailing Xiao Bin's disgraceful behavior. You said they were alone in the car together for how long? The first time was about 5 minutes, then he got out and went to the pharmacy. I smelled iodine in the car. I reckon he must have bought contraceptives too. That guy's mind is sharp, but he doesn't use it for the right things. Then he got back in the car for about 3 minutes before getting out again. They must have finished by then. So in total, the two of them were alone together for less than 10 minutes. Qingcheng smiled. Don't worry, nothing happened between Xiao Bin and that girl. And I've already guessed who she is. Xiao Bin was only trying to teach her a lesson, nothing more. Mistress. Gu Xiaoying was stunned. Even after all this, you still choose to believe him. Mistress, you're a queen. How did you turn into such a lovesick fool? Qingcheng shook her head faintly, offering no explanation, finding it all quite amusing. 3 minutes. What a joke. Don't I know my man's prowess well enough?